cacophony of hoarse cries erupted, causing Chu Chun to abruptly rise from the underbrush, gasping for breath. "I am deeply sorry to you all. I truly am." Large beads of sweat continuously dripped from his forehead. This was the aftermath of his 9 attempts to break through to the imperial realm, striving for ascension, yet ultimately culminating in failure. 3,000 years have passed, a full 3,000 years. I, the illustrious 3 absolute heavenly emperor, with a body deemed worthless, have ascended step by step to the pinnacle, achieving dominion over this world. Yet I remain unable to reach the celestial realm to resurrect my wife and daughter. I am powerless, utterly powerless. Qing Wu, forgive me, it is I, the heavenly emperor, who is incapable. Raspy roars echoed from Chu Chen's throat as he frantically struck his own head, resembling a mad beast. He had pursued immortality. He had ascended to sovereignty. In truth, it was all for the sake of resurrecting his beloved wife and daughter. Yet now, after 3,000 years, all efforts had proven futile. At that moment, as despair gripped him while he battered his head, his gaze fell upon his surroundings, and his body froze slightly. Wait, this is not the celestial palace of the heavenly emperor. Where am I? Surrounding him was a dilapidated ancient temple, webs sprawling, weeds untamed, and the pungent stench of mildew assaulting his senses. In the center of the room stood a towering gray stone Buddha. Beneath the stone Buddha, a small girl, clad in tattered gray linen, her face smeared with dirt, curled up in a corner, trembling. You are. Catching a whiff of the unfamiliar and unpleasant odor of alcohol emanating from himself, Chu Chen's eyes suddenly brightened as realization dawned. This is the very temple where my wife, Luo Qing Wu, and daughter, Chu Yu, took their own lives a millennium ago. Memories surged forth like a tide, vivid and unmistakable. 3,000 years prior, Chu Chun was the scion of a hidden family in the great wilderness continent. Unable to cultivate and with his parents missing, he was betrayed and ousted by his cousin's family, forced to wander. The 3 of them found themselves in this Fengshue city. Having been expelled from his family, Chu Chun, consumed by despair, descended into a life of debauchery. He squandered his days in revelry, addicted to gambling. His previous expenses were solely borne by his wife, who toiled as a dishwasher in a tavern. His wife, frugal to the extreme, once the most beautiful woman of the family, now could hardly afford to eat even a bun. Seeing the growing disappointment in her eyes, Chu Chun remained unrepentant, continuing on his reckless path. He even fell into the vile habit of physically abusing his wife and daughter. Ultimately, burdened by overwhelming gambling debts and relentless harassment from creditors, his wife could bear it no longer and, taking their young daughter, committed suicide by poison. On the eve of their demise, Chu Chun remembered that his wife had begun to show signs of mental instability, becoming increasingly withdrawn. Gazing upon the 2 cold corpses within the temple, he finally underwent a profound awakening. He resolved to ascend to the pinnacle of the immortal path and resurrect his wife and daughter. The heavenly emperor, Chu Chun, rose forcefully, attaining his imperial title within a mere millennium, his strength unparalleled throughout history. His life could be deemed legendary. With mastery in cultivation, alchemy, and swordsmanship, he was revered as the 3 absolute heavenly emperor. Moreover, he single-handedly repelled the Dark Invasion, earning renown across the ages. Yet who could fathom that despite the facade of glory in his eyes, his life was a failure? The death of his wife and daughter became an inescapable knot in his heart. Faced with numerous admirers, he remained unmarried throughout his life, failing countless individuals in the process. His life was rife with regrets, perhaps the very reason he could never attain immortality. I am your father. Recalling the past, Chu Chen's body moved uncontrollably towards the trembling Chu Yu beneath the stone Buddha. Woo, Dad, please don't hit you anymore. I know I was wrong. However, upon seeing Chu Chun rushing towards her, the cornered Chu Yu trembled in fear and began to wail. I was truly a scoundrel in the past. What kind of past could instill such terror in my daughter? Pain twisted within Chu Chun, engulfing him in self-recrimination. How he longed to embrace his daughter in that moment, to alleviate years of yearning. Yet, to avoid frightening her, he could only halt his advance, suppressing the tears that threatened to fall. Rest assured, I will not harm you, and from now on, I promise never to hurt you again." Though his heart ached, he managed to smile, speaking gently. Upon hearing this, Chuyu continued to tremble, her eyes flickering with confusion. For in times past, such moments were often met with violent reprisals. Her bright eyes anxiously sought Chu Chen's, appearing pitiably fragile. Seeing his daughter in such a state, Chu Chan could not help but reach out, trembling, intending to caress her cheek. "Ah, Chu Chun, you scoundrel! I forbid you from hurting you." Unfortunately, just as Chu Chen's hand was about to touch Chu Yu's face, a shrill scream and furious rebuke rang out from the doorway. Following closely behind was a similarly clad woman, her figure elegant and graceful, bursting into the dilapidated temple. She forcefully shoved Chu Chan aside, cradling Chu Yu in her arms, her eyes blazing with anger directed at him. Though the woman was simply dressed, her exquisite features were undeniable. "Qing Wu, you have returned." Chu Chen rose from the ground, displaying not a trace of anger, striving to appear amiable as he spoke. "Chu Chun, have you squandered all our money again? To give to you, this is my entire earnings for the month. Take this money and get lost. I will not allow you to harm you." Luo Qing's frantic shriek echoed through the air. In an instant, she hurled the coin pouch at Chu Chun, then, utterly spent, collapsed to the ground while embracing her daughter. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Boom! Clutching the pouch, Chu Chan felt as if struck by a thunderclap. For within his memories, this was the last moment he beheld his wife and daughter. Over the course of 3,000 years, he had dreamt of this scene tens of thousands of times. In those memories, he recalled leaving with that pouch of wages, only to return after losing it all, discovering the lifeless bodies of his wife and daughter. This meant that their suicide was to occur the very next morning. Had he returned to the day before their tragic end? Opening the pouch, he found 30 gleaming copper coins inside. Luo Qing's monthly income was certainly greater than this. However, due to their dire financial situation, most of her wages had already been drawn in advance under Chu Chen's duress. A wave of self-reproach washed over him. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. "Chu Chun, get out here!" Simultaneously, a male voice rang out, and without needing to look, Chu Chun knew who it was. Furrowing his brow, he ultimately turned and opened the temple door. "You brat, I wondered why you were dawdling. Turns out you were beating your wife and daughter." The newcomer, a wiry man with a prominent mustache known as Mountain Rat, was a notorious thug from the Eight Directions casino, tasked with collecting debts. Behind him trailed 3 similarly dressed young ruffians. As they entered, Mountain Rat and his entourage cast their eyes around, brazenly fixating on Luo Qingwu, a glimmer of desire flickering in their gaze. "Speak, what brings you here?" Seeing this, Chu Chan clenched his fists, suppressing the anger boiling within. "Hey, it's nothing much, just a reminder that the 10 taels of silver you owe us are due. The 8th Master sent me to inquire when you plan to repay." Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Mountain Rat finally withdrew his gaze, his demeanor arrogant and mocking. "I have no money," Chu Chen replied without a second thought. "No money. That's easily resolved. The 8th Master said that if you have no money, your wife can settle the debt. Not only will your debt to the 8 Directions casino be cleared, but you will also receive an additional 10 taels of silver." Think it over. Seemingly anticipating Chu Chen's response, Mountain Rat wasted no time in getting straight to the point. Seeking death, to everyone's astonishment, upon hearing Mountain Rat's proposition, Chu Chen's demeanor shifted from that of a coward to one of icy resolve. Accompanying his fierce words was an aura of menace that emanated from him. Now, Chu Chen understood that his continuous losses were merely the result of the casino's underhanded tactics. It was the casino owner, the so-called 8th Master, who had set this trap for him, coveting his wife. Although he had once single-handedly dismantled the casino after achieving his cultivation, his wife and daughter had forever departed from his life, leaving him with an unhealable wound. Knowing the full story, how could Mountain Rat still dare to come and collect debts, even harboring designs on his wife? All of this has long since touched the reverse scale of Chu Chan in the present day. Chapter 2. The Treasure Street of Bargains. Fury surged within him, a wrath as deep as the abyss that permeated the AIRDAS and Emperor among immortals. The aura exuding from Chu Chun was far beyond what a mere mountain rat and a few ruffians could withstand. In an instant, The mountain rat and his companions felt as though they were in the presence of an unparalleled sovereign, their breaths quickening, and their bodies paralyzed with fear. The oppressive atmosphere caused cold sweat to bead on their foreheads. Return and inform your master, Bai Yi, not to provoke me, for the consequences will be beyond his endurance. Chu Qin spoke slowly, and only after uttering these words did he retract his imposing presence. You brat, what sorcery did you just employ? The mountain rat, regaining the ability to move, immediately demanded with a fierce expression. Yet, beneath his bravado, the profound terror in his eyes was unmistakable and could not escape Chu Qin's keen gaze. What? Still not leaving? Do you wish to experience that sensation once more? Chu Qin stood tall, his demeanor unruffled despite the mountain rat's challenge. Let us go. After a prolonged stare down, it was the mountain rat who ultimately conceded. He called to his subordinates, who fled the dilapidated temple in a state of panic. You, daring to provoke Bai Yi, are the first from Fengshua City. Mark my words, next time we return, it won't merely be for payment. The mountain rat's arrogant voice echoed as they retreated. The sound of their footsteps gradually faded into the distance. The crowd dispersed. Chu Qin's body finally relaxed uncontrollably, and he stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Observing his impending fall, Luo Qingwu merely watched coldly, offering no assistance. This body is indeed weak. Chu Chun sighed inwardly, reflecting on his former glory as an emperor who once quelled the chaos of the realms. Now, he found himself exhausted from merely intimidating a few thugs. Simultaneously, he noted the unfamiliar look in Luo Qingwu's eyes. He bore her no ill will, for he understood the depth of her previous affection for him. Cast out by his family, betrayed by his brothers, and abandoned by friends, she alone remained steadfast. Her current indifference only underscored her despair towards him. But now, I have returned, and I swear, this will be the last time. I shall never allow you and your daughter to suffer any grievances again. Chu Chun murmured, his fists clenched tightly. Qingwu, wait for me. I will procure some food for you. Chu Qin refrained from returning the money pouch, for he was truly destitute. The 30 copper coins in his possession would serve as the foundation for his resurgence. Although reluctant, he ultimately left the dilapidated temple point. 3 feet of ice does not form in a single day. Chu Chun understood that the many misdeeds of his past could not be forgiven overnight. Moreover, he recalled that Luo Qingwu and her daughter had chosen to end their lives the next morning when hunger struck them. After he had failed to return, it was now midday. If he returned before nightfall, he could prevent a tragedy from reoccurring. He had many tasks to accomplish before then. Exiting the temple, Chu Chun clutched the money pouch tightly and made his way toward the eastern district, where a bustling free market awaited. This place, known as Treasure Street, was renowned for its diverse array of wares, often frequented by inexperienced herbalists seeking to sell their finds. He hoped for a stroke of luck. Fresh herbs, just dug up, come take a look. Elixirs, secret concoctions from a second-tier alchemist. Don't miss out as you pass by. Exceptional weapons, the perfect choice for adventurers and bandits alike. Before long, Chu Qin arrived at Treasure Street, where the throng of people bustled and the shouts of vendors filled the air. How nostalgic. Gazing at the crowd, he felt a sense of dislocation in his previous life, amidst the encroachment of darkness. He had led humanity to quell the turmoil. Yet, in the aftermath of that catastrophe, countless lives were lost, and the world could never regain its former glory. With no time for lamentation, he approached a weapons stall, casually inspecting the arms displayed before him. Young sir, are you in the market for a weapon? The stall owner, noticing Chu Chin's interest, eagerly called out, given that Chu Chun was the only one in tattered robes. The prices were modest, yet still beyond the reach of commoners. Chu Chun did not respond to the vendor, merely shaking his head in mild disbelief. Treasure Street was indeed a melting pot of all sorts. While some lacked knowledge of true treasures, others engaged in deception. The current vendor, despite the eye-catching designs and golden glimmers of his wares, was nothing more than a charlatan. A mere glance revealed that these weapons were crafted from wooden planks coated in gold paint, worth less than an ordinary kitchen knife. Seeing that Chu Chun had discerned the ruse, the vendor remained unfazed, still smiling as he said, "If you don't find anything to your liking, feel free to explore other stalls." Chu Chun nodded, choosing not to expose the deceit. Such was the nature of Treasure Street. One had to rely on their own acumen to spot bargains, and could not blame others for their misfortunes. He stood up and proceeded to another stall. This one was run by a seller of herbs. Though he was honest, the wares were all common herbs that did not pique Chu Chen's interest. As he continued his journey, stopping intermittently, he was disheartened to realize that an hour had passed with nothing to show for it. That it wasn't that there were no genuine items, but rather that the quality goods were beyond his current means. Feeling troubled, Chu Chen contemplated returning home to come back another day. After all, nothing was more important than his wife and daughter. He could not allow them to face any unforeseen circumstances. Just then, as he turned around, a peculiar fungus resembling blackened charcoal caught his eye. That dragon blood mushroom? Chu Chen's breath quickened, though he maintained an outward calm. The three absolutes, Emperor and 9-star alchemist. While his current cultivation level prevented him from refining high-grade elixirs, his discerning eye and skills had not vanished with his rebirth. Good sir, how much for this mushroom? The stall was manned by an elderly man with thinning hair and 2 missing front teeth. Upon hearing Chu Chen's inquiry, he did not overreact with enthusiasm, nor was he overly cold, simply stating, "This is the black mushroom I gathered this morning. If you wish to buy it, it's 100 copper coins." However, the elder's response left Chu Chen with mixed emotions. Fortunately, the elder did not recognize it as dragon blood mushroom, mistaking it instead for the black mushroom. The two fungi appeared nearly identical, often leading to confusion unless one employed special methods for identification. The price of dragon blood mushroom far exceeded that of the black mushroom by 100-fold. Yet, even knowing the true value of the mushroom, Chu Chen was still unable to afford it. What to do? He thought anxiously. Here he was, a dignified emperor, fretting over 70 copper coins. If this got out, suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck him. "Good sir, I will offer you 1 tael of silver for this mushroom. What do you think?" Chu Chen's words were bold and daring. 1 tael of silver. Are you jesting with this old man? The elder replied, visibly irritated. 1 tael of silver equated to 1,000 copper coins. Is there truly a fool in this world willing to raise the price? It was no surprise the elder found it hard to believe Chu Chen's claim. Not at all. Chu Chen shook his head and continued. I will not deceive you. My intention is to buy this mushroom. However, I currently possess only 30 copper coins that I can provide you with these 30 coins as a deposit, and then we can go to a place where, within the hour, I can certainly present you the full 1 tael of silver. That is what you say true. The elder, seeing that Chu Chen did not seem to be lying, became intrigued. Earning 1 tael of silver in a few days of stall work was no small feat. Absolutely, Chu Chen reaffirmed, nodding as he cautiously retrieved the 30 copper coins from his pouch and handed them over to the elder. Very well, I will trust you this once. Young lad, keep an eye on things for me. With Chu Chen having paid the deposit, the elder agreed without suspicion, instructing a nearby young herbalist to watch over his stall. Hearing the agreement, Chu Chen was elated and quickly picked up the mushroom. Leading the way toward the renowned Baiboj, known for buying and selling the daily necessities of cultivators. Chapter 3. The turmoil at Baiboj. Baiboj, being the largest trading venue in Fengshui City, was indeed grandiose and splendid. Young sir, may I ask if you wish to sell or purchase? Contrary to the tales of unscrupulous merchants, upon entering, a reception lady greeted him warmly. That I wish to sell this mushroom. Could you please send someone to appraise it? Chu Chen stated directly, without preamble. Please follow me, the lady replied, though a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Having spent much time in such an establishment, they possessed a keen eye and immediately recognized that the item in Chu Chen's hand was a black mushroom. As a receptionist, if the items brought in for sale or purchase were of high value, their commissions would naturally be greater. However, the lady maintained her composure and professionalism, gesturing for Chu Chen to proceed ahead. The elderly vendor, perplexed, followed closely behind, his face a mask of confusion. He was naturally aware of the Baiboj, so why did he not sell the medicinal herbs directly here? The reason was simple. The purchase prices here were significantly lower than those outside, while the selling prices were considerably higher. That moment, seeing Chu Chen lead him here, he honestly did not understand what the other party was scheming. With doubts in his heart, he could only helplessly follow him inside. As the Lingji was still in Chu Chen's possession, not far inside, there was a counter where an elderly man was dozing, accompanied by several younger apprentices. Old Lu, someone wants to sell medicinal herbs. A woman followed them and respectfully addressed the napping elder. The elder opened his eyes, casually glanced at Chu Chen, and then closed them again. Black Lingji, judging by its quality and size, I offer 60 copper coins. One of the apprentices took the Lingji from Chu Chun, gave it a cursory glance, and spoke. "60 copper coins? Black Lingji? Please take another look." Chu Chun remained relatively polite. The Black Lingji and Dragon Blood Lingji were extremely similar. To the untrained eye, it was indeed difficult to distinguish between the two. "Tay, are you implying that you don't trust our Baiboj?" The apprentice retorted. 60 copper coins, take it or leave it." However, the apprentice's words caused Chu Chin's expression to shift. He did not blame the apprentice for being unable to identify the herb, but to set a price without even examining it made Chu Chin somewhat angry that it had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. "Ha ha, what a fine Baiboj, unable to tell apart Black Lingji and Dragon Blood Lingji. With such incompetence, how can you claim to be the foremost treasure house in Fengshua City?" Anger surged within him. And Chu Chun could no longer contain himself. Since Baiboj did not recognize the value of the herbs, he had plenty of other places to sell them. With that thought, Chu Chun snatched the Lingji back from the apprentice and prepared to leave. Wait! Just as Chu Chun turned, the previously napping elder suddenly opened his eyes. "Young man, you claim that what you have is Dragon Blood Lingji. Do you have any proof?" The elder called out to stop Chu Chun. What a joke! After being charred and heated, Dragon Blood Lingji turns into a crimson color. Surely, the esteemed Baiboj is not ignorant of such a fact. Anger simmered within him, and Chu Chin's words were quite sharp. "Very well, I shall fetch the charcoal fire, and let us see what you have to say then." The apprentice responsible for the identification, feeling wronged, turned to retrieve the charcoal fired, no need. However, the elder, known as Old Lu, immediately halted him. "Young man, I will offer 10 taels of silver for your Dragon Blood Lingji. What do you think?" The elder continued, addressing Chu Chun. "I shall not sell it." Unexpectedly, in response to the elder's offer, Chu Chun shook his head. "Not selling? Young man, 10 taels of silver is quite a generous offer." The elder was unfazed. The esteemed Baiboj, a single Dragon Blood Lingji was hardly worth mentioning. He assumed Chu Chun was merely being emotional due to the earlier unpleasantness. Hence his gentle reminder that, of course, was Chu Chun acting on emotion? The answer was a resounding no. Moreover, unless absolutely necessary, he was unwilling to waste any more time. After all, he had a wife and daughter waiting for him in the dilapidated temple, which weighed heavily on his mind. The reason he chose not to sell directly was, naturally, to obtain a higher reward. That I believe you have misunderstood. When I said I would not sell, I meant I do not wish to sell this Dragon Blood Lingji directly. I wish to extract it into Dragon Blood liquid and then sell it. May I borrow your alchemy chamber for this purpose?" Chu Chun articulated his intentions. What? Upon hearing Chu Chin's words, not only the apprentices but even the elder revealed an unusual look of surprise. "Are you saying you can purify this Dragon Blood Lingji into Dragon Blood liquid?" The elder's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "That is indeed the case," Chu Chun replied with confidence, a former 9th-grade alchemist. Although his cultivation had waned, refining high-grade elixirs was somewhat challenging. However, extracting Dragon Blood liquid was a trivial matter for him. Absolutely no problem. The elder readily agreed. Before long, they arrived at the top floor of the Baiboj, the designated area for alchemists and artisans, holding the Dragon Blood Lingji. Chu Chun followed the elder, Old Lu, into the chamber. For the vendor, he had already left in satisfaction after receiving a tael of silver from Old Lu. "Younger brother, this is our Baiboj's alchemy room. Is there anything else you need?" In a private room filled with various alchemical materials, Old Lu inquired of Chu Chun. "That will suffice." Although Chu Chun looked down upon the alchemical equipment before him, it was adequate for extracting Dragon Blood liquid. He wasted no time. Time was of the essence. He stepped into the alchemy room and began to stoke the fire. Alchemy could be approached through innate and acquired methods. Acquired alchemists used charcoal fire as fuel, and throughout their lives, reaching the 3rd grade was considered the pinnacle. On the other hand, innate alchemists used the true fire within their bodies as fuel and could even refine elixirs without the aid of an alchemical furnace. Such individuals were exceedingly rare. As a former alchemy emperor, Chu Chun naturally possessed his own alchemical fire. However, having lost all his cultivation now, he could only resort to the acquired method to refine elixirs. Subsequently, Chu Chun fell silent and concentrated on the alchemical process. That he cleaned the alchemical furnace and stoked the fire with practiced ease. Once the furnace walls glowed red, he tossed the Dragon Blood Lingji into the furnace. With a sizzling sound, a cloud of smoke erupted from within, melting like ice. Chu Chun remained calm, and at a certain moment, he took a metal rod and stirred the mixture evenly. After waiting for a while, he suddenly opened a valve on the furnace, and countless crystalline, blood-red liquids flowed out. This is top-grade dragon blood liquid. How is that possible? Throughout the process, Chu Chun had appeared remarkably relaxed and swift. However, beside him, Old Lu was utterly astonished as he watched the dragon blood liquid pour from the furnace. Extracting medicinal liquids through the acquired method did not require much skill. It was merely a matter of controlling the heat and timing the addition and extraction of herbs, which had extremely strict requirements. Yet throughout, Chu Chun exhibited an air of nonchalance, as if he were a master who had refined elixirs countless times before. Such confidence was not something an ordinary person could feign. Moreover, it was widely known that even with perfect technique, it was almost impossible to produce high-quality spiritual liquids through the acquired method. Yet what Chu Chun produced was not only of high quality, but even reached the legendary top tier. How about it? The medicinal liquid I extracted is acceptable, I trust. Noticing Old Lu's shocked expression, Chu Chun found it amusing. Acceptable? It is extraordinarily so. Upon hearing this, Old Lu snapped back to reality and nodded vigorously. Since it is acceptable, I will take 3 portions of the dragon blood liquid, and the rest you may sell. As Chu Chun spoke, he had already filled 10 porcelain bottles with the dragon blood liquid. He pocketed 3 bottles and continued, "We will sell the 7 bottles of top-grade dragon blood liquid for 60 taels of silver. What do you think, young brother?" Old Lu nodded in agreement. That sounds fair. Chu Chun did not haggle. This price was already advantageous to him. Surely, it was just that Bai Baoj would earn a bit less. They could sell each bottle for 10 taels of silver, so they would not be incurring a loss. Having settled the price, Chu Chun was eager to leave. Today, turning 30 copper coins into 60 taels of silver equated to a staggering 6,000 times return. He had made a fortune, concerned about his wife and daughter. He was ready to return. "Young brother, please wait." However, as Chu Chun prepared to leave, Old Lu quickly called out to him, "There's something you need." Chu Chun feigned confusion, though in his heart, he had already begun to guess. "Indeed, I have noticed that you possess considerable skill in extracting spiritual liquids that I would like to hire you as an alchemist for our BIBG.AS for the remuneration. We can agree on 20% of the items you refine. What do you think?" Upon seeing Chu Chun pause, Old Lu hastily continued, "That is acceptable, but I have one condition. The timing of my refining must be arranged by me, and you have no right to impose." Chu Chun likewise stated his condition. In truth, the moment Old Lu offered him 60 taels of silver for the dragon blood liquid at such a high price, Chu Chun had anticipated that he would propose this. In this world, alchemists were indeed a rare commodity. Based on Chu Chun's earlier performance, even without producing elixirs, he had already captured the interest of Bai Baoj. Chu Chun had no reason to refuse. Working for Bai Baoj as an alchemist meant no need for upfront investment and the opportunity to earn a handsome reward. He found it impossible to turn down the offered present. Chu Chun needed money. While 60 taels of silver seemed substantial, he had to remember that his family of 3 was still residing in a dilapidated temple. Acquiring a proper courtyard to ensure that his wife and daughter could live without fear was his top priority. In Fengshui City, a decent courtyard would cost no less than 1,000 taels of silver. Agreed. By the way, I am Lu Sihai. May I know your name, young brother? Clearly, Lu Sihai had not expected Chu Chun to agree so readily. After a moment of surprise, he continued to inquire. "I am Chu Chun." Chu Chun did not conceal his identity. "So it is Chu Chun. Here is a token of our Bai Baoj's alchemist. In the future, with this token, you may freely request spiritual herbs from the first floor for your refining needs. I will inform them shortly," Lu Sihai said as he took out a black token from his pocket and handed it to Chu Chun. "Thank you, Old Lu." Chu Chun nodded slightly, accepting the token before hastily departing from the Bai Bao pavilion. On the streets, he purchased a plethora of items, clothing, quilts, and an abundance of food, splashing nearly 5 taels of silver. Burdened with a considerable load, Chu Chun found himself quite exhausted given his current physical condition. "Mother, you is so hungry. You wants to eat meat to be good. You just hold on a little longer. Tomorrow, I will take you to enjoy a delicious meal." Before even reaching the dilapidated temple, Chu Chun overheard the soft conversation between the mother and daughter. In that instant, the tension in his heart finally eased. He pushed against the temple door, which was bolted from the inside. "Qingwu, I am back." Chu Chun gently knocked on the door. He did not rush them, but waited patiently. After a considerable time, movement finally came from within. Creak. It was Luo Qingwu who opened the door for him. However, after opening the door, Luo Qingwu did not spare Chu Chen a glance and returned to the thicket to embrace Chu Yuer. Yuer, are you starving? Come see what father has bought for you. A heart-wrenching pain surged within Chu Chen, yet he forced a smile, placing the bedding on the ground and retrieving several steamed buns wrapped in coarse paper. Speaking with a smile, don't rush, Yuer. Look, father has also bought this for you. As he spoke, he pulled out another package, revealing a roasted duck, golden brown and glistening with oil. Upon seeing this, Chu Yuer could no longer contain herself and swallowed hard. However, the little girl appeared hesitant, wanting to eat but too afraid to approach, merely casting her large, dark eyes towards Luo Qingwu. Luo Qingwu remained silent, her gaze cold and unyielding. The greatest sorrow is the death of the heart. For Chu Chen, she was already utterly disillusioned, and how could she alter her feelings based on a mere flicker of abnormality from him? She merely suspected that Chu Chen was concocting some nefarious scheme again. Observing the mother and daughter standing still, Chu Chen stepped forward, tore off a duck leg, and handed it to Chu Yuer. After all, she was just a child. How could she resist the allure of delicious food? Coupled with her hunger from the day, and with her mother not intervening, the little girl finally snatched the duck leg and began to eat voraciously. Yuer, chew slowly. There's still plenty here, Chu Chen said with a face full of affection upon witnessing her enthusiasm. After his words, he set down the buns and roasted duck, turned around to fetch a chipped ceramic bowl, and filled it with water for his daughter to prevent her from choking. Qingwu, winter is upon us, and the weather is growing increasingly cold. I have purchased quilts and several sets of clothing for you and our daughter. Do take care not to catch a chill. Moreover, here are 10 taels of silver. Take it and treat our daughter to something nice tomorrow. There's no need to go to the tavern. I will ensure you both are well cared for from here on, Chu Chen said softly, preoccupied with sorting through the items he had just bought. Hearing his tender words, Luo Qingwu involuntarily trembled, her expression softening for a fleeting moment. Could it be that he has truly changed? Luo Qingwu mused. But recalling Chu Chen's past actions, she quickly dismissed the thought, her gaze turning icy once more. You should eat as well. I will sleep outside tonight. Chu Chen did not make any deliberate attempts to explain or seek Luo Qingwu's forgiveness. Just being able to see his wife and daughter safe and sound, reunited as a family of 3, was already a blessing he dared not take for granted. Grabbing a bun, Chu Chen stood up and secured the temple door behind him. The sun had set, and dusk quickly approached. In the fading light, Chu Chen retrieved a porcelain vial, gently caressing it. This was the dragon's blood he had just obtained today. As its name implies, dragon's blood could alter a person's innate talents, replenish vital energy, and accelerate martial arts cultivation. In this world, martial arts reign supreme. There are distinct stages of cultivation, the 10 realms of martial arts. The first realm is body refinement, followed by blood transformation, muscle change, bravery, immortality, spirit transformation, ethereal communication, myriad forms, law manifestation, and finally, the immaculate realm. In a small place like Fengshua City, martial artists are exceedingly rare. Among the younger generation, those who reach the blood transformation realm are already considered geniuses. As for those above the bravery realm, they are typically prominent figures within influential families. Achieving the myriad forms realm is not particularly notable in the vast wilderness, but within the Lihua kingdom. Such power is sufficient to establish one as a local overlord. Having been granted a second chance at life, Chu Chen naturally would not abandon the path of martial arts, with a wife and daughter to protect. He resolved to become even stronger than in his previous life. Now, with the memories of his past, he possessed an abundance of martial arts techniques, far too numerous to count. A frenzied glint appeared in his eyes as he raised his head and swallowed the entire vial of dragon's blood in one go. Boom! In an instant, Chu Chen's bloodlines awakened, and where the dragon's blood coursed, it felt as if a blazing fire ignited within him, exuding intense heat. Chu Chen gritted his teeth. As the heavenly emperor, this minor pain was well within his tolerance. In the next moment, he stood up, his arms forming a circle as he slowly pushed outward. This seemingly mundane action, unbeknownst to others, accelerated the flow of his blood. Inside, it felt as though a great serpent slithered within him. Continuously fortifying his flesh and bones, he withdrew his fists and struck out. Each movement was excruciatingly slow, reminiscent of an elderly man. His footwork shifted as if he were mired in mud. Throughout this process, Chu Chen's strength grew at a visibly rapid pace. Body refinement, first realm. Body refinement, second realm. Body refinement, third realm. An hour later, when the potency of one vial of dragon's blood was exhausted, Chu Chen's power had ascended to the third realm of body refinement. Truly, the divine demon body refinement technique that had propelled my rise in the past life is indeed formidable, even after living 2 lives. Knowing the extraordinary nature of this technique, Chu Chen could not help but express his astonishment. In his previous life, Chu Chen's journey of cultivation had not been as smooth as it was now. With mediocre talent, after the death of his wife and daughter, he devoted 5 years to cultivation, yet remained merely a lowly practitioner of body refinement. But it was only after a fortuitous encounter with the divine demon body refinement technique that he surged ahead, transcending his mundane origins to reach the pinnacle. His combat prowess was such that he could easily crush all rivals of the same tier. The strength of this technique was unparalleled, even after becoming the Heavenly Emperor. Chu Chen had yet to see anything comparable. Body refinement, third realm. At first glance, it may seem lowly, yet this was the result of over an hour's worth of cultivation. It is important to note that for an ordinary person to advance from a mundane body to the third realm of body refinement, even the most talented would require at least a month. Yet, Chu Chen, with his mediocre talent, progressed at such an astonishing rate, showcasing the might of this technique. Continue, feeling the vigorous energy coursing within him. Chu Chen's gaze sharpened as he spoke again, that he had not forgotten the words of the mountain rat from yesterday. He needed to cultivate to a level sufficient to suppress those individuals before they returned. A sense of urgency filled his heart, leaving no time for Chu Chen to catch his breath. With that thought, he downed another vial of dragon's blood and resumed his training. Chapter 5. Crisis approaches. The next morning, boom, 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 amidst the thick fog, explosive sounds echoed from within the mist. A figure could be seen, practicing punches with precision, as still as a maiden yet as swift as a rabbit. Each move created a gust of wind, stirring the surrounding fog as if it were a barrage of sharp swords. Body refinement, sixth realm. 3,000 gene of strength. Quite impressive. Feeling the long-lost power within him, Chu Chen's spirits soared as he murmured to himself. Last night, he had consumed the remaining 2 vials of dragon's blood, achieving his current prowess. The body refinement realm could yield a maximum of 3,000 gene of strength, although Chu Chen was only at the 6th realm of body refinement. His strength could rival that of an ordinary practitioner at the 10th realm. The might of the divine demon body refinement technique was becoming increasingly evident. After an entire night of cultivation, Chu Chen felt sticky and uncomfortable. Outside the ancient temple, there was a stone well. Chu Chen approached the well, fetched a bucket of water, and hastily washed himself. Though winter was approaching, this level of cold posed no challenge to him now that he had succeeded in body refinement. As the sky brightened with the first light of dawn, Chu Chen made his way towards the bustling market. He had decided to return to Baibao Pavilion to continue earning money, but first, he needed to buy breakfast for his wife and daughter to prevent them from going hungry. When Chu Chen returned from the market, the sun was already shining brightly. His daughter and wife were still asleep. Chu Chen understood that it was not that his wife was lazy, but rather that her long-term exhaustion had taken a toll on her body, coupled with the 10 taels of silver he had given her yesterday. Her burden had lightened, making it difficult for her to rise early. Creak. As Chu Chen pushed the door open, both mother and daughter simultaneously opened their eyes, watching him warily. The quilts and new clothes remained untouched beside them. No need to rush up. Sleep a little longer. I have bought you both some rice porridge, peanuts, and pickles. You can eat when you feel hungry. Also, I will bring you food at noon, so you won't need to go outside to buy any. As Chu Chen gently placed the rice porridge on the stone table, he spoke. The mother and daughter remained silent, their eyes still wary of him. Chu Chen chose not to say more. He had conveyed everything that needed to be said. He then pushed open the temple door and headed towards Baibao Pavilion. Though he had been delayed by a flurry of activities, by the time Chu Chen arrived at Baibao Pavilion, it had only just opened. Hello, how may I assist you today? Coincidentally, the same woman who had attended to him the previous day was there once again. However, yesterday, when Lu Sihai had spoken, the woman had left, unaware of what had transpired afterward. A dragon's blood herb, while impressive, is not particularly rare within Baibao Pavilion and not something that warrants further discussion. This was given to me by old Lu yesterday. Chu Chun produced the alchemist's token that Lu Sihai had given him from his pocket. Ah, so it is the esteemed alchemist. Have you come to refine medicine today? Upon catching sight of the token, the woman's eyes sparkled, and her tone of speech became notably more courteous. Chu Chun nodded. May I inquire what sort of spiritual herb you require? I shall fetch it for you at once. Despite Chu Chin's aloof demeanor, the woman remained unfazed, continuing with her warm demeanor. Please bring me 2 portions of the most difficult herbs to refine. Chu Chin spoke. Are you suggesting all of the most difficult herbs? The woman asked, clearly taken aback. What? Is there a problem? Chu Chun frowned and inquired. He was not attempting to show off. Rather, in his current state, he possessed only theoretical knowledge, and the practical details of alchemy often led to discrepancies. Chu Chun sought the most challenging herbs to test himself and to advance swiftly until he could concoct genuine elixirs. At that point, mere silver would be inconsequential and no problem at all. Young master, you may ascend, and the herbs will be delivered shortly. Noticing Chu Chin's slight irritation, the maid nodded vigorously. All alchemists holding a token from the treasure pavilion are entitled to freely utilize all herbs on the first floor, as stipulated by the pavilion's regulations. Her earlier confusion stemmed from never having encountered anyone who intentionally sought the difficult over the good. Chu Chin nodded and entered the treasure pavilion. As he passed the counter, he glanced around and noted that old Lu was not present. He ascended directly to the 7th floor, arriving at the alchemy room where he had extracted dragon's blood the day prior. Shortly thereafter, the same maid appeared, carrying a large tray laden with numerous herbs. Yuxulan, Baiko, Senyezi, nearly 20 varieties of first-grade herbs, all considerably more difficult to refine than the blood dragon mushroom from the previous day. By the way, young master, the pavilion master mentioned that if you agree, I could remain here to assist you. After setting down the herbs, the maid did not leave, but instead gazed at Chu Chun with fervent eyes. Chu Chun understood her intent. She wished to learn from the old Lu she mentioned. If you wish to learn, then feel free to stay. Chu Chun nodded. He harbored no objections and felt that it was not easy for a woman to be out in the world. Helping her would be a kindness. Most importantly, he did not find this girl to be unpleasant. Really? Thank you, young master. Upon hearing Chu Chin's words, the maid was overjoyed. Why was there a diminishing number of alchemists? A significant reason was the protection of one's own skills. The treasure pavilion indeed had rules regarding assistance for alchemists, yet most alchemists opted to refuse such help to prevent their techniques from being learned. Although Chu Chun had merely extracted 1 potion, mastering this technique could ensure the maid's future comfort. By the way, what is your name? Noticing the maid's exuberance, Chu Chun rarely allowed a smile to grace his face. This maid was not conventionally beautiful, but she was lively and spirited, making her a good choice for assistance, as she would not contribute to an overly somber atmosphere. Chu Chun was not concerned about her learning. As a 9-star alchemist, he possessed the confidence to share his knowledge. Furthermore, if he was unwilling to teach, others would gain nothing regardless. My full name is Zhao Xiaolan. Young master may call me Xiaolan. The maid, Xiaolan, was still caught up in her excitement. Please start the fire. Chu Chin nodded. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan quickly fetched a considerable amount of charcoal and began to stoke the flames. No need to rush. Take your time, Chu Chun advised, observing her flustered demeanor. Before long, the charcoal fire blazed, and the temperature within the alchemical furnace began to rise. This particular herb, known as snow yulon, possessed a cold nature, thus requiring low heat throughout the refining process. Chu Chun closed his eyes for a moment, clearing his mind of distractions, before grasping a completely snow-white herb resembling an orchid and stating, "Lower the carbon fire height to decrease the furnace's temperature." Upon receiving his command, Xiaolan adjusted the fire accordingly. All right, maintain this temperature. Once the furnace temperature reached an appropriate level, Chu Chun instructed. Then, with a swift motion, he tossed the yuxulan into the furnace. Remember, the extraction of spiritual liquid from any herb is fundamental and crucial. The purity of the spiritual liquid directly determines the quality of the elixir. As Chu Chun commenced the alchemy process, he even took the time to explain. Xiaolan remained by his side, listening intently without interjecting, her gaze shifting with every change in Chu Chin's demeanor. Most alchemists would hide their methods, and to be allowed to observe was a rare privilege. Yet Chu Chin not only permitted her to watch, but also explained his actions. A thought that had never crossed her mind before. This Chi-Fu fire spirit mushroom grows atop volcanoes and is heat-resistant, thus requiring fierce flames during refinement. As time passed, Chu Chun articulated his process while refining the herbs. By midday, he had completed the refinement of nearly 20 varieties of herbs, a speed that rendered Xiaolan utterly astonished. As she looked upon the hundreds of vials filled with potions, she felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Even if her role was merely that of an assistant. Well then, I will take these 10 vials of dragon's blood. Please inform your pavilion master that I shall return tomorrow to settle accounts. Chu Chun felt no particular emotion about this. In fact, he felt somewhat disappointed. Were it not for his inability to cultivate true fire attribute energy, relying solely on acquired methods, he could have completed the refinement of these herbs in under half an hour. Of course, he kept these thoughts to himself. Carrying the 10 vials of dragon's blood, he purchased a variety of food items and hurried home. That I said, deliver 10 taels of silver, not a single coin less. Otherwise, we shall take you to see Lord Ba Wu. However, as Chu Chun returned to the dilapidated temple, he heard the arrogant voices of the mountain rat and the sound of his daughters weeping from afar. In an instant, fury surged within Chu Chen's heart. Chapter 6. The First Strike. With concern for his wife and Chu Yu engulfing him, Chu Chen's anger boiled over, and he charged forward, kicking open the temple door. The scene within the room only fueled his rage further. Inside the dilapidated temple, his daughter Chu Yu lay on the ground while his wife was restrained by several ruffians, who intended to forcibly drag her away. Mountain rat, you seek death. Upon witnessing the scene in the temple, Chu Chen's fury reached new heights. His gaze turned icy, as if he were ready to devour his foe, glaring fiercely at the mountain rat. Chu Chun, you finally dare to return. Let me tell you, this time I brought people with me, so you better behave. The mountain rat, upon seeing Chu Chen's return, showed no fear whatsoever. This is not a martial artist? It appeared that this so-called Lord Ba indeed intended to plot against Qing Wu. Chu Chun furrowed his brow, his earlier suspicions confirmed, for if it were merely about 10 taels of silver, it would hardly warrant the hiring of a martial artist. Such an act would be counterproductive. The only plausible explanation was that this so-called Lord Ba's intentions were not merely for silver. Among the individuals present were still the mountain rat and his 3 ruffian subordinates. However, in addition to them was a burly man with bare arms. Kid, this gentleman before you is Lord Ba's bodyguard. Zhongshan, a master at the 7th level of the body refinement stage. If you know what's good for you, just get lost. Don't worry. Once your wife has been played with long enough by Lord Ba, she will naturally be returned. Seeing Chu Chen's furrowed brows, the mountain rat assumed he was intimidated and grew even more arrogant. You seek death. Upon hearing the mountain rat's vile words, how could Chu Chun not be enraged? He saw no need for further dialogue. Stepping forward, he seized the mountain rat by the collar as if he were a mere chick, lifting him effortlessly. How dare you? With me present, you have no right to act recklessly here. Almost instantaneously upon Chu Chen's action, Zhongshan also moved. Today, he had come at Lord Ba's behest to support the mountain rat. Chu Chen's actions clearly indicated that he disregarded him. With this thought in mind, Zhongshan's body shot forward like an arrow, his fist clenched and aimed directly at Chu Chun. Be careful. Finally, Luo Qingwu spoke, perhaps due to the changes in Chu Chun over the past 2 days. A flicker of warmth arose in her previously icy heart. Thus, upon seeing Zhongshan's attack, Luo Qingwu quickly warned him. Who was Chu Chun? A gambling addict and a drunken fool, his physical prowess inferior even to that of an ordinary person. In contrast, Zhongshan was a martial artist. Although Luo Qingwu was unaware of how Chu Chun could easily lift the mountain rat, in her subconscious, she believed there was simply no comparison between Chu Chun and a martial artist. A mere 7th level of the body refinement stage dares to act brazenly before me. Hearing Luo Qingwu's warning, a warmth spread through Chu Chen's heart. However, as he watched Zhongshan's fist coming towards him, a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. While he indeed was at the 6th level of the body refinement stage, his strength was hardly inferior to that of a master at the 10th level. Coupled with the enhancements from the divine demonic body refinement technique, it far surpassed any martial arts he had previously encountered. Moreover, as a celestial emperor, his perception and insight were unmatched by ordinary individuals. Although Zhongshan's punch appeared to be incredibly swift, generating gusts of wind, to Chu Chun, it revealed countless flaws. With that, Chu Chen did not release his grip on the mountain rat with his left hand. Instead, he tightened his right fist, meeting Zhongshan's punch head-on. Fool! To dare engage Zhongshan in a fistfight was nothing short of courting death. Haha, I can only say that the ignorant are fearless. Surrounding them, the mountain rat's ruffian subordinates jeered. Not only them, but even Luo Qingwu and Chu Yu seemed to believe that Chu Chen's fist would be shattered by Zhongshan's attack in the next moment. Father! Chu Yu cried, tears streaming down her face. Desiring to rush forward, he found himself firmly restrained by Luo Qingwu, who dared not allow him to advance. Boom! Crack! A resounding explosion echoed through the void, clearly reaching the ears of every onlooker. Soon followed by the sound of shattering bones. Just before their fists collided, Luo Qingwu and Chu Yu both despairingly closed their eyes. In an instant, with the clash of fists, a piercing scream reverberated throughout the scene. After a long moment, the mother and daughter finally opened their eyes, only to be met with a sight that left them utterly astonished. There stood Chu Chen, unmoved and steadfast in his original position, even maintaining his grip on the mountain rat, showing no sign of relinquishing it. In stark contrast, Zhongshan's right arm, as thick as a thigh, hung limply before his chest, sweat streaming down his face. Clearly in considerable pain, especially evident in his eyes as he gazed at Chu Chen was a mix of fear and hatred, his expression one of utter disbelief. This is merely a lesson for you. Should you dare to meddle again, you shall know the consequences. Now, begone. With a single strike, Chu Chen had rendered Zhongshan incapacitated, yet his anger remained unquenched. This mountain rat had repeatedly harassed his wife and daughter. Did he truly believe he could act without repercussions? Ahead of him, the now disabled Zhongshan, upon hearing Chu Chen's warning, had already staggered away in a panic, deprived of his support, and faced with Chu Chen's overwhelming display of strength. The mountain rat was no longer the arrogant figure he once was. Master Chu, this is not my doing. It was all the eighth master who compelled me. He pleaded, desperation lacing his voice. I promise. I will never dare to disturb you again. The mountain rat cried out for mercy. Slap? However, before he could finish his plea, Chu Chen's hand struck his face, leaving a vivid crimson imprint. A promise. What value does your promise hold? Did you ever consider sparing them when you sought to capture my wife and daughter? The more Chu Chen pondered, the angrier he became, feeling a surge of dread, had he not returned just in time today. The outcome was one he could scarcely bear to contemplate. In his heart, the seeds of murderous intent took root. With a slight exertion of his hand, the mountain rat's collar constricted, his face turning crimson from asphyxiation. Crack! Finally, with a decisive flick of his fingers, a crisp sound echoed, and in an instant, the mountain rat's neck tilted at an unnatural angle, his breath extinguished. Master Chu, spare me. Nearby, the three henchmen stood frozen in shock. They had never anticipated that the once arrogant mountain rat would fall at the hands of Chu Chen. They wished to flee, yet fear held them in place. They were nothing but a band of thugs. Having never encountered martial arts, with Zhongshan, a martial arts expert, already driven away by Chu Chen, their legs trembled in terror. They could only kneel on the ground, pleading for mercy. Return and inform your eighth master that this is the final warning. If there is a next time, I shall not rest until we are at odds. With the mountain rat eliminated, Chu Chen's fury gradually subsided. The individuals before him were mere lackeys, inconsequential to his existence. Their lives or deaths bore little importance. Yet, the eighth master was another matter entirely, frequently seen in the gambling dens of the four great families of Fengshua City, although Chu Chen had never met him. He had heard much about him. It was said that this eighth master was a formidable figure, not only skilled in martial arts, but also ruthless in his methods, having eliminated the mountain rat. Chu Chen feared that this would not be the end of the matter. Nevertheless, he felt no trepidation. Given time, he believed he could crush the eighth master and the four great families beneath his feet. I need more power. Chu Chen clenched his fists, determination coursing through him. Thoughts raced through his mind, but in reality, it was merely the span of a breath. Qingwu, are you both unharmed? Seeing the mountain rat and his cohorts flee, Chu Chen hurriedly approached. Concern etched upon his face. We are fine, Luo Qingwu replied, a rare acknowledgement escaping her lips. This moment, her heart was a tumult of emotions, unable to fully comprehend the man before her. Once, he had brought her despair, yet since yesterday, she felt as though he had transformed entirely. He had shown unwavering care for both her and her daughter, standing resolute in their time of peril. Even possessing martial prowess, serving as a formidable shield, that it was undeniable that a flicker of emotion stirred within Luo Qingwu, yet she feared this was merely a fleeting dream. What awaited her upon awakening might be an even harsher reality. Thus, after a brief moment of vulnerability, she resolutely sealed her heart once more. Everything is fine now. With me here, no one shall dare to bully you again. What Luo Qingwu contemplated remained unknown to Chu Chun. Gazing at the near-perfect visage of the woman before him, he felt a pang of heartache. He assumed Luo Qingwu still harbored resentment towards him, and thus did not dwell on it. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, and seeing that Luo Qingwu remained silent, he produced the food he had just purchased and placed it before them. You should eat something, that if you need anything, call for me. I shall be just outside. His tone was remarkably gentle, devoid of the fury he had displayed towards the mountain rat moments prior. Chapter 7. Departing the ruined temple. After offering a few reassurances to the mother and daughter, Chu Chen stepped outside the temple. He recognized that Luo Qingwu was still unwilling to forgive him, but he believed that with time, he could mend their fractured relationship. In his memories, she was a woman of not only exquisite beauty, but also profound wisdom. Alas, the ravages of his previous years had stripped her of her former grace. At times, he found himself reflecting on his past misdeeds, questioning why he had ever been so reckless as to lay a hand on such a flower-like woman and their tender, babbling daughter. Beneath the setting sun, Chu Chun cast aside his scattered thoughts. Matters concerning his wife and daughter could not be rushed. His immediate priority was to focus on his cultivation. That he had resolved that for the foreseeable future, he would spend his mornings at the Baibaoj refining pills to earn silver, while reserving his afternoons for practice, allowing him to spend more time with his wife and daughter. However, before that, he needed to find a suitable residence, preferably one near the Baibaoj. After the events of the afternoon, he could no longer allow his family to remain alone in the dilapidated temple. While he had warned the mountain rat, it was better to err on the side of caution. With that thought in mind, Chu Chun retrieved the 10 vials of dragon blood he had brought back. Without hesitation, he consumed 2 vials at once. As his cultivation progressed, not only did the amount of medicine required for breakthroughs increase, but his body's capacity to endure also expanded. Boom! The familiar sensation engulfed him, akin to being consumed by flames. Feeling the medicinal power taking effect, Chu Chun quickly activated his divine demon body refinement technique, dedicating himself to intense cultivation. By the time the sun set, after consuming a total of 4 vials of dragon blood, Chu Chun had successfully broken through 2 minor realms, reaching the 8th layer of body refinement. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. Chu Chun was confident that within a month or two, no one in the entire Fengshua city would pose a threat to him. Having reached the 8th layer of body refinement in one breath, Chu Chun finally ceased his cultivation. It was not that he lacked the desire to continue, but rather that he needed to procure dinner for his wife and daughter. Back within the temple, when Luo Qingwu saw Chu Chun return with dinner, she cast him a glance but still chose to ignore him. Yet, Chu Chun's gaze was sharp, from the look in her eyes. It was evident that her wariness and disdain towards him had lessened considerably. This was a promising beginning. After placing the food down and informing them that he would be just outside, he stepped out once more. Chu Chun was not embarrassed to share the same space with his wife and daughter. He merely feared that his cultivation might disturb their rest. This time, as he observed Chu Chun's retreating figure, Luo Qingwu hesitated, opening her mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately said nothing. Throughout the night, aside from the occasional sounds of Chu Chun's cultivation, nothing else transpired. Finally, he reached the 10th layer of body refinement. The next morning, after finishing his cultivation, he realized that he had exhausted all 10 vials of dragon blood. His strength had ascended to the 10th layer of body refinement, with his power now exceeding 10,000 pounds, far surpassing that of an average peak body refinement practitioner. This was the true invincible technique of the divine demon body refinement, unparalleled even in the realm, not to mention the mere Lihua kingdom. Even when considering the world at large, it was difficult to find anything comparable. Qingwu, I wish to discuss something with you. After taking a refreshing cold shower, Chu Chun re-entered the dilapidated temple, his gaze soft as he addressed his wife. Luo Qingwu. What is it? Upon sensing the seriousness in Chu Chun's demeanor, Luo Qingwu instinctively tensed, pulling her daughter, Chu Yu, tightly into her embrace. There is no need to be alarmed that I shall be forthcoming with you. I have recently earned some money working at the Baibaoj, he continued. This place is no longer safe. I was thinking that we should buy a house near the Baibaoj as a family. What do you think? Chu Chan endeavored to keep his voice as gentle as possible. Luo Qingwu remained silent, clearly weighing her thoughts. If you do not consider your own well-being, you must at least think of our daughter. Can you bear the thought of her spending her entire life in this crumbling temple? Noting Luo Qingwu's silence, Chu Chan pressed further. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of their daughter, Luo Qingwu's tense demeanor visibly relaxed, showing signs of being swayed. All right, I shall wait for you both outside. Change into the clothes I bought for you, and let us go at once. Observing her lack of opposition, Chu Chan felt a surge of satisfaction. Seizing the moment to encourage her further, when Luo Qingwu showed no signs of dissent, he stepped outside the dilapidated temple, awaiting their emergence. Creak. Shortly thereafter, the temple door swung open once more. Chu Chan looked up to see his wife. Clad in a flowing blue dress, her head bowed in a shy manner as she stood at the entrance. "So beautiful," Chu Chan exclaimed, his admiration genuine. He was not merely flattering her, despite being a mother. Luo Qingwu's beauty was truly unmatched, difficult to rival. Her figure was graceful and curvaceous, with features so exquisitely refined that they left one utterly speechless. The exclamation of beautiful from Chu Chan was a heartfelt expression of admiration. Beside Luo Qingwu, the 3-year-old little Chu Yu sported a pair of towering pigtails, her large, jewel-like black eyes blinking curiously as she gazed at Chu Chan. It seemed that, in her recollection, her father felt somewhat unfamiliar to her now. The little girl was enchanting, resembling a porcelain doll. However, perhaps due to malnutrition, her complexion bore a slight yellow hue, which only intensified the instinctive urge to cherish her, with such a wife and daughter by his side. What more could a man desire? Chu Chan felt a profound sense of contentment. Never in the span of thousands of years had he experienced such fulfillment. Come here, little Chu Yu. Let daddy hold you. He squatted down, extending his arms with a warm smile. Unfortunately, although the little girl was somewhat curious, she still harbored a bit of fear towards Chu Chan. Seeing this, she tugged at Luo Qingwu's skirt and hid behind her. Well, since little Chu Yu is unwilling, I shan't force you. Let us be on our way. Chu Chan spoke again, the latter part directed at Luo Qingwu. Ultimately, Luo Qingwu cradled Chu Yu and ambled towards the treasure pavilion. Lost in a haze of confusion mingled with curiosity, she was eager to learn what kind of work Chu Chan was engaged in at the treasure pavilion. Yet, given the current state of their relationship, her questions remained buried in her heart. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. My lord, you have arrived. As the family of 3 reached the site, Xiao Lan had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Chu Chan, she hurriedly approached, greeting him with utmost respect. This is my wife and daughter. This morning, I would like them to rest here for a while. Should I seek the pavilion master's approval? Chu Chan introduced his family, noticing the curious gaze of Xiao Lan upon them. No need. Such trivial matters are for me to arrange, Xiao Lan replied, shaking her head. The Dan Master holds a revered position. And Chu Chan was no ordinary Dan Master. She had not forgotten the astonishment on the pavilion master's face when she presented the elixirs Chu Chan had concocted the previous day. Given Chu Chan's current standing, he could bring his family to rest for an entire morning, and the pavilion master would not object. By the way, has the remuneration for the elixirs I crafted yesterday been calculated? Chu Chan inquired further. Yesterday, he had produced over 400 bottles of spiritual medicine, which, at a 20% share, amounted to 80 bottles. Although he ultimately took 10 bottles of dragon blood, approximately 70 bottles remained. Converted into silver, it would suffice for purchasing a residence, if not more. My lord, the total is 840 taels of silver, already accounted for. However, it seems the pavilion master has something to discuss with you and requests your presence personally. Xiao Lan replied with great respect. While Xiao Lan and Chu Chan spoke casually, they were unaware that Luo Qingwu was utterly astounded by their conversation. She had initially assumed that Chu Chen's work at the treasure pavilion entailed nothing more than menial tasks, or perhaps being an apprentice. However, from Xiao Lan's demeanor towards Chu Chan, she realized her assumptions were misguided, particularly upon hearing that he had earned over 800 taels of silver the previous day. Her shock knew no bounds. The man before her seemed to have truly transformed, no longer the worthless, gambling addict who was perpetually intoxicated. Luo Qingwu even found herself questioning whether this man was indeed her husband. All right, please take care of my wife and daughter. Then proceed to the alchemy room and await me. Qingwu, I shall go meet the pavilion master first out of course. Chu Chun and Xiaolon were oblivious to Luo Qingwu's thoughts after instructing Xiaolon. He nodded reassuringly at Luo Qingwu before entering the treasure pavilion. After all, he was temporarily making a living there, and it was only fitting that he meet the illustrious pavilion master. Chapter 8. The Pavilion Master? Lu Sihai, on the 6th floor of the treasure pavilion, in a room exuding an ancient and grand atmosphere. Grandfather, is that person you spoke of really so formidable? At this moment, seated at a mahogany tea table were an elderly man and a young woman. The latter, a girl of approximately 17 or 18, donned a snug red outfit. She reclined languidly in her redwood chair, her feet propped up on the table, exuding not a hint of ladylike decorum. Across from her sat an elderly man in a black robe, his hair streaked with gray yet vibrant in spirit, leisurely sipping tea. If Chu Chun were present, he would recognize this man as Lu Sihai, the one who had retained him for alchemical work. I say, lass, don't be so skeptical. Although you are a second-tier alchemist, do you truly believe you could extract dozens of different elixirs in just half a day? Moreover, I must inform you that the elixirs he extracted are all of the most challenging first-tier variety, with the lowest quality being top-grade, Lu Sihai remarked, a hint of admiration gracing his countenance. Half a day's time to concoct more than 20 different top-grade elixirs. Humph, how can I trust your words? I suspect he might have faked it, the young woman responded, pondering for a moment before pouting her red lips in disdain. You, my girl. The old man shook his head in resignation, choosing not to elaborate. This girl was his granddaughter, Lu Piaoxiu. Her name sounded delicate, yet she possessed an indomitable spirit, refusing to yield, showing none of the genteel demeanor expected of a lady. Lu Sihai had often reproached her for this, but after years of observing her stubbornness, he had long since given up. Master, young Master Chu has arrived. Just as their conversation concluded, a maid's voice rang out from outside. Ha ha, little brother Chu has come. Come in quickly. Upon hearing the maid's words, Lu Sihai rose promptly, laughing heartily. Lu, old man. Upon entering, Chu Chun was unperturbed as a celestial emperor. He had encountered numerous grand occasions. However, he was taken aback to find that the pavilion master was none other than Lu Sihai. Ha ha, I failed to introduce myself earlier. I hope little brother won't hold it against me. Lu Sihai greeted Chu Chun with a smile, slightly embarrassed, to be honest. Although he had retained Chu Chun, he had not thought highly of him at the time. Hence his lack of a proper introduction. It was only after Chu Chin's impressive display of alchemical skills the previous morning that Lu Sihai began to regard him with genuine seriousness. Given Chu Chin's demonstrated abilities, Lu Sihai suspected he could very well be a third-tier alchemist, or perhaps even higher. If this assumption were accurate, Chu Chin's value would increase exponentially. You are Chu Chin? The one who extracted over 20 types of spiritual liquid in merely half a day? How about we have a little competition? Before Lu Sihai could speak, Lu Piaoxiu interjected, her expression hostile and charged with challenge. Ha ha, this is my granddaughter, Lu Piaoxiu, but she's been spoiled by me since childhood. So little brother Chu, please don't take offense, Lu Sihai chided, casting a stern glance at Lu Piaoxiu before turning to Chu Chun with an apologetic smile. Ah, so it is Miss Lu, Chu Chun acknowledged with a slight nod. Dismissing the challenge entirely, he had no interest in competing in alchemy with a young girl. It would only invite mockery were it to become known. By the way, may I inquire why the pavilion master has summoned me? Ignoring the combative Lu Piaoxiu, Chu Chun turned back to Lu Sihai. Little brother Chu, you are straightforward, so I shall be direct. You must be aware that the Star Duel Conference is taking place in 3 days here in Fengshua City. I would like you to represent our treasure pavilion in the alchemical competition. What do you think? Lu Sihai stated. The Star Duel Conference. Having been in Fengshua City for some time, Chu Chun was certainly familiar with it. This event was a competition organized by the 4 major families of Xiefeng City. Alongside the external forces of the Treasure Pavilion and the Wanxiang Pavilion, the conference consisted of both martial and literary contests. The martial segment was straightforward, true weapons, true combat, with the victor crowned king. As for the literary contest, it revolved around alchemy. Moreover, participants had to be under the age of 30. Essentially, this was a means for the major forces to showcase the prowess of their younger generation. Chu Chun found it not only uninteresting but rather tedious. Rest assured, should you secure the championship in the literary contest, I am willing to reward you with 100,000 taels of gold as a token of gratitude. Just as Chu Chun was about to decline, Lu Sihai's words changed his mind. 100,000 taels of gold equated to a staggering 1 million taels of silver. While this sum might be insignificant to martial practitioners, it would suffice for an ordinary person to live comfortably for several lifetimes. Very well, I accept this matter. Chu Qin replied without hesitation that in this new life, he had many ambitions and aspirations. Merely wishing to lead an ordinary existence was far from sufficient. However, the tasks one must undertake are inextricably linked to finances. Once one acquires 100,000 taels of gold, the preliminary implementation of one's plans can commence. Chu Chun, is it? If you wish to participate in the Star Duel Conference. That is feasible. However, prior to that, you must demonstrate your qualifications. From the side, the provocative voice of Lu Piaoshu rang out once more. What do you think I must do to prove my worth? Chu Yang replied with a teasing smile. Unperturbed, he had encountered many spoiled young ladies like her. He had seen worse and was not fazed. It's quite simple if you can defeat me in alchemy. I will concede that you have the qualifications, Lu Piaoshu declared confidently. Girl, do not be disrespectful, Lu Sihai interjected hastily, stopping Lu Piaoshu. Though his granddaughter was merely 15 or 16 years old, her talent in alchemy was exceptional. At such a tender age, she had already reached the pinnacle of a second-grade alchemist. Were it not for her youth, given time, few in Fengshua City or even the entire Lihua Kingdom could rival her in the art of alchemy. Lu Sihai had lived long enough to witness the most gifted alchemists, and while Chu Chun was commendable, being 4 or 5 years her senior, Lu Sihai felt that in terms of alchemy, Chu Chun might not truly be his granddaughter's match, hence his intervention. No worries. If Miss Lu genuinely wishes to learn, I would not mind imparting some knowledge. Chapter 9. The Bet. No worries. If Miss Lu genuinely wishes to learn, I would not mind imparting some knowledge. However, a single remark from Chu Chun left both Lu Sihai and Lu Piaoshu momentarily speechless. It was crucial to understand that Chu Chun's agreement to compete was far from a simple concession. His words conveyed an air of superiority. Should he win, all would be well, but if he lost, he would indeed find himself in a most embarrassing predicament. Very well. I shall learn from you and see what makes you so remarkable. Lu Piaoshu retorted, rising angrily, her gaze fixed defiantly on Chu Chun. Even Lu Sihai furrowed his brow, feeling that Chu Chun was being overly presumptuous. Yet, since this was a competition, there had to be a wager. Observing Lu Piaoshu's eagerness, Chu Chun suddenly shifted his tone. All right, tell me what you wish for as a wager. Lu Piaoshu, undeterred, replied confidently. It's simple. If I lose, I shall forfeit the 800 taels of silver from yesterday's alchemical endeavor. Should I win, all I require is your assistance in locating a house nearby. Rest assured, I will pay you the silver. I only need your help in finding and cleaning it. How does that sound? It isn't unfair to you, is it? The question is, do you dare to gamble? Sensing that the bait had been taken, Chu Chun smiled brightly, fully aware of his impending victory and thus refraining from imposing overly harsh conditions. He merely considered the fact that Baibao Pavilion was well informed and that he would require assistance with cleaning after acquiring the property. Chu Chun did not have the luxury of time, and thus he had cleverly devised this wager. No need for such trouble. If you win, I shall simply gift you a house. However, should you lose, you will serve as my assistant if you are willing. We can commence at once. Upon hearing this, Lu Piaoshu waved her hand grandly. Very well, it is settled. Noting that Lu Sihai showed no objection, Chu Chun readily agreed. Initially, he hesitated to propose an unfair wager, considering that competing in alchemy against Lu Piaoshu felt akin to taking advantage of her. However, since it was Lu Piaoshu who initiated this challenge, he saw no reason to refuse such an opportunity. Very well, I shall await you in the alchemy room on the 7th floor. Observing Chu Chun's unwavering demeanor, Lu Piaoshu felt a surge of irritation. Soon, she would ensure he understood her prowess. With that thought, Lu Piaoshu strutted out of the room. Young brother Chu, since you are to compete, allow me to accompany you upstairs, Lu Sihai said with a jovial demeanor. Chu Chun shot him a sidelong glance, fully aware that Lu Sihai was also eager to witness his true capabilities. Otherwise, why would he allow Lu Piaoshu's antics to unfold? Chu Chun remained unfazed. as he was poised to acquire a property without any cost. Nodding slightly, he ascended with Lu Sihai. Baibao Pavilion was vast, each floor spanning several hundred zhang. That on the 7th floor, there were no fewer than 100 alchemy and forging rooms. After all, Baibao Pavilion, a grand establishment catering to the needs of warriors, naturally employed numerous alchemists and forgers. Everyone, come quickly. Someone claims they will instruct this young lady in the art of alchemy. Come and see. To Chu Chen's surprise, as he and Lu Sihai reached the 7th floor, it was already in a state of uproar. Lu Piaoshu had arrived first and gathered a crowd, boasting about how someone would guide her in alchemy. Chu Chen, amused rather than angered, found her youthful bravado somewhat amusing. Who speaks so boldly, daring to teach the young lady alchemy? Indeed, could it be a brash novice unaware that the young lady is a pinnacle second-grade alchemist? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Initially, these individuals might have refrained from voicing their opinions. But upon seeing how young Chu Chen appeared, their trepidation dissipated. Lu Piaoshu was not someone they would dare to instruct, yet here stood a lad in his early 20s. Chu Chen glanced at Lu Sihai, shaking his head in disappointment. The people before him were mere first- and second-grade alchemists, with only a handful of third-grade practitioners present. To be frank, he found their skills unimpressive. Witnessing this scene, Chu Chen felt increasingly confident about the upcoming Star Duel conference. Young man, what do you mean by this? Do you dare to belittle my master? Indeed, who do you think you are to question my master? Among the crowd, besides the alchemists, there were many apprentices, fueled by youthful arrogance and angered by Chu Chen's disdainful demeanor. They could hardly contain themselves. The youth of today, having learned a smattering of knowledge, believe themselves invincible. It is truly a tragedy. Even an elderly man could no longer bear it. Dressed in a black robe and around 50 years old, he was one of the few third-grade alchemists present. Indeed, Master Modin speaks the truth. Some people simply do not comprehend their own limitations. Precisely, a mere child, how could he possibly compare to Master Modin? As Master Modin spoke, the others readily echoed his sentiments. Can we begin? Chu Chen remained unfazed by their scorn, akin to an elephant indifferent to the jeers of ants. The words of these onlookers did not stir his emotions. There are 2 alchemical furnaces here. Feel free to choose whichever you preferred. I in the center of the crowd. Lu Piaoshu stood before 2 tall alchemical furnaces, her voice dripping with mockery as she addressed Chu Chen. I shall choose the one on the right. Chu Chen casually glanced at them, his expression one of indifference. Upon hearing his choice, the crowd erupted into whispers once more. Ha! I thought he was some sort of alchemical master. Turns out he can't even distinguish between a usable furnace and a defective one. How laughable. They were eager to see how this young man would handle the situation. Around them, the murmurs of derision filled the air, and Chu Chen was well aware of their comments to him. Their mockery was akin to that of jesters. A 9-star alchemist. How could he fail to recognize that the furnace on the right was flawed? Yet, since they were so eager to witness his downfall, he might as well play along. Should he succeed in refining a potion using this defective furnace, he would relish their reactions. What is a defective furnace? You may ask. It is one that has failed in alchemical processes, rendering it as useless as a common iron pot, entirely incapable of producing elixirs. Beside him, Lu Piaoshu wore a smirk, confident that she had outmaneuvered him. How could one expect to gain a house without a challenge? She had arranged for a defective furnace in advance, intending to test Chu Chen. She had already planned that if he chose the left furnace, she would simply have someone replace it. However, seeing that he had not yet realized the flaw in his choice, she felt a twinge of unnecessary worry. Little did she know, while others may falter with a defective furnace, Chu Chen would not be bound by such limitations. In fact, he was beginning to look forward to the moment he would successfully refine elixirs using a flawed furnace, eagerly anticipating the looks on their faces. Chapter 10. The Third-Grade Alchemist. At this moment, flames roared beneath the alchemical furnace, and a stone table beside it was laden with various spiritual herbs. Lu Piaoshu, now devoid of her haughty demeanor, calmly began inspecting the materials. In contrast, Chu Chen appeared far more relaxed. A confident smile graced his lips as he cast a cursory glance at the herbs, then stood resolutely beside the furnace, motionless. What is this boy doing? Standing there without moving? Does he even understand alchemy? The crowd resumed their snide remarks. Even Lu Sihai watched Chu Chen with a look of perplexity, silently pondering if he had misjudged the young man. At the moment he conceived this thought, Chu Chen finally made a move. Without a hint of caution, He casually reached for a porcelain vial beside him and, without a second thought, tossed it into the alchemical furnace. Seeing this, Lu Sihai instinctively stretched out his hand, feeling a surge of impulse to stop Chu Chun, for the vial he had just taken was a third-grade spiritual herb, Diyang Yen. This precious herb was exceedingly rare. Even if one scoured the entirety of Fengshua City, its numbers would still be woefully limited. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided against intervening. Although Diyang Yen was indeed valuable, it paled in comparison to the significance of the upcoming dueling tournament. For the sake of glory in 3 days' time, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Yet, the next moment, a look of pain crossed his face again, for in that fleeting instant of distraction, Chu Yang's hand moved once more. Once again, it was a third-grade spiritual herb, its worth not much less than that of Diyang Yen. Chu Yang appeared relaxed as he tossed the herb into the furnace. Even glancing back at Lu Piaoxiu, who, like himself, was meticulously extracting the herb's essence, suddenly, from within Chu Chen's furnace, thick black smoke began to billow forth. "Tisk, serve you right for pretending. Now you've really messed up." Laughter erupted around them. Lu Sihai also shook his head, displaying a hint of disappointment. Below, the young boy stoking the fire for Chu Chen paused, seemingly at a loss. "Do not stop. Increase the flame," Chu Chen instructed. Though confused, the boy complied, intensifying the fire. "Kid, it's clear you've failed. Why not just concede?" "Exactly. Come down and spare us the embarrassment." The jeers rang out anew in response. Chu Chen merely shot a derisive glance at the mockers before turning back. This time, he moved with decisive intent, grasping 5 spiritual herbs in one swift motion and casting them all into the furnace at once. Ahead of him, Lu Sihai had become numb to the proceedings. Inside the furnace, as the 5 herbs were added, the billowing black smoke grew even denser. By now, no one dared to mock Chu Chen further, for they had all concluded that he had failed. He was merely putting on a show for the sake of his pride. The onlookers had lost interest in Chu Chen and turned their attention instead to Lu Piaoxiu. She had just extracted the essence from a second-grade spiritual herb and was placing it into a container for safekeeping. Upon noticing the thick smoke rising from Chu Chen's furnace, a mocking expression appeared on her face. The young lady truly is a genius in the realm of alchemy, extracting a second-grade herb so swiftly. I am indeed humbled. Indeed, compared to certain individuals, the young lady is extraordinarily talented. The crowd began to flatter Lu Piaoxiu. However, just as they praised her, the previously unnoticed Chu Chen suddenly made a move. His previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. With fingers splayed, he struck the furnace with a decisive palm. What is this boy doing? Is he trying to embarrass himself further? The apprentices in attendance began to voice their confusion. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Sihai made a gesture for silence. Bam! 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 At this moment, Chu Chen was oblivious to the reactions of those around him. His expression was focused as his palm struck the furnace at various angles with precision. The crowd looked on in bewilderment, with only Lu Sihai's eyes shining brightly, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Nearby, Lu Piaoxiu, preparing to refine her second herb, was drawn by the commotion and curiously glanced over. "Rise!" At that moment, Chu Chen let out a powerful shout. From the swirling thick smoke of the furnace, 3 crystalline pills soared into the air. Instantly, the air was filled with the fragrant aroma of the pills, overpowering the foul stench of the smoke. "Lu Lao, what do you think? Surely I have now earned my place in the dueling tournament." Chu Chen seized the 3 pills, casting a disdainful glance at the onlookers before approaching Lu Sihai to inquire. Gasped. "Third-grade pills that Jin Dan." Lu Sihai's expression turned serious as he accepted the pills from Chu Chen, glancing at them in disbelief, unable to stifle a sharp intake of breath. "What? How is this possible? They are indeed third-grade pills? Lu Lao, you must be mistaken." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Given Chu Chen's age, to be a postnatal third-grade alchemist was a result that exceeded all expectations. Not only that, but let me reveal, this is not merely a third-grade pill, but a top-tier third-grade pill that if anyone doubts it, feel free to verify. Lu Sihai could no longer contain his excitement. This cannot be. It must be a trick. The astonishment of the crowd was beyond words, with some even stammering that it is common knowledge that postnatal alchemists cannot produce top-tier pills. Otherwise, there would be no distinction between them and innate alchemists. Postnatal alchemists use charcoal fire, which cannot fully purify the essence. and thus cannot craft top-tier pills. Yet Chu Chun had not only produced pills from a decrepit furnace, but had crafted a top-tier one. How could anyone have anticipated such a result? Grandfather, let me see. Upon hearing Lu Sihai's words, Lu Piaoshu eagerly approached, taking one of the pills. Lowering her head, she gazed intently at the pill in her hand. Utterly still, time passed, and after a while, she finally spoke. Miss Lu, it's merely a competition. There is no need to take it to heart. Chu Chun, thinking she was upset, offered a rare word of comfort, feeling it somewhat dishonorable to bully a young lady. However, to everyone's surprise, just as they thought she was disheartened, Lu Piaoshu suddenly burst into laughter. I never expected that a decrepit furnace could produce a top-tier third-grade pill. Such prowess, I dare say, even your grandfather could not achieve. Chu Chun, may I take you as my master? At that moment, Lu Piaoshu regarded Chu Chun with the gleam of discovery in her eyes, brimming with excitement and devoid of any trace of disappointment. Chapter 11 concludes. I apologize, but I have no intention of taking on disciples, Chu Chun replied, waving his hand dismissively upon hearing Lu Piaoshu's request. Why not? I am at least a second-grade alchemist. Do I not qualify to be your disciple? Lu Piaoshu asked, momentarily taken aback, perplexed. There is no reason. I simply do not intend to take on disciples at this time. Chu Chun shook his head to be fair, given Lu Piaoshu's age and the meager resources of Fengshui City. Her achievement as a second-grade alchemist was undoubtedly impressive. However, Chu Chun was merely at the body-refining stage and had yet to cultivate the alchemical fire, so he had no thoughts of accepting disciples. So, will you accept me as a disciple in the future? Upon hearing Chu Chun's words, Lu Piaoshu's eyes brightened, her earlier disappointment vanishing as she excitedly inquired, let's discuss that when the time comes. Chu Chun replied, leaving the matter open-ended. In his previous life, although he held the title of 9-star alchemist, he had not made significant contributions to the art of alchemy. In this new life, determined to avoid witnessing the tragic scenes of carnage and despair from his past, Chu Chun had repeatedly admonished himself to accelerate his growth. He envisioned consolidating resources and establishing guilds for alchemists and blacksmiths, dedicated to serving martial artists and cultivators, to protect more people during the impending calamity. However, this was merely an idea, and actual implementation was still a long way off. For now, it was premature to discuss such matters. I don't care. I am determined to take you as my master. I hereby declare that from this day forth, you, Chu Chun, shall be my master. Seeing that Chu Chun had not outright rejected her, Lu Piaoshu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Chu Chun rolled his eyes at Lu Piaoshu's one-sided declaration, but chose to ignore her. Young man, your alchemical techniques are quite unique. Lu Sihai approached, his eyes still gleaming. I have been practicing alchemy for decades and have never encountered such methods. Might I inquire if you could share your insights? Rest assured, I shall reward you handsomely. Seeing his granddaughter face rejection, Lu Sihai stepped forward, his eyes still alight with wonder, replaying the techniques he had witnessed Chu Chun employ. Yet, no matter how he racked his brain, he could not fathom how Chu Chun had performed his alchemy. I apologize, Lu Lao, but this technique is of great significance. I cannot oblige, Chu Chun replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor while declining Lu Sihai's request. It was not that Chu Chun was stingy, but rather that the technique, though seemingly simple, was exceptionally obscure. It was a method that would emerge a millennium later, known as the Su Exine Jixian Shou, created by an extraordinary woman. That very woman, through this technique, ascended to the rank of 9-star alchemist from humble beginnings. A feat unparalleled throughout history. Given the current prowess of Chu Chun, should the secrets of the Su Exine Jixian Shou be exposed, it would spell disaster not just for Fengshui City, but potentially for the entire Tianyan kingdom. He must exercise caution in no matter. It seems I have overstepped. Lu Sihai did not press further. The methods of an alchemist are treasures to all, and it was entirely within his expectations that Chu Chun would be unwilling to impart his knowledge. However, Lu Sihai's actions inevitably caused a stir among the onlookers. He is one of the few 5th-grade alchemists in Fengshui City, a figure of immense status and wealth, whose alchemical skills are unparalleled in the entire city. The fact that Chu Chun's alchemical techniques could stir his interest was astonishing. With this thought, the crowd's gaze towards Chu Chun was filled with reverence. Master Chu, I was indeed rash just now. Please do not hold it against this old man, Lu Sihai said, Seeing that he had ceased speaking, Mo Ding quickly approached, bowing as he spoke. He bore no pretense of seniority, looking at Chu Chun with the admiration of a student towards a teacher. Imbued with a desire to learn. You flatter me. Master, It is but a trivial matter, nothing to dwell upon, Chu Chun replied, demonstrating his understanding. Despite Mo Ding's earlier disrespect, he recognized the gravity of the situation now that they were under the scrutiny of many. By the way, I overheard Brother Chu and Piao Su discussing a wager. Are you in search of a place to stay? As Mo Ding and Chu Chun reached an amicable resolution, Lu Sihai, as the guild leader, was naturally pleased. His heart lightened at the thought of Chu Chen's earlier words, and he quickly inquired, Indeed, Lu Lao, do you have a suitable place? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's eyes brightened. Finding a place to settle and ensuring the comfort of his wife and daughter was indeed his foremost priority, and time was of the essence. What a fortunate coincidence. I happen to have a vacant estate called Qianlong Courtyard. It is not far from Baibao Pavilion, and the environment is quite pleasant. If the young master does not mind, I shall gift it to you as a token of goodwill for my granddaughter's wager. Lu Sihai said with a smile. That is most generous of you, Lu Lao. Thank you very much. Chu Chun accepted without hesitation. Firstly, he had won the wager, and thus acquiring a residence felt justifiable. Secondly, searching for a suitable residence would be time-consuming, and he wished to avoid any hassle. Moreover, Chu Chun understood that the estate Lu Sihai mentioned would undoubtedly surpass the dwelling he had wagered with Lu Piaoxiu. Accepting the estate would mean incurring a debt of gratitude to Lu Sihai. But Chu Chun thought it would be simple to repay this kindness in the future. With his knowledge as a 9-star Dan Emperor, guiding a 5th-grade alchemist would be a mere trifle. Excellent. Grandfather, please hand me the key. I shall take Master Chu there immediately. Upon hearing Chu Chen's agreement, Lu Piaoxiu appeared exuberant, bouncing towards him. Miss Lu, I have not agreed to take you as my disciple. You may simply call me Chu Chun, he replied, slightly exasperated by her enthusiasm. That I don't care. You may not consider me your disciple, but I will certainly regard you as my master, Lu Piaoxiu proclaimed with a touch of pride. Very well, as you wish, Chu Chun said, raising his hands in resignation. He could not be bothered to argue over a mere title. You impudent child, Lu Sihai pretended to frown, but his face was filled with affection as he handed the key to Lu Piaoxiu. She eagerly took it, ready to lead Chu Chun away. Wait a moment. Just then, a thought struck Chu Chun, and he hurried into the alchemy room where he had refined the medicinal liquid the day before. Upon opening the door, he saw the maid Xiao Lan standing anxiously by the alchemical furnace, waiting for him. Despite the commotion outside, she had remained quietly, not seeking to join the fray. This was only natural, as her position as a maid offered her a rare opportunity to learn the art of alchemy, a chance she was determined not to squander. Master, Xiao Lan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with joy upon seeing him. Alas, I have some matters to attend to today, and will not be able to refine any elixirs, Chu Chun said, feeling a twinge of guilt. Very well, Master, Xiao Lan replied, though her eyes reflected disappointment. She managed to smile. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, and you may attend to your tasks. Chu Chun waved dismissively, signaling for her to go ahead. That in truth, he admired her earnest desire to learn. Chapter 12. A Wrathful Fury. After parting ways with Xiao Lan, Chu Chun sauntered downstairs, his spirits high now that he had resolved his housing situation. However, upon reaching the first floor, just as he was about to seek out his wife and daughter, he was suddenly met with a familiar sound of crying. Looking up, he saw Luo Qingwu standing nervously ahead, blocked by several individuals. Leading them was a young man clad in a white brocade robe. Holding a white fan, a wicked smile plastered on his face as he gazed at Luo Qingwu. Meanwhile, Chu Yu was pleading with the young man, her cries filling the air as she tugged at his clothing. Appearing utterly pitiful, "Get away! Who let this beggar dirty my clothes? Can you afford to pay for it?" The young man dismissed Chu Yu's pleas with disdain. As he swung his leg, Chu Yu stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Damn it! The sight ignited a fury within Chu Chun. Young Master Zhao, these two are family of an alchemist from our Baibao Pavilion. I implore you, for the guild leader's sake, show them some leniency. A servant spoke up, but the fear of the young man's wrath kept them from intervening. Humph! Do not use your guild leader to threaten me. Everyone saw it. This child was the one who bumped into me and stained my clothes first. I am in the right, the young man, Zhaoan, retorted mockingly. Seeing her daughter nearly topple over, Luo Qingwu was frantic. She wanted to step forward but was encircled by many, leaving her to silently weep. Now you understand fear. But do not worry. I find this young lady quite beautiful, so I shall not make things difficult for you. Just ensure that I am well taken care of today. And I will let the matter of the clothes slide, Zhaoan said, his arrogance swelling as he spoke. As he spoke, he leered at Luo Qingwu, reaching out to touch her cheek. Stop right there. Just as his hand was about to make contact, a furious roar erupted from the crowd. In an instant, Zhaoan felt a shadow rush at him. Before he could discern the figure, a searing pain struck his chest, and he staggered back several steps to that moment. Chu Chen's eyes burned with fury, his visage terrifying. Though he had not employed any techniques in his assault, the force behind his strike was delivered with full might. Who is this insolent brat? How dare you strike me with your trifling body-refining realm? Zhaoan's anger flared as he regained his footing. Die, he shouted, but at that moment, Chu Chun was beyond reasoning. His rage blinding him to further discourse, the word die escaped Zhaoan's lips. Chu Chen's fist flew like a meteor, unrelenting. Humph, you know not the limits of your life. Zhaoan, unafraid, retaliated with a punch. Confident in his standing as a direct descendant of the Zhao family in Fengshua City, despite being under 20, he had already attained the third level of blood qi realm. The distinction between blood qi and body refining was profound, with the former signifying a qualitative leap in power. While Zhaoan's realm was impressive, he had grown accustomed to a life of luxury, and the question remained, how much of his true strength could he wield in actual combat? Boom! Chu Chen showed no signs of hesitation. The clash of their blows resulted in a stalemate, but he did not pause. His fists rained down on Zhao, and like a torrential storm, by now. Chu Chun had unleashed a combat technique known as Man Yo Jin, a foundational skill that augmented the user's strength by 50%, with a staggering force of 10,000 pounds, combined with the enhancement of Man Yo Jin. Each of Chu Chen's punches carried an overwhelming weight of 15,000 pounds. In a fleeting moment, Chu Chun, at the level of body refinement, exerted an overwhelming dominance over Zhao and Halt. Young man, do you know who I am? Zhaoan felt a prickling sensation at his scalp. Seizing a brief opportunity, he swiftly leaped outside the treasure pavilion, his voice laced with fierce authority. I care not who you are. If you dare harm my wife and children, you shall meet your demise today. Seeing this, Chu Chun darted after him, his eyes ablaze with unyielding malevolence. As he witnessed Chu Chen's relentless pursuit, Zhaoan's bravado faltered. It was your daughter who sullied my garment first. The fault does not lie with me. Zhaoan's tone had lost its earlier arrogance. Observing Chu Chen's readiness to strike, he could only lower his head in a futile attempt to explain. And what of it? Even if my wife and daughter are at fault, should you lay a finger on them, I will still kill you. However, Chu Chen's response was entirely unforeseen by all present. Zhaoan's attempts at justification were, in his mind, a sign of concession. With the backing of his family, he believed Chu Chun would surely relent. Yet, Chu Chen's reaction shattered that hope. With those words, he moved once more, his murderous intent palpable and far from mere words. You lunatic! Wait! I will not let this matter rest. As Chu Chun advanced, Zhaoan gritted his teeth. Ultimately, disregarding his pride, he turned and plunged into the throng of people. Chu Chun, witnessing this, furrowed his brow in frustration. He had no choice but to relent, unclenching his fists. Given the bustling streets, pursuing Zhaoan would not prove easy. Moreover, considering his current strength, eliminating Zhaoan was still somewhat beyond his reach. After all, even a cornered rabbit may bite. In a life-or-death scenario, it was uncertain who would prevail. Yet, deep within, Chu Chun had already marked Zhaoan for execution. To dare provoke his wife and daughter was a capital offense. There was no need to delve into right or wrong. Furthermore, given the nature of his wife and daughter, Chu Chun had no belief that they would instigate trouble. It was merely Zhaoan seizing an opportunity. Chapter 13. The New Abode. Master, are you all right? Just as Chu Chun retracted his fists and returned to the treasure pavilion, Lu Piaoshu hurried down from upstairs, her face etched with concern. Where were you just now? Chu Chen's expression darkened. His impression of Lu Piaoshu and the treasure pavilion greatly diminished. After all, the incident had occurred within the pavilion, and none had come forth to intervene. Master, I just went back to fetch some silver for you. I was unaware of what transpired here. Upon hearing the report, I rushed down. Lu Piaoshu, stung by Chu Chen's reprimand, had reddened eyes. appearing somewhat aggrieved. Chu Chun, upon hearing this, felt a measure of relief. Noticing the silver, she handed over. He understood she spoke the truth. However, preoccupied with worry for his wife and daughter, he had no time for further conversation with Lu Piaoxiu and strode towards the direction of Luo Qingwu. There, Xiao Lan was comforting Chu Yu, while Luo Qingwu, still shaken, had yet to recover from her fright. "Father," upon seeing Chu Chun, the little girl called out with a voice full of grievance, in the past few days. Chu Chun had treated her kindly, and having driven off a few villains, the little girl was no longer as fearful of him as before. The child's mind is not as complex as an adult's. Those who treat her well are those she grows close to. It's that simple, do not cry. Be good. The bad men have been chased away by father. Seeing the little girl looking at him with teary eyes and reaching out for a hug, Chu Chun quickly took Chu Yu from Xiao Lan's arms. "Qingwu, are you all right?" After taking his daughter, Chu Chun turned his gaze towards his wife. "Wah." Upon seeing Chu Chun, Luo Qingwu could no longer hold back and burst into tears. It's all right. Chu Chin's heart ached as he swiftly freed an arm to embrace Luo Qingwu as well. Little Chu Yu had ceased her own weeping, yet Luo Qingwu's sobs grew louder. Over the past 2 years, she had washed dishes in a tavern while caring for their daughter, enduring Chu Chin's drunken rages. With a heart full of grievances, she had to silently bear it all. At this moment, witnessing Chu Chun repeatedly stand up for her, shielding her from the storm, her pent-up frustrations could no longer be contained, spilling forth like a tide. Chu Chun held his wife and daughter, patiently waiting for Luo Qingwu to weep, allowing her tears to soak through his garments. He understood that the grievances of so many years had to be fully expressed by his wife. After a span of time equal to the brewing of a cup of tea, Luo Qingwu gradually calmed her tears. Subsequently, she pushed Chu Chun aside with force, a blush blooming on her cheeks. A single glance was all it took for Chu Chun to discern that Luo Qingwu's heart no longer bore resentment for his past misdeeds. Yet, after so long of mutual coldness, returning to their previous harmonious relationship would require time and effort to mend. "Miss Lu, please lead us there." Witnessing the change in his wife, Chu Chun felt much of his earlier ire dissipate. Noticing Lu Piaoxiu still quietly lingering nearby, he promptly addressed her. "Of course, master. This way, please." At that moment, Lu Piaoxiu resembled a remorseful little girl, her head bowed, unable to meet Chu Chen's gaze. Observing Chu Chen step outside, she nervously approached, taking Luo Qingwu's hand and slowly following behind. Upon exiting the treasure pavilion and traversing 2 streets, a grand estate covering several acres soon came into view. The 2 imposing doors at the entrance towered several zhang high, adorned with gleaming glazed tiles, while lifelike stone lions flanked either side. "Master, this is Qianlong Courtyard. Here are the property and land deeds. From now on, this place shall be yours." Lu Piaoxiu spoke. She pressed the 2 sheets of paper into Chu Chen's hands before stepping forward to unlock the door. Creaking it open, Chu Chun, cradling little Chu Yu, followed Luo Qingwu inside. To his surprise, although the place had been unoccupied, it was not disheveled. Clearly, someone had been maintaining it regularly. Behind the door, a rockery with flowing water and rows of green bamboo greeted the eye, while a pond and a locust tree stood at the center, providing shade. It was not opulent, but possessed an air of elegance. "This will be our new home from now on. Do you like it?" Chu Chun gently addressed his daughter, who held 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, her eyes wide in wonder. "Father, loves it here. Is this truly our new home?" Little Chu Yu, having stuffed a hawthorn into her mouth without chewing, finally spoke, her words somewhat garbled. Now, seeing that her mother did not oppose Chu Chun holding her, and having received 2 skewers of candied hawthorn on the way, she called out father sweetly, "As long as you is happy. Let's go inside." Chu Chun playfully pinched her cheek, smiling as he spoke. Beside them, Luo Qingwu appeared slightly dazed. She had been picked up from the snow by Chu Chen's grandfather as an infant and, having spent her childhood in the Chu family, had witnessed a fair share of the world. However, after being cast out of the Chu family and enduring Chu Chen's vices, she had never dared to dream that one day she would reside in such a lavish estate. "Qingxue, come inside." Noticing his wife still lingering at the door, Chu Chen called out to her. "Yes, master, let us hurry inside. The wind is strong outside. Don't catch a chill." Lu Piaoxiu, quick to act, turned back and pulled Luo Qingwu in. In the following moments, Lu Piaoshu took on the role of a tour guide, chattering excitedly as she showed the family around Qianlong Courtyard. The tour lasted for over half an hour, and only then did they finish exploring the estate. Under the locust tree, little Chu Yu was joyfully chasing butterflies, while Chu Chun, Luo Qingwu, and Lu Piaoshu sat at a stone table, watching her play at By the way, Master, I nearly forgot. Given how large this place is, it won't be convenient for you to manage alone. Would you like me to find some maids or servants to assist? Once they had rested sufficiently, Lu Piaoshu suddenly slapped her forehead and inquired. That would be agreeable. Chu Chen nodded. After all, with such a vast home, he had neither the time nor the inclination to tidy it up as for his wife, after all they had been through. He could not bear to let her toil. All right, Master, I will arrange it right away, Lu Piaoshu exclaimed with excitement, as if serving Chu Chun were the most delightful task imaginable. Hold on a moment. Please inform the pavilion master that I shall remain in the estate to refine pills and will no longer return to the treasure pavilion. Have him send a set of alchemical tools over. In the future, if any pills need to be refined, Xiao Lan can bring them over. Noting Lu Piaoshu's eagerness to leave, Chu Chen quickly called out to her. Understood, Master, I'll take care of it. Lu Piaoshu replied promptly, knowing that within the treasure pavilion, there were others like Chu Chun who refined pills in their estates, passing them on to servants. Naturally, such individuals were skilled in alchemy. Yet, in Lu Piaoshu's eyes, Chu Chun was even more formidable than them, making her feel that such arrangements were entirely appropriate. Very well, off you go. Chu Chun waved his hand in resignation. Lu Piaoshu's exuberant demeanor was truly unlike that of a typical young lady. However, her vivacity made her delightful company. Then Master, Mistress, I shall take my leave, Lu Piaoshu chirped, and with her words, she vanished without a trace. Chapter 14. The Vermilion Bird's Fire Control Technique. Qingxue, please take a seat. I shall be right back. After Lu Piaoshu departed, Chu Chun rose, exchanged a few words with Luo Qingwu, and entered a nearby room. It was the study. When Chu Chun reemerged, he held a complete set of writing implements in his hands. With the ink ground into a fine paste, Chu Chun lifted the brush. Unfurling the rice paper before him, he paused for a moment, closing his eyes in contemplation, before inscribing 5 grand characters upon the paper. Zhu Ke Kong Hua Shu, the art of controlling fire by the vermilion bird, capable of incinerating all beneath the heavens. Unparalleled since time immemorial, it required the opening of the spirit gate, the reversal of the 8 meridians, the celestial surge, the earthly spirit, and the central hub. Following the 5 majestic characters was a dense array of smaller script. Indeed, the present Chu Chun was transcribing from memory a martial art he had once learned, known as the Zhu Ke Kong Hua Shu. This technique was no trifling matter. Mastering its entirety would grant dominion over this realm. Yet, even the Chu Chun of Yer had only acquired the introductory portion. Although precious, it paled in significance when compared to the multitude of techniques stored within his mind. The reason Chu Chen chose to write this technique was to present it to Lu Piaoshu upon her arrival. Although he had just declared he would not take her as a disciple, it seemed only fitting to acknowledge her diligent assistance. Moreover, if Lu Piaoshu were to truly grasp the Zhu Ke Kong Hua Shu, Chu Chun would not mind formally accepting her as an apprentice. The vermilion bird, one of the ancient 4 sacred beasts, wielded an unrivaled mastery over fire, though Chu Chun had only penned the introductory portion. Should Lu Piaoshu succeed in mastering it, not only could she forge innate true fire, but her prowess would ascend to terrifying heights. Given Lu Piaoshu's talent in alchemy, if she could harness true fire for her craft, her future accomplishments would be boundless. Nearby, Luo Qingwu, though curious about Chu Chen's writing, hesitated to inquire, stealing glances from the corner of her eye. This is the Zhu Ke Kong Hua Shu, a rather esoteric cultivation method. Noticing the intrigue in Luo Qingwu's eyes, Chu Chun casually remarked as he completed the final character, By the way, Qingwu, do you wish to cultivate? He pressed the finished paper down with the inkstone before turning to her earnestly. The thought of guiding his wife and daughter in their cultivation had occupied Chu Chen's mind for some time, not merely a fleeting whim. Especially after today's events, he had solidified his resolve. After all, he could not always remain by their side, and having martial skills would grant him peace of mind. Of course, this was merely Chu Chen's intention. The decisive factor lay in Luo Qingwu and Chu Yu's choices. Should they decline, he would never force them. If necessary, He could always seek skilled protectors in the future at that moment. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Luo Qingwu's eyes suddenly brightened. Previously, due to Chu Chen's physical condition, they had not engaged in martial arts. Luo Qingwu, disliking weapons, had also been distant from the martial path. However, the events of the past 2 years had transformed her perspective. More than once, she had lamented her lack of martial training, realizing that had she been capable, she and her daughter would not have been defenseless against others' bullying if she were unwilling. So be it. Sensing Luo Qingwu's silence, Chu Chun pinched the bridge of his nose. Not dwelling on it, I am willing. I wish to cultivate. Yet, just as Chu Chen's voice fell, Luo Qingwu's voice rang out unexpectedly. Looking up, he found his wife gazing earnestly at him, her eyes alight with determination. In these few days since his rebirth, it was the first time he had witnessed such fervor in her gaze, signifying her newfound desire for the martial path. Their eyes met in the air for a brief moment. Father, you also wishes to cultivate. When I grow up, I want to protect Mother from being bullied by bad people. At this moment, the little Chu Yu, who had been chasing butterflies, stumbled over, flinging herself into Chu Chen's embrace. Speaking innocently, Haha, splendid. You shall cultivate as well. Tomorrow, I will officially teach both you and your mother. Chu Chun, seeing this, embraced Chu Yu with affection, laughing heartily. Be cautious, my dear. If you break my master's alchemical furnace, you won't be able to afford the damages. Master, I have brought you the people and items you requested. The family of 3 remained under the locust tree, relishing the moment. Soon, a commotion arose outside, followed by Lu Piaoshu's familiar voice. Following the sound, they saw Lu Piaoshu accompanied by 30 or so attendants and servants. Some carried trays laden with various medicinal herbs and daily necessities that eye in the distance. Several burly men struggled to carry a massive black alchemical furnace, drenched in sweat as they cautiously followed behind. Master, you and mistress can sit back and relax that I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly. Noticing Chu Chun and Luo Qingwu preparing to assist, Lu Piaoshu hurriedly urged them to stay seated. Well, all right then. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Chun ultimately chose to remain seated. After all, Lu Piaoshu was more familiar with the estate than he was, and his presence would not contribute much. Shortly thereafter, Master, everything is settled. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Lu Piaoshu returned. The attendants had been assigned tasks, bustling about cleaning and watering the flowers with great enthusiasm. Thank you, Miss Lu. Chu Chun nodded, speaking earnestly that I would have been quite overwhelmed without your assistance today. Master, we are like family. There's no need for such formality. Lu Piaoshu tucked one foot beneath her on the stone bench, downing a cup of tea in one gulp before continuing. By the way, Master, what is that? At that moment, Lu Piaoshu's gaze fell upon the paper pressed beneath Chu Chen's inkstone, sparking her curiosity. Take a look. It is a gift for you. Chu Chen replied with a playful smile, deliberately withholding some mystery. That a gift for me. But I do not particularly fancy calligraphy or paintings. Lu Piaoshu rolled her eyes at his words, though she couldn't suppress her curiosity as she took the rice paper and glanced at it. However, upon reading the first few words, her eyes widened in shock. Zhu Ke Kong Huashu. The 5 characters at the forefront made her breath catch in her throat. The art of controlling fire was something she had heard of. For a typical postnatal alchemist, acquiring such a technique could lead to the mastery of innate true fire, elevating them to the ranks of innate alchemists. Such techniques were extraordinarily rare. Even the Baibao Pavilion lacked them. Lu Piaoshu knew that her grandfather possessed a fire control technique known as the Fire Dragon Secret, a family heirloom. She had long coveted the Fire Dragon Secret, even asking her grandfather to teach it to her on multiple occasions. However, Lu Sihai had insisted that she must first attain the rank of a 3rd-grade postnatal alchemist before he would impart it to her. If even blood relatives were so cautious, the value of such techniques was evident. Lu Piaoshu continued to read further. Zhu Ke controls fire, incinerating the heavens, unmatched in the world. As she read the next 12 characters, her body trembled with excitement. Below were densely packed instructions pertaining to the cultivation of the Zhu Ke Kong Huashu. The more she read, the more exhilarated she became. She could sense that this technique was far superior to her grandfather's Fire Dragon Secret. Master, this is far too precious. Are you truly willing to gift it to me? After a long while, Lu Piaoshu finally finished reading the contents of the paper, feeling unworthy of such a gift. She hesitated to return it to Chu Chen, Yet she was reluctant to part with it.I in that moment. Her heart was in turmoil. Take it. Just accept it.D. Oh, I seem like someone who goes back on my word? Observing Lu Piaoshu's conflicted expression, Chu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Though the technique was remarkable, it held no great significance for him. Thank you, master. Rest assured, I will dedicate myself to cultivation and will not bring you shame. With Chu Chen's encouraging gaze, Lu Piaoshu ceased her protests. Naturally, she had a carefree disposition, and given the immense importance of the Zhu Ke Kong Huashu, claiming she did not want it would be disingenuous. To refuse any further would be overly pretentious. By the way, master, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave that I will visit again when time permits. Carefully stowing the Zhu Ke Kong Huashu. Lu Piaoshu could hardly contain her eagerness to go ahead. Chu Chun realized she was eager to delve into the technique and made no attempt to retain her. Farewell, mistress, and little Chuyu. I am off. Before departing, Lu Piaoshu made sure to bid farewell to both of them, leaving no time for responses as she hurried away. Watching Lu Piaoshu's retreating figure, Chu Chen opened his mouth, initially intending to caution her against revealing the technique. However, after a moment's thought, he decided against it. Despite her seemingly carefree nature, it was evident from her adept management of the estate today that she possessed a keen mind as for Lu Sihai. He was a wily old fox and would certainly not divulge any secrets. Thus, after some contemplation, Chu Chen chose to let it be. Meanwhile, observing Lu Piaoshu's departure, Luo Qingwu wore a complex expression, a blend of confusion and a hint of envy. Some matters, I shall explain to you later. Rest assured, I have even better things in store for you both. With just a glance, Chu Chun discerned his wife's thoughts. Indeed, in the mere span of 3 days. His transformation had been monumental, from a cultivation wastrel to a formidable opponent capable of defeating warriors of the blood qi realm. Alongside his newfound alchemical skills and the martial technique he had just gifted Lu Piaoshu, everything had unfolded so suddenly. It was no wonder Luo Qingwu displayed such feelings. While Chu Chen had no intention of hiding his rebirth from his wife, he felt the timing was not yet right to share that truth. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Luo Qingwu quickly averted her gaze. The blush of crimson graced her cheeks, rendering her exceedingly charming, as if she were embarrassed by the piercing gaze of Chu Chen that seemed to unveil her innermost thoughts. The following day, Chu Chen spent his time in the delightful company of his wife and daughter, savoring this rare and leisurely moment. Throughout the day, although Luo Qingwu spoke little, her glances towards Chu Chen had softened significantly compared to before. Particularly during dinner, it marked the first occasion in years that the three of them shared a meal at the same table. Little Chuyu gazed at the bountiful spread before them, her delight palpable. However, Chu Chen was cautious not to let her indulge too much, fearing she might overeat. Everything appeared to be progressing positively until night fell, after ensuring the mother and daughter had settled down to sleep. Chu Chen felt at ease to depart. He did not intend to practice today, not out of laziness, but because he had promised to teach the two women about cultivation, which required preparation. The first step was to concoct a medicinal liquid that would cleanse their bodies of impurities. 3 days prior, due to the urgency of time, Chu Chen had resorted to forcefully cultivating using dragon's blood. Yet, that method, while yielding rapid progress, inflicted excruciating pain that few could endure. It was even possible to suffer a catastrophic demise if one were to go too far. Chu Chen was unwilling to subject his wife and daughter to such torment, nor did he wish for them to take unnecessary risks. Chuyu was still young, merely 2 or 3 years old, and was at the appropriate age to begin her cultivation journey. However, Luo Qingwu was different. At 21, she had surpassed the golden age for cultivation. To cultivate successfully, each step in the initial phase required meticulous preparation. Fortunately, for someone of Chu Chen's caliber, a 9-star alchemist, it was merely a matter of applying a bit of thought, presenting no significant challenge. In the alchemy chamber, beside the alchemical furnace, there was an abundance of medicinal herbs delivered by Lu Piaoshu. Ranging from 1st to 3rd grade, nearly all varieties were present. Chu Chen nodded approvingly, reflecting that his gift of a complete set of Zhuke fire control technique had not been in vain. With no further distractions, he began to check the available herbs and commenced the alchemical process with full concentration. Among the potions he prepared were those intended for his wife and daughter, as well as pills for himself to break through the body refinement stage and condense his vital energy in blood. However, the majority of his efforts were aimed at preparing for the Baibao Pavilion. He toiled tirelessly until the break of dawn, at which point he finally ceased the alchemical operations. The herbs had dwindled significantly, with numerous bottles and jars piled high. "Father, Mother asked me to call you for dinner," came the voice of little Chu Yu from outside the alchemy chamber. This little girl had shed her fear of Chu Chun, now displaying a lively demeanor in his presence. "All right, let's go eat," Chu Chun replied, stepping out of the chamber and scooping up his daughter with a smile. The little girl beamed, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. Upon reaching the dining table, he discovered Luo Qingwu indeed waiting quietly at the edge. "Mother, Father and I are back," Chu Yu exclaimed. Upon seeing Luo Qingwu, Chu Yu suddenly felt that her father was not as appealing anymore. She slipped from Chu Chen's embrace and dashed to her mother's side. "Be good, Yuer, let us eat," Luo Qingwu said, straightening her daughter's clothing with a gentle smile gracing her lips. That it was only in the presence of her daughter that she revealed her tender side. "Qingwu, you should eat as well," Chu Chun encouraged, before focusing on his own meal. Overall, while Luo Qingwu displayed less coldness towards Chu Chun than before, even forgiving him in her heart, an invisible barrier seemed to linger between them. Their daily interactions felt somewhat stifled. As for how to breach this barrier, Chu Chun had yet to devise a plan. Nevertheless, he remained unhurried, for time was on his side. The dining table, apart from Chu Yu. Both Chu Chun and Luo Qingwu appeared rather somber. Only when they observed Chu Yu devouring her food did the couple occasionally offer encouragement. Soon after, all three had eaten their fill. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Chun quickly retrieved a dozen porcelain vials from his pocket and placed them on the table. The vials were a striking blue and green. By the way, Qingwu, these are the elixirs I prepared for you and Yuer. The green vial contains dragon nourishing liquid, which replenishes bodily deficiencies. The blue vial holds bone cleansing liquid, effective for eliminating internal impurities. In the future, when you bathe, simply take one vial of each and add them to the bath, and you will cleanse your essence and replenish your body. I anticipate that within 5 days, you will be ready to formally engage in martial cultivation. Chu Chun spoke rapidly, sharing much information. In truth, both elixirs could be taken orally for enhanced effects. However, to mitigate the discomfort for the two women, he opted for a more gradual approach. Incorporating the elixirs into bathwater, while wasteful, would allow for a subtle transformation with minimal discomfort. Luo Qingwu nodded gently in response. Chu Chun did not linger any longer. Last night, after a night of alchemy, he had also concocted several second-grade pills known as blood-condensing pills, which enhanced the cultivation of vital energy and blood. Today marked the day he would break through to the vital energy stage. Under the locust tree, Chu Chun withdrew a blood-red pill, muttering to himself as he promptly consumed it. He understood that he was far from a stage where he could relax and enjoy life. Chapter 16. The Vital Energy Stage. Boom! As the blood-condensing pill entered his body, Chu Chun felt his vital energy surge like a volcano awakening. The tumultuous energy crashed against his organs and muscles, producing a painful sensation. If taking dragon's blood was merely a means to replenish vitality, allowing it to circulate and strengthen the muscles and skin, then this blood-condensing pill served to compress and refine that very vitality, resulting in a level of physical discomfort that was far more intense than the former. That moment, Chu Chun gritted his teeth, invoking the divine demon body refinement technique once more. His body coiled like a serpent at times and expanded like a dragon emerging from the sea at others. In this ebb and flow, blood coursed within him, intertwining and swirling. A considerable amount of stale blood and impurities seeped through his skin and muscles, forming a foul black membrane. The vital energy stage, in essence, was the process of replenishing and compressing the body's blood. Only when the vital energy thickened to the consistency of lead could one advance further, opening up meridians and tendons. That level, one could unleash strikes with the swiftness of a sword and absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth for personal use. It was only upon reaching this realm that one could cultivate different attributes of true energy. For instance, to cultivate fire attribute true energy and become a legendary innate alchemist, one would need to attain at least this stage. With the memories of his past life, it was clear that Chu Chun would not encounter any bottlenecks. All he needed to do was replenish what his body required and allow the process of transformation to continue. His cultivation speed was naturally beyond what ordinary people could comprehend. Roar. By evening, a sudden roar echoed, signifying that Chu Chun had successfully attained the vital energy stage. The first layer of the vital energy stage granted him 30,000 pounds of strength, which was quite commendable. As he reveled in the vast power within, Chu Chun felt satisfied with the results of his training that day. The vital energy stage was characterized by a marked increase in strength. Vital energy was the driving force of a person. Thus, as it transformed, one's power naturally surged out. Of course, it was impossible for an ordinary person to experience a 2,000-pound increase in strength when breaking through from the 10th layer of body refinement to the vital energy stage. Generally, a body refinement practitioner might possess 3,000 pounds of strength, and a breakthrough to the vital energy stage would see that power increase to around 10,000 pounds, which would be considered impressive. However, Chu Chun was different. Having practiced the divine demon body refinement technique, he already possessed 10,000 pounds of strength at the body refinement stage, so his increase upon breaking through was extraordinary. At that moment, those like Zhaoan were no longer in the same league as Chu Chun. Content with his accomplishments, Chu Chun returned home to wash up, only to find that Luo Qingwu and their daughter were missing. "Where did my wife go?" he inquired with a hint of concern to a servant he encountered. In response to the esteemed gentleman, "The lady is currently bathing with the young miss. They have been inside for quite a while. Would you like me to check on them?" The servant spoke somewhat nervously, aware that in this world, servants held little status and often faced dire consequences for minor mistakes. "No need. Don't disturb them. You may continue with your duties," Chu Chun replied. Waving his hand dismissively, he understood that Luo Qingwu and their daughter had likely begun to soak in the medicinal liquids after leaving the servant. He made his way to the kitchen. The evening meal had already been prepared. Chu Chun could hardly wait to sit down, for in the past few days, he had either been cultivating or refining pills and had not truly enjoyed a good night's sleep. His body was energized with vital energy, and he felt no fatigue. However, his mental exhaustion left him with a throbbing headache. Fortunately, as a martial artist, he could still manage to hold on. "Once my wife comes out, tell her I have already eaten, so there's no need to call me," he said hurriedly. Consuming a bit of food before seeking out an empty room, he pulled back the covers and fell into a deep slumber. Another day had passed. Chu Chun slept for an extended period, only awakening the next day when the sun was high in the sky. "Sir, the meal is ready, and the lady has sent me to call you to dine." A maid roused him from his slumber. After a quick wash, Chu Chun headed straight for the dining hall. "Father." Upon entering the dining hall, Chu Yu rushed excitedly toward him. "Be good. You are. Come, let father hold you," Chu Chun said warmly. His eyes suddenly brightening, he noticed a significant change in his daughter since the previous night. Her face was now flushed. The signs of malnourishment that had plagued her just days ago were gone, replaced by a complexion as fair as jade and two sparkling eyes that were utterly adorable. Sensing something, Chu Chun glanced at Luo Qingwu. She too had undergone a remarkable transformation. Today, she wore a white gown brought by Lu Piaoxiu, which accentuated her graceful and alluring figure exquisitely. Upon the skin, the years of toil had all but faded away, revealing a radiant and supple complexion that appeared almost fragile to the touch. Coupled with her immaculate features and waist length, cascading black hair resembling a flowing waterfall, she truly seemed devoid of any flaws. For a moment, Chu Chun found himself utterly entranced. "Come and eat," Luo Qingwu said, seemingly calm as she sat at the table, yet her peripheral vision remained fixated on Chu Chun. Noticing his dazed expression, she scolded him lightly, a hint of embarrassment evident on her face. "Dodad, all right, I'll eat." "I'll eat." Chu Chun reluctantly diverted his gaze, feeling a touch of awkwardness. Luo Qingwu fell silent, her expression stern, appearing slightly vexed. Believing he had upset his wife, Chu Chun dared not speak further and lowered his head, hastily devouring the rice in his bowl. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Luo Qingwu, while appearing composed, felt her heart racing uncontrollably. She couldn't comprehend why, upon seeing the infatuated look in Chu Chun's eyes. A sense of secret delight blossomed within her heart. Not long after, having satisfied their hunger, in the dining hall, Chu Chun was playing with Chu Yu. "Master, the Baibao Pavilion has sent someone with numerous spirit medicines, asking you to take inventory." A maid approached to report. "Understood. You may leave." Chu Chun dismissed the maid, and then turned to Luo Qingwu, saying, "I'll go take a look. You needn't wait for me for lunch." As a martial artist, going a day or two without food was of little consequence that he typically had meals twice a day. mainly to accompany his wife and daughter. MMM. Luo Qingwu responded softly, her voice barely audible. Be good and play with your mother. I'll come to keep you company tonight, Chu Chan said as he lifted his daughter and placed her in front of Luo Qingwu, who naturally embraced the child. Without further delay, Chu Chan left the dining hall and headed directly to the alchemy room, where Xiao Lan, accompanied by several servants from the Baibao Pavilion, was waiting with numerous baskets filled with spirit medicines. Master, these are the spirit medicines that the pavilion master instructed me to bring to you. Also, the pavilion master mentioned that since you have just established your residence, there are many expenses, so he specially sent 1,000 gold notes as a token of gratitude, Xiao Lan said, instructing the servants to move the spirit medicines into the alchemy room while she produced a thick stack of gold notes from her robe. Thank you. Please extend my gratitude to the pavilion master. Chu Qin replied without pretense. He understood why Lu Sihai was so generous. It was clear that Lu Piaoshu had shown him the prowess of the Zhuke fire control technique. However, Chu Qin also realized that Lu Sihai had not fully grasped the true power of the technique. Or else the gratitude would not merely be 1,000 gold notes. Of course, his intention in presenting that technique was not to seek any benefits in return, had it not been for the pressing financial needs of his residents. He would not have accepted these gold notes, thus he felt no debt towards them. Consequently, Chu Chan accepted the gold notes and arranged for the elixirs he had concocted the previous day to be sent back to the Baibao Pavilion. Xiao Lan stayed behind to assist him and learn, not leaving until nightfall. After dinner, Chu Chan took another blood-condensing pill and naturally broke through to the second level of the Qi blood realm. His strength surged to an astonishing 40,000 pounds. It was already midnight when he reached the second level of the Qi blood realm. Subsequently, Chu Chan returned to his empty room and fell into a deep slumber. For the next day marked the annual star fighting conference of the 6 great powers in Fengshua City, and he needed to replenish his energy. Chapter 17. A slap that sends him flying. The following morning, at the crack of dawn, Lu Piaoshu came knocking, eager to take Chu Chan to the star fighting conference. After a brief farewell to his wife and daughter, Chu Chan departed with Lu Piaoshu. The Star Fighting Plaza, located at the heart of Fengshua City, was the venue for the annual Star Fighting Conference. On the day of the competition, the plaza was always bustling with people. By the time Chu Chan and Lu Piaoshu arrived, the plaza was already a sea of faces. The expansive square was paved entirely with black stone slabs, and at its center stood a grand, towering white jade platform, measuring no less than 100 feet in circumference. Atop this stone platform was a smaller but higher golden platform, clearly designated for the heads of the 6 great families. Looking up, they saw Lu Sihai, eyes squinted, comfortably seated atop the platform. Surrounding him were the heads of other families who had also arrived. Master, the morning session of the Star Fighting Conference is a martial arts competition, while the alchemy competition will take place in the afternoon, so we have some time to spare, Lu Piaoshu cheerfully informed Chu Chan. Just ahead is the Wanxiang Pavilion, where there is reportedly an auction today. If you're bored, I can take you there to browse around, since Chu Chan had taught her the Zhuke fire control technique. Lu Piaoshu had become increasingly admiring and enthusiastic towards him. Like Chu Chan, she was also participating in the alchemy competition. In truth, Lu Piaoshu was eager to witness the spectacle, but sensing Chu Chan's lack of interest, she felt it would be less amusing. Very well, let us go to the Wanxiang Pavilion. Chu Chan nodded in agreement. The martial arts competition and the alchemy competition differed significantly. The alchemy competition had an age limit, allowing only those under 30 to participate, while the martial arts competition restricted participants to those under 20. Although every year's Star Fighting Conference attracted elite talents from various clans, how formidable could martial arts practitioners in their teens and early 20s truly be? Thus, Chu Chan had little interest in such contests. Moreover, he had long wished to visit the Wanxiang Pavilion, which had consistently outperformed the Baibao Pavilion in business dealings. With an auction taking place, it was an excellent opportunity to find hidden treasures. Master, the Wanxiang Pavilion is right there. Let us hurry, Lu Piaoshu said eagerly as she began leading the way. Before long, a structure even more magnificent than the Baibao Pavilion came into view. Master, this is the Wanxiang Pavilion. Lu Piaoshu pointed towards the building. Let us go inside and take a look. Chu Chan nodded slightly, intrigued. Now, he was a person of considerable wealth. Although 1,000 gold notes were not particularly significant for a martial artist, who could hardly even afford a high-grade spirit medicine, this was still a considerable sum. For ordinary spirit medicines, it would suffice to make a few good finds at a bargain. Just as they were about to enter the Wanxiang pavilion, a boisterous voice suddenly called out from behind them. "You little brat, I wondered why I couldn't find you for so long. Turns out you were hiding here." Chu Chan turned around to see several young men approaching, among them Zhaoan, the one who had fled in disgrace after being defeated by Chu Chan 3 days prior. "Zhaoan, what do you want?" Chu Chan asked. "This is my master. If you wish to lay a hand on him, you'd better ask for my permission first," Lu Piaoshu said, her expression shifting, clearly recognizing the group. "Listen, Lu Piaoshu, don't meddle in my affairs," Zhaoan retorted. "Oh, you see this person beside me. He is my Zhao family's genius. Zhao Yu, with a cultivation level at the 7th level of the Qi blood realm. If you don't want to die, step aside, or I'll take you down with him." Zhaoan, undeterred by Lu Piaoshu's fierce demeanor, continued unabashedly. "Why you go? This is the guy who beat me. You must help me take revenge." He quickly turned to Zhao Yu, who stood tall in a purple robe, sword in hand, with an air of arrogance. "Zhaoan, you're really losing your touch. When did you let someone at the initial Qi blood realm defeat you? You're embarrassing the Zhao family," Zhao Yu remarked coldly, his gaze inevitably falling upon Chu Chun as he uttered the word garbage. The implication unmistakable. "You're right. You good? I'm just a mere Zhaoan. How could I compare to your esteemed self?" Zhaoan quickly flattered, knowing better than to mention that he had been defeated by someone merely at the body refinement realm. Young masters like them valued their pride above all else, and such matters were best kept under wraps. "Indeed, you have a point. Step aside and watch closely as I take down this brat," Zhao Yu declared, his arrogance intensifying upon hearing the words family elite. As he stepped forward, a haughty expression graced his face. "Stop. You shall not treat my master with disrespect," Lu Piaoshu interjected, placing herself protectively in front of Chu Chun. At that moment, a large hand pulled her back. "Master?" Lu Piaoshu turned to see that it was Chu Chun who had drawn her back, her expression filled with confusion. Her recollection of him was still anchored to the moment 3 days prior when he had defeated Zhao and in the Baibao Pavilion. In the span of 3 days, she believed that even if Chu Chun had improved, it could only be marginal. How could he possibly be a match for Zhao Yu, who was at the 7th level of the Qi blood realm? Thus, it was only natural that she would stand in front of Chu Chun, confident that her status as the young lady of the Baibao Pavilion would deter Zhao Yu from going too far. This would also buy him time to escape. "Let me handle this." Chu Chun understood Lu Piaoshu's intentions perfectly. However, the individuals before him were not worthy of his retreat. He shook his head, signaling Lu Piaoshu not to concern herself, while Chu Chun stepped forward with a mocking expression directed at Zhaoan, saying, "I must say, Zhaoan, you truly are one to forget pain after healing. Just 3 days have passed, and you already feel the itch? Well, since fate has brought us together today, you need not leave." This Zhaoan, daring to harbor intentions towards a wife, had already attracted Chu Chen's lethal intent back at the Baibao Pavilion. Upon seeing him now, it was clear that it was a case of enemies meeting with heightened animosity. "Hey, brat, still so defiant even when death looms," Chu Chen declared. "Let me tell you, with you Gu here, even if you were a dragon today, you'd still have to bow to me. I am quite curious to see how you intend to kill me." Zhaoan, upon hearing this, felt no fear. Rather, he wore a countenance of provocation. "Indeed, before young Master Zhao Yu, you are but an ant. You wish to kill my Ngo? How presumptuous." Around them, several other members of the Zhao family chimed in. "Kid, I admit you possess courage, but regrettably, before me, you are nothing. However, given your audacity, I shall grant you the first strike, for once I make my move, you shall have no opportunity to retaliate." Listening to Zhao Yin and the other Zhao family members boast, Zhao Yu felt a sense of elation, as if his body had lightened by 2 tails. He took a step forward, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, and spoke with an air of pretentiousness. "Oh, is that so? In that case, I thank you, young Master Zhao." Upon hearing Zhao Yu's words, Chu Chun smirked slyly. In an instant, with a surge of will, his blood vitality surged forth, akin to a bloodthirsty beast, instilling dread in those around him. Almost simultaneously, he stomped down with 1 foot, and in a heartbeat, his body shot forth like an arrow towards Zhao Yu. As he advanced, Chu Chun extended his palm and struck down towards Zhao Yu. Nearly 40,000 pounds of unmatched force. How formidable it was! Before Chu Chun even arrived, the furious wind from his punch stirred up the dust around them, showcasing remarkable might. Not good. Zhao Yu's face paled in shock. Realizing he had underestimated Chu Chun in a moment of panic, he forgot his earlier bravado and attempted to draw his sword to sever Chu Chen's arm. However, it was already too late. Chu Chen's speed was astonishing. Just as Zhao Yu grasped the sword's hilt, Chu Chun was upon him, delivering a fierce slap without any intention of holding back. Bang! In an instant, Zhao Yu's body was sent flying like refuse, eliciting alarm from Zhao En and the other Zhao family members, who quickly changed color and scrambled to evade. Chapter 18. The auction. You go. Once the dust settled, Zhao En and the others finally reacted, rushing to assist Zhao Yu. Boom. Yet, Chu Chun would not grant them such an opportunity. He sent Zhao Yu flying with a single slap. He swiftly closed the distance, employing a technique known as the carefree steps. Moving with incredible speed, arriving before Zhao Yu before anyone could reach him. Zhao En and the others had not even managed to reach Zhao Yu's side when they felt a gust of wind and saw Chu Chen's shadow flash by. His foot firmly planted on Zhao Yu's chest. Smack! Before they could comprehend the situation, a crisp sound rang out again. Upon closer inspection, they witnessed Chu Chun delivering a harsh slap to Zhao Yu. Refuse to acknowledge your worth. Smack. The Four Symbols Pavilion and the Treasure Pavilion have virtually monopolized the majority of the martial arts trade in Maple Snow City, undoubtedly possessing their unique merits. Without further ado, merely the demeanor of the staff renders the experience exceedingly pleasant. I have heard that you are hosting an auction here. Please, lead me to it. Noticing that Chu Chun remained silent, Lu Piaoshu promptly stepped forward and addressed the maid. Although she was the young lady of the Treasure Pavilion, both establishments were engaged in commerce, and while competition existed, it had yet to reach a point of hostility. Thus, she frequently visited the Four Symbols Pavilion. Typically, both establishments wandered about with an attitude of mutual learning. So, it is the young lady of the Treasure Pavilion. The auction has already commenced. I shall escort you up now. Upon seeing Lu Piaoshu, the staff displayed even greater respect. The young lady of the Treasure Pavilion was renowned for her pampered and willful nature, making her an individual no servant dared to provoke. With Lu Piaoshu present, they encountered no obstacles on their way. On the 5th floor, this was indeed the venue for today's auction at the Four Symbols Pavilion. That be why the time Chu Chun and Lu Piaoshu arrived, the auction was already in full swing. Chapter 19. Demon Lord Zhou Qiong. Esteemed guests, the next item on the auction block is a 4th-grade elixir crafted by Master Ding Lai of our Four Symbols Pavilion. This elixir, known as the Enlightenment Pill, possesses remarkable efficacy for martial experts at the Divine Courage level in opening their martial apertures. The starting bid is set at 1,000 taels of gold, with each increment not to be less than 100 taels. Interested parties may commence bidding. When Chu Chun and Lu Piaoshu arrived, the auction had progressed significantly. The Four Symbols Pavilion chose today for the auction precisely because it coincided with the Star Duel Conference. After all, there were many individuals, like Chu Chun, who were merely wandering about out of boredom. Consequently, the atmosphere today was exceptionally lively. Nevertheless, Chu Chun and Lu Piaoshu were led by the maid to a private room. The identity of the young lady of the Treasure Pavilion proved quite effective in this small place, Maple Snow City. You may leave for now. We shall call you if needed. Upon entering the private room, Lu Piaoshu dismissed the maid. Chu Chun immediately took a seat by the window. It must be said that this private room offered an excellent view, allowing him to see nearly all the items being auctioned and the ordinary bidders below. Master, feel free to bid on anything that catches your eye. If funds are insufficient, I can assist. Lu Piaoshu, ever generous, sat beside Chu Chun and spoke. However, due to this brief delay, the 3rd-grade elixir that had been bid on earlier was snatched away for the price of 2,000 taels of gold. Chu Chun could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. It was worth noting that the total value of the numerous elixirs he had crafted for the Treasure Pavilion paled in comparison to the worth of this single elixir. Of course, this was to be expected in this world. The distinction between a 3rd-grade alchemist and a 4th-grade alchemist, though seemingly minor, was, in reality, vast. After all, 3rd-grade elixirs could be refined using charcoal fires, while 4th-grade elixirs required the use of innate true fire. In other words, to become a 4th-grade alchemist, one must possess a cultivation level of at least the muscle transformation stage and also possess fire attribute true qi. Both prerequisites were indispensable. This fundamental requirement contributed to the rarity of 4th-grade alchemists. whose status and earning potential far exceeded that of their third-grade counterparts. Esteemed guests, the next item for auction is particularly remarkable. It is said to be a set of ancient martial arts, known as the Zhou Tian Star Technique. This technique is rumored to have been acquired by a practitioner from the Blood Mist Demon Sea, though regrettably, it is missing half of its content. The starting bid is set at 100,000 taels of gold. You may begin bidding to AS, Chu Chen pondered. The auctioneer resumed his announcements. What? A set of incomplete martial arts is being auctioned for 100,000 taels of gold. Have they lost their minds? Indeed. Do they think everyone is insane? To everyone's surprise, the audience was largely unimpressed by this auction. Many began to mock openly. Naturally, this was not unfounded. After all, an incomplete martial art, no matter how powerful, would have a severely limited value. Coupled with the exorbitant starting bid of 100,000 taels, it would be peculiar indeed for anyone to purchase it. What? The ancient golden body technique. Could it be him? However, unbeknownst to anyone, upon hearing the name of this martial art, Chu Chen could not help but recall a fragment of his past. Throughout the lengthy expanse of thousands of years, Chu Chen had experienced countless events, yet few remained etched in his memory. The Zhou Tian Star Technique was one such instance that, or rather, it was not the technique itself that imprinted upon his memory, but its master, Fang Qiong. In his recollection, it would still be a decade and more before Fang Qiong's name resounded across the vast wilderness. This was an individual once renowned alongside Chu Chen. Sword Sovereign Chu Chen, Demon Lord Fang Qiong. The two were hailed alongside the Linglong Saintess, Yin Qingshan, as the three sovereigns of the Great Wilderness. These three names once suppressed the pride of the Great Wilderness, rendering even the most formidable talents unable to rise. Now, upon hearing the name of the Zhou Tian Star Technique, Chu Chen naturally thought of him. Of course, it was a pity that despite his extraordinary talents, Fang Qiong was an obsessive martial artist, having offended many during his lifetime, ultimately falling victim to a siege by the 8 great sacred grounds during the great calamity of the imperial realm. Nonetheless, he single-handedly dealt significant damage to the foundations of the 8 great sacred grounds. This eventually led to the Dark Invasion 800 years later, with the Great Wilderness becoming the first region to succumb. To humanity, he was a historical sinner. Yet, he was also one of the very few individuals for whom Chu Chen held genuine admiration. Fang Qiong's prowess in traversing the world was attributed to this very Zhou Tian Star Technique. Regrettably, such a precious treasure went unrecognized by anyone present. Unsurprisingly, the martial art failed to sell. Chu Chen indeed wished to bid, but found his gold insufficient. Moreover, he currently possessed numerous martial arts techniques, none of which were necessarily inferior to this one. Thus, he had no intention of pursuing it. Esteemed guests, since there is a lack of interest in this martial art, let us proceed to the next item on the auction block. Observing the absence of bids, the auctioneer appeared quite awkward, instructing someone to bring forth another tray. The antique tray held a rusted iron sword. Esteemed guests, this iron sword also hails from the Blood Mist Demon Sea. Just like the Zhou Tian Star Technique, and was auctioned by the same individual, the sword measures 3 feet in length and is said to be indestructible, with a starting bid of 1,000 taels of gold. The auctioneer continued his introduction. Boom! At the moment the rusted sword appeared, a tempest surged within Chu Chen's heart. If he had been uncertain upon seeing the Zhou Tian refining body technique, the arrival of this rusted sword confirmed his suspicions. The seller of these 2 items could only be Fang Qiong, without a doubt. Master, do you recognize this rusted sword? Seeing Chu Chen's fervent gaze and rapid breath fixed upon the unnamed rusted sword, Lu Piaoshu inquired with curiosity. Yes? Chu Chen nodded slightly that he not only recognized this sword, but had won it during a wager against Zhou Qiong. This sword subsequently became Chu Chen's weapon in the years that followed. Named Skybreaker, Master, if you desire it, I can assist you in purchasing it. Upon seeing Chu Chen nod, Lu Piaoshu continued, no need. Chu Chen chose to decline, as a plan gradually took shape in his mind. Please take it away. Do not waste everyone's time here. Indeed, I must say, how does your 4 symbols pavilion manage to acquire everything? Is this truly worth 1,000 taels of gold? Meanwhile, as Chu Chen and Lu Piaoshu conversed, the crowd below erupted into a cacophony of complaints once more. There was no doubt that, like the Zhou Tian Star Technique, this Skybreaker sword also concluded with an unsold result. I shall step out for a moment. If the auction concludes, and I am not back, do not wait for me." Observing the two items being taken away by the maid, Chu Chen quickly stood, exchanged a brief word with Lu Piaoxiu, and then hurriedly departed. "Understood, master." Although Lu Piaoxiu was unaware of Chu Chen's destination, she surmised it was undoubtedly related to the iron sword. Thus, she nodded in agreement, refraining from further inquiries, upon leaving the private room. Chu Chen did not meander aimlessly. He proceeded directly to the first floor of the Four Symbols Pavilion, waiting quietly. Indeed, it was not long before a figure clad in a black robe and wearing a black hood descended from the upper floor. In his hand, he held an object tightly wrapped in black cloth. This individual appeared exceedingly cautious, and upon reaching the first floor, he glanced behind to ensure no one was following before hastily exiting the door. Heading towards the street, Zhou Qiong. However, just as the figure stepped out the door, Chu Chen called out, halting him. Chapter 20. Conditions. Upon hearing Chu Chen's voice, the cloaked figure instinctively paused for a moment, though it was but an instant. How could he evade Chu Chen's keen eyes? It appears I have not mistaken my target. Chu Chen smiled confidently. Ahead, the figure in black did not stop. After a brief hesitation, he swiftly dashed into the crowd. Observing this, Chu Chen hurriedly followed suit. It was evident that the individual had realized he was being pursued. After several failed attempts to shake Chu Chen off, he began to veer towards a nearby alley. Chu Chen likewise followed closely, swish. However, just as Chu Chen reached the mouth of the alley, he felt a sudden chill rush towards him. Focusing his gaze, he saw the black-clad man wielding a dagger that radiated a chilling, ghostly light, thrusting it towards his chest. "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you." Chu Chen, seeing this, made no attempt to evade, instead extending two fingers like lightning to firmly pin the dagger in midair before speaking. "Who are you? What is your purpose in following me? Furthermore, how do you know my name?" After struggling for a moment, realizing that he could not reclaim the dagger from Chu Chen's grasp, the shadowy figure relinquished his hold and inquired. His voice, reminiscent of a frail elder, was hoarse and deep. "I have stated that I harbor no ill will towards you. Furthermore, if I had ulterior motives, you would not be able to leave this place today, would you?" Chu Chen tossed the dagger back to the other party and spoke again. He was not speaking without purpose. He could sense that this man in black was merely an ordinary individual who had yet to cultivate any skills. If Chu Chen wished to kill and seize treasures, it would pose no challenge whatsoever. The man in black accepted the dagger, contemplating for a moment, as if he found Chu Chen's words to be reasonable. In the next instant, he lifted his hood, revealing his features to Chu Chen. It was a somewhat youthful face, appearing no older than 11 or 12. However, due to his naturally robust build, he did not seem much shorter than an ordinary adult man. With just a glance, Chu Chen recognized that he had not mistaken his identity. The child before him was, in fact, Zhou Qiong, who would be renowned alongside him as the demon sovereign in a decade or so. "Now, you may reveal your identity and purpose," Zhou Qiong stated. His voice, though still cold, had lost its previous hoarseness. "Do not worry. My name is Chu Chen, and I am here to assist you." Chu Chen made no attempt to conceal his identity. "Assist me? How do you intend to help?" Zhou Qiong inquired, still vigilant as he scrutinized Chu Chen, unwilling to show any sign of relaxation. "How I can assist depends on what you require help with." Chu Chen replied nonchalantly. This was the youthful Zhou Qiong, and frankly, Chu Chen was unaware of his purpose for being there. However, based on memories from his past life, he knew that Zhou Qiong was proud and reclusive. He would not visit a place like Fengshua City unless absolutely necessary. The current circumstances confirmed Chu Chen's suspicions that I need 100,000 taels of gold to save my clan. Can you help me? Zhou Qiong coldly questioned upon hearing Chu Chen's words. Certainly. However, you must tell me what you intend to do with such a vast sum of gold. Answer this question first, and then I will decide whether to assist you. Chu Chen replied with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. While he indeed lacked the 100,000 taels of gold at present, he was confident that he would acquire it after winning the Daoxing tournament later that afternoon. He did not doubt his victory, thus the promised gold from Lu Si-hai had already been regarded as his own. I am Zhou Qiong, the young chieftain of the Blood Frenzy tribe. The great wasteland has suffered from prolonged droughts. With mountains dried and lands parched, our tribe can no longer survive through hunting and urgently requires funds to purchase food. Zhou Qiong provided a straightforward answer. as he deemed it the simplest way to convey his plight. I see. Chu Chan nodded inwardly, understanding Zhou Qiong's predicament. There were no records of Zhou Qiong's life before his cultivation in the future. He was known only for his decisiveness in battle and his reluctance to engage in conversation. The current Zhou Qiong, while appearing aloof, was a far cry from the cold-blooded figure he would become after his cultivation. Chu Qin began to grasp the deeper implications that in his previous life, he had heard tales of the great wasteland's enduring drought that led to entire tribes perishing from starvation. At the time, he had not given it much thought, but now it became clear that Zhou Qiong's fruitless venture into the city for an auction had resulted in the demise of his entire tribe. This experience undoubtedly shaped his later personality, one of isolation and disdain for life, as he no longer had anyone to protect. It was also this very tragedy that would lead to the eventual downfall of the 8 Holy Lands and the Great Wasteland. With the knowledge of his past life, Chu Chan was determined not to let such a tragedy unfold again. Now, do you still believe you can rely on me for help? Zhou Qiong probed as he noticed Chu Chen's silence. The seemingly composed child was merely putting on a facade. Deep down, Zhou Qiong felt utterly lost. I can help you, but I have a condition. After a lengthy preamble, Chu Chen finally articulated his purpose for being there. As long as you assist me, I would not hesitate to offer my life. Zhou Qiong responded with evident excitement, his body trembling slightly. I do not desire your life. I merely require your allegiance. You must follow my lead from henceforth, Zhou Qiong asserted. Having gone through such trials, Chu Chan would never wish for Zhou Qiong's life. Rather, he sought to recruit him for his own purposes. Very well. I accept your terms, Zhou Qiong stammered, momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe his ears. A mere mortal, he had never imagined that his life could be worth so much. However, upon realizing that Chu Chen was sincere, he quickly nodded in agreement, as if fearing a change of heart from Chu Chen. All right, from now on, you need not maintain such a serious demeanor around me. I shall take you to retrieve the gold right away. Noticing Zhou Qiong's tense posture, Chu Chen spoke up. Yes. Zhou Qiong nodded earnestly, though he still maintained a defensive stance, clearly not fully trusting Chu Chen. Chu Chan was unbothered, knowing that time would gradually ease Zhou Qiong's suspicions. Their immediate priority was to participate in the Daoxing tournament and secure the promised gold from Lu Sihai. With that thought, Chu Chen turned and walked toward the Daoxing square, with Zhou Qiong following after a moment of contemplation. Gurgle. As they passed a stall selling pancakes, Zhou Qiong's stomach audibly growled. It seemed he had been on the move for quite some time without a meal. You must be hungry, Chu Chen remarked. Glancing back to find Zhou Qiong gazing intently at the pancake stall, unable to tear his eyes away, Zhou Qiong remained silent but clutched his stomach, a rare look of embarrassment crossing his face. Boss, I would like 5 pancakes, please. Witnessing the situation, Chu Chen promptly addressed the stall owner. Of course. The owner hastily wrapped 5 pancakes in paper and, at Chu Chen's gesture, handed them to Zhou Qiong. Hurry and eat. As long as you are with me, I assure you will not go hungry, Chu Chan said with a light chuckle, observing Zhou Qiong's hesitation to eat the pancakes he held. Zhou Qiong then took a bite. Devouring the pancakes with fervor, they were quite large, and given his prolonged hunger, he quickly finished 4 of them. As he reached for the last pancake, he initially intended to continue eating, but, after a moment of thought, carefully wrapped it up and tucked it away in his clothing. After these actions, he finally dared to glance at Chu Chen, appearing slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head, his gaze no longer holding the previous wariness. Who could have imagined that this bashful boy would grow to become the renowned and cold-hearted demon sovereign, feared across the great wasteland decades later? Observing Zhou Qiong's transformation, Chu Chen chose to remain silent, for they had already arrived at the Daoxing Square. Chapter 21. The Smoke and Haze Step. Amidst the crowd, Lu Piaoxiu, tall and striking in his red attire, caught Chu Chen's eye instantly. Master, you have finally arrived. Lu Piaoxiu exclaimed with delight upon seeing Chu Chen. What is it? Is the alchemy competition starting so soon? Chu Chen inquired, glancing at the sky and noting that it was still early. Not yet. But everyone from my Baibao pavilion has already been defeated. If nothing changes, we will once again finish at the bottom this year, Lu Piaoxiu pouted, looking dejected. What do you wish to do? I am now 21. Which conveniently exceeds the maximum age for the tournament, Chu Chen said, awkwardly pinching his nose, aware of Lu Piaoxiu's intentions. It seems I must take the stage myself, Lu Piaoxiu replied, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face. From her words, It was evident that Baibao Pavilion had been at the bottom for several consecutive years that in such competitions. The victors faced mockery, while the losers endured ridicule. Chu Chun was well aware of these dynamics. If you truly wish to win, it is not without its possibilities, he suddenly remarked, noticing Lu Piaoshu's sullen expression. Huh, really? Master, please tell me how. Lu Piaoshu's eyes brightened, her interest piqued at this moment. She had great faith in Chu Chen's words and showed no sign of doubt. Naturally, Chu Chun affirmed confidently. Lu Piaoshu's martial prowess was considerable. At 15 or 16, she already possessed the strength of the 5th level of the Qi blood realm. Typically, those competing in the Daoxing tournament were on par with Zhao Yu, around the 7th or 8th level of the Qi blood realm. Given Chu Chen's discernment and skill, enabling Lu Piaoshu to fight at 2 or 3 levels higher would pose no challenge. However, time was short, and whether they would succeed depended on her comprehension. By the way, if you are to compete, how much time do we have left? With that thought, Chu Chun hastily inquired. The tournament proceeds in rounds until one side runs out of participants. Considering the current situation, Baibao Pavilion will have no one left to compete in at most an hour, Lu Piaoshu replied, a hint of bitterness in her tone. Baibao Pavilion had only established itself in Fengshui City for less than a decade. While their business acumen was commendable, their strength and foundation were still significantly lacking compared to those clans with histories spanning hundreds or thousands of years at an hour. Then we must give it a shot, Chu Chen said, feeling somewhat uncertain given the limited time. No worries, we can only try. After all, we have already lost for 9 consecutive years, so what difference does one more year make? If it were not for the ridicule from the 4 great families and the Wanxiang Pavilion every year after their victories, I would not even consider competing with them, Lu Piaoshu remarked, displaying a surprisingly optimistic outlook. Then let us find a secluded spot, and I will explain everything to you in detail. Chu Chen nodded. Lu Piaoshu's carefree personality was indeed quite to his liking. Let us go, keep up, he said to Zhou Qiong, who had been standing nearby. Master, who is he? It was only then that Lu Piaoshu noticed Zhou Qiong. Amidst the bustling crowd, she had assumed he was merely a passerby. A new friend, Chu Chun replied, not wishing to elaborate further about Zhou Qiong. Hello, my name is Lu Piaoshu. Since you are a friend of my master, that makes you my friend too. In Fengshui City. If you ever face any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance. Lu Piaoshu, being quite talkative, immediately struck a big sister-like pose upon hearing this. Zhou Qiong, in contrast, remained composed, speaking very little. Lu Piaoshu paid no mind to his demeanor. As they conversed, the group had already arrived at a quiet corner of Doing Square. The crowd had congregated in the center. Leaving this area peaceful, Master, I'm ready. What will you teach me? Lu Piaoshu asked eagerly, her face brimming with anticipation. Let me teach you a technique called Yinxia Step. This method is agile and ethereal, particularly suited for girls like you. Chu Chun contemplated before speaking. As soon as he finished, a surge of vitality emanated from him, enveloping Lu Piaoshu and Zhou Qiong in a crimson mist, in the blink of an eye. As the mist dissipated, Chu Chun was suddenly 100 meters behind them. Wow, Master, you're incredible. How did you do that? Lu Piaoshu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Not only she, but even Zhou Qiong looked at Lu Piaoshu with envy. Naturally, he too wished to learn such a powerful technique. Chu Chun discerned Zhou Qiong's longing but chose not to encourage him, as this technique was not suitable for him. In truth, the principle of this technique was quite simple. Activate one's vitality, surging from the heart, passing through Taishang and Xiaoqiu, traversing the Chong meridian, and reaching the Qihai, thus forming a sea of vitality that confounds the 5 senses. Of course, this was merely the foundational aspect. The nuances of breath and movement held significant importance as well. Following this, Chu Chen began to elaborate on the technique for Lu Piaoshu in detail. Each of his words struck at the core of the subject. And within less than an hour, Lu Piaoshu had mastered the technique remarkably well, thanks in part to her keen insight. Master, this technique must be of considerable rank, she inquired excitedly, as she sensed the time was right for a break. According to your classification, it should be classified as Earth rank. Chu Chun pondered before responding. In martial arts, techniques are categorized into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, from highest to lowest. Earth rank techniques are already quite respectable in a place like Fengshui City. Earth rank, Master, that is incredibly precious, Lu Piaoshu exclaimed in astonishment, her tongue nearly tying in her excitement. More than anything, she felt deeply moved. Initially, her desire to become Chu Chen's disciple was solely to learn alchemy. But she had not anticipated that he would also greatly aid her martial arts training. Although Chu Chen had never formally acknowledged her as his disciple, it seemed he had unwittingly begun to fulfill the responsibilities of a master. This realization filled her with secret joy.It's merely an earth-rank technique. There's no need for such excitement. Chu Chen remarked indifferently. Techniques like Yinxia Step were abundant for him, and unbeknownst to Lu Piaoxiu, the Zhuke fire control technique he had given her previously was far superior to any heaven-rank technique. Master, do you think with this technique, I can secure first place in the competition? After the initial excitement faded, Lu Piaoxiu could not help but feel a twinge of worry, a bit uncertain. However, if you also take this, Chu Chen said, retrieving a red porcelain vial from his robes. Inside was a second-tier pill known as Blood Fury Pill, which could temporarily enhance strength without harming the body, though it would leave one weak for several days afterward. Only use it as a last resort. He explained as he noticed Lu Piaoxiu's confusion. Thank you very much, Master, she said, her joy evident. All right, since you're prepared, let us head back. With that, Chu Chen signaled, and the group returned to the stone platform at the center of the square. Haha, has the Bai Baoj already run out of participants? Upon their return to the stone platform, they found the crowd in uproarious laughter, filled with derision. It was clear that most of these people were young heirs from the four great families. With some onlookers mixed in on the golden stone platform, Lu Sihai wore a bitter expression, visibly distressed. Is Bai Baoj still sending someone to the stage? If not, I will announce. The host of the martial competition began to declare Bai Baoj's defeat. Noticing no one had stepped up. Wait, Bai Baoj, Lu Piaoxiu requests a battle. Suddenly, a voice rang out from below, interrupting the host. It was Lu Piaoxiu. Without hesitation, she leaped into the air, performing a graceful spin before landing firmly on the stone platform. Her poise radiating confidence. Hey, I say, is there no one left in Bai Baoj? Sending a little girl up is quite the spectacle. That's right. Little girl, come down quickly. If you get hurt, your brothers will surely be heartbroken. Laughter erupted from the crowd as they beheld Lu Piaoxiu's youthful form, mocking her without restraint. After all, at merely 16 or 17 years of age, and as a girl, no one believed she could contend with the elite heirs of the four great families. Child, don't be foolish. Come down at once. Lu Sihai was startled by her actions. While losing the competition was indeed embarrassing, he was far more concerned about his granddaughter's safety. Grandpa, you don't need to worry about me. I am confident I can defeat them, Lu Piaoxiu declared with unwavering confidence, ignoring her grandfather's concerns. Lu Sihai was left speechless in his frustration. Haha, don't worry, Lu old man. I promise to instruct my younger clan members to be gentle, so as not to hurt your precious granddaughter. A voice chimed in from the crowd. It was Zhao Huaya, the head of the Zhao family. Indeed, old Lu, rest assured, I too will ensure my kin go easy on her, echoed the other clan leaders and the head of Wanxiang Pavilion, eager to witness Lu Sihai's discomfort. After all, opportunities to see someone like Lu Sihai in a predicament were rare. Humph, Lu Sihai responded with a cold snort. Having lived so long, he could easily see through their veiled intentions. Their words were merely a fade, and there was no genuine intent to hold back. Don't worry, big sister, I'll be gentle and won't hurt you, spoke Yang Hong, an elite from the Yang family, who stood opposite Lu Piaoxiu. With a cultivation level at the 7th stage of the Vitality Realm, he smirked, looking down at Lu Piaoxiu, who was only at the 5th stage. Humph, if you dare to look at me again, I'll gouge out your eyes. Lu Piaoxiu, known for her impulsive nature, could not tolerate Yang Hong's lewd gaze. Without hesitation, she pulled out the blood fury pills given to her by Chu Chen. Tossing 2 into her mouth, come at me. As the effects of the pills took hold, her vitality surged uncontrollably, enveloping her in a dense blood mist that cloaked much of the stone platform. Boom! In the next instant, this girl, quite audacious, has chosen to defy convention. Not only did she reveal her trump card the moment she took the stage, but she also consumed 2 of them in one go. One can only say that despite meticulous planning, Chu Chen overlooked the complexity of her character. Humph, all talk and no substance. Her strength is hardly impressive. Who else is willing to face certain doom? Moreover, upon witnessing the efficacy of her attack, Lu Piaoxiu felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. She sensed an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her veins, eager to engage in the ensuing battles. On the arena, aside from Lu Piaoxiu, there were other elites dispatched by various families. Totaling 8 remaining competitors, I shall take the stage. The remaining contestants were, for the most part, the elite of their respective families. All contenders for the championship. Observing Lu Piaoxiu's blatant disregard for them, the others could hardly contain their indignation at that moment. A robust young man wielding a wolf-toothed club stepped forward. It was Zhao Meng of the Zhao family. This fellow not only possessed the strength of the 7th level of the Blood Qi realm, but was also endowed with innate divine strength. It seemed that this girl from the Baiboj was in for a tough time. Around them, some began to identify the newcomer. Humph, brute strength alone does not determine victory in combat. Let us see how this lady defeats you. Listening to the murmurs from the crowd, Lu Piaoxiu maintained her composure. Her expression unchanged. Chu Chun had not informed her that the Blood Fury pill not only enhances strength, but also incites a fervent exhilaration. Even a cowardly scholar, upon consuming the Blood Fury pill, could fight valiantly. Not to mention, Lu Piaoxiu was already a combative spirit. With 2 pills in her system, fear was the last thing on her mind. Die. As for Zhao Meng, despite the Meng in his name suggesting a lack of intellect, he was far from foolish. Drawing on the unfortunate example of Yang Hong, he recognized the need to take the initiative rather than respond passively. Thus, as soon as he entered the arena, he launched his attack. The wolf-toothed club in his hand whirled with immense force, crashing down towards Lu Piaoxiu. I will not engage you head-on. Seeing this, a cold smile crept across Lu Piaoxiu's lips, although she was in an excited state. Her mind remained clear and rational. On the contrary, she felt an unprecedented clarity of thought. As Zhao Meng's club descended, she swiftly executed the misty steps, vanishing from her original position in the blink of an eye. Boom! At the same moment, Zhao Meng's strike landed, causing the arena to tremble slightly under the immense force, a violent gust of wind stirring up a cloud of dust. This is bad. Just as the dust began to settle, Zhao Meng suddenly furrowed his brow, a chill running down his spine as he sensed impending danger. Yet, it was too late at that moment. Nearly everyone could see that while Zhao Meng swung his club with all his might, Lu Piaoxiu had silently appeared behind him. With a swift motion, a double-headed red spear materialized in her grasp. She then exerted force with both arms, bending the spear into a crescent shape. As her left hand released, her right hand used the spear's recoil to deliver a powerful strike to Zhao Meng's back. Bang! The outcome was entirely predictable, with Lu Piaoxiu's strength now comparable to that of the 8th level of the Blood Qi realm. Zhao Meng, caught off guard, stood no chance against her attack. The spectators watched as his massive form plummeted from the arena, suffering injuries that surpassed those of Yang Hong, rendering him unconscious. Next, Lu Piaoxiu, emboldened by her victories, turned her gaze towards the remaining 7 competitors, her eyes gleaming with determination. Chapter 23, The Martial Arts Championship. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. This tale is rather lengthy. In truth, from Lu Piaoxiu's decisive defeat of Yang Hong to her swift triumph over Zhao Meng, only a few breaths had passed. A 16 or 17-year-old girl, against all odds, had turned the tide in a most formidable manner. This outcome had far surpassed everyone's expectations. On the arena, the remaining 6 youths glanced at the motionless Zhao Meng below, then at the fiercely determined Lu Piaoxiu, and for a moment, none dared to challenge her. Everyone, my apologies. I forgot to mention that this girl should go easy on her opponents. Please, do not take offense. If anyone were to feel the greatest delight at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Lu Sihai. Witnessing Lu Piaoxiu's thunderous defeat of 2 formidable opponents, his previous frustrations dissipated entirely. He beamed with glee. Nearly unable to contain his joy. In stark contrast, the heads of the other families and the master of the Baiboj appeared as though they had swallowed dead rats, their discomfort palpable. What? Are you all too afraid to step up? If no one else dares to engage, then today's martial arts championship will be won by my brigade. She observed the so-called elite from the opposing families, their expressions evasive and unwilling to meet her gaze. Lu Piaoxiu felt an even greater sense of pride. It was not her intent to intimidate. Rather, her family understood her capabilities. Lu Piaoxiu was acutely aware that her success was solely due to the effects of the Blood Fury pill. She had no knowledge of how long the effects would last. If this continued to drag on, once the effects faded, she would be the one in dire straits. hence her eagerness to conclude the matter swiftly. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet for a moment. Clear's throat. After a considerable time had passed, the host of the martial arts competition, seeing that no one stepped forward, finally cleared his throat and declared, "Since no one is chosen to challenge Bai Baoj, I hereby announce that the champion of this martial arts competition is Bai Baoj. Bai Baoj, young Miss Bai Baoj, as one of the two major merchants in Fengshui City. Bai Baoj naturally had nurtured many skilled individuals. Upon hearing the unfamiliar announcement that the championship had been claimed by Bai Baoj, their spirits soared, fervently shouting the names of the young Miss and Bai Baoj. Master, did I perform well?" As everything seemed set in stone, Lu Piaoshu joyfully leaped down from the stone platform, striding towards Chu Chun while proudly inquiring, "Do not celebrate too soon. You may yet face repercussions." Noticing her exuberance, Chu Chun doused her enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water, swiftly bringing her back to reality. "Master, since I consumed 2 blood fury pills at once, there should be no issues, right?" Recalling Chu Chen's prior warnings, Lu Piaoshu asked, a hint of anxiety coloring her tone. "Now you feel fear." Chu Chen rolled his eyes, feigning contemplation, until he saw Lu Piaoshu growing increasingly anxious, her eyes nearly brimming with tears. He finally continued, "Rest assured, after you return and take some blood-replenishing herbs, you will feel as lively as ever. However, don't expect to get out of bed in the next few days." "What? Is it that serious?" Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Lu Piaoshu's once joyful expression transformed into a face of despair. "I forgot to mention, the effects of the pill last for half an hour. I doubt the Dan competition will wait for you. If I were you, I would head back now to avoid the onset of side effects. You might find yourself unable to even walk." Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Chun, and he added, "What should I do? But I still need to participate in the Dan competition." Lu Piaoshu's frown deepened. "What? With me here, do you still wish to compete for the championship against me?" Chu Chun said nonchalantly, primarily to lighten Lu Piaoshu's mood, who seemed rather downcast. "Indeed. With you here, who else matters? Then, master, I shall take my leave. Your best." Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Lu Piaoshu suddenly remembered that with Chu Chen's presence, her participation in the Dan competition seemed unnecessary. Coming to this realization, she bid farewell to Chu Chun and left, filled with joy. As Lu Piaoshu gradually walked away, Zhou Qiong finally broke his silence, stepping forward to inquire, You promised to give me gold. Does that still stand?" Chu Chun had long noticed Zhou Qiong's restless demeanor, eagerly awaiting a definitive answer. Naturally, it was understandable for Zhou Qiong to be anxious, given the stakes involved. However, Chu Chun thought to himself that he currently had no money, so discussing it was pointless. Therefore, seeing Zhou Qiong silent, he refrained from speaking up. "Do not worry. The 100,000 taels of gold will be delivered to you before nightfall." Seeing Zhou Qiong's anxious expression, Chu Chun finally spoke. "All right then." Zhou Qiong nodded helplessly, pondering for a moment before ultimately choosing to trust Chu Chun. Although he remained worried, he could think of no other means to raise the funds beyond placing his hope in Chu Chun. No one knew that Zhou Tianxing's technique and that rusty sword had already been auctioned in several cities, yet each attempt had ended in failure. Left with no choice, he could only place his faith in Chu Chun. "Rest assured, once I claim the championship in the Dan competition, I have someone who has promised me 100,000 taels of gold that I will not keep a single coin for myself. It will all go to you." Seeing Zhou Qiong still in distress, Chu Chun added this reassurance. Zhou Qiong fell silent, but Chu Chen's words provided him with a sense of comfort on the arena. The martial arts competition continued. Although Lu Piaoshu had claimed the championship and departed, the tradition dictated that the remaining 6 contestants would still vie for the subsequent rankings. Thus, a little over half an hour has elapsed, and this year's martial competition has officially drawn to a close. The first place, without a doubt, belongs to BIAS. For the second place, it has been claimed by the Su family. Notably, the head of the Su family is none other than the Lord of Fengshui City, the most formidable force in the region. Throughout the years of competition, whether in alchemy or martial arts, the Su family has consistently emerged victorious. There is little need to mention the other families. If one were to discuss the most unfortunate, it would undoubtedly be the Zhao family. In fact, the Zhao family is the most powerful clan among the 4 prominent families, second only to the city lord's mansion. However, their strongest member, Zhao Meng, was defeated by Lu Piaoshu, and another promising talent, Zhao Yu, failed to show up entirely. The absence of these two skilled individuals has led to the Zhao family occupying the last position. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's martial competition has concluded, and what follows is the much-anticipated alchemical contest, which promises to be even more valuable. Meanwhile, on the high platform, as the martial competition was officially announced as completed, the host once again stood at the center of the stage, proclaiming loudly, "It is now my turn. Wait here for me. I shall fetch the gold for you." No sooner had the host's words faded than Chu Chen eagerly turned to Zhou Qiong, who merely nodded in silence. However, it was evident from his gaze that he harbored even greater hopes for Chu Chen to claim the championship. In comparison to the martial competition, the alchemical contest is decidedly more straightforward. Each family sends 2 representatives to compete simultaneously and within a stipulated time frame. The one who produces the higher grade elixir is declared the winner. Above, preparations were underway with alchemical furnaces and medicinal materials already set in place. Chapter 24. The Alchemical Contest. On the high platform, 12 alchemical furnaces had been arranged in a row, and the representatives from the various factions had all arrived. Chu Chen glanced around and noticed that aside from Lu Piaoxiu, everyone else was present, 11 individuals in total, comprising 3 women and 8 men. It was apparent that the average age of the participants in the alchemical contest was significantly older than that of the martial competition. Among them, Chu Chen was indeed the youngest, besides a man clad in a golden robe, who appeared to be around the same age as him. The others were all nearing their 30s. Chu Chen's demeanor took on a rare seriousness. If he had previously approached the alchemical contest with a nonchalant attitude, Zhou Qiong's presence had now instilled a sense of determination within him. Securing the gold and keeping Zhou Qiong by his side was imperative to prevent De Huang from spiraling into the tragic fate of his past life. This was a course of action Chu Chen was resolute in pursuing. Oh heavens, everyone! Look! What is that? Just then, amidst Chu Chen's musings, a wave of astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd. Hearing this, Chu Chen hastily followed their gazes. Not far away, a green flame surged upwards, undulating like a mystical serpent. Even from a distance, one could feel the intense heat radiating towards them. This was a genuine flame. To Chu Chen's surprise, the one wielding the azure fire was none other than the golden-robed man, who appeared to be of similar age to him. Oh my! This is a congenital alchemist. The other alchemists surrounding Chu Chen gasped in astonishment, their faces betraying a hint of bitterness as they lamented their misfortune. Compared to acquired alchemists, congenital alchemists excel far beyond ordinary individuals in both controlling the flame and the speed of elixir refinement. Nonetheless, this did not deter the others from continuing their efforts. The existence of a congenital alchemist merely indicated that the golden-robed man possessed at least the cultivation level of the I Jin realm and practiced fire attribute techniques, but it did not necessarily imply that his alchemical skills surpassed those of the others. Historically, many powerful practitioners of the fire attribute, even those of the wuxia realm, were not adept at alchemy. Should the golden-robed man, despite being a congenital alchemist, only produce a first or second-grade elixir, the others still retained a chance of victory under the constraints of great suppression. With this thought in mind, the others around him hastened to begin their tasks. Chu Chen also set to work. Yet unlike the others, he did not entertain any notions of relying on luck. Placing his hopes on others was not his style. If he was to act, he would strive for excellence. He pondered. Chu Chen's hands were far from idle. One by one, he deftly tossed spiritual herbs into the alchemical furnace with grace and proficiency. As time passed, approximately an hour later, the competition had progressed to a point where many had already extracted their medicinal liquids, and the fragrant aroma of herbs wafted throughout the plaza. Those selected by the major factions to participate in this alchemical competition were certainly not amateurs. Even the acquired alchemists here were among the top tier, ranked at least 3rd grade. Ding! At that moment, the sound of a bronze bell echoed, signifying that someone had completed their alchemical refinement. Chu Chen remained undistracted, his focus unwavering on the furnace, for he knew that apart from the golden-robed man, no one else could achieve such rapid results. Within Chu Chen's furnace, the medicinal liquid bubbled vigorously. His palms occasionally struck the surface, causing the furnace to sway, while the elixir visibly became more translucent and pure. Indeed, Chu Chen was employing the Su Xian Jixian technique. However, unlike the previous occasion at Bai Baoji, when his cultivation level was insufficient and he needed to exert every ounce of effort to achieve the desired refining effect. Now, with his recent breakthrough into the Qi blood realm, his strength had multiplied several-fold. Coupled with a technique from his memories, he was able to silently attain and even surpass the previous purifying effects. Thus, even the two alchemists adjacent to him remained oblivious to any anomalies. The contest continued. Another half-hour passed. Ding! At that moment, another bell chimed, indicating yet another successful alchemical refinement. However, it had been quite some time since the golden-robed man had achieved his success. Ding! Ding! This time, the sounds followed in rapid succession. After the second bell rang, the third and fourth chimed closely thereafter. 9 bells in total, with only a few breaths in between. Including the golden-robed man, it indicated that all but Chu Chun had completed their refining. Chu Chun did not feel rushed. The alchemical contest allotted 2 hours for the refinement, but it was not a matter of who finished first that determined victory. Only when the elixirs were of the same grade and quality would the time taken serve as a deciding factor. With half an hour still remaining, it was more than sufficient for Chu Chun to complete the elixir in his furnace. Yet, while he remained composed, the onlookers could hardly contain their anticipation. I say, are you even capable of refining elixirs? Just standing there. Are you deliberately stalling for time? Indeed, do you really think you are a congenital alchemist? How dare you keep so many of us waiting? The crowd erupted in indignation, expressing their frustrations. This alchemical contest had a rule: to avoid disturbing the remaining participants. The results and judgments regarding the elixirs could only be revealed once the last individual had completed their refinement. Typically, under normal circumstances, while the crowd might be anxious, they would not resort to urging the alchemists. However, with the presence of a congenital alchemist this time, everyone was eager to see the elixirs he would produce. Moreover, since all others had completed their refining, they felt emboldened to express their impatience towards Chu Chun. Nonetheless, despite the jeers, Chu Chun remained unfazed. This contest was jointly organized by the 6 major factions. And in Fengshua City, these factions represented the pinnacle of power. Despite the spectators' fervent outcry, they were unlikely to dare cause any real trouble. However, what Chu Chun did not realize was that on the golden platform ahead, discontent towards him was already brewing. I say, Old Lu, what is the situation with your Baibouch? It would be one thing if only one person participated in the alchemical contest, but how can he just stand there motionless? Is he truly stalling for time as everyone suggests? Zhao Huio was the first to voice his concerns. Today, while Zhao Meng's defeat at the hands of Lu Piaoshu did not overly concern him, after all, victories and defeats were commonplace in martial contests. He had just received word that Zhao Yu had been unable to attend the martial competition due to an altercation with Lu Piaoshu's master. Knowing that 2 of his family's elite had fallen victim to Baibouch, Zhao Huio could hardly suppress his indignation. Thus, he could not afford to miss this opportunity to embarrass Baibouch. Indeed, Old Lu, Zhao's words hold merit. Interjected Lu Furong, the head of Wanxiang Pavilion, a rotund man of around 60. He dressed in a manner befitting a wealthy merchant. The Wanxiang Pavilion and Baibouch had long been rivals, each harboring disdain for the other. Old Lu, this is a matter of victory and defeat, after all. Look here, you and I have been friends for a long time, haven't we? If your Baibouch truly cannot find an alchemist, I can send a few from my Wanxiang Pavilion your way. Why resort to employing an amateur? Old Lu, do not fret. The outcome has yet to be determined, replied Lu Sihai, unfazed by the jibes of Zhao Huio and Lu Furong. Truth be told, he was equally perplexed by Chu Chen's actions. At this moment, Chu Chen's movements were so subtle that to the untrained eye, he appeared to be standing idly. However, judging by the 3rd-grade superior elixirs Chu Chun had previously refined at Baibouch, Lu Sihai was confident that with Chu Chen's alchemical skills, he could surpass any of the other participants. The only reason Chu Chun was refining at such a slow pace was that the elixir he was working on was significantly more complex than the 3rd-grade superior Yijin Dan he had previously crafted. To put it hypothetically, even if Chu Chun were to lose, with Lu Piaoshu as the champion of the martial competition, this would still mark Baibouch's best performance in nearly a decade at the Star Duel Conference. Thus, he remained utterly unperturbed. Since Old Lu has said so, I am curious to see what kind of surprise this young man can truly offer us. Upon hearing Lu Sihai's words, Lu Furong retorted indifferently. Indeed, a postnatal alchemist at most could concoct a mid-grade 3rd-tier pill. What more could one expect? If the words of the head of the Baibao Pavilion retained a modicum of ambiguity, Zhao Wei's remarks were utterly unreserved. Showing no regard for Lu Sihai's standing, let us cease our chatter. The elixir is already prepared to that moment. From the central seat, the figure clad in golden robes, Su Changfeng, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. This esteemed individual was none other than the lord of Fengshui City, possessing considerable authority. Upon hearing his words, the others, who had intended to speak further, could only close their mouths in disappointment. Ding! As if to validate Lord Su Changfeng's words, the final bell tolled simultaneously. Everyone looked up to see a maid presenting the elixir refined by Chu Chun, placed within a golden bowl, its contents obscured by a gilded lid, rendering it impossible to discern the elixir within. Chapter 25. Postnatal 4th grade. Let us proceed. It is time for us old fellows to make our appearance on the golden platform. Several elder gentlemen, eager with anticipation, made their way towards the stone pedestal. At the center of the pedestal, a long wooden table draped in purple satin was meticulously arranged with 11 golden bowls, each containing the freshly concocted elixirs of the 11 participants in the alchemical competition. Lord of the city, this young brother is under your banner. Why not unveil his results yourself? The group, in unison, approached the elixir crafted by the man in golden robes. This individual, Li Tianxian, tall and handsome, not only a congenital alchemist, but also strikingly good-looking, represented the city lord's estate in the competition. Very well, I shall personally reveal the outcome for young Master Li, Su Changfeng replied without hesitation, displaying an unusual deference to Li Tianxian despite his own esteemed position. Crack! Without further ado, Su Changfeng lifted the lid of Li Tianxian's golden bowl, and in an instant, a rich and fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Upon closer inspection, a deep blue elixir lay quietly inside, surrounded by 3 golden halos, clearly not an ordinary product. This is a 4th grade upper-tier enlightenment pill. Upon recognizing the elixir within the bowl, the dignitaries of Fengshui City could no longer maintain their composure. The chasm between 3rd and 4th grades was immense. In this world, the worth of a 4th grade alchemist surpassed that of hundreds of 3rd grade alchemists. Congratulations, Lord Su. With young Master Li's assistance, the city lord's estate will surely soar to new heights. Lu Sihai and the other heads of families expressed their envy. However, as members of the city lord's estate, they could only feign congratulations despite their inner turmoil. Please do not misunderstand. Young Master Li is merely visiting our city for leisure. He is not my subordinate, and his participation in the alchemical competition is merely for fun. Su Changfeng quickly interjected to prevent any further misconceptions, mindful of the significant stature of Li Tianxian. Haha, young Master Li is truly a dragon among men. To casually achieve a 4th grade upper-tier elixir is indeed enviable. Indeed, one wonders when Fengshui City might produce such an alchemical prodigy. The individuals present, astute as they were, quickly discerned the significance of the young man before them, leading to a flurry of flattery directed at him. Yet, unexpectedly, in response to the praises from the dignitaries, Li Tianxian merely nodded, exhibiting no signs of concern, as though he were accustomed to such adulation. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, leaving the 5 dignitaries, excluding Su Changfeng, feeling somewhat displeased. They were, after all, esteemed figures, and Li Tianxian's indifferent demeanor in the face of their compliments left them feeling somewhat slighted. By the way, I recall old Lu mentioning that Baibao Pavilion would bring forth surprises. Why not take a look at the elixir refined by this young brother, perhaps to break the awkwardness? Zhao Wei shifted the conversation. Unsurprisingly, the young brother he referred to was none other than Chu Chun. Very well, let us first examine this young brother's creation. The others naturally concurred, not genuinely expecting much from Chu Chun's elixir. With Li Tianxian's 4th grade upper-tier enlightenment pill as a benchmark, the outcome had already been predetermined in their minds. They merely sought to fulfill a formality as they approached the golden bowl belonging to Chu Chun. Lu Sihai, beads of virtual sweat forming on his brow, awkwardly followed behind. He had previously made bold claims on one hand. He was curious about the elixir Chu Chun had concocted. On the other, he feared that if Chu Chun were to fail, he would be subjected to ridicule by these individuals. With an uneasy heart, Lu Sihai trailed along. In the moment of his hesitation, Su Changfeng had already lifted the lid. Initially, the onlookers were indifferent, but suddenly, an aroma far more potent than that of Li Tianxian's 4th grade upper-tier elixir enveloped them, filling their nostrils with an intoxicating fragrance. Gasp! The 5 dignitaries felt an unusual sensation, prompting them to peer into the bowl. Upon recognizing the contents, they could not help but collectively gasp in astonishment. No one uttered a word, yet their exchanged glances were filled with shock. What are you all doing? Even if it fails. I can accept that. There's no need for silence. Lu Sihai, adopting a what's done is done mentality, hurriedly approached. In the next moment, the number of astonished individuals rose from 5 to 6. That why are they all silent? Could it be that the young man truly failed and made a fool of himself? From below, someone on the platform remarked, unable to restrain themselves. No, you all must smell that. What is that incredible fragrance? I too can smell it. It seems to be the aroma of an elixir. Yet, the fragrance from young Master Li's 4th grade upper tier elixir was not nearly as potent. Could it be that this young man has concocted something even more remarkable than young Master Li's? The audience buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, on the stage, after a brief moment of astonishment, Lord Su Chongfeng and Lu Sihai regained their composure. After a short discussion, they exchanged glances and nodded in agreement that it was still Su Chongfeng. The city lord, who would unveil the results to him at Su Chongfeng, cleared his throat, seemingly to alleviate the previous awkwardness, perhaps even intentionally prolonging the suspense. Just as the audience felt an urge to rush the stage and deliver a few resounding slaps to him, he finally spoke. I announce that the elixir refined by Chu Chun of Baibao Pavilion is also a 4th grade enlightenment pill, and its quality is 4th grade supreme. Upon finishing this proclamation, Su Chongfeng fell silent, allowing the audience a moment to digest this information. As expected, disbelief rippled through the crowd. How is that possible? I recall this individual did not utilize true fire throughout the process. How could he produce a 4th grade supreme elixir? Indeed, could it be that this fellow can concoct 4th grade elixirs without using alchemical fire? This is utterly inconceivable. The audience erupted into chatter once more. On the platform, the 6 dignitaries, witnessing the commotion, were not surprised by the reaction of the crowd. Not only the onlookers, but even they themselves, upon seeing the elixir refined by Chu Chun, initially questioned whether they had misread the situation. However, gazing at the 3 elixirs within the bowl, their deeper hue, the richer fragrance, and the 4 golden halos, all unequivocally signaled one truth. Chu Chun had, indeed, successfully refined 3 4th grade supreme enlightenment pills using postnatal methods in a single attempt. While they could not fathom how Chu Chun accomplished this, under the scrutiny of so many eyes, there was no possibility of deceit. Furthermore, the warmth emanating from the elixirs suggested they had only recently been produced. Everything pointed to the fact that the creator of this 4th grade supreme elixir was undoubtedly Chu Chun. There was no room for doubt. With Chu Chun's 4th grade supreme elixir and Li Tianxian's 4th grade upper tier enlightenment pill on the table, the significance of any other alchemical creations paled in comparison. Ultimately, under Su Chongfeng's announcement, Baibao Pavilion once again claimed the championship of the alchemical competition. As for Li Tianxian, though displeased, he had no choice but to concede 2nd place. Thus, the annual Dueling Conference came to a close. Baibao Pavilion, having redeemed itself from years of mediocrity, emerged as this year's dual champion, basking in unparalleled glory. Chapter 26. Celebration. That night, within Baibao Pavilion, Lu Sihai hosted a grand banquet to celebrate Baibao Pavilion's acquisition of the dual championship. Naturally, Chu Chun attended, accompanied by Shou Qiong. At this juncture, Chu Chun had undeniably become a significant contributor to Baibao Pavilion. Not only had he secured the championship in the alchemical competition, but upon returning, Lu Piaoshu had also attributed her victory entirely to Chu Chun's guidance. Now, Chu Chun's status and standing had risen dramatically in less than half a day's time. News of his subsequent methods and the successful refinement of a 4th grade premium elixir has already spread far and wide. Just like the earlier alchemist Mo Ding, who was a 3rd grade practitioner, many now raise their glasses to toast, their words dripping with respect and admiration for Chu Chun. The atmosphere is harmonious, a fitting scene of mutual joy among hosts and guests. Come, brother Chu, let us drink another cup. At the head of the table, Lu Sihai beams, his smile so wide it seems he cannot contain it. Having spent many years in Fengshui City, he has never felt as relieved as he does today. Old Lu, we shall discuss the drinking later. I believe it would be prudent for you to fulfill your previous promise first. Chu Chun did not raise his glass this time. He felt it was nearly sufficient. And besides, he was uneasily aware of Zhou Qiong's unwavering gaze upon him. Promise? No problem. Someone, bring forth the gift I prepared. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Lu Sihai momentarily paused, recalling his earlier commitment of 100,000 taels of gold to Chu Chen. He promptly instructed the servants nearby. This was not due to Lu Sihai's lack of intellect. Rather, it was because he had not anticipated that a dignified fourth-grade alchemist like Chu Chen would still be fixated on such a trivial sum. Lord, the items you requested have arrived. Shortly thereafter, a servant approached with a wooden box, handing it to Chu Chen at Lu Sihai's gesture. Upon opening the treasure chest, Chu Chen discovered it contained a thick stack of gold notes, each worth 10,000, totaling 100 pieces. 1 million taels of gold. Chu Chen felt little about it, although 1 million taels appears to be a staggering figure in the grand scheme of things. It is merely a mundane currency. As one progresses in cultivation, such gold becomes increasingly insignificant. At that stage, the common currency among practitioners is spirit stones, rendering gold and silver utterly useless. Nevertheless, while Chu Chen remained indifferent, Zhou Qiong's eyes widened in astonishment. As a mere impoverished tribesman, he had never encountered such a fortune. Observing Zhou Qiong's reaction, Chu Chen quickly counted out 10 notes and handed them to him. Zhou Qiong trembled with excitement as he clutched the notes. Subsequently, Chu Chen closed the box and returned it to the servant's hands. Brother Chu, since these gold notes have been entrusted to you, they're yours. What are you doing? Upon witnessing Chu Chen's actions, Lu Sihai understood that Chu Chen intended to return the remaining notes. He chuckled and said, Old Lu, no reward without merit. I shall only take what I am entitled to. As for the rest, please keep it. Chu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Was gold useful to Chu Chen? Certainly, especially at this current stage. However, Lu Sihai was astute, and Chu Chen was no fool. He recognized that there are no free lunches in this world. Lu Sihai's gesture undoubtedly stemmed from his interest in Chu Chen's status as a fourth-grade alchemist. Although Chu Chen was currently refining elixirs for Bai Baoji, he had already made it clear that Bai Baoji had no right to interfere with his will. Accepting these gold notes would bind him irrevocably to Bai Baoji, a situation he wished to avoid. Making money from alchemy was merely a small step in the early stages. He had far more to accomplish and could not afford to expend too much effort on alchemy alone. Haha. Everyone has their aspirations. Since the young brother is unwilling to accept, so be it. That if you ever require assistance in the future, feel free to ask without hesitation. Lu Sihai responded with a hearty laugh. 90,000 taels of gold was no small sum, and having made his stance clear, he would not press further. They were all intelligent individuals, and some matters were better left unsaid, for the time being. Chu Chen remained engaged in alchemy for Bai Baoji, and it seemed his granddaughter had a good rapport with him. These advantages were not possessed by other factions, which sufficed for Lu Sihai, since old Lu has said as much. I do indeed have a humble request. Shifting the subject away from alliances, Chu Chen continued, Brother Chu, please do not hesitate to voice your needs. We are all friends here. Lu Sihai bore no ill will towards Chu Chen for declining to join Bai Baoji. Beyond the value of the Zhuke fire control technique that Chu Chen had gifted to his granddaughter, they shared a bond of friendship, not enmity. Moreover, a fourth-grade alchemist, especially one so young, held great potential for the future, making it unreasonable for Lu Sihai to sever ties with him. It is this. My young brother needs to procure some grain. I wonder if you have any suitable channels? As Chu Chen spoke, he turned his gaze towards Zhou Qiong. Being young, Zhou Qiong had yet to fully grasp the complexities of the situation. In Fengshua City, premium white rice cost 1 tael of silver per dough, which equated to 30 jin. Purchasing 100,000 taels of gold worth of rice would amount to a staggering 30 million jin. Additionally, finding a source would entail considering transportation and other logistical challenges, creating significant complications. Zhou Qiong naively believed that acquiring gold would ensure their survival, failing to recognize that gold itself was not sustenance. The task of purchasing such a vast amount of rice was no simple matter. Fortunately, as Bai Baoji engaged in commerce, Chu Chen assumed they would have various channels available, hence his inquiry. May I ask how much rice you wish to purchase, young brother? Lu Sihai did not seem overly concerned. In this vast world, rice was not a scarce commodity. Although Bai Baoji typically did not sell rice, they could still find a way if needed. Not much, just enough to cover 100,000 taels of gold worth of grain. Chu Chen provided his answer. Buffed. Lu Sihai, upon hearing this, spat out a mouthful of 100,000 taels of gold worth of rice. Undeniably, to Lu Sihai, This was not a significant sum. However, for an ordinary person, it represented an astronomical fortune. Aside from the military, he had never heard of anyone purchasing rice in such vast quantities. Moreover, he could not fathom what Chu Chun would require such an enormous supply of rice for. To be frank, the grain is not for me. It is for my young brother here. Sensing Lu Sihai's confusion, Chu Chun clarified. Since you have spoken, Brother Chu, consider it done that I shall take care of this matter. Lu Sihai readily agreed. Acquiring and transporting grain posed no difficulty for him. Then I thank you. Old Lu, please discuss the specifics among yourselves. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. After receiving Lu Sihai's affirmative response, Chu Chun expressed his gratitude before turning to Zhou Qiong.as for the grain. Let old Lu assist you. Once you have delivered the grain back to the tribe, you may return to Fengshui City to find me. Having said this, Chu Qin stood up, preparing to depart. That a day had passed without seeing Luo Qingwu and Chu Yu, and he felt a strong sense of longing in his heart. Thank you, Zhou Qiong. Though somewhat simple-minded, realized that Chu Chun was helping him. With a hint of moisture in his eyes, he spoke earnestly, "Do not thank me. Just remember our agreement." Chu Chun smiled. Are you not afraid I might run away? Zhou Qiong remained silent for a moment, watching Chu Chun walk a short distance away before adding, I trust you. Chu Chun turned back, weighing his words carefully before replying. After uttering this phrase, he left without looking back. Chapter 27. Time. When Chu Chun returned to Qianlong Courtyard, it was already late at night. The courtyard was eerily quiet, with nearly everyone having retired for the evening. Approaching the door to his wife and daughter's room, Chu Chun gently opened the door and tiptoed to the bedside, discovering that both mother and daughter were already fast asleep. Only then did he feel a sense of relief. He stepped out of the room, closed the door, and made his way to the alchemy chamber. Unbeknownst to Chu Chun, as he closed the door, Luo Qingwu, who had already fallen asleep, slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the door, lost in thought. Chu Chun hurried along. Soon arriving at the alchemy chamber, on a cabinet in the back lay several bottles of elixirs. These were the blood-condensing pills he had specifically reserved for himself to aid in cultivation. Under the locust tree, Chu Chun reappeared, and no matter the circumstances, he could not afford to neglect his daily practice. After consuming an elixir, Chu Chun resumed his cultivation. He practiced late into the night, and without any unforeseen incidents. His strength broke through once more, reaching the third level of the Qi and Blood realm. The following day, Chu Qin joyfully reunited with Chu Yu. After 2 days apart, the little girl had blossomed even more beautifully. As mother and daughter indulged in a medicinal bath, Luo Qingwu appeared even more enchanting. That morning, after sharing breakfast with the two ladies, they soon received a delivery of medicinal herbs from Bai Baoch, courtesy of Xiaolon. Now that the gold earned from the dueling competition had all been given to Zhou Qiong, Chu Qin found himself not in a comfortable financial position. The few elixirs he had crafted for Lu Sihai had only netted him a few thousand taels of silver. To sustain his living, he needed to continue earning. Sir, this is a message from young Master Zhou Qiong, entrusted to the pavilion master for you. To Chu Qin's surprise, Xiaolon arrived not only with a plethora of medicinal herbs, but also with a long, black cloth-wrapped object measuring over 3 feet. Old friend, I never imagined we would meet again. As Chu Chun accepted the elongated item, he slowly unwrapped the black cloth. As expected, it contained a rusted, dilapidated broken sky sword. Have Zhou Qiong and the others set out? As he caressed the broken sky sword, Chu Chun couldn't help but reminisce about many memories. Once, she was revered by the great wilderness cultivators as the sword sovereign. Even upon ascending to the imperial realm, one of the 3 absolute emperors was renowned for their mastery of the sword. Having devoted his life to the blade, Chu Chun naturally harbored an extraordinary affection for it. Furthermore, his swordsmanship was celebrated as the unparalleled sword of the ages. Returning, my lord, young Master Zhou Qiong has already set forth. The escort team has been personally selected by the pavilion master, and he mentioned that you need not worry. Xiaolon respectfully conveyed, very well, I understand. Prepare a fire. Let us begin refining the elixirs. Chu Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Upon learning that the escort team was organized by Lu Sihai, he felt a sense of reassurance. At that moment, Chu Chun ceased to ponder other matters and focused intently on the alchemical process. It was not until the afternoon that Xiaolon departed with over 100 vials of elixirs. That night, Chu Chun consumed another blood condensation pill. Yet regrettably, he did not achieve a breakthrough as one progresses in martial arts. Advancements become increasingly sluggish in the later stages, a fact that did not surprise him. Moreover, after acquiring the Breaking Sky Sword, his daily routine not only involved elevating his power, but also included a new form of cultivation, swordsmanship training. In his previous life, while Chu Chen's swordsmanship was unparalleled, the differences in physique and strength meant that utilizing the same techniques entailed distinct nuances. Techniques such as force application and discovering the most harmonious moves for his current body required meticulous adjustment. However, with the memory of his past life intact, Chu Chen encountered no bottlenecks in his swordsmanship. His progress and cultivation far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners. Time passed in this warm and bustling manner. And before long, 3 days had flown by. During this time, Chu Chen's cultivation reached the 5th level of the Blood Qi realm, endowing him with an immense strength of 70,000 pounds. In terms of physical resilience and power, he could rival a typical practitioner at the 10th level of the Blood Qi realm. Today, the medicinal liquids prepared for Luo Qingwu and Chu Yu had all been consumed, and nearly all impurities from their bodies had been meticulously cleansed. The two of them now possessed pure physiques, akin to uncarved jade. However, at this juncture, Chu Chen found himself at a loss. With so many techniques in his memory, he was uncertain which cultivation method to impart to them. Just yesterday, he had assessed the physical constitutions of the mother and daughter. To his surprise, both exhibited remarkable cultivation talents, seemingly possessing two distinct special physiques. What constitutes a special physique in this world, aside from the majority of individuals like Chu Chen, who possess unremarkable constitutions? Many possess extraordinary and unique physiques. For instance, some are born as sword bodies, naturally attuned to the sword, their sword light as frigid as the frost across the 14 continents. Others are born amidst the dance of dragons and phoenixes, innately close to the path of the great Tao, cultivating at an astonishing pace. Still, others possess innate elemental affinities, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, comprehending the laws of nature. Such individuals are the legendary possessors of special physiques, their cultivation potential far beyond that of the average person. Yet, Chu Chen was only aware that Chu Yu and Luo Qingwu had special physiques. The specifics remained elusive. He did know that Luo Qingwu belonged to the ice-cold physique, while Chu Yu, conversely, appeared to possess a yang physique. Given the balance of yin and yang, it would be prudent to cultivate the corresponding techniques. Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Chen. He spread out a sheet of rice paper, wielded his brush, and swiftly began to write. Before long, he had completed his task, glancing at the 2 sheets of paper adorned with characters. Chu Chen smiled in satisfaction. Upon closer inspection, one sheet bore the title Sun's Scorching Technique, while the other was inscribed with Moon's Subduing Technique. In his previous life, after ascending to emperorhood, Chu Chen traversed the world in search of methods to revive his wife and daughter. Witnessing myriad martial arts and secret techniques, the yin and yang techniques he had just inscribed were among the most elite he had encountered. Now, entrusting them to his wife and daughter was indeed fitting. Thereupon, Chu Chen took the 2 sheets of paper and sought out Luo Qingwu and Chu Yu, who were resting beneath a locust tree. Luo Qingwu's grace surpassed her former self, and upon receiving the Moon's Subduing Technique from Chu Chen, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately lowered her head to study it. Before long, she was fully engrossed, her body remaining utterly still. Little Chu Yu received the Sun's Scorching Technique, yet her expression was one of disappointment. Her large, dark eyes gazing innocently at Chu Chen, for the little girl could not read. Thus, Chu Chen picked her up and began to explain each line to her. The clever girl grasped the content quickly, and once he had completed his explanations, she began to practice earnestly beside him, mimicking the movements. Of course, despite their exceptional talents, all practitioners must commence their training from the foundational stages, progressing gradually. Chu Chen had initially worried that they might struggle to comprehend the material. But the very next morning, before he had even risen, little Chu Yu excitedly knocked on his door, proclaiming that both she and her mother had entered the body refinement realm. At first, Chu Chen assumed the little girl was merely being fanciful. But upon rising, he observed that Chu Yu's skin appeared more crystalline, a clear indication that she had indeed entered the body refinement realm. Seeking out Luo Qingwu, he was further astonished to discover that she had progressed to the 2nd level of the body refinement realm in just a single night. Chu Chen was utterly taken aback, After all, his own rapid cultivation was due to his past life experiences, coupled with the aid of elixirs and the divine demonic body refinement technique, allowing him to reach his current level in mere days. Yet, these two women had achieved such remarkable breakthroughs without any prior training or the benefit of elixirs. The speed of their advancement was terrifyingly swift, evoking a pang of jealousy in Chu Chun. However, upon remembering that they were his wife and daughter, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, even tinged with excitement. In the days that followed, Luo Qingwu and Chu Yu commenced their training, their powers visibly increasing day by day. Chu Chun maintained his usual routine of martial arts practice, alchemy, and sword training, occasionally making time to spend with his wife and daughter. These activities constituted the entirety of his life. Unbeknownst to him, half a month had slipped by. On the night of the 20th chapter, as Chu Chun and his family dined, it was evident that Luo Qingwu was no longer the defenseless woman she once was. With her cultivation now at the 10th level of the body refinement realm, she possessed a modicum of self-defense, as for Chu Yu. Though she often succumbed to boredom and slacked off, she had nonetheless reached the 6th level of the body refinement realm. She appeared like a porcelain doll, exquisitely crafted, yet possessed the strength to lift 1,000 pounds. As for Chu Chun, despite the challenges of cultivating at higher levels, his own cultivation had ascended to the 10th level of the blood chi realm. With his strength soaring to a remarkable 180,000 pounds, a significant leap forward. My lord, there is someone outside seeking you, a servant announced during their meal. Who would come to find me at this hour? What do they claim to be? Chu Chun inquired, puzzled. His circle of friends was quite limited. Aside from Xiao Lan and Lu Piaoxiu, whom the servant would recognize, he could not recall anyone else who might arrive at such an hour. In response, my lord, the individual stated he is named Zhou Qiong. The servant replied, Zhou Qiong? He has returned. Splendid. Quickly, bring him in. Chu Chun exclaimed with delight, hardly able to contain his eagerness to eat. Yes, my lord. The servant replied respectfully before departing to fetch Zhou Qiong. Who is Zhou Qiong? Why have I never heard you mention him before? Luo Qingwu asked, her curiosity piqued. As their relationship had grown significantly over the past half-month, she was now more willing to engage in conversation with Chu Chun. A friend I made previously, named Zhou Qiong. Chu Chun proceeded to recount the tale of Zhou Qiong's tribe suffering from a great drought and how he had ventured into the city alone to sell goods, as well as how he had extended his assistance. That I would like him to reside here in the future, so that there will be someone to protect you in my absence, he added at the end. Very well, Luo Qingwu nodded in agreement. My lord, he has arrived, the servant announced moments later. Upon his return, the servant stood beside Zhou Qiong, who kept his head bowed, avoiding eye contact, clad in a black robe. He appeared significantly more spirited than when they first met outside the Wanxiang pavilion, yet perhaps unprepared for the presence of others. He seemed somewhat uneasy standing at the entrance of the dining hall. Have you eaten? Chu Chun inquired promptly after the servant left. Yes, Zhou Qiong nodded, then continued, I have returned as promised. Now you may tell me what you require of me. Zhou Qiong's nervous demeanor stemmed partly from his naturally introverted nature, but also from uncertainty regarding Chu Chen's true intentions in helping him. After all, the unknown often breeds fear, and until he received clarity from Chu Chun, he could not find peace of mind. Nonetheless, deep down, Zhou Qiong had resolved that since Chu Chun had honored his promise to help him, he would comply with whatever request was made, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Rest assured, you need not fear that my expenditure of 100,000 taels of gold was for the purpose of claiming your life. Chu Chun discerned Zhou Qiong's underlying concerns, although Zhou Qiong had resolved to comply with any request. It was only natural for anyone to prefer living over facing an untimely death. Thus, upon hearing Chu Chen's words, he visibly relaxed somewhat. Tio, speak frankly. I see potential in you. That if you are willing, I would like to take you on as my disciple. Chu Chun directly articulated his intentions, recognizing that his efforts to assist Zhou Qiong were indeed motivated by personal ambition. The individual before him was destined to become a figure of equal stature to himself in the future. Had it not been for the combined assault of the 8 great holy lands, his ascension to emperorhood would have been all but assured. Such talent was not something Chu Chun could overlook. Certainly, the most crucial point is that Chu Chun does not wish for the tragic events of his past life to unfold once more, that he intends to keep Zhou Qiong by his side, to nurture and guide him, as this is the best course of action he can conceive. That of course, Should Zhou Qiong be unwilling, Chu Chan would not force him. Are you suggesting that you wish to take me as your disciple and teach me the martial arts? Zhou Qiong inquired, momentarily believing he had misheard. What? Do you not wish to? Chu Chan feigned seriousness in his question. Without needing a response from Zhou Qiong, the tremor of excitement coursing through his body revealed his answer. It was not reluctance that I once participated in the selection for the martial house, but they claimed my aptitude was too poor, rendering me entirely unsuitable for martial training, despite his fervent desire to master martial arts. Zhou Qiong spoke candidly. That is of no concern to me. Simply answer me, do you wish to or not? Chu Chan was taken aback to discover that Zhou Qiong had such a past before his rise to fame. Yet he paid it no mind. With the memories of his previous life intact, any so-called aptitude tests held no bearing on Chu Chan. Master, please allow me to bow before you. Noticing that Chu Chan was unfazed by his aptitude issues, Zhou Qiong did not respond verbally, but instead expressed his respect through action. Very well, rise. Remember, this is your master's wife. In my absence, you will heed her words. Chu Chan nodded, gesturing for Zhou Qiong to stand, and continued, yes, master. Zhou Qiong nodded respectfully. Meanwhile, Luo Qingwu stood by in a state of confusion. Initially, upon hearing Chu Chan mention his absence, she had assumed that a martial expert was responsible for the protection of herself and her daughter. However, upon seeing Zhou Qiong, she realized he was merely an 11 or 12-year-old boy who had yet to cultivate martial arts. Naturally, her surprise was fleeting, knowing that he had come alone to the city to save his kin and was barely able to afford a meal. She could not possibly impede Chu Chan from taking him in. Her innate kindness, coupled with her previous experiences of hunger, made her acutely aware of such suffering. Observing Zhou Qiong's timidity, she gently remarked, since you have taken your master as your teacher, I shall henceforth be your master's wife. You may treat this place as your home. Without any restraint, she uttered the words master's wife. A flush of color graced Luo Qingwu's fair cheeks. Stealing a glance at Chu Chan and finding him unperturbed, she breathed a quiet sigh of relief. How could Chu Chan not notice the subtle changes in Luo Qingwu? He merely feigned ignorance at present. The two were in a state of ambiguity, making it unwise to display their feelings too overtly. Very well. You take your time with your meal. Zhou Qiong and I will step out for a moment. Chu Chan, having lost his appetite, bade farewell to Luo Qingwu and led Zhou Qiong out of the dining hall. Master, is there something you wish to discuss? Zhou Qiong asked, puzzled by Chu Chen's decision to take him outside. I want to know if you possess a technique known as the Zhou Tian Xing Chen Shu, Chu Chan stated directly. Yes, Zhou Qiong replied, nodding as he produced the half-scroll from his bosom and handed it to Chu Chan without a second thought. I shall keep this technique for now. It is getting late. I will have someone escort you to rest, and we can discuss your training tomorrow. Chu Chan accepted the scroll. Yes, master, Zhou Qiong replied obediently, showing no sign of fear that Chu Chan might abscond with the ancient scroll. After Zhou Qiong departed, Chu Chan returned to his room with the half-scroll in hand. He had no intention of hoarding knowledge. As the Heavenly Emperor, he had encountered myriad techniques. His purpose for acquiring this technique from Zhou Qiong was to utilize his past life's knowledge to complete it in his previous life. Zhou Qiong had nearly reached the imperial realm with merely this half-scroll, and with Chu Chen's perspective as the Heavenly Emperor, it would pose no difficulty. The results did not disappoint Chu Chan. After a single night of tireless effort, he successfully completed the Zhou Tian Xing Chen Shu by the following morning, a feat that would undoubtedly spare Zhou Qiong from many detours on his future path of cultivation. Chapter 29. The Martial Enthusiast. To elaborate on the Zhou Tian Xing Chen Shu, Chu Chan had not slept a wink throughout the night. Casting a glance at the sky, he noted that dawn had only just begun to break. As a martial artist, a day or two without sleep posed no issue, so Chu Chan resolved to forego sleep altogether. He opened his door, only to be startled by the sight of a figure standing motionless outside. Zhou Qiong, what brings you here so early? Shouldn't you be sleeping? Chu Chan responded with slight irritation. Master, did you not say last night that you would teach me to cultivate today? Therefore, I have been waiting for you. Zhou Qiong replied, his tone earnest. You are quite the eager one. Chu Chan smiled. His initial intention was to wait until after breakfast to discuss training with Zhou Qiong, and he had left the completed Zhou Tian Xing Chen Shu in his room. However, seeing that Zhou Qiong was already waiting, Chu Chan returned to retrieve the sheets of paper he had drafted the previous night. Here, this is what I have derived based on the fragment you provided yesterday. Try practicing it, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. He handed the sheets to Zhou Qiong. Thank you, Master, Zhou Qiong exclaimed, excitement evident as he examined the densely packed content, which included diagrams of acupoints and meridians. Go on, practice diligently. Chu Chan nodded slightly. Yes, Master. With the Zhou Tian Xing Chen Shu in hand, Zhou Qiong had no intention of lingering any longer, and after offering his respects, he promptly departed. I too should begin my own training. I cannot allow my wife, daughter, and disciple to surpass me. Watching Zhou Qiong hastily leave, Chu Chen chuckled to himself and sought out an open area to commence his own training. Presently, Chu Chen had reached the 10th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Boasting a strength of 180,000 pounds, considerably stronger than the average practitioner of the same realm, it could be said that he had reached the limits of the Qi and Blood realm, leaving little room for further enhancement. Now, Chu Chen's objective was to open up his meridians and strengthen his tendons, aiming to reach the realm of muscle transformation. Upon attaining this state, not only would his explosive power be formidable, but he would also be able to draw spiritual energy into his body through his meridians. At that juncture, Chu Chen would finally possess a semblance of self-defense capability after consuming a muscle transformation pill. He activated the divine demon body refinement technique. In truth, Chu Chen had commenced his pursuit of the muscle transformation realm 3 days prior. After 3 days of diligent practice, he had made considerable progress, successfully opening his 12th meridian. The primary requirement for entering the muscle transformation realm was to open the 18th major meridian within the body, allowing spiritual energy to be drawn in for subsequent cultivation. Chu Chen was in no rush. He concluded his session and stood still, as it was now time for breakfast. Furthermore, at the current pace, he would likely enter the muscle transformation realm by tomorrow at the latest. Beneath the locust tree, Chu Chen found Zhou Qiong, who was diligently practicing according to the methods of the Zhou Tian Xing Chen Shu. However, having practiced for only a short while, he had made little progress. His face flushed with frustration and embarrassment. Zhou Qiong, come over and eat first, Chu Chen called out. Yes, Master. Zhou Qiong had initially wished to continue training, but reluctantly approached upon hearing Chu Chen's voice. Not daring to defy him, in the dining hall, Luo Qingwu and Chu Yu had just finished washing up and arrived at the entrance. Father, spotting Chu Chen, Chu Yu rushed over like a gust of wind. Now, after her training, Chu Yu's speed was astonishing. Come here, let father hold you, Chu Chen exclaimed, lifting Chu Yu into his arms. Meanwhile, Luo Qingwu, perhaps unaware herself, felt a smile tugging at her lips as she witnessed the heartwarming scene. Zhou Qiong, how is your training coming along? Luo Qingwu inquired at the dining table, clearly having noticed Zhou Qiong practicing under the locust tree since early morning. Replying to my master, there hasn't been much effect, Zhou Qiong said, slightly disheartened. No worries, take your time. There's no rush, Luo Qingwu consoled him. Big brother, my mother and I entered the cultivation body realm in less than a night, so you must work hard. Chu Yu chimed in proudly. Children say whatever comes to their minds, Chu Chen thought. Yes, I will work hard, Zhou Qiong responded earnestly, nodding. You need not be overly anxious. Cultivation should follow the flow of fate. Chu Chen interjected, noting Zhou Qiong's seriousness that it was only natural that Zhou Qiong, having practiced for merely a morning, would experience no significant progress. After all, not everyone possessed the rapid cultivation speed of Luo Qingwu and Chu Yu. To be frank, the cultivation talents of the mother and daughter were rare even among the esteemed sanctuaries of the past. For an ordinary person to enter the cultivation body realm might take several days or even weeks, which was entirely normal and not surprising. Now, let us not dwell on these matters. Let us eat. Noticing the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense, Luo Qingwu quickly suggested. The family fell silent, focusing on their meal. Zhou Qiong was the first to finish eating. Perhaps spurred by Chu Yu's earlier remark, he bid farewell to the others shortly after finishing his meal and returned to the locust tree to continue his training. This Zhou Qiong, Chu Chen shook his head, not overly concerned. Zhou Qiong had always been a martial enthusiast in his past life, a fact he had long anticipated. Before long, the family of 3 had all finished their meals. Grateful for the rare tranquility, Chu Chen engaged in playful antics with little Chu Yu at the table. Master, something is amiss. At that moment, a figure clad in red burst into the room with great urgency. Such a spirited demeanor could only belong to Lu Piaoxiu. What brings you here? Over the course of their time together, although Chu Chun had not explicitly accepted Lu Piaoxiu as his disciple, he had tacitly acknowledged their bond. For the past half-month, apart from the initial 3 days when she was too weak to rise from her bed, Lu Piaoxiu had been diligently coming over to observe Chu Chun as he refined alchemical potions. Master, just now I saw someone from Baibao Pavilion looking for you, claiming that you owe them money, and they even have an eye out. It's not a large sum, merely 10 taels of silver that I had intended to pay it on your behalf. But they insisted that the debt is yours to settle, so I hurried to find you. Fearing there might be some trickery involved, Lu Piaoxiu spoke rapidly, conveying a torrent of information. This fellow, does she still hold out hope? Upon hearing Lu Piaoxiu's words, Chu Chun immediately understood who she was referring to. In Fengshua City, aside from the legendary 8th master from the Bafang Casino, he owed no debts to anyone. 10 taels of silver was indeed a trifling amount for Chu Chun at this point. Hardly worth mentioning. However, having been reborn, he had no intention of repaying such debts. It was not merely a matter of the amount. It was a question of principle. One could say that the reason for his previous life's disintegration of family ties was largely due to the Bafang Casino, which had brazenly deceived him and even harbored ill intentions towards his wife. Now they dared to come seeking repayment? Chu Chun could only scoff at their audacity. Moreover, the fact that they had made such a grand effort to find him could not possibly be a simple matter of collecting 10 taels of silver. After all, with his current status as a 4th-grade alchemist, coupled with the fact that they had not allowed Lu Piaoxiu to assist in repaying the debt, and considering their prolonged silence before suddenly demanding repayment, everything about the situation reeked of deceit. Their intentions were undoubtedly far more sinister than merely reclaiming 10 taels of silver. Humph, if you seek death, I shall grant it. Chu Chun let out a cold laugh. Deep down, he had long harbored intentions of uprooting the Bafang Casino entirely. However, since the 8th master was associated with one of the 4 great families, Chu Chun had been reluctant to provoke them. Yet no, as everyone encircled Chu Chun, Feng Kuan's pride swelled even further. The words of Chu Chun echoed in his ears, rendering them utterly laughable. Chu Chun ceased to speak. After all, they were merely dead men, and he could hardly be bothered to engage in further discourse. Seize him, Feng Kuan commanded with a swift motion of his hand, believing that Chu Chun's silence signified fear. Yes, over 20 masters of the blood chi realm responded in unison, their figures instantly transforming into fleeting shadows as they lunged toward Chu Chun. Each of these masters possessed an immense strength of around 50 to 60,000 jin, and their combined might was formidable. In an instant, Chu Chun perceived the surge of blood chi around him, akin to ferocious beasts charging at him. Chapter 31. The sword moves. Humph, seeking death? Observing the more than 20 masters of the blood chi realm rushing towards him, Chu Chun let out a cold snort. Clang! Just as the word death fell from his lips, the 3-foot azure blade was unsheathed. Though the breaking heaven sword appeared rusted and worn, the moment it was drawn, a sharp aura swept through the surroundings. Not only the sword, but even Chu Chun himself radiated an aura of brilliance at that moment. He seemed to have fused completely with the breaking heaven sword, every movement embodying an essence capable of annihilating all things. Suddenly, Chu Chun moved, spotting a burly man leading the charge. He subtly shifted his body back half a step, and then the breaking heaven sword shot forward like a serpent, precisely piercing the man's throat. Those behind, witnessing the scene, raised their brows in alarm. They attempted to retreat, only to find themselves unable to move an inch due to the onrush of others behind them. Fight! As warriors, they were naturally men of spirit. Realizing retreat was impossible, they steeled their resolve. Humph, a mere group of blood chi realm warriors. Do you think you can harm me? Chu Chun scoffed disdainfully, despite having recently entered the 1st level of the muscle transformation realm. Even before his breakthrough, these individuals would never have been his match. Though outwardly dismissive, Chu Chun remained vigilant. The steps of the carefree technique unfurled, transforming him into a blur. The breaking heaven sword became a harbinger of death. With every thrust, a life was extinguished. Thud, thud, thud. The unparalleled sharpness of the breaking heaven sword pierced through throats as easily as if they were made of tofu. In just a few breaths, the scene fell eerily silent once more. Thus, all 20-plus masters of the blood chi realm met their demise. Strangely, the anticipated stench of blood was absent. Every strike of Chu Chen's sword was executed with an elegance akin to art. At this moment, not a drop of blood stained his garments, nor the ground beneath him. The art of swordsmanship is categorized into stages: initiation, mastery, refinement, and unity. The ability to kill without bloodshed is said to reach the legendary stage of refinement. Now, it's your turn. Having slain over 20 individuals, Chu Chen felt little emotional upheaval. These were all accomplices to evil. Their deaths were in vain. As for the notion of cruelty, for one who has endured the dark times, such levels of slaughter are hardly worth mentioning. Kid, I must admit, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. However, I am not among the refuse of the Blood Qi realm. If you wish to kill me, you may find yourself lacking the capability. Feng Kuen's expression shifted slightly. He did not expect that the drunken wastrel who once squandered his days in his gambling den had transformed into such a formidable foe. Yet, his surprise was purely incidental and did not equate to fear of Chu Chun. Feng Kun was the younger brother of the current head of the Feng family, though his aptitude was not exceptional. After over 40 years of life and the aid of family-provided elixirs, he had nonetheless cultivated himself to the 6th level of the muscle transformation realm, against the 1st level of the muscle transformation realm that Chu Chun had just entered. He did not see the latter as a threat. Humph, in my eyes, you are no different from them, merely worthless. Chu Chun chose not to respond to Feng Kuen's provocation, instead retorting with a sharp tone. In this world, success or failure is never dictated by realm. Though I have only just stepped into the 1st level of the muscle transformation realm, my power, defense, and martial prowess are not inferior to yours. These are the true determinants of victory. That's so. I shall see who has endowed you with such confidence to speak to me so boldly. Feng Kuen's ire was ignited. How could a mere novice of the 1st level of the muscle transformation realm dare to look down upon him? A master of the 6th level, his fury reached a boiling point as he charged towards Chu Chun, his hefty frame hurtling forward. Once one reaches the muscle transformation realm, their strikes become swift and fierce, akin to arrows. Thus, despite Feng Kuen's corpulent figure, his speed was astonishing. As his words fell, he was already upon Chu Chun, his fingers curled into a claw aimed directly at Chu Chen's chest, adorned with iron gloves forged from black gold. Should his claw connect, even with Chu Chen's formidable physique, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injury. Humph! However, Feng Kun was quick, but Chu Chun was swifter. Observing Feng Kuen's massive hand descending, he leaned back like a weeble, evading the lethal strike. In the instant that Feng Kuen's claw missed its mark, Chu Chun propelled himself upward, the breaking heaven sword shooting forth, piercing towards Feng Kuen's throat in the blink of an eye. Feng Kun, witnessing this, stomped his foot against the ground, his massive form sliding back a full yard before he came to a halt. His gaze shifted back to Chu Chun, now tinged with a hint of seriousness. Die. Yet, Chu Chen's expression remained unchanged. For prior to this moment, whether in annihilating over 20 masters of the Blood Qi realm or in repelling Feng Kun in an instant, he had not exerted himself to the fullest, merely utilizing his cultivation at the 10th level of the Blood Qi realm. Originally, he had anticipated a bloody battle that night, intending to conserve his strength for a crucial moment. However, after just a brief exchange, he understood that such caution was unnecessary. Though Feng Kun boasted the 6th level of the muscle transformation realm, years of indulgence had rendered him incapable of unleashing his true potential, much like Zhao Yu. The moment the word death fell, Chu Chen finally ceased to conceal his cultivation. With a surge, 18 primary meridians opened wide, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into him, transforming Chu Chen's physique dramatically. His tendons tightened like strings, his body resembling a drawn bow, propelling forth with a velocity and strength far surpassing what he had previously exhibited. Clang. Although Feng Kun was lacking, his realm was still formidable. Faced with Chu Chen's full-on assault, he gritted his teeth and spread his palm wide, attempting to block the lethal blow with his gauntlet. However, Feng Kun grossly overestimated the durability of his gauntlet while underestimating the sharpness of the breaking heaven sword. This was the indomitable imperial weapon that had accompanied Chu Chen on his journey to the Celestial Emperor's realm. Though Chu Chen was currently unable to unleash its full might, its razor sharpness and resilience remained unchanged, far beyond the capabilities of Feng Kun's mere scrap metal. The outcome was utterly predictable. Thud. The instant Feng Kun's palm met the breaking heaven sword, it did not hesitate. The blade pierced through his hand as if slicing through paper. A wretched scream escaped Feng Kuen's lips as panic surged within him. He instinctively recoiled, but at this point, his will to fight had abandoned him. Unfortunately, as Feng Kuen withdrew his hand, Chu Chun had already retracted his sword and spun, delivering a decisive slash across Feng Kuen's throat. Thud, thud, thud. Feng Kuen felt a chilling sensation in his throat, yet driven by a primal instinct for survival, he frantically dashed towards the door. Thud. Alas, he barely made it a few steps before his body weakened. Crashing heavily to the ground, crimson blood poured from his throat, and he realized his life was slipping away. That I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it. This is the consequence of provoking me time and again. Gazing down at Feng Kuen sprawled on the ground, eyes wide and gasping for breath, Chu Chun spoke disdainfully. Having said this, he sheathed his sword and slowly departed from the scene. Chapter 32. The Winds Rise. The next day, in Feng Shui City, have you heard? It is said that last night, Lord 8 of the Feng family was murdered, with over 20 corpses found, the weakest among them possessing the blood chi realm cultivation. This matter has already stirred the entire Feng Shui City. How could I possibly be unaware? Furthermore, I have heard that all those 20-plus corpses, apart from Lord 8, were slain by a single sword thrust to the throat. Is that true? How formidable? I wonder who possesses such audacity to dare act against the Feng family. In merely half a day's time, news of Feng Kuen's murder had spread throughout the entirety of Fengyu City. Passers-by on the streets and patrons at tea houses were abuzz with discussions about the event. In a grand courtyard adorned with tall buildings in the eastern part of Feng Shui City stood the residence of the Feng family. Bang! Damn it! Who killed my 8th brother? Investigate this at once. I want that person to suffer a fate worse than death. I want him to accompany my 8th brother in death, in a luxurious conference hall. Feng Qingkong, the head of the Feng family, sat in the central seat, his fury palpable as he spoke. He slammed his palm down upon the nearby mahogany tea table with great force. Bang! Instantly, the wooden table shattered into splinters. Scattering in all directions, it was no wonder Feng Qingkong was so enraged. The Feng family, being one of the 4 prominent families of Feng Shui City, could not remain indifferent to the murder of his younger brother, which was an undeniable affront to their family. How could he not be furious? Elder brother, I have already had someone investigate, and it is said that recently, Lao Ba has been seeking trouble with Chu Chun. Do you think it could be the handiwork of the Baibao Pavilion, beneath the Wind family's domain? Feng Qingkong observed the head of the family in a furious rage, while over a dozen elders of the Wind family trembled as they spoke. Chu Chun, is he not the one who claimed victory in the Dan competition as a postnatal 4th-grade alchemist? Upon hearing this, Feng Qingkong's agitation subsided slightly, yet the murderous intent in his eyes remained undiminished. Indeed, that is him. It is rumored that he owes Lao Ba some silver from a gambling den, and just yesterday, Lao Ba sent someone to the Baibao Pavilion to collect the debt. The elder who had previously spoken interjected again. Investigate for me, and see if there were any movements from the Baibao Pavilion last night. That I don't care who it is. Anyone who dares to kill Lao Ba shall meet their demise. With a furious shout, Feng Qingkong finally flicked his sleeve and stormed away, leaving the elders of the Wind family exchanging glances, their expressions filled with bitterness. At that moment, within the Lord's residence, beneath a pavilion, Li Tianxian remarked, that good-for-nothing Feng Kuen has truly proven to be more of a hindrance than a help. It seems that acquiring Chu Chin's alchemical techniques will require an alternative approach. Sitting at a stone table, adorned in a golden robe, Li Tianxian took a sip of tea and spoke with a hint of melancholy in his voice, though his words were laced with a faint smile. However, deep within his eyes, an imperceptible chill lingered, rendering it difficult to discern his true emotions. Young master, there are visitors at the door claiming to be from the Zhao family. Just as Li Tianxian set down his teacup, a blue-robed maid approached, bowing respectfully. Oh, they have finally arrived, Li Tianxian mused, a smile gracing his lips as he instructed, let them in. Yes, young master, the maid replied with another bow before departing. Shortly after, she returned, accompanied by 2 individuals, Zhao Yu and Zhao An, who bore a grudge against Chu Chun. Has the calm in Feng Shui City finally come to an end? Meanwhile, various factions such as the Yang family, Baibao Pavilion, and Wanxiang Pavilion donned expressions of concern upon hearing the Wind family's final decision relayed by their servants. In truth, the death of a Feng Kuen held little consequence for the grand scheme of Feng Shui City. Yet, Although the 6 major factions appeared placid on the surface, they had long been embroiled in a fierce struggle beneath the surface. The death of Feng Kuan, with the Wind family adamantly pursuing the matter, would inevitably lead to conflicts with others. Once the existing balance in the city was disrupted, the various factions would undoubtedly react, and thus, the contention among all powers would formally commence in a fleeting moment. The turmoil instigated by Feng Kuan's death had stirred the entire Fengshui city. The architect of this chaos, Chu Chun, remained unperturbed, leisurely accompanying his daughter beneath the old locust tree for Luo Qingwu. Enjoying a rare moment of tranquility, she had retreated to her room to cultivate. Master, it's splendid. I have broken through to the Chui Ti realm. By the stone table, Chu Chun cradled Chu Yu, gently caressing her exquisitely delicate face. Just as he was about to plant a kiss on her cheek, an excited voice erupted from behind. Breaking through is breaking through. Why make such a fuss? Chu Chun rolled his eyes, responding with a hint of irritation. This excited exclamation had indeed come from Zhou Qiong. Master, I am merely expressing my joy, Zhou Qiong replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had grown accustomed to the fact that neither Chu Chun nor Luo Qingwu treated him as an outsider, and he was no longer as taciturn as he once was. Big brother. Yuri here, come and help Yuer catch butterflies. Spotting Zhou Qiong, Chu Yu leaped from Chu Chun's embrace and exclaimed joyfully that I cannot. I still have to cultivate. Zhou Qiong replied decisively, shaking his head. You don't care for me like dad and mom do, so Yuer doesn't like you. Seeing Zhou Qiong's reluctance, Chu Yu puffed up her cheeks, her adorable demeanor truly captivating. Master, Zhou Qiong, feeling helpless, turned to Chu Qin for assistance. All right, you may go and cultivate for now, Chu Qin said, waving his hand. Zhou Qiong was indeed a true martial arts enthusiast. Had he not been overly excited about his recent breakthrough, he likely would not have wasted time coming to share the news with Chu Chun. It is worth noting that he had been deemed low in aptitude by the Martial Arts Academy, which spoke volumes about his physical condition. Yet, even so, through relentless practice, he had advanced to the Chui Ti realm in less than 2 days. To be honest, this outcome had exceeded Chu Chin's expectations. All right, I will accompany you to catch butterflies. Zhou Qiong departed. Chu Yu stood alone, puffed up with indignation. Chu Qin quickly stepped forward, taking the little girl's hand. Before long, the joyous laughter of children echoed beneath the locust tree once more. Time passed amidst this joyful and warm atmosphere, and soon, another night had slipped by. Sir, it's not good. Someone is causing a ruckus at the residence. Madam asked me to inform you, came the frantic voice of a maid the following morning, rousing Chu Chun from his slumber. What? Do you know who it is? Is Madam and the young miss safe? Startled by the maid's words, Chu Chun sprang from bed and hurried to the door, his concern palpable. Neither Madam nor I know them. They have cornered Madam. Sir, you must go and check, the maid urged anxiously. Who could it be? How dare they cause trouble in broad daylight? Before the maid could finish her sentence, Chu Chun dashed out. He had initially thought that dealing with Feng Kuan would grant him some peace. Yet trouble had found its way to his doorstep once more. Truth be told, Chu Chun could not fathom who would dare to seek him out at such a time. Moreover, the audacity of the intruders, directly storming into his residence, hinted that they had some form of backing. After all, Chu Chun was now a 4th-grade alchemist. Merely that title alone was not something ordinary people would provoke. But, regardless of who you are, if you dare to come to my home to cause trouble, prepare for your demise. Chu Chin's gaze turned icy as he ran, muttering to himself. Chapter 33. Slaughter. Beneath the old locust tree, nearly 30 members of the Qianlong courtyard were brought before him. You bad guy, my father will not let you off. Upon hearing that someone had intruded into the residence, Chu Chun rushed over, already hearing the childish voice of Chu Yu. Huh? What is your father to me? With you in my grasp, I have no fear of him not complying. A man's voice rang out from the crowd. Chu Chun turned to see that it was Zhaoan, the Zhao family's son whom he had previously defeated. Beside Zhaoan stood Zhao Yu and a dozen guards wielding steel blades, their faces etched with menace, surrounding everyone in the residence. Zhaoan, what are your intentions? Chu Chin's heart burned with fury. Yet, for the safety of his family, he could only suppress his anger and feign calmness. Chu Chun, you finally dare to show your face. Zhaoan approached with an air of arrogance. We won't waste words. Hand over the method you used to concoct the 4th-grade elixir during the Dan competition. and we might generously spare your family. Having suffered at Chu Chen's hands multiple times, especially that incident at the Wanxiang Pavilion where he had both hands rendered useless. Zhaoan had long held a grudge, if not for his status as a martial arts expert and the medicinal support from his family. He might have been left disabled. Now that he had someone backing him, and with Chu Chen's wife and child in his grasp, he had no reason to be polite. It seems I was too cautious in the past. Failing to eradicate the roots of the problem has indeed led to endless troubles. Observing Zhaoan's brazen demeanor, Chu Chen's eyes darkened, regretting not having eliminated the two of them at Wanxiang Pavilion. Of course, it wasn't entirely his fault. The Zhao family's influence in Fengshui City was immense, and he had refrained from directly confronting them to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, he could never have anticipated that after more than half a month, they would become even bolder and directly invade his home, taking his family hostage. This left Chu Chen with a profound sense of regret for his earlier decision. Very well, release my family, and I shall give you anything you desire. Chu Chen maintained a facade of calmness, though internally, he was frantic. He understood that the more critical the situation, the more he needed to keep his composure. His every action now bore direct implications for the lives of dozens within the residence. Release them first. Do you take me for a fool? Chu Chen, do you truly believe you still hold any leverage in this situation? I advise you to comply, or else, how could you bear to watch your beautiful wife and this adorable little girl come to harm? Zhaoan jeered, leaving no room for negotiation. Fine, it is merely an alchemical technique. I will provide it to you. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Chen realized that if he did not surrender the method to concoct the Su Xian Jai Xian elixir, Zhaoan and Zhao Yu would not easily relent. Thus, with no other choice, he conceded, that's more like it. However, I must inform you that I have brought along a postnatal third-grade alchemist today. You shall write down the method, and this esteemed alchemist will personally test it. If the method proves accurate, we will uphold our promise and spare you. However, if you wish to deceive us, Zhaoan did not utter the subsequent words, yet his gaze turned towards Chu Yu and Luo Qingwu. These individuals are indeed quite cautious. Chu Chen frowned. He had contemplated the idea of concocting a counterfeit pill for Zhaoan and Zhao Yu, knowing they lacked knowledge in alchemy, and he believed they would not recognize the ruse. However, upon hearing Zhaoan's remark, Chu Chen understood that this plan was futile. Consequently, he ceased to entertain any dubious thoughts. He retrieved his brush and ink, quickly transcribing the contents of the Su Xian Jai Xian show before him. Knowing that even without the use of true fire, there remained a chance to forge a fifth-grade pill. Before long, Chu Chen filled an expansive sheet of rice paper with characters. He handed it to Zhaoan, who casually passed it to an elderly man beside him, likely the alchemist he had mentioned. With the Su Xian Jai Xian show in hand, the next step was to verify the authenticity of the content. In Chu Chen's alchemy chamber, there happened to be spirit herbs delivered from the Baibao Pavilion. Ultimately, after 2 hours of repeated testing, the old man astonishingly succeeded in refining a mid-grade fourth-tier pill. The old man was so exhilarated that Zhaoan and Zhao Yu, witnessing this, were all smiles, relieved. The items have been handed over. Can we release them now? In that moment, only Chu Chen wore a cold expression. Watching as his wife and daughter were threatened with knives at their throats, he felt an unsettling sensation in his heart. Although Luo Qingwu had broken through to the Blood Qi realm the previous night, and his daughter had attained the 7th level of the Chui Ti realm, neither had trained in combat techniques nor possessed experience in fighting, rendering their cultivation ineffectual in battle. Humph, we will naturally release them, though it must be after we depart from this place, Zhaoan replied slowly, adopting a commanding demeanor. Very well. I hope you will honor your word. Chu Chen's gaze shifted repeatedly. He detested this feeling of being restrained. Yet, as he had stated, with his wife and daughter in another's grasp, he had no alternatives. Let us go. Observing Chu Chen's suppressed demeanor, Zhaoan felt increasingly triumphant, regarding him with contempt. Nevertheless, recalling his mission, he dared not linger, swiftly gesturing for his group to exit the estate. Chu Yu and Luo Qingwu remained cautiously encircled, while the others regained their freedom. Zhaoan and Zhao Yu, with Luo Qingwu and Chu Yu present, it was evident that Chu Chen would not dare to act against them. The others were evidently of lesser importance. Master, as soon as he regained his freedom, Zhou Qiong hurried forward, lowering his head in shame, feeling somewhat guilty. This matter is not your fault. Chu Chen certainly would not blame Zhou Qiong. Today's incident was troublesome even for him. Considering Shou Qiang's limited cultivation, his capture was entirely understandable. Thus, you should pay a visit to the Baibao Pavilion, and then, noticing Shou Qiang's reddened eyes, Chu Chen whispered a few instructions into his ear before slowly following Zhao Yu and the others. Meanwhile, as no one was paying attention, Zhou Qiang slipped to a corner of the courtyard, swiftly escaping the estate at the entrance of the Qianlong courtyard. Zhao En and his group, still holding Luo Qingwu and Chu Yu, had already exited the main gate. Can we release them now? Chu Chun suppressed his fury and inquired. Let them go. Zhao En was quite straightforward. Beyond the Qianlong courtyard lay the bustling street, where Zhao En was certain that Chu Chun would not dare to strike against him in broad daylight. Alas, Zhao En had grossly underestimated Chu Chen's murderous intent that a dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them, and one shall perish. Luo Qingwu and Chu Yu were precisely those reverse scales for Chu Chun. And regrettably, Zhao En and Zhao Yu had crossed that line. How could Chu Chun allow them any chance of survival? Boom! A surging tide of blood energy erupted forth, and upon seeing his wife and daughter return safely, Chu Chen's fury could no longer be contained. The broken sky sword reappeared in his hand, and in the next moment, Chu Chun dashed forth, directly targeting Zhao En and Zhao Yu. Boy, do you intend to kill us? Have you considered the consequences? Both Zhao En and Zhao Yu's expressions changed simultaneously, their voices sharp and filled with authority. Yet, their words were abruptly cut off. Chu Chen had no interest in engaging in dialogue. As their words fell, his sword had already sliced through the air, piercing their throats in an instant. Initially, Chu Chun had easily defeated the two with only his blood qi realm cultivation at the second level. Now that he had advanced to the Yi Jin realm, they stood no chance of retaliation. Ironically, as Chu Chen charged at them, the two showed no intention of resisting, perhaps until their last breath. They could never have imagined that Chu Chun would dare to kill them in front of so many witnesses. Chapter 34. The formation? Good heavens! A murder! Am I seeing things? Someone actually dared to kill a member of the Zhao family in broad daylight. Insanity. ISNT that the champion of the alchemy competition, Chu Chen, is he out of his mind? A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples in the streets as witnesses beheld Chu Chun take the lives of Zhao and Zhao Yu in the blink of an eye. Astonisham, the head of the clan, has confirmed that the deceased are indeed Enur and Yuer. Below, a dozen elders from the Zhao family rushed over upon hearing the news, trembling with fear, barely daring to breathe. This is because Zhao Yu was the biological son of the clan head, Zhao Wuyo. Although he was not favored by his father in daily life, he was still the son of the clan head. How could Zhao Wuyo not be furious at his death? At this moment, everyone feared saying the wrong thing that might provoke the clan head's wrath. Humph, a mere alchemist, and he dares to rebel against the heavens. Bring me the elite of the clan. Today, I will ensure this child accompanies Yuer in death. Hearing this, Zhao Wuyo's intense murderous intent surged forth as he spoke furiously. In the next moment, over 1,000 elite members of the Zhao family rushed out of the manor, hastening towards the Qianlong courtyard. A similar scene unfolded in the Feng family. The clan head. It has been confirmed that the sword marks left by Chu Chun when he killed Zhao Yu and Zhao En are identical to those left by the 8th master. Feng Chengkong also received a report from his guards. Today, the Feng family had not been idle, secretly investigating the cause of Feng Kuen's death, yet unexpectedly received this news. What a bold Chu Chun. Let us go. Gather our people. I want to see who has the audacity to offend both of the great families of Fengshui City simultaneously. Feng Chengkong's face was likewise filled with murderous intent as he spoke coldly. Finally accomplished. Zhao family and Feng family. I hope you will appreciate the grand gift I have prepared for you. As he buried the last spirit stone, he noticed the void seemed to twist slightly. And Chu Chun let out a heavy breath. With that, he swiftly drew the breaking sky sword and hurled it into the void. Buzz! In an instant, as the breaking sky sword soared into the air, silvery rays of light surged from all directions of the courtyard, weaving together to form a silver shield that enveloped the entire Qianlong courtyard. Simultaneously, a palpable and sharp pressure radiated outward, causing hearts to palpitate. Of course, these mysterious changes lasted only a few breaths. In the next moment, everything returned to tranquility. Upon a glance, the Qianlong courtyard had completely regained its calm, with only the breaking sky sword still hovering in the void, appearing somewhat out of place. However, Chu Chen knew that now, the Qianlong courtyard appeared unchanged. Yet, even if a master of the 7th realm, the painful abyss, where to enter, they would not be able to leave unscathed. Moreover, throughout the entire Fengshua city, there were not even any masters in the sixth realm of transformation. This meant that as long as they remained within the formation, Chu Chun and his family were absolutely safe. This is the allure of formations, an existence that transcends martial arts. Furthermore, all of this was due to the limited number of spirit stones, preventing Chu Chin from unleashing the full power of the formation. Bang! Just as the formation was taking shape, a tremendous noise suddenly erupted at the entrance. Chu Chin looked over and saw that the towering wooden door of his residence had been kicked off its hinges. Chapter 35. Carnage. Poof. As the door was kicked open, several figures rushed into the courtyard to eye in an instant. Beams of sword light shot up into the sky from within the Qianlong courtyard, forming a stunning sword net that enveloped the uninvited guests. What is this? The sudden change bewildered the intruders, and before they could comprehend what was happening, they were pierced by the sword light, flying out of the Qianlong courtyard. What kind of sorcery is this? Outside the Qianlong courtyard, the Zhao family, with their overwhelming numbers, surrounded the courtyard, vowing to kill Chu Chun. Yet, this unexpected turn of events caused everyone to halt in their tracks. Chu Chun, come out and return my URS life. Zhao Wuyo's expression was grim. Witnessing the deaths of several of his kin, his overwhelming fury could no longer be suppressed as he bellowed, "So, it is the clan head of the Zhao family. To mobilize such forces to seek me out, I wonder what the purpose is." As the formation displayed its unmatched power, Chu Chun's heart finally settled. He slowly walked to within 10 meters of the entrance, standing opposite Zhao Wuyo, and mockingly asked, "Chu Chun, how dare you kill my Zhao family members? You are deserving of 1,000 deaths." Seeing Chu Chun, Zhao Wuyo was beside himself with rage, almost mad with fury. "I would say, clan head Zhao, you should have already grasped the situation that it was your Zhaoan and Zhao Yu who barged into my residence and took my wife and daughter hostage. They sought their own demise, and I cannot be blamed for that." Chu Chin spoke coldly. "Humph, and what of it? All I know is that your family is safe and sound while my Yuer is dead. Speak wisely, and come out to meet your death. Perhaps I will spare your family." Zhao Wuyo, upon hearing this, deemed it beneath him to argue with Chu Chun and spoke in a domineering manner. "So, clan head Zhao, you have no intention of discussing this rationally?" Chu Chin scoffed, taking no heed of the other's words. "Discuss rationality? All I know is that in Fengshua City, my fist is mightier than yours. And my word is the law. With you being merely a brat yet to grow out of childhood, what qualifications do you have to discuss reason with the Zhao family?" Zhao Wuyo was genuinely enraged. And thus, upon hearing Chu Chin's words, he spoke without a second thought. In that case, I see no need to continue this conversation. Here I stand. If you have the ability, come and kill me." Chu Chin ceased his chatter. Initially, he was reluctant to engage in further senseless slaughter, as the troublemaking Zhao Yu and Zhao An were already dead. After all, grievances have their source, and debts have their owner. If Zhao Wuyo were to retreat now, he could dismiss the incident as though it had never occurred. However, a single remark from Zhao Wuyo completely altered Chu Chin's initial resolve. The one with the mightiest fist dictates the reason. The formation that Chu Chin laid down was called the 10 Fiend Sword Array, a basic killing formation. However, if sufficient spirit stones were available, it could easily annihilate a martial arts overlord of the Wuxiao realm. Even though it could not unleash its full power at the moment, with the Zhao family's strength, it was utterly impossible for them to breach it. Chu Chan was curious to see just how mighty the Zhao family's fists truly were. Dismissing them, he thought that since the Zhao family had no intention of discussing reason, they could only blame themselves for their demise. With murderous intent rising within him, having uttered this statement, Chu Chun turned and returned to the courtyard. No longer paying attention to the Zhao family, clan head, "What should we do now?" Seeing Chu Chun leave, an elder in a gray robe, around 60 years of age, approached Zhao Wuyo, his heart still trembling with fear. He was Zhao An's grandfather, Zhao Bin, a warrior of the brave martial realm, wielding considerable influence in the Zhao family. Knowing his grandson had been killed, he too had come in a rage and rushed into the courtyard at the first opportunity. Had he not turned around immediately upon sensing the danger, he might have ended up like the others, pierced by the sharp sword light that erupted from the courtyard. Hearing Zhao Bin's words, Zhao Wuyo shot him a glare. "What should we do?" "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Regarding the current situation, he truly did not know what to do and was at a loss for words. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps suddenly resounded from the street behind the Zhao family. Zhao Wuyo turned to look, seeing Feng Qinkong, the head of the Feng family, arriving with his clan members. Clear the way for me. Do not obstruct our path. The Feng family, now in high spirits, saw the Zhao family lingering at the entrance and immediately shouted, Brother Feng, long time no see. Upon seeing Feng Qinkong, Zhao Wuyo and Zhao Bin exchanged glances, then gestured for their clan members to make way, and Zhao Wuyo spoke. Zhao Wuyo, what are you up to? Why are you blocking the way instead of going in to retrieve them? Eager for revenge, Feng Qinkong had no time for small talk with Zhao Wuyo, and upon hearing this, questioned him with irritation. Brother Feng, you may not be aware, but that Chu Chun has employed some sorcery. This courtyard is peculiar that I advise you, Brother Feng, not to act impulsively. Should we suffer any losses, it would not be good. Zhao Wuyo spoke slowly. However, while his words were polite, his body stepped aside for Feng Qinkong, adopting an expression that invited him to proceed. Humph! How is it that the renowned Zhao family cannot handle a mere fourth-tier alchemist? Feng Qinkong, being impulsive by nature, could not tolerate Zhao Wuyo's provocation. Everyone, charge with me. No one is allowed to retreat. Today, we must slay that scoundrel Chu Chun. He retorted sharply before addressing his followers. What sorcery? What peculiarity? Feng Qinkong did not believe such nonsense that eye in his eyes. No matter the conspiracy or trickery, they were all insignificant before absolute strength. Charge. Hearing Feng Qinkong's words, the morale of the clan members surged even higher as they roared in unison, rushing towards the Qianlong courtyard. Kill. Feng Qinkong did not hesitate, standing at the forefront of the crowd, feeling the unity of his clan invigorating him. His blood surged with excitement. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he shot towards the Qianlong courtyard like a bolt of lightning. His heroic demeanor, radiating confidence, was striking. Unfortunately, Feng Qinkong moved swiftly, but his return was even swifter. Buzz! Just as he stepped into the Qianlong courtyard, a sword shadow shot up from the ground in an instant. Poof! In the shadows of swords flickered, each capable of effortlessly slaying a master of the transformation realm. Despite the Wind family's numerical superiority, how could they possibly withstand such a degree of assault? Bang! 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 Figures were sent flying back, landing as lifeless corpses, their heads severed from their bodies. Vivid crimson blood stained the gates of the Qianlong Academy on the streets, the searing blood intertwined, forming a flowing stream of scarlet. The nauseating stench of blood wafting through the air, inducing a sense of revulsion. The scene was utterly horrific, akin to a hell of Azurus. In just a short while, the Wind family had lost no fewer than 100 lives, including the family head Feng Qinkong of the Undying Realm, along with several elders of the Divine Courage Realm. The Ten Fiends sword array, with its fearsome reputation, was not merely a name, it excelled at group attacks. Unless someone could shatter the formation with absolute power, survival within this array was utterly impossible. At this moment, the Wind family members were finally gripped by fear, gazing at the hundreds of elite family members' corpses strewn across the street. They abruptly awakened to the grim reality, struggling to accept this outcome. Chapter 36. Trapped. Patriarch. This. Beside him, Zhao Bin trembled, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Having lived for over 60 years, he considered himself somewhat worldly, having once fought in bloody battles and narrowly escaped death. Yet, he had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. Severed limbs and bloodied heads nearly covered the entire street. What shocked him even more was that Feng Qinkong, the renowned master of the Undying Realm who had contended with the Zhao family for decades, had just perished. Zhao Bin was genuinely terrified. Feeling for the first time how close death was, he thought that for Zhao Yu and Zhao An, it was hardly worth risking the lives of the entire family. Humph! What is there to panic about? The prestigious Zhao family, if unable to subdue a mere Chu Chun, would surely become a laughingstock. Zhao Bin's heart was filled with trepidation, but Zhao Wui, as the family head, bore even greater storms of turmoil within. Today, the Zhao family was imposing, having mobilized their elite forces. If they could not capture Chu Chun under such circumstances, their family's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. What followed would be a reluctance among others to join the Zhao family. Disdain from the populace, disrupted business, and perhaps even the family's decline was not beyond possibility. At this point, it was no longer merely about avenging his son. Humph! Since the front entrance is impassable, we shall find another way in. I refuse to believe this demonic art has no flaws. That he commanded that the family members disperse to seek a path inside. Zhao Wui's brow was furrowed deeply, his words leaving no room for negotiation. Yes, below, although the Zhao family members were filled with dread, they could only obey the family head's orders. In an instant, hundreds of disciples scattered, charging into various corners beyond the walls. However, Zhao Wui had significantly underestimated the terrifying nature of the 10 Fiends' sword array. Within mere breaths, those attempting to enter the Qianlong Academy from different directions were all mercilessly slaughtered by the sword formation, with no vulnerabilities to exploit. Although this time the personnel was dispersed and lacked the visual impact of the Wind family's assault. It resulted in the loss of dozens of elite members for the Wind family after just one attempt. Daddy, I'm scared. Under the old locust tree, Chuyu stared wide-eyed at the Zhao family elites charging into the courtyard. Her small face filled with terror. Don't be afraid. Daddy is here. Chu Chun hurriedly reassured her. Chu Chun, do you think they will break in? Naturally, Luo Qingxuang and the other subordinates shared the same concerns. Rest assured, everyone need not worry. With their strength, they cannot possibly breach our defenses, Chu Chun declared loudly, intending to comfort others they expected. Upon hearing his words, everyone felt considerably reassured in the entire courtyard, if anyone was unafraid. It was only Zhou Qiong that he was still cultivating, dedicating nearly every moment to training aside from mealtimes, though his aptitude was lacking, perhaps through his relentless efforts, or perhaps due to the Zhou Tian star technique being particularly suited to him. Chu Chen knew that in just over a day, he had broken through 2 realms and had now reached the 3rd level of the body refining realm. Seems I too must hasten my cultivation pace. Observing Zhou Qiong's back, Chu Chan murmured to himself that he naturally felt pressure, but he did not show it. Although he knew he was safe within the Qianlong Academy, it was only in this confined space. With limited resources within the academy, if the Zhao and Wind families continued to guard the entrance, even if he were not killed, he would eventually starve to death, with the formidable power of the divine demon body refining technique. Once he reached the mid-stage of the divine courage realm, he would not fear ordinary undying realm masters that appeared. He must break through to the easy tendon realm as swiftly as possible. Achieving the divine courage realm to have a chance at turning the tide, Chu Chun continuously pondered strategies in his mind. My lord, we have accounted for the supplies, with the provisions in the manor. We can last at most half a month. A maid approached. Half a month? That should suffice. Chu Chen mused. Now, with Chu Chun entering the easy tendon realm, his cultivation speed was no longer as terrifying as before, typically breaking through a minor realm every 2 to 3 days. With his current cultivation at the 1st level of the easy tendon realm, breaking through 9 minor realms and 1 major realm within half a month seemed implausible. However, this was not the case, as previously, most of Chu Chen's time was wasted on alchemy, leaving little for actual cultivation. Instruct everyone to conserve resources during this period, he thought to himself, but then spoke to the maid. Yes, my lord. The maid nodded promptly. Qingwu, I will go cultivate. You take care of Yuer and protect yourself. Call for me if anything arises. After instructing the maid, Chu Chan turned to Luo Qingwu. Yes, I understand, Luo Qingwu replied. Holding Chu Yu, nodding. Chu Chan said no more. In the face of looming danger, this was not the time for familial sentiments. He rose and left for the alchemy room. Here, there remained over 30 easy tendon pills and 10 spirit gathering pills he had previously concocted. The spirit gathering pill, a 4th grade elixir, was quite valuable. This pill was an excellent item for opening the Qi Si and gathering spirit energy. Of course, it could also concentrate spiritual energy for opening meridians, though it was somewhat wasteful. However, given the current circumstances, Chu Chan could no longer afford to be choosy. He pocketed one of each type of pill and stepped into the courtyard, swallowing them both whole. Boom! In an instant, torrents of spiritual energy surged through his skin like the waters of a river. His blood vessels pulsed as if ancient divine beasts had awakened, continuously surging. The easy tendon realm is fundamentally about utilizing blood and spiritual energy to open meridians, preparing the body for future Qi Si cultivation. Originally, easy tendon realm warriors, without having opened their Qi Si, could only draw minimal spiritual energy through their skin's pores, resulting in a slow meridian opening process. However, with the spirit gathering pill, Chu Chun shattered this limitation. His internal spiritual power surged abundantly. he need not worry about insufficient spiritual energy. His focus shifted to maximizing the use of this energy to prevent waste. The divine demon body refining technique was unleashed, marked by peculiar and slow movements. Crack, crack faintly. Chu Qin seemed to hear the sounds of membranes within his meridians being continuously ruptured. Such fierce and violent cultivation brought pain that was unimaginable to ordinary individuals. Yet, Chu Chun endured it with unyielding willpower. Drip, drip, sweat poured from his body, soaking his clothing, even his hair becoming damp as if freshly washed. Chu Qin paid no mind to this. He occasionally bent over. Occasionally threw punches, driving spiritual energy and blood through every part of his body. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound echoed as Chu Chun, who was on the verge of reaching the second level of the blood realm, finally broke through. However, everything was not yet over, for the medicinal effects within him had not yet dissipated. Continue cultivating. Chu Chun pressed his lips together, paying little attention to the changes in his body, immersing himself in relentless training. While Chu Chun was engrossed in his cultivation, outside the manor, the Zhao and Wind families, having suffered several significant losses, showed no intention of leaving. Chapter 37. Exiting the manor. Family head. We have already lost over 100 of our people. Up until now, we have found no means of entry. Should we continue our attempts? Outside the Qianlong Academy, watching his clansmen perish one after another, Zhao Bin furrowed his brow and spoke. Enough, enough. Instruct the clan members to guard every corner of this courtyard. If anyone emerges, show no mercy. Witnessing the continuous loss of his kin, Zhao Wui too felt a pang of regret. The so-called affluent in martial prowess meant every warrior's cultivation required vast amounts of money and time, and he could no longer endure this ongoing devastation. This time, the Zhao family suffered a heavy toll. Their vitality greatly diminished in just half a day. Nearly 100 members had perished. To be frank, had he known the outcome would be like this, Zhao Wui would have preferred not to seek revenge at all. Zhao Wui had many descendants, and one Zhao Yu did not warrant such a grand mobilization. Yet now, with the arrow on the string, it must be released. Initially, Zhao Wui intended to swiftly capture Chu Chun, establishing the Zhao family's authority, but now he found himself in a predicament. The current situation between the Zhao family and Chu Chun had escalated to one of mutual destruction. He understood that as long as Chu Chun lived, the Zhao family would never truly lift their heads in Fengshui City. Yes, family head. On one side, Zhao Bin received his orders and went to make arrangements. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the Zhao family, the Feng family was suffering far more. The deaths of the family head and several elders were undoubtedly a catastrophic blow to the entire Feng clan. Reporting to the Grand Elder, all the bodies of our kin have been cleared away. What should we do now? The Feng family, now leaderless, was temporarily under the control of Grand Elder Feng Yong. Leave a few here to keep watch. The rest may return for now that we shall discuss further after the burial of the family head and our kin. Feng Yong's expression was tinged with sorrow. As the uncle of Feng Chenkong, he was over 70 and had no children of his own, having always regarded Feng Chenkong as his own son. Now he faced the heart-wrenching reality of outliving the young. How could he not feel rage at the death of Feng Chenkong? Yet, he understood that the immediate priority for the Feng family was not to seek vengeance, but to find a way to survive amidst this turmoil. The competition in Fengshui City had not even truly begun, and the Feng family was already at a severe disadvantage, with 5 of the 8 elders dead. Alongside the clan leader's demise, other families would undoubtedly take advantage of their misfortune. Where was there any time to linger? The members of the Feng family departed, leaving only a few behind to gather information. In contrast, Zhao Wuyo exhibited far more patience. He personally stationed himself, leading the family's elite, steadfastly guarding the entrance to Qianlong Courtyard, evidently determined to wait it out. This stalemate persisted for a full half-month. Throughout this period, the Zhao family members rotated shifts, tirelessly keeping vigil day and night outside the Qianlong Courtyard. During these 2 weeks, Chu Qin's cultivation soared, reaching the 10th level of the easy muscle realm. Just one step away from advancing to the brave realm. His strength had surged from the 18,000 pounds he wielded at the 10th level of the blood and qi realm to an astonishing 100,000 pounds. Such a pace of cultivation and enhancement of power would surely leave outsiders astounded, alas, still unable to break through. Indeed, without the aid of medicinal pills, given his natural endowments, his progress was still excessively slow. However, Chu Chun was not particularly pleased with his rate of advancement. 3 days prior. With the help of easy muscle pills and spirit gathering pills, he had successfully broken through to the 10th level of the easy muscle realm and opened up all his meridians. Of course, it was also at that time that he had exhausted all his pills. This left him unable to advance to the brave realm in the subsequent days. My lord, the food in the manor will not last much longer. We must devise a solution swiftly. At that moment, a worried maid approached from behind. Understood. You may leave for now. Inform the lady that I will handle this matter, and there is no need for her to fret. Chu Chin replied, furrowing his brow. Although he had previously instructed everyone to conserve resources, the maid had mentioned that the supply would last at most half a month, which was clearly the result of their frugality. Yet, Chu Chun had overlooked this detail. Now, with half a month gone, the provisions were nearly depleted. It seemed that he could not remain idle any longer. He had to take action. Watching the maid depart, Chu Chun murmured to himself as night fell and the year-end approached. Fengshua City welcomed its first heavy snowfall that night, accompanied by a biting cold wind, cloaking the earth in a layer of white. Outside Qianlong Courtyard. Damn it, this Chu Chun is truly infuriating. He has been hiding in his shell for half a month without daring to emerge. Indeed, in this frigid weather, I am suffering in the snow. It is truly a stroke of bad luck. Humph, when I catch him, I will flay his skin and strip his tendons to relieve my pent-up hatred. Chu Chin stealthily approached the entrance, noticing a dozen figures standing in the snow. Engaged in heated conversation, to his surprise, perhaps due to the heavy snow, most of the Feng family's members had departed, leaving only a handful of easy muscle realm experts to guard the area. Ah, fortune favors me indeed. Chu Chan's heart leapt with joy at this sight. With the food in the manor exhausted and his medicinal supplies depleted, he needed to find food and spirit herbs urgently. He had long wished to leave the manor, and such a fortuitous opportunity was not to be missed. Without hesitation, Chu Chun boldly stepped outside. Hey, you little brat, after hiding in your shell for so long, do you finally dare to come out? One of the Zhao family's experts, stationed to monitor Chu Chun, was the first to spot him and immediately mocked him. They had no fear of Chu Chun. In Fengshua City, an easy muscle realm expert was considered a true elite as for those of the brave realm. They were akin to elders, with each family typically possessing no more than 5 or 6. Not to mention the undying realm experts above that, who were likely limited to the heads of the 4 great families and the leaders of the Baibao Pavilion and Wanxiang Pavilion. The undying realm, as the name suggests, represented an extraordinary vitality. Each individual was capable of making a significant impact in a place as small as Fengshua City. Chu Chen's recent emergence was noteworthy. Although it was known that he had killed Feng Kuan, they had more than a dozen easy muscle realm experts present. Combined with Chu Chen's long absence, they subconsciously regarded him as nothing special and did not take him too seriously. It was undeniable that facing the Zhao family's encirclement made Chu Chen somewhat apprehensive. He had even refrained from leaving the manor in recent days. However, what he truly feared was an undying realm expert like Zhao Wuyo. Given the vast gap of 2 major realms that as for the others, he had confidence even against those easy muscle realm experts, and he felt prepared to face off against even those at the 10th level of the brave realm. What? You think a few worthless fish can hold me back? Though he looked down on these individuals, Chu Chun did not act immediately. He was probing them, wary that there might be others lying in wait nearby. Humph. We have more than enough to deal with you, one of the Zhao family's elite declared. Hearing this, Chu Chun felt slightly reassured. It seemed there were only these few present. That so? Then prepare to die. With this answer in mind, Chu Chun could no longer hold back. As he clenched his fist, he unleashed a flurry of energy swords that manifested like sharp flying daggers, slicing towards the group. This was true Qi. Although he had not yet opened his Qi Si at the easy muscle realm, and could not gather much true Qi during the process of utilizing spirit energy to open his meridians. A considerable amount remained within him, forming true Qi. This true Qi had boundless uses. While it could not match Chu Chun's physical strength, its destructive capability was astonishing. Moreover, with the 10 or so individuals already injured, if this true Qi struck true, they would undoubtedly face death. Humph, little brat, he finally got you. However, just as the energy swords soared into the air, a mocking voice suddenly echoed from the front. With that voice came a tempest of true Qi. Chu Chen's true chi was as a lone boat in a vast ocean. Upon witnessing the situation, Chu Chun furrowed his brows. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he executed the carefree steps, swiftly evading the lethal strike with remarkable agility. The newcomer was a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, sporting short hair and a resolute countenance, in his 40s. He emanated an overwhelming aura of vitality. Simply by standing there, he instilled a sense of dread in those around him. "Thank you, Elder, for saving my life," exclaimed several elite members of the Zhao family. Their spirits lifted at the sight of him. "Very well, you all may retreat," the gray-robed man replied, nodding before turning to Chu Chun. "Youngster, I did not expect you to evade my deadly strike with your mere muscle transformation realm cultivation. You were the first to do so in many years, to be frank. Your prowess has taken me by surprise. Is that so? Is that quite enough?" Chu Chun retorted with a dismissive smirk. "What if I were to tell you that what just transpired was merely a warm-up? How would you respond?" He found the man's self-assured demeanor rather laughable. "Humph, still daring to be obstinate even when death looms near. Very well, I shall clarify your fate. I am Zhao Bin, an elder of the Zhao family, at the 7th level of the divine bravery realm. I am curious to see if your strength matches your arrogance." Feeling a slight sting of humiliation at Chu Chen's dismissive attitude, Zhao Bin deliberately proclaimed his own cultivation level. "Oh, since you wish to see, I shall grant you this desire," Chu Chun said. Wasting no words, he was now outside the lethal range of the 10 Fiends sword array. Each moment spent lingering increased his peril, especially since he was unaware of the Zhao family's other members. If Zhao Wuyo were to arrive with reinforcements, his demise would be inevitable. Aware that he could not afford to delay, Chu Chun gathered his energy anew. Combining the strength of the bull's might with the carefree body method, his power surged as he transformed into a blur, charging toward Zhao Bin. "Humph, arrogant," Zhao Bin scoffed upon seeing Chu Chen's advance. His expression tinged with disdain. Without moving his body, he simply spread his fingers and struck out with an open palm towards Chu Chun. Boom! In an instant, a tempest arose, and a pale white hand-shaped phantom, spanning over 10 feet, descended upon Chu Chun. This was the technique of the divine bravery realm, capable of slaying foes from 100 paces away. Just then, seeing Zhao Bin's overconfidence, Chu Chun felt a surge of joy. Rather than retreating, he surged forward even faster. Boom! Unsurprisingly, in the blink of an eye, Chu Chun was enveloped by the massive handprint, vanishing from sight. "Well done, Elder. The Elder is magnificent." At this sight, the Zhao family's elite members rejoiced, showering praises. "Humph, merely a muscle transformation realm practitioner, hardly worth." Zhao Bin also revealed a hint of a smile, appearing somewhat elated. Yet, as he was about to dismiss the situation, shock suddenly marred his expression. Bang! Just as the word worthless left his lips, the enormous handprint conjured by his true energy unexpectedly shattered. Following this, Chu Chun, with his flowing ink-black hair, charged towards him with an explosive force. The sudden turn of events left Zhao Bin no time to flee. In that critical moment, he gritted his teeth and unleashed his true energy without reservation, forming a protective barrier before him. Alas, it proved futile if Zhao Bin's true energy was akin to an ocean. Then Chu Chen's unparalleled physique was a mere steel needle. Having cultivated the divine demon body refinement technique, his physical form had reached a terrifying level unbeknownst to him. The degree of Zhao Bin's true energy could not inflict any harm upon Chu Chun. Like a steel needle piercing through water, the outcome was all too predictable. Crack! As Chu Chen's fist struck Zhao Bin's protective barrier, it shattered like glass upon impact. Even more terrifyingly, having obliterated Zhao Bin's defense, Chu Chen's fist continued unabated, penetrating through his chest, rendering him mortally wounded. Chapter 39. Lu Sihai's Dilemma. Elder. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding Zhao family elites were struck with horror, believing they had entered a hallucination. The esteemed Zhao Bin, a top-tier force within the Zhao family, was slain by a single punch from Chu Chen. To be frank, this outcome was entirely unforeseen by all present. This led to the prior complacency of the Zhao members, who had not even entertained the thought of fleeing upon Zhao Bin's arrival. "Do not fret. Since you are so reluctant to see him perish, I shall send you all to join him." Observing the despondent expressions of the group, Chu Chen cruelly smiled. With a powerful motion, he flung Zhao Bin's corpse aside and, with fists poised, charged towards the remaining few. "Run?" As this situation unfolded, the remaining Zhao family elites finally reacted, attempting to flee, but it was already too late. Bang! Chu Chen's might was overwhelming. Even Zhao Bin, at the 7th level of the divine bravery realm, had met a gruesome end at his hands, while Zhao Bin's arrogance played a part. Chu Chen's ability to dominate even the muscle transformation realm was absolute. In an instant, he tore through the remaining elite members like a tiger among sheep, each punch carrying the force of 1,000,000 pounds. And within mere moments, having aided oneself, should one rise in the future, the benefits from the treasure pavilion shall undoubtedly be plentiful. Yet, if Lu Sihai chooses to decline, Chu Chun will naturally not hold it against him. Their interactions would simply cease at this juncture. Lu Sihai comprehends this principle well, understanding that such matters need not be overtly discussed. Very well, Piaoxiu, hasten to assist Brother Chu in preparing what he requires. Ultimately, after enduring a significant internal struggle, Lu Sihai arrived at his decision through action. All right, grandfather. Observing Lu Sihai's agreement, Lu Piaoxiu instantly brightened, taking the list from Chu Chun before skipping away to by the way, Brother Chu. May I inquire about your forthcoming plans? Lu Sihai proceeded to ask as Lu Piaoxiu departed. Now placing his bets on Chu Chun, Lu Sihai felt akin to a grasshopper on the same string. And thus his concern for Chu Chun had intensified. Rest assured, within a month at most, I shall resolve all these matters. Chu Chun replied confidently. He had no inclination to ponder the intrigues and machinations of others. Chu Chun was focused on the belief that within a month, he would undoubtedly break through to the immortal realm at that point, with the extraordinary body-tempering technique of the gods and demons. He would single-handedly dismantle any schemes from the 4 great families. It is reassuring to hear that Brother Chu has a solution. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to speak up. Lu Sihai remarked, unaware of the underlying meaning in Chu Chen's words. However, seeing Chu Chen's confidence alleviated his worries considerably. Indeed, should the need arise, I shall not hold back. Chu Chen nodded in affirmation. Here, take this spatial ring. It possesses an inherent space for storing items. This is a treasure I acquired at great cost during an auction that it would be inconvenient for you to transport provisions alone, so I shall lend this ring to you for a time. Lu Sihai said, removing a jade ring from his thumb and offering it to Chu Chun. Thank you very much, Elder Lu. Chu Chun replied, a rare smile gracing his face. He had been troubled, having secured the food but puzzled about how to transport it back. To his surprise, just as he contemplated this dilemma, Lu Sihai offered him the spatial ring, a timely assistance indeed. Although such spatial rings may not be considered rare in the realm of cultivation. In the Lihua Kingdom, they were treasures that could not be purchased even with wealth. Master, the items you requested have been prepared, came Lu Piaoxiu's voice from outside just as Chu Chun donned the jade ring. Not daring to delay, he quickly bid farewell to Lu Sihai and followed Lu Piaoxiu downstairs. Upon arriving in the hall, Chu Chun beheld a substantial heap of food and numerous jars and bottles. With 20 to 30 individuals in the residence, this should suffice for a month. The jars contained spiritual herbs for his cultivation. Why is there so much? Chu Chun inquired, perplexed. Previously, considering the inconvenience of transport. The items on his list were merely sufficient for 4 or 5 days. You rarely leave, so it's better to be prepared, Lu Piaoxiu replied with a cheerful smile. Very well, please calculate the cost for me. Chu Chun nodded, appreciating the benefits of the spatial ring lent by Lu Sihai, allowing him to carry more. Master, you are too courteous. We need not speak of money between us, Lu Piaoxiu insisted, shaking her head. All right then, Chu Chun conceded, not wishing to prolong the matter. As he had no time to waste on trivialities that as a person, he believed in returning kindness tenfold and held grudges in the same manner. If someone treated him sincerely, he would ensure that they would not suffer losses in the future. With that thought, Chu Chun willed the food and elixirs to vanish from the hall, storing them within the spatial ring. I shall take my leave now. After exchanging a final farewell with Lu Piaoxiu, Chu Chun turned to depart. Master, be cautious in all matters, Lu Piaoxiu called after him as he exited the treasure pavilion. Hastening home under the cover of night, the Qianlong courtyard was not far from the treasure pavilion. Before long, Chu Chun returned to the exterior of his residence. To his relief, the Zhao family's experts had yet to discover the demise of Zhao Bin and the others. Their bodies sprawled across the street. Passers-by hurried along, avoiding lingering glances. Witnessing this scene, Chu Chun quickened his pace, soon arriving home without incident. Master, I have successfully broken through to the Blood Qi realm. Zhou Qiong approached as Chu Chun re-entered the residence, having been in the midst of his training. Splendid, Chu Qin responded, genuinely pleased with this disciple. It wasn't merely Zhou Qiong's speed of cultivation or strength. Rather, it was his diligence that endeared him to Chu Chun. Just days prior, Chu Yu had also broken through to the Blood Qi realm. However, the young girl's innate talent far surpassed that of Zhou Qiong, and due to her lack of effort, she was now nearly caught up to him. Nevertheless, Chu Chun refrained from imposing too many restrictions upon her. After all, a girl of merely 2 or 3 years was at an age meant for play. Moreover, considering her age, her current level of cultivation was already remarkable. As for Luo Qingwu, her talents were balanced with her dedication. She had just recently broken through to the 7th level of the Blood Qi realm and would likely enter the muscle alteration realm in just a few days. Did you leave the residence just now? Was anything amiss? As everyone learned of Chu Chin's return with provisions, joy filled the dining hall. In particular, Luo Qingwu appeared somewhat concerned and inquired. Over time, their relationship had grown increasingly close through shared experiences. Since his rebirth, Chu Chun had never apologized for his past misdeeds, nor had he uttered a single "I'm sorry." Yet, he had consistently sought to atone for his previous self through tangible actions. After all, one is not made of wood. Who can truly be devoid of emotion? Moreover, they were originally a couple who had grown up together. After such a lengthy period of coexistence, Luo Qingwu had come to genuinely believe that Chu Chun had transformed. He was no longer the drunken gambler of yore. Their relationship had subtly evolved through the rhythms of daily life. Nothing of concern. Most of the Zhao family members have departed, leaving behind only an elder and a few lackeys, all of whom I have dealt with. Chu Chun replied nonchalantly that in the future, could you consult with everyone before engaging in such matters? Luo Qingwu chided, feeling somewhat indignant. She believed that with her current cultivation level, she could offer some assistance. All right, I shall take care to do so next time. Chu Chun replied with a smile, though inwardly he remained unconvinced. He encouraged his wife to cultivate not to embroil her in danger alongside him, but rather to ensure she had some means of self-protection in times of crisis. Though unspoken, he could not bear to place her in peril. I speak earnestly. Do not brush me off, Luo Qingwu said, appearing somewhat vexed. Are you worried about me? Chu Chin teased with a grin. I couldn't care less about you, Luo Qingwu retorted, her face flushing crimson in a mix of embarrassment and anger as she took Chu Yu and departed. Observing his wife's playful demeanor, Chu Chun felt an unprecedented joy swell within him. Within the Qianlong courtyard, after a fortnight of anxiety, the arrival of provisions brought a profound sense of relief to everyone. With the Zhao and Feng families unable to intrude, they were now secure in their sustenance, and their mental states gradually calmed. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family, a grim atmosphere pervaded. What? You mean Elder Zhao Bin and 12 experts of the muscle alteration realm have all perished? In the conference hall, family head Zhao Wuyo sat at the central seat, his expression one of disbelief as he listened to the report from a subordinate. 1 from the Divine Courage realm and 12 from the Muscle Alteration realm. Such a loss was significant, even for the entire family. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was Chu Chun. With Zhao Yu and Zhao and now deceased, he had come to grasp how the two had become embroiled in conflict with Chu Chun. It was said that during Chu Chin's first confrontation with Zhao and at the Treasure Pavilion, he had merely been at the body refinement realm. Yet now, Chu Chun had the audacity to slay a Divine Courage realm warrior. This situation could only stem from 2 possibilities. Either Chu Chun had concealed his true cultivation, masquerading as a fool, or he had progressed at an astonishing rate, advancing from body refinement to the Divine Courage realm in less than a month. If it were the former, it would be manageable. Though few, there were still elders within the family who surpassed Zhao Bin. However, if it were the latter, if Chu Chun had achieved the combat prowess comparable to the late stages of the Divine Courage realm in under a month, such speed was enough to instill dread. Although this conjecture seemed far-fetched to Zhao Wuyo, he could not afford to gamble, nor could he risk it. For the first time, he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Chu Chun. Yet, considering Chu Chin's prodigious abilities, even Feng Qinkong had been unable to mount any resistance, leaving him doubtful of his own superiority. At this moment, Zhao Wuyo was consumed with worry, uncertain of how to proceed. Patriarch, a young masterly seeks an audience outside. Another subordinate reported, L'Itiancien. What brings him here? Zhao Wuyo inquired, furrowing his brow. Li Tianxian had represented the city lord's mansion in the alchemy competition, and it was clear that he held considerable significance. Later, it was confirmed that he was indeed the son of the Duke of Yong'an, and he even made a special trip to pay a visit to the other party, although he is now burdened with heavy thoughts. Fengshua City is under the jurisdiction of Yong'an County. It is no exaggeration to say that a single word from him could determine the fate of Fengshua City. Such a person is someone he must meet. No matter what. Chapter 41. Ascension to the Divine Valor Realm. My apologies for not welcoming you properly, young Master Li, Zhao Wuyo said. Soon after, Li Tianxian, adorned in a golden robe and possessing striking features, entered the conference hall under the guidance of the attendants. Despite the weight of his worries, Zhao Wuyo forced a smile and stepped forward to greet him. The Zhao family head is too courteous. I am aware that recent matters concerning Chu Chun have caused you considerable distress, which is why I have come to visit, Li Tianxian replied, taking a seat in the redwood chair opposite Zhao Wuyo. Oh, does young Master Li also harbor enmity towards that Chu Chun? Zhao Wuyo inquired with a puzzled expression. Just a commoner. He is hardly someone who could provoke my ire, Li Tianxian remarked with a hint of disdain before continuing. However, I am quite interested in the alchemical techniques he possesses, particularly those pertaining to the crafting of fourth-grade elixirs. Li Tianxian spoke candidly, knowing that the Zhao family and Chu Chun were already locked in a deadly feud. Thus, there was no need for pretense. Are you implying, young Master Li? Zhao Wuyo's eyes brightened momentarily. His greatest concern was the peculiar demonic arts surrounding Chu Chen's estate, while he was not overly concerned about Chu Chen's strength. With Li Tianxian's backing, perhaps there was a way to unravel these mysterious arts. To be frank, the strange force obstructing you, Zhao family head, is actually an array, Li Tianxian admitted. I was quite surprised to discover that someone in Fengshua City possesses knowledge of formations. Indeed, Li Tianxian's revelation filled Zhao Wuyo with elation. Although he lacked understanding of formations, Li Tianxian's mention of it undoubtedly indicated that he had a means to resolve the issue. That he remained silent, eagerly awaiting Li Tianxian's next words. Li Tianxian, noticing Zhao Wuyo's anticipation, took a sip from the tea that had just been served, deliberately teasing Zhao Wuyo's curiosity before continuing. I won't hide it from you, Zhao family head. My family does indeed possess an elder who is well versed in the art of formations. This is why I have come to propose a transaction with you. I can arrange for someone to dismantle the array. But once it is accomplished, the Zhao family must first assist me in obtaining Chu Chen's alchemical techniques. If you agree, I will send word for our elder to come. The entire process will take no more than half a month. Li Tianxian laid bare his intentions. Is young Master Li serious? Zhao Wuyo asked, his heart soaring with joy, feeling as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. Still, he feigned restraint, testing the waters. Naturally, you wouldn't think I traveled from the Lord's estate merely to toy with you, would you? Li Tianxian affirmed with a nod. What Zhao Wuyo was unaware of was that Li Tianxian had long coveted the alchemical methods held by Chu Chun and had already made covert attempts to acquire them. Individuals such as Feng Kuan of the Feng family, his son Zhao Yu, and his nephew Zhao and had all acted recklessly after receiving promises from the man before him. Previously, although Li Tianxian desired these alchemical techniques, he had not been in a hurry, remaining in the shadows. Even after Zhao Yu and Feng Kuan's deaths, he was still contemplating waiting for the Zhao family to conquer the Qianlong Academy before making his move, believing that with his status, the two families would not dare to obstruct him. However, upon hearing that Chu Chun had slain Zhao Bin the previous night, Li Tianxian felt an urgency he could no longer ignore. Against the current Chu Chun, he was no longer confident of victory. Despite his esteemed position, he held no real power in Fengshua City, where people feigned respect for him. Thus, he needed allies. As dawn broke, he hurriedly made his way to the Zhao family, resulting in the scene before us. Very well, everything shall proceed as you say, young Master Li. Zhao Wuyo naturally would not refuse. Li Tianxian's proposal was a win-win situation, and he found no reason to decline. Excellent. Zhao family head truly speaks with candor. Li Tianxian nodded in satisfaction. With that, their cooperative relationship was officially established. Unbeknownst to Chu Chun, a plot against him was quietly brewing in the Zhao family's conference hall. Early in the morning, after having breakfast with his family, he headed to the courtyard to resume his training. In his hand, a porcelain vial materialized, containing gleaming golden elixirs exuding a fragrant aroma. These were enlightenment pills. Fourth-grade elixirs of considerable value. In truth, while the cultivation of the divine valor realm is named as such, it essentially involves the process of opening the body's martial acupoints. Every human possesses martial acupoints. Regardless of being a genius or a failure, there are 50 acupoints within, neither more nor less. However, the number of acupoints one can open is closely tied to their cultivation aptitude. Generally speaking, anyone who puts in sufficient effort and possesses suitable techniques can theoretically reach the muscle transformation realm. Yet, attaining the divine valor realm cannot be achieved solely through diligence. This is a critical juncture, which explains why once one reaches the divine valor realm, they qualify for the position of elder within the 4 great families. Compared to those at the muscle transformation realm, the number of experts in the divine valor realm is significantly less, making them deserving of the title of expert even when considering the entire Lihua kingdom. Once an ordinary person opens 10 martial acupoints and accumulates spiritual energy, they have the opportunity to reach the undying realm. Of course, such individuals are unlikely to achieve great success in their lifetime, as the number of opened acupoints directly determines the speed at which one can absorb spiritual energy and how far they can progress in the future. Thus, some individuals suppress their realm, hoping to open more acupoints in the divine valor realm. Such individuals are naturally considered the legendary geniuses. In his previous life, Chu Chun, relying on the god and demon body refinement technique, opened 36 martial acupoints in the divine valor realm, a feat deemed extraordinarily rare, earning him renown across the vast wilderness. Yet, only Chu Chun himself knew that opening 36 acupoints was not the limit of the god and demon body refinement technique. Back then, being young and eager for success, coupled with a lack of guidance, he hastily ascended to the undying realm. Martial acupoints are the foundation of cultivation. Once one ascends to the undying realm, the acupoints within are sealed and transformed, akin to being forged from fine steel. It is utterly impossible to reopen acupoints from a higher realm. Thus, Chu Chun, who chose to ascend to the undying realm after opening 36 acupoints, remained troubled by this decision even after becoming an emperor. Fortunately, fate has granted him a second chance at life. As memories flooded his mind, Chu Chun shook his head, striving to dispel the myriad thoughts swirling within. It was too early to contemplate other matters. The pressing priority was to cultivate to the divine valor realm to remedy the regrets of his past. With this thought in mind, Chu Chun ceased to dwell further, swallowing an enlightenment pill and embarking on the journey to open his first martial issue point. In the divine valor realm, one refines the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into true essence. Thus, the first acupoint to open is the Qi Se. It is worth mentioning that in this world, there are 2 distinct paths of cultivation. The first is akin to the methods practiced by Chu Yu and Luo Qingwu, primarily focusing on refining Qi. This approach is the mainstream in this world, known as the immortal path. Aside from the initial stages of cultivation, it largely relies on meditation and Qi refinement, making the process relatively relaxed. The other path, as practiced by Chu Chun and Zhou Qiong, is body refinement, which emphasizes continuously opening the body's divine reservoirs to enhance physical strength. This method is referred to as body cultivation. While the processes and methodologies of the immortal path and body cultivation differ greatly, they ultimately lead to the same destination, and it cannot be said that one is inherently superior to the other. Chu Chun's perspective is that the suffering endured during the body cultivation process far exceeds that of the immortal path by several-fold. However, body cultivation places greater emphasis on willpower, while the immortal path demands a higher constitution, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. Of course, these are merely tangential discussions. Returning to Chu Chun, as the enlightenment pill entered his body, its effects immediately surged through his meridians and muscles. Chu Chun assumed a stance, beginning to execute the god and demon body refinement technique, striking various poses to control the flow of his muscles and spiritual energy. Using his blood and spiritual power to impact the barriers of the acupoint was undoubtedly a painful process. Nevertheless, Chu Chun maintained a stoic expression, methodically repeating each motion with a hint of relentless enthusiasm. Crack. Approximately an incense stick's worth of time later, a soft sound resonated from within his body, and the barrier of the Qi Si acupoint shattered. In an instant, the spiritual energy that had previously existed within his meridians and muscles seemed to find its rightful place, surging toward the Qi Si. the divine valor realm had been achieved. Feeling the transformation within his body, Chu Chun was overwhelmed with joy. Once he reached the divine valor realm, he could harness spiritual energy in battle, condensing it into tangible forms, and even utilizing true energy for flight was not outside the realm of possibility. Of course, having just broken through to the divine valor realm, he was not yet capable of executing those techniques. However, with the opening of his acupoints, he realized his strength had surged several-fold. Both his power and physical resilience had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Now, Chu Chun was confident that he could stand against an expert at the initial stage of the Undying Realm without being defeated. Yet, the adversaries he faced were not mere Undying Realm experts, but rather two powerful families. Thus, he needed more strength. I require an overwhelming power that can crush the four great families, Chu Chun murmured to himself. With those words, he once again plunged into an endless cycle of cultivation. Chapter 42. The art of reasoning. Time flows like water, and the years weave like a shuttle, in the blink of an eye. Half a month has elapsed once more. Beneath the old locust tree, Chu Chun unleashed his fists like a tempest, swift and fierce. With each punch he threw, sharp gusts of energy radiated through the air. The winds of his strikes surging forth with terrifying might, as shadowy forms of his fists danced ominously around him. This restraint was due to his circumstances at home. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, a single full-force punch from him could easily shatter a mountain. During this period, Chu Chen's strength had made remarkable strides. With the opening of 15 martial apertures, he had long surpassed the average cultivator of the mighty realm. The development of martial apertures brought forth a baptism of their primordial essence, allowing his body to undergo another transformation. Simultaneously, his apertures had formed a complete circuit. Whenever Chu Chen wished, he could command the spiritual energy within his dantian to circulate through this circuit. Thus refining his organs, he was on the verge of the legendary realm of unity of inner and outer strength, where life force is inexhaustible and immortality is attained. Naturally, Chu Chun would not engage in any premature endeavors. To him, his journey in the mighty realm had not reached its conclusion. Rather, it was merely the beginning. Moreover, during this extended period, the enhancement of cultivation was not exclusive to Chu Chen alone. Luo Qingwu had reached the muscle transformation realm just a few days prior, while Chu Yu, the day after Zhou Qiong's breakthrough, had also ascended to the blood qi realm. The little girl seemed to have been spurred into diligence and had even surpassed Zhou Qiong in her cultivation for a time. However, as children often do, her focus wavered, and she had recently returned to a more leisurely pace at present. Both of them had attained the 6th level of the blood qi realm. The trio's speed of cultivation was truly astonishing. While Chu Chen's prior life experiences and the assistance of medicinal pills accounted for his rapid growth, the other three were novices in cultivation, having not relied on any form of enhancement. Such a pace, not only within the Lihua kingdom but throughout the vast wilderness, positioned them as exceptional talents. More remarkably, akin to Chu Chun, their combat prowess at the same level, though not as formidable as his, far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators in the same realm. It was not that Chu Chen was stingy in providing medicinal pills to the others. Rather, he understood that while such pills could elevate one's strength rapidly, they often hindered the grasp of martial principles. Comprehending martial principles may seem trivial at the outset, yet as one's cultivation deepens, it becomes the foundation for reaching higher realms. Had it not been for Chu Chen's confidence in his profound understanding of martial arts, he would not have been so unrestrained in relying on medicinal pills for cultivation. During this time, with her practice, Luo Qingwu had grown increasingly enchanting, and her relationship with Chu Chun had become notably closer. Occasionally, her little feminine gestures would evoke a sense of irresistible charm even from Chu Chen, the former celestial emperor. In summary, everything was progressing positively. By now, the Zhao and Feng families no longer posed a threat. However, at this point, Chu Chun found himself surprisingly unperturbed. After all, with ample provisions and medicinal pills, he could remain at home, practicing during leisure hours, spending quality time with his wife and daughter, and occasionally guiding Zhou Qiong in his cultivation. This seemingly ordinary yet warm life had always been what Chu Chen yearned for, that if possible, he would gladly continue in this manner indefinitely. Boom! Unfortunately, what one fears often comes to pass. Today, with a resounding crash echoing through the courtyard, smoke billowed forth, signaling the end of Chu Chen's month-long tranquility. What had transpired? Early in the morning, After finishing his meal and spending time with his family, Chu Chun was startled by the tremendous noise. "Master, something's wrong. A multitude of people have arrived outside, and an old man has barged into the estate." Zhou Qiong rushed in, his expression filled with concern. "What? These individuals have not given up?" Chu Chun mused. "Very well. If that is the case, let us resolve this matter today once and for all." With the enhancement of his cultivation, Chu Chen's perspective on this situation had been shifting continuously. Indeed, to him, the two prominent families had become mere, trifling nuisances, hardly worth considering. As he spoke, Chu Chen rose to his feet, beginning to anticipate the expressions of the Zhao and Feng families upon realizing the extent of his current strength. He remained unfazed, while the others did not share his nonchalance. In their subconscious, the two families were the undisputed overlords of Fengshui City, and how could a single Chu Chen possibly contend with them? Thus, concern was etched across their faces. "I'll accompany you," especially declared Luo Qingguo, her expression resolute, as though she were preparing for a heroic sacrifice. "Father, I want to go too," Chu Yu chimed in, shaking her little fist with indignation. "Fear not, those two families are of little consequence," Chu Chen reassured Luo Qingwu before casually adding, "Since everyone wishes to go, let us venture forth together." With his current strength, he was confident that no one in Fengshui City could harm his family. Hearing his words, the others felt a sense of relief, though traces of worry lingered in their expressions. "Let us proceed and see for ourselves," Chu Chun decided, understanding that true peace of mind could only come once the matter was definitively settled. He refrained from further explanations and led everyone towards the main entrance. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed, and as the array's creator, Chu Chen quickly discerned that someone was attempting to dismantle the spirit stones he had buried. Those stones formed the foundation of the 10 Fiends sword array, and if this continued, it wouldn't be long before the formation would be rendered ineffective. Upon returning home that day, Chu Chun had discovered that Lu Piaoshu had prepared over 100 spirit stones for him, likely having gathered them in anticipation of his need. In truth, with these 100 additional spirit stones, Chu Chun could easily re-establish the array and engage in a contest of wits with the intruder. He could even set up an even more formidable formation than before. However, Chu Chun had no intention of doing so. Instead, he decided to escalate matters, summoning the Breaking Sky sword from the void and grasping it firmly in his hand. This was the heart of the formation, and its removal signified that the 10 Fiends sword array had completely lost its efficacy. Having completed these actions, Chu Chen swiftly led his family to the entrance. The two large doors had been kicked down the day the Zhao and Feng families had last intruded, and they remained unrepaired. From a distance, Chu Chun could see a throng of people gathered at his doorstep, packed densely without a single gap. To his astonishment, among the crowd, he not only spotted the Zhao and Feng families, but also the city lord's mansion, Bai Baoj, Wanxiang Pavilion, and the Yang family, all with their forces present. Leaving him bewildered as to their intentions. "They truly regard me highly," Chu Chun muttered to himself. The assembly before him could be described without exaggeration as a true convergence of the might of Fengshui City. Chu Chun could hardly fathom why, with his previously exposed strength, which at most rivaled that of the mighty realm, everyone had gone to such lengths. "Chu Chun, you have finally dared to emerge from your shell. Let us see where you shall flee today." The moment he appeared, Zhao Wuyo was the first to speak, his eyes cold as the malice of previous days vanished from his demeanor. Had it not been for the considerations of Li Tianxian's demands, he would have charged forward to take Chu Chen's life. "You wretched boy, return my family's leader's life." Compared to the Zhao family, the emotions of the Feng family were even more frenzied, for their clan head, Feng Qingkong, had perished beneath the sword array devised by Chu Chun. This enmity was one that could not be forgiven. "Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I shall not conceal the truth from you any longer. Indeed, Feng Kuan, Zhao Yu, and Zhaoan were slain by my hand. However, Feng Kuan and Zhaoan harbored malevolent intentions towards my wife, repeatedly attempting to disturb her. As for Zhao Yu, he aided in their misdeeds. His death was well-deserved. I can only say that I bear no guilt in slaying these individuals." Disregarding the murderous glares from the Zhao and Feng families, Chu Chen boldly declared his reasons for the killings. "Humph, now you dare to explain yourself. Where were you when all this transpired?" Zhao Wuyo retorted. "Oh, you truly believe that our grievances with you are limited to just those 3 individuals? What about the deaths of our clan leader and hundreds of our elite family members? How do you intend to address that? However, the moment Chu Chen began to explain, the Zhao and Feng family members interpreted it as a sign of fear, their spirits invigorated as they clamored for answers. I have stated it clearly. Those three deserved their fates and met their ends accordingly. As for the others, they sought to intrude upon my abode, and that is of no concern to me. Chu Chen reiterated. Humph. Even as death looms, you still dare to defend yourself with empty words. Regardless of what you say today, it will not alter the fate that awaits you. The one speaking now was Feng Yong, the newly appointed head of the Feng family. What you say is of no consequence. Chu Chen. If you are wise, surrender the method you used during the alchemical competition to atone for the innocent lives lost. Should you comply, I might show mercy and spare your family. Coincidentally, my Zhao family possesses a brothel, and I must say, your wife's beauty is peerless. She would surely thrive there. Zhao Wuyo mocked, a sense of triumph radiating from him. What now? I have laid out my reasoning for you. Are you still intent on pressing further? Chu Chen cast a cold glance at Zhao Wuyo. Merely from his earlier remark, irrespective of what others might say, the opponent had already ascended to the ranks of his deadly adversaries. While contemplating this, Chu Chen concealed his thoughts and continued to inquire. Humph, young man, do you still wish to reason with us? Do you not think it is rather too late for that? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuyo remained silent, but Feng Yong, with a face full of menace, interjected, exuding an aura that suggested he was ready to resort to violence at any moment. Chu Chen chose not to respond to Feng Yong's words. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the other factions. And what of you? The Zhao and Feng clans bear animosity towards me, and their siege upon my residence is quite justified. But what brings you here? This time, Chu Chen directed his attention to Su Changfeng, Yang Tianao, and Lu Furong, the representatives of three other factions aside from the Baibao Pavilion. We are merely here to enjoy the spectacle. Feel free to proceed without regard for us. The representatives of the three factions replied, adopting a demeanor of detachment. In an instant, Chu Chen comprehended their intentions. Put it plainly, these individuals had come merely to partake in the entertainment and seize any opportunities that might arise. The current Ten Fiends sword formation had long since established a formidable reputation in Fengshui City. It was only when the Zhao and Feng clans vowed to invade the Qianlong Academy that they decided to show up. With a simple objective, should the Zhao and Feng clans suffer significant losses, they would ensure that both clans were completely eradicated from Fengshui City. However, the present situation left everyone slightly disheartened, as the anticipated debacle for the Zhao and Feng clans had yet to materialize. On the contrary, Zhao Wuyo and Feng Yong, despite appearing to hold the upper hand, dared not let their guard down. For a single misstep could lead to their clans being consigned to the annals of history in Fengshui City. Very well, I have said what needed to be said. If the Zhao and Feng clans choose not to reason, then you are free to make your move. In the face of the relentless advance from the two clans, Chu Chen appeared utterly unconcerned. Young man, at this point, you still wish to reason with us? Do you not think it is far too late for that? Seeing Chu Chen's words reach this juncture, Zhao Wuyo became convinced that Chu Chen was afraid. He finally felt at ease, disdain evident in his tone. Brother Zhao is correct. With your standing, Chu Chen, do you really think yourself worthy of engaging in discourse with us? You seem to hold yourself in far too high regard. Feng Yong quickly added. Excellent. To everyone's astonishment, upon hearing Zhao Wuyo and Feng Yong's response, Chu Chen erupted into laughter. Heavens, am I mistaken? Has this fellow truly lost his wits? How can he be laughing? You are not mistaken. He indeed laughed just now. And it seems he was genuinely delighted. Around them, not only the Zhao and Feng clans but also the other factions and the onlooking populace appeared bewildered, wondering if they had misinterpreted the scene. Yet, Chu Chen's next words made everyone feel as though he had completely lost his sanity, irretrievably so. After uttering the word excellent, Chu Chen slowly advanced and continued, since you do not intend to engage in reasoning, I shall communicate with you through my fists. Chapter 43. When reason fails, let us resort to fists. Since you do not intend to reason, I shall speak with you through my fists. As he moved forward, Chu Chen's voice resonated with authority. Each word pronounced with emphasis, he directed a scornful gaze towards the heads of the Zhao and Feng clans. How dare this fellow? Chu Chen's words were akin to a thunderclap, causing those present to involuntarily question the integrity of their hearing. For throughout Fengshui City, no one had ever dared to speak to the four great clans in such a manner, let alone a single individual incurring the ire of two clans simultaneously. Yet, astonishingly, Chu Chen exhibited no hint of panic. Rather, he bore an expression of disdain, as if he were the one in a position of strength, and the Zhao and Feng clans were mere objects of ridicule in his eyes, utterly beneath his consideration. Indeed, even outsiders, including Luo Qingwu, found themselves momentarily entranced by Chuchen's unwavering stance, perceiving the two great clans as insignificant. However, confronted with Chuchen's upright silhouette, she felt an unprecedented sense of reassurance. Young man, do you truly believe that by slaying a Zhao Bin, you have become invincible? I shall meet you, and I am eager to see what qualifications a mere child possesses to speak so boldly here. Before the eyes of the multitude, as Zhao and Feng clans observed Chuchen's blatant disregard for them, a member sprang forth, seething with rage. This was an elder of the Zhao clan, named Zhao Hai, a master of the 10th level of the Divine Courage realm, significantly more powerful than Zhao Bin. Humph, I too wish to have a word. Witnessing this situation, an elder from the Feng clan, unwilling to be outdone, stepped forward, clad in a red robe. He was named Feng Qinglong, an esteemed elder of the Zhao clan, his strength comparable to that of Zhao Hai. Heavens, it is Zhao Hai and Feng Qinglong, both of whom participated in the clan leader contest back in the day. It is said that their powers are now perilously close to the immortal realm. Anyone who faced Chuchen would undoubtedly face certain death surrounding them. Some voiced the identities of the two elders, clearly indicating their renown in Fengshui City. Grandfather, what shall we do? Are we to simply watch as they attack our master? In the crowd, Lu Piaoshu furrowed her brow, indignation etched on her face as she looked at her grandfather. Lu Sihai, oh not fret, let us observe for now. Lu Sihai, wearied by his granddaughter's insistence, could only respond with a vague assurance. He distinctly remembered that the last time Chuchen left home to go to the Baibao Pavilion, he had confidently claimed he would resolve the matter within a month. Although only half a month had passed, he still hoped for a miracle to occur. After all, Chuchen had shown kindness to the Baibao Pavilion and had even gifted techniques to his granddaughter, fostering a cooperative rapport. Most importantly, Lu Sihai had a good impression of Chuchen. Thus, he genuinely wished to see him safe. Humph, where do all these idle words come from? You two, come at me together. Just as the grandfather and granddaughter were anxiously concerned for Chuchen, he spoke up once more, his words exceeding everyone's expectations. Not only Lu Sihai and his granddaughter, but Chuchen's declaration once again caught everyone off guard. They felt that in just this brief moment, they might have exhausted a year's worth of astonishment. That it was not that they were overly dramatic. Rather, every word Chuchen uttered was so unexpected, audacious. Chuchen's words finally ignited the fury of Zhao Hai and Feng Qinglong. Both were already seething with rage, and Chuchen's provocation left them no room for restraint. Without hesitation, the two men, eyes flashing with malice, simultaneously lunged at Chuchen with a palm strike. The Divine Courage Realm practitioners, having opened their Qi and condensed their energy into a formidable force, engaged in battle with a qualitative superiority over those in the Muscle Transformation Realm. As their movements unfolded, two silver swords of energy materialized from thin air above them, hurtling toward Chuchen with lethal intent. The massive sword shadows, each over 10 feet long, created a gale that stung the skin. Indeed, the prowess of the 10th level Divine Courage Realm Masters was formidable. Today was certainly not in vain. Chuchen was finished. Observing the emergence of the two colossal heavenly swords, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Humph, mere trifles. How dare they present such a spectacle? However, facing the onslaught of these two overwhelming spiritual swords, Chuchen remained utterly dismissive. Buzz, at the moment he concluded his words, a golden aura erupted around him, forming a transparent golden bell that enveloped his entire being. The ancient patterns etched upon the golden bell, though ethereal, appeared vividly alive. Unexpectedly, Chuchen was also a master of the Divine Courage Realm. No wonder he was so audacious. The crowd was taken aback, as Chuchen's youthful visage suggested he was barely in his 20s. Such a young master in the Divine Courage Realm was an unparalleled rarity in all of Fengshui City, a dream beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Have you noticed? In comparison, this golden bell of Chuchen seems even more solid and weighty. Onlookers, both casual spectators and those with discerning eyes, began to perceive Chuchen's extraordinary nature. Ding! Just as this observer spoke, the two heavenly swords descended upon him. In an instant, a prolonged sound reverberated, causing pain to resonate in the eardrums. Under the impact of unmatched power, energy erupted, carving deep trenches into the stone pavement below. Yet astonishingly, Amidst the collision of the two heavenly swords, Chu Chen's seemingly slender form did not retreat even a single step. Furthermore, the golden bell surrounding him remained utterly unaffected, while the silver swords of Zhao Hai and Feng Qinglong disintegrated into pure energy, dissipating entirely. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, the crowd was once again left aghast. While ordinary spectators were merely astonished, those like Zhao Wuyo, Feng Yong, and Lu Sihai, who were masters of the immortal realm, understood all too well the terrifying nature of a full-force strike from a 10th-level divine courage realm practitioner. To withstand such an attack solely with protective energy, without a trace of collapse, was beyond the capabilities of even the most seasoned immortal realm masters. Could it be that this young man's strength surpasses our own? In the next moment, an absurd thought surged unbidden in the minds of several individuals. This notion seemed ludicrous, yet they could conceive of no other explanation. Humph, young man, prepare to receive another blow, as Zhao Hai and Feng Qinglong momentarily reeled from their initial failure. Although taken aback, their fighting spirit remained undeterred. This battle was pivotal for the survival of their clans, and they could not afford any missteps. After a brief moment of astonishment, both men hardened their expressions. Their vital energies surged forth, and their bodies swelled with power, as they charged towards Chu Chen with fierce intent. Masters of the divine courage realm, despite having opened their chi seas, could also utilize external vital energy to strike from 100 paces away. However, the power of those at this level was still limited, and resorting to such a method to kill was, in essence, an act of disdain. Ultimately, this realm favored physical prowess above all, witnessing Chu Chen effortlessly deflect his vital energy sword. The two men ceased their restraint and unleashed their most formidable techniques. Crack, crack, their bodies transcended the speed of sound, producing explosive shockwaves. Their fingers splayed like iron hooks, capable of splitting gold and shattering stone. Death? Yet, in the face of the two men's seemingly frenzied assault, Chu Chen remained remarkably composed. Clad in a flowing white robe with ink-black hair billowing, he stood tall and straight, a faint smile gracing his lips. As he observed the two figures hurtling toward him, Chu Chen finally spoke with an icy demeanor. As he spoke, a hint of murderous intent flickered in his brows, and he raised his hand, pointing two fingers towards the oncoming attackers. Whoosh! With his motion, two golden threads of vital energy, each as thick as a finger, materialized in the air, hurtling towards the two men. These golden threads appeared unremarkable, lacking the grandeur of Zhao Hai and Feng Qinglong's earlier vital energy swords. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly ordinary attack that carried an edge, solid and unyielding, exuding an aura of invincibility. Rise, as elders of two prominent families. Zhao Hai and Feng Qinglong were far from ordinary. Upon witnessing the approach of the golden threads, they swiftly activated their protective vital energy, attempting to shield themselves as Chu Chen had done earlier. Crack! However, just as their protective barriers rose, Chu Chen's golden threads had already struck. In an instant, their defenses crumbled like clay before a tempest, utterly incapable of withstanding the assault. What took them by surprise even more was that, having shattered their depth, the masters of the undying realm refined their bodies through spiritual energy, enhancing not only their flesh but also their muscles, bones, and internal organs. This level transcends the enhancements of any previous realm. With inner and outer unity, their vitality is inexhaustible, thus earning the title of Undying. It is for this reason that Zhao Wuyo and Feng Yong dared to confront Chu Chen with bare hands, bravely withstanding the long sword in his grasp. Chapter 45. New Forces. However, the two evidently overestimated their physical prowess while underestimating Chu Chen's strength, not to mention that Chu Chen, who practiced the divine demon body refinement technique, inherently possessed the strength to defy convention. Now, having opened 15 martial acupoints, he had surpassed the ordinary definition of a warrior in the realm of divine valor. How could the two possibly contend with him? Coupled with the unparalleled heaven-splitting sword, their attempt to resist with their bodies was, in Chu Chen's eyes, akin to a mannish trying to stop a chariot. The outcome was entirely predictable. As Chu Chen's golden sword light flashed, what began as a mere sword shadow swiftly severed both of Feng Yong and Zhao Wuyo's arms. The air was pierced by their heart-wrenching screams. Kid, today we have met our match. Can you tell me, what cultivation level do you possess? Zhao Wuyo, worthy of being a clan leader, let out a single cry upon losing his arm, but quickly regained his composure, gazing up at Chu Chen from below. His expression waned as he asked, tinged with unwillingness. "Do, my strength, it is naturally sufficient to annihilate you," Chu Chun replied with a cold smile, refusing to answer his query. These two had indeed entertained the thought of abducting his wife and daughter. How could Chu Chun allow them to succeed? "Chu Chun, I, Feng Yong, also concede defeat. I ask for nothing more than your mercy, to spare the lives of the others in my clan." Feng Yong, equally despondent, pleaded with a hint of desperation in his gaze as he observed Chu Chin's disdain for Zhao Wuyo's question. A joke. Did you ever consider sparing my wife and daughter when you sought to abduct them? If this is your last wish, I am afraid I cannot fulfill it, Chu Chin scoffed, dismissive of the two. With his current strength, had he not deliberately held back earlier, both would have already been corpses. His intent to spare them was simply to witness their despair in the face of death. Yet, seeing their stubbornness, refusing to beg for mercy, took Chu Chun by surprise and rendered the situation rather tedious. Die. With that thought, Chu Chun ceased his restraint. The heaven-splitting sword in his hand swung forth. Already weaker than Chu Chun, losing their arms rendered them no match for him. Observers only saw Chu Chin's sword light rise once more. And when it receded, the heads of Zhao Wuyo and Feng Yong simultaneously rolled to the ground, deprived even of the opportunity to retaliate. However, true to their status as masters of the undying realm, they remained filled with vitality, their consciousness lingering briefly even after decapitation. But on the ground, their eyes widened in disbelief, as if unable to accept that they, who had traversed life with such dominance, would meet their end so easily. It was only after a considerable time that they reluctantly closed their eyes. A profound silence enveloped the scene, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Before this moment, no one had anticipated that the combined assault of the two great families on Chu Chin would culminate in the unexpected demise of their leaders at the hands of the relatively unknown Chu Chin. Flee. After a long while, someone in the crowd finally regained their senses. It was an elder from the Zhao family, a warrior of divine valor, witnessing the decapitation of his clan leader by Chu Chun. His heart was filled with rage and trepidation, yet he felt no inclination for revenge. Without hesitation, he shouted and turned to flee with his kin. Nearby, the members of the Feng family also snapped out of their shock and hastily departed the scene. Chu Chun merely watched quietly, harboring no intentions of pursuit. His refusal to grant Feng Yong's request to spare his clan was merely a means to ensure they departed with regret, serving as a form of retribution for their attempted assault on his family. Nevertheless, Chu Chun was not a bloodthirsty individual. He did not relish in needless cruelty. Provided the two families were wise enough to vacate Maple Snow City and refrain from further provocation, he would not mind allowing others a chance at life. "Ha, Brother Chu, splendidly done." As the Zhao and Feng families fled like frightened dogs, Lu Sihai was the first to approach, laughing heartily. Behind him, Su Changfeng, Yang Tianao, and Lu Furong also approached with smiles. Old Lu, and others. "I am grateful for your assistance just now," Chu Chin expressed, acknowledging their earlier intervention. He was not ungrateful. Their actions had indicated their stance. Although he had confidence in protecting his family even without their help, he appreciated the goodwill. Ha, Brother Chu is too modest. The Feng and Zhao families, as forces in Maple Snow City, disregarded the law and conspired against you. To tell the truth, I, as the city lord, share some responsibility in this matter. Su Changfeng added, his demeanor appearing somewhat guilty. "City lord, you are being too courteous. How can the wrongdoing of the Zhao and Feng families be attributed to you?" Chu Chin responded, maintaining a cooperative front. Despite understanding that Su Changfeng's words were merely platitudes, had the tables been turned, and he had been the one at a disadvantage during the ambush, the situation would likely have unfolded quite differently. Ultimately, the current camaraderie displayed by Lu Sihai and the others stemmed largely from their apprehension of his strength. Nonetheless, Chu Chun did not reject such alliances. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. All relationships are rooted in self-interest, and no one extends kindness without reason. Strength commands respect and flattery, a fundamental rule of existence. Indeed, Brother Chu is reasonable, with the demise of Feng Yong and Zhao Wuyo. The Zhao and Feng families are effectively finished in Maple Snow City. If you wish, I can arrange for my Wanshur Pavilion members to assist you in sorting through their assets and delivering everything to your residence. Lu Furong, a portly man, suggested with a cheerful demeanor. "Yes, I share that intention. I wonder how you feel about it, Brother Chu." Yang Tianao, a robust figure with few words, chimed in. "Since both Lu and Yang have this intention, I shall refrain from involving myself," Su Changfeng remarked, his expression unchanged, Still wearing a smile, as the city lord, he understood that in this realm, aside from the annual tributes, individuals of his status were largely disregarded by the royal family. As long as he met the required tribute each year, it mattered little who held the title of city lord. However, on the surface, he still held the position and could not entirely lower himself to compete with Yang Tianao and Lu Furong for the opportunity to draw closer to Chu Chun. I say, Yang and Lu, considering that Chu Chun is half a member of my Baidao Pavilion, such trivial matters need not trouble you both, Lu Sihai interjected, stepping forward to seize the opportunity for Chu Chun to engage with him. Very well, then in that case, I will entrust this matter to old Lu. Chu Chun agreed, nodding without objection. Having gone through so much together, he and Lu Sihai had become quite familiar, and their previous verbal agreement made him more at ease in trusting this task to Lu Sihai. As for accepting the assets of the Zhao and Feng families, Chu Chun felt no moral burden. Given the strength he had just demonstrated, it would be difficult to find another individual in Maple Snow City who could rival him. Claiming the title of the strongest in the city would not be an exaggeration. With such power, Chu Chun could establish his own authority by replacing the two families. Neither he nor Su Changfeng and Lu Furong felt any misgivings about this. It seemed entirely reasonable that as for their earlier intentions to seize the assets of the two families, witnessing Chu Chun's prowess had long since dispelled those thoughts. At this point, they were more concerned about whether Chu Chun would make excessive demands on their modest resources. Fortunately, it appeared that he had no such intentions for the time being. Thus, the month-long siege of Chu Chun by the Zhao and Feng families concluded with his decisive slaying of their patriarchs, allowing him to rise as the fifth power in Maple Snow City. Chapter 46. Chu Chun's ambition. Have you heard? It is said that Zhao Wuyo, the head of the Zhao family, and Feng Yong, the newly appointed head of the Feng family, were both slain by the champion of the Danbi. Chu Chun, isn't that news a bit outdated? I heard that both the Zhao and Feng families left Maple Snow City that very night, taking only a small fraction of their wealth. Now, all their assets have fallen into Chu Chun's hands. You are all mistaken. Have you heard? It is said that Chu Chun is now establishing some kind of bright alliance and is actively recruiting members. Should we consider joining him? After all, he is now the strongest in Maple Snow City. 3 days later, news of Chu Chun's overwhelming defeat of Feng Yong and Zhao Wuyo spread like wildfire, echoing through the streets, taverns, and even the mouths of storytellers. Moreover, 2 days prior, Lu Sihai had already dispatched the wealth seized from the two families. The quantity was staggering, with nearly 10 million taels in gold alone, alongside a significant amount of spirit stones, medicinal pills, and cultivation materials. Of course, the most crucial assets included numerous shops and taverns from both families, which promised a steady income and considerable value. On the very day he acquired this wealth, Chu Chun officially announced the establishment of the Radiant Alliance, beginning to post notices throughout the city to recruit talents. The creation of the Radiant Alliance was not a mere whim for Chu Chun. In fact, the moment he was reborn, he harbored this intention. His purpose for founding the Radiant Alliance was straightforward: to integrate resources and prepare for the impending dark invasion that would occur over 6 centuries later. In his previous life, although he ultimately led everyone to victory as the revered Heavenly Emperor amidst the protracted turmoil of war during the Dark Invasion, by the time victory was achieved, the land was ravaged, nature lay desolate, and humanity was nearly extinct. Those who had not endured such calamity could scarcely fathom its brutality. Having been granted a second chance at life, Chu Chun was determined to prevent history from repeating itself, especially since he now had individuals he was bound to protect. The establishment of the Radiant Alliance marked his first step in this endeavor. While the Radiant Alliance was currently no more than a third-rate force, Chu Chun's ambition soared high. His goal was to consolidate the divine realms, immortal sects, and ancient families, ultimately establishing the Radiant Alliance as the sovereign of this world. Of course, integration was merely one aspect. He also aimed to establish guilds and cultivate talents to face future calamities. However, this was still a distant goal for Chu Chun. In just 2 days since its inception, the Radiant Alliance had recruited over 1,000 individuals, most of whom were ordinary people, necessitating further selection and training. Naturally, to build a formidable force, a place for habitation was imperative. The day prior, Chu Chun had entrusted Lu Sihai and Lu Furong to assist in constructing the Alliance's headquarters outside Fengshui City. And today, work had officially commenced. Given the prowess of these two business tycoons, it was expected that the project would be completed in no time. Today, Chu Chun led his family to the former residence of the Zhao family. which would serve as his dwelling for the time being. It was not that he looked down upon Qianlong Courtyard. Rather, in light of the numerous new recruits to the Radiant Alliance, Qianlong Courtyard simply could not accommodate them all. With the Zhao family now vacated and the Radiant Alliance just beginning its operations, Chu Chun chose to temporarily reside here. Within the courtyard, thousands congregated. Chu Chun, Luo Qingwu, Lu Piaoxiu, and Chu Yu observed the crowd, while Zhou Qiong remained in the back courtyard, engrossed in his training. This fellow had little appetite for such lively scenes, yet over time, he had become obedient to Chu Chun and Luo Qingwu. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Radiant Alliance. I firmly believe that in the near future, you will all be grateful for the decision you made today. I assure you, the power of the future Radiant Alliance will far exceed your expectations. However, whether you can truly join the Radiant Alliance depends on your abilities. The method for remaining is quite simple. Within the library ahead, there are various texts on martial arts, alchemy, and array formations. If any of you can grasp the fundamentals in any of these fields within half a month, you will become the first official members of the Radiant Alliance. Standing before the crowd, Chu Qin spoke eloquently and passionately. The Radiant Alliance had only just been established. He could not offer too much substance at this time, but as someone who had once been the master of a sacred land, he was adept at painting enticing visions. Indeed, as they listened to Chu Qin's words, the eyes of the thousands of youths before him sparkled with fervor, as if they could faintly glimpse the future glory of the Radiant Alliance and their own potential to traverse the world. These individuals were mostly young, ranging from 11 to 16 years of age. This age group was the standard for recruitment, as their bones were fully developed, their minds were most active, and it was the prime time for learning. Moreover, many of these individuals hailed from impoverished backgrounds, with some coming merely in search of a meal. For them, Chu Qin did not need to make grand promises. As commoners, the opportunity to engage with martial arts and alchemy was a monumental blessing. After all, in this world, so-called families would only accept members with a martial arts foundation. The tuition fees at martial academies were astronomical and unattainable for them. In contrast, the Radiant Alliance, under Chu Qin's leadership, not only imposed no fees but also offered monthly stipends and free spiritual herbs to its official members, an unheard of opportunity for them. All right, I see that everyone is eager to head to the library. Let us return, Chu Qin said, observing the excited commotion among the crowd. Turning to Luo Qingwu, he added, shall we? Luo Qingwu nodded. After 3 days, reflecting on how Chu Qin had suddenly ascended to become the 5th major force in Fengshui City and established the Radiant Alliance, she found herself still struggling to adapt to this transformation. There was no denying that the current Chu Qin, compared to the one who had been expelled from his family and had spent his days gambling and drinking, was remarkably more outstanding. Yet this newfound excellence left Luo Qingwu feeling somewhat estranged. At times, she could not help but wonder if the Chu Qin standing before her was truly the same boy she had grown up with. What troubles you? You seem lost in thought, Chu Qin inquired, noticing the pensive expression on Luo Qingwu's face as they made their way home. I'm just pondering whether you really are the same Chu Qin I once knew. Luo Qingwu replied, her gaze evasive. When she saw that Chu Qin had no intention of letting the matter rest, she finally mustered the courage to voice her thoughts. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she regretted it. She feared that everything before her was merely a dream and dreaded that Chu Qin's answer would not align with her hopes, for as much as Chu Qin had become a stranger to her, he also captivated her in a way she could not resist. After spending so much time together, along with Chu Qin's meticulous care, Luo Qingwu was certainly not oblivious to the feelings that had developed. Ah, I see. Observing Luo Qingwu's demeanor, Chu Qin finally understood the reason behind the seemingly insurmountable barrier between himself and his wife. It turned out that her greatest concern was this very issue. Indeed, having returned from rebirth, he harbored numerous secrets, and Chu Qin felt the time had come for transparency. Master, I will take you to play. You and Master Madam can have a chat, Chu Qin signaled to Lu Piaoxiu, who, perceptive as she was, quickly took Chu Yu away. Luo Qingwu, keenly aware of this exchange, sensed that Lu Piaoxiu had something to say to her. This realization made her heart race with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Yet she remained silent, eager to see how Chu Qin would express himself. Qingwu, do you perceive me as nothing more than a mere waste, wondering how I suddenly acquired the ability to cultivate, to refine pills, and to understand formations? Do you feel that I have transformed into an entirely different person compared to before? Chu Qin's tone was heavy as he contemplated how to explain himself to his wife. Yes, Luo Qingwu bit her alluring red lip. wrestling with her inner turmoil before ultimately nodding resolutely. If this were indeed a dream, she preferred to wake up soon, for she feared falling into a world of dreams only to awaken once again. Battered and bruised. Qingwu, there are certain matters I did not intentionally conceal from you, but I feared that even if I told you, you might not believe me, Chu Chen mused, having pondered for a long while but ultimately unsure how to articulate the truth. If you do not speak, how will you know I do not believe you? Luo Qingwu replied, meeting Chu Chen's gaze. Her perfect visage radiated determination, having made up her mind to trust him, no matter what he said. What if I were to say that I have been reborn? Would you believe me? Chu Chen hesitated for a moment upon hearing his wife's words, but ultimately chose to reveal the truth. Reborn? Upon hearing this revelation, Luo Qingwu, despite having resolved to believe whatever he said, could not help but widen her eyes in disbelief. Indeed, at this point, I will no longer hide it from you. I have returned from 3,000 years in the future. Now that he had opened the floodgates, Chu Chen felt less constrained as he recounted his past, including his gambling addiction, the tragic suicides of his wife and daughter, his awakening to the martial path, his ascent to the heavenly emperor, and his quest to resurrect his loved ones. He even shared the harrowing tale of the impending dark invasion that would shatter the world 600 years hence. Surprisingly, as he laid bare his story, a weight lifted from his heart. Meanwhile, Luo Qingwu, absorbing his words, felt a tumult of emotions within her, struggling to find her composure. I understand that this is difficult to believe. Take your time. I am confident that one day you will come to believe me. Chu Chen gently reassured her. He recognized that if someone had told him such a tale before his rebirth, he too would have scoffed at it. It was entirely reasonable that Luo Qingwu hesitated to accept his claims. I believe you. To Chu Chen's astonishment, just as he thought his wife would remain skeptical, a soft voice emerged from her lips. What did you say? The words were so faint that he could not quite catch them. Perhaps he was reluctant to believe that, in this matter, his wife would choose to trust him. I said, I believe you, my husband. Luo Qingwu spoke once more. This time, her voice was no longer as soft as before. Her cheeks adorned with the delicate blush of a young woman. The utterance of my lord sent Chu Chen's heart racing. He recalled that ever since he succumbed to gambling and, in a drunken stupor, had developed a habit of domestic violence towards his wife and daughter, this woman had never referred to him as my lord. Now, as Luo Qingwu addressed him in such a manner, it signified that she had finally unshackled her heart and forgiven his previous misdeeds. Qingwu, is what you say truly sincere? Do you genuinely wish to believe in me? Yet, Chu Chen found it difficult to trust his own ears. Over the long years, he had dreamed of this very scene more than once. Now that this beautiful dream had materialized, he was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of unreality. Luo Qingwu remained silent, yet her gentle gaze lingered on Chu Chen, her alluring lips complementing her flawless beauty. A temptation beyond measure. Witnessing this scene, Chu Chen could no longer contain himself. He reached out, enveloping her delicate figure in his embrace, and as their eyes met, time seemed to freeze in that moment. The air thickening with an undeniable intimacy, their cheeks drew closer, and their four crimson lips finally melded as one. No, it's broad daylight. It would be improper for others to see a beauty in his arms. Years of yearning culminated in this moment. Chu Chen's hands wandered restlessly, exploring her form without restraint. Ultimately, it concluded with Luo Qingwu, breathless and flushed, pushing him away. Does this mean that when night falls, and no one is around, it is permissible? Chu Chen chuckled, feeling an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. The barriers between them had dissolved, leaving no trace of their former estrangement. You are incorrigible. Luo Qingwu shot him a disapproving glance, her embarrassment deepening. Yet, she showed no signs of rejecting him, seeming to acquiesce. Observing this, Chu Chen could hardly contain his delight. Have you two rascals had enough? Must I come and fetch you? At that moment, Chu Chen suddenly glanced towards the door, feigning seriousness. Hee, master and mistress, congratulations to you both. As Chu Chen's words settled, a figure clad in fiery red emerged at the doorway, none other than Lu Piaoxiu. She appeared somewhat awkward, scratching her head and speaking with a hint of guilt. Father, mother, hug. Chu Yu, unfazed by the stern demeanor of Chu Chen, was oblivious to the earlier events. The little girl, merely 2 or 3 years old, was blissfully unaware of what had transpired, yet upon seeing her parents' embrace, she gleefully scampered over like a porcelain doll, laughter ringing out. Clearly, Lu Piaoxiu and Chu Yu had been secretly observing. In truth, with Chu Chen's current cultivation level, he had long sensed their presence when they arrived during his intimate moment with his wife. Recognizing the rarity of the opportunity, he chose to pretend ignorance. After all, he had thick skin and felt no shame. Thus, he was in a good mood and chose not to dwell on it. However, Luo Qingwu was not so fortunate. Her delicate nature made her acutely aware of the embarrassment of being seen in such a compromising position. Her face flushed as if it could drip with water. "You two are utterly shameless." Luo Qingwu, incensed and flustered, could only stamp her foot in anger before storming away. Only Chu Chen, with keen perception, noticed that while she seemed angry, a sweet smile played at the corners of her lips as she turned. "Father, what's wrong with mother? Did you or do something wrong and upset her?" Seeing Luo Qingwu leave in a huff, little Chiyu appeared distressed, teetering on the brink of tears. Do not cry, my dear. How could mother be angry with you? Rest assured. Chu Chen quickly scooped up Chiyu, wiping away her tears, hearing her father's reassurances. The little girl swiftly forgot her earlier worries, her tinkling laughter soon filling the courtyard once more. As evening fell, Chu Chen had not been idle throughout the day. With the establishment of the Light Alliance, he was occupied with guiding others in alchemy and martial arts while also tending to his own cultivation. By the time evening approached, he finally found a rare moment to rest and dine with his wife and daughter. Lu Piaoshu and Zhou Qiong were also present. Notably, Lu Piaoshu's alchemical skills had now surpassed the 3rd rank, and due to her persistent requests, Chu Chun had formally accepted her as his apprentice. Additionally, at Lu Sihai's suggestion, she would be accompanying Chu Chun for an extended period. As for Zhou Qiong, he had also achieved the 8th level of the Blood Qi realm. Thus, Chu Chun envisioned that while they cultivated, they could also guide the newcomers to the Light Alliance. Although he deemed their abilities to be barely at the threshold, they would be more than sufficient to instruct those who had never ventured into the realms of alchemy and martial arts. Since today marked their first day, Chu Chun had not yet arranged everything and wanted to observe the recruits himself. Hence, he personally attended. However, he understood that the Light Alliance remained weak, and without his presence, they could easily fall into dire straits. This meant that his own strength held significant importance for the entire alliance. Therefore, he resolved that unless absolutely necessary, he would not be involved with these matters. Leaving that to Shou Qiong and Lu Piaosu. By guiding others, he could simultaneously enhance his own skills, achieving 2 goals with one effort. Earlier, he had shared his thoughts with both of them, and they had agreed. "All right, let's set aside those trivial matters for tomorrow. Let us eat first." At that moment, Luo Qingwu served Chu Chen a piece of braised pork, her demeanor slightly bashful. This marked the first time in their long family meals that she had served him food. "Thank you, my dear. You should eat as well." Chu Chen, feeling content, reciprocated by offering her a piece, the atmosphere becoming quite harmonious as everyone quietly enjoyed their meal. Soon after, having indulged in their feast, Chu Chen and Lu Piaoshu took their leave. The brief intimacy shared earlier, coupled with Luo Qingwu's coy demeanor, led Chu Chen to find himself unable to escape thoughts of that moment whenever he closed his eyes. As the saying goes, to keep warm is to think of that which brings warmth. Strictly speaking, it had been over 3,000 years since Chu Chen had been with a woman, and after the day's stimulation, he could feel his blood surging, making it impossible to calm his thoughts. Thus, after finishing his meal, Chu Chen lingered at the table, pretending to play with Chiyu. By the way, my lord, are you not going to cultivate tonight? With the barrier now lifted, Luo Qingwu reverted to addressing him as she once did. Noticing that Lu Piaoshu and Shou Qiong had departed, she could not help but inquire, for usually, at this hour, Chu Chen would have rushed off the train, much like Shou Qiong. "Ahem, I am feeling unwell tonight. Qingwu, why don't we retire early?" Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's face flushed. Yet, for the sake of his own happiness, he could only muster the courage to say so. "Rest?" Perceiving his expression, Luo Qingwu understood precisely what he was insinuating. Her cheeks flushed crimson, nearly as if they could drip with water. They were, after all, an old married couple, but due to Chu Chen's previous indiscretions, they had not shared a bed in quite some time. Now, having experienced so much, their reunion felt like a new marriage. Luo Qingwu said nothing, picking up Chiyu and fleeing as if in escape. Observing this, Chu Chen pinched his nose. He, since she did not object, that must mean she agrees. With this thought in mind, Chu Chen ultimately followed suit. Thick-skinned as ever. The night is still young. Why not practice for a while? Outside the door, witnessing Chu Chen stealthily trailing behind, Luo Qingwu set Chiyu down, her face flushed as if she were engaged in some illicit affair. "I want tea, mother. You were just practiced during the day. I'm tired now and want to rest." Chiyu pouted adorably in response. "It's still early. Why not go play with your brother Zhou Qiong for a bit? Seeing her plan falter, Luo Qingwu contemplated a new strategy. I want T. Brother Zhou Qiong only cares about cultivating. He ignores you, so I don't want to play with him. Upon hearing this, Chu Yu's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued. However, recalling Zhou Qiong's usual cold demeanor, she quickly shook her head. Luo Qingwu, upon hearing this, cast a helpless glance towards Chu Chun, who was concealed in the shadows. Ahem, Chu Chin made no effort to hide. Quickly stepping forward, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, locking eyes with Luo Qingwu for a brief moment, as if jolted by electricity, they quickly averted their gazes before he continued, Your father has a matter to discuss with your mother tonight. How about you stay with Sister Piaoxiu for the night? What do you think? I want tea. I want to sleep with mother. Upon hearing Chu Chin's suggestion to sleep elsewhere, the little girl resolutely refused. Look, if you stay with Sister Piaoxiu, I'll buy you delicious treats tomorrow, alright? Chu Chun, unwilling to relent, attempted to coax her like a big bad wolf trying to deceive a little girl. No. Unfortunately, the little girl was steadfast. Determined to sleep with Luo Qingwu. Of course, this was not entirely Chu Yu's fault. Since she could remember, she had always shared a bed with her mother. Thus, when Chu Chun suggested she sleep elsewhere, the little girl naturally resisted. Meanwhile, Luo Qingwu struggled to contain her laughter. It seemed that in all of Fengshua City, only their daughter could render Chu Chun so utterly flustered. Certainly, this indirectly indicates that Chu Chin cares for his mother and daughter. Filling her heart with a sweet warmth, although Chu Chin felt somewhat disheartened, he still harbored a flicker of hope. After promising the little girl various benefits and engaging in prolonged discussions without any fruitful outcome, he reluctantly decided to give up. He understood that tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Ahem. Well then, since it is so, Yue should retire early with her mother. Ultimately, Chu Chin could only feign seriousness as he spoke. Yes, father, you should also rest early. Chu Yu was completely oblivious to any underlying issues. My husband, I shall rest with you now. You should return home to sleep as well. What Chu Chun did not anticipate was that Luo Qingwu, who was nearby, approached him, leaning in to whisper softly that a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils, coupled with her flirtatious glances and her delicate body brushing against him, as if she were teasing him deliberately, leaving Chu Chin feeling utterly tormented. After uttering those words, Luo Qingwu picked up Chu Yu, glanced back at Chu Chin with a smile, and then completely entered the room, leaving Chu Chin alone in the courtyard. This little girl, how come I never noticed she was so clingy before? No, this cannot continue. As her father, it seems I must teach her that one must learn to be independent. In the courtyard, Chu Chan said indignantly. Yet, with such thoughts, how could he possibly sleep? Given his already restless mind, he could only reluctantly depart to a corner of the courtyard, seeking to quell his turbulent thoughts through cultivation. Chapter 49. Li Tianstan arrives. In the blink of an eye, another day dawned. In the early morning, under Chu Chin's relentless cultivation, his strength had seen considerable improvement. He had now opened 25 martial apertures, managing to open 3 new ones almost daily, which was quite remarkable. It is important to note that opening martial apertures becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses. Achieving such a pace, Chu Chin felt quite satisfied. Sir, someone is looking for you outside the residence. Early in the morning, while Chu Chin was immersed in his training, a maid's voice came from outside. Who is it? Chu Chin inquired with a frown. He truly had no idea who might come looking for him at such an early hour. Brother Chu, I trust you are well. As soon as Chu Chin's voice faded, a young man clad in a golden robe, elegant and handsome, entered on his own accord. The newcomer was none other than Li Tianxian, who had met Chu Chun during the previous alchemy competition. It is young Master Li. I wonder what brings you here so early in the morning. Chu Chan remarked with a slight furrow of his brow. His previous interactions with this individual had been minimal. However, he was aware that this man was the son of the Duke of Yong'an. And just a few days prior, he had sought help from family elders to assist the Zhao and Feng families in breaking the Tin Fiend's sword array, thus he harbored no favorable impression of him. Chu Chan even suspected that Li Tianxian had been secretly instigating the Zhao and Feng families against him. This suspicion was not baseless. After all, both Zhao Yu and Feng Kuan had bizarrely altered their initial intentions after learning of his alchemical prowess and sought his techniques. Even on the day he defeated Zhao Wuyo, the latter had insisted that he hand over that set of techniques. Chu Chin felt this could not possibly be mere coincidence, given Li Tianxian's status. If he indeed sought those alchemical techniques, everything would make sense. Nevertheless, now that the Radiant Alliance had just been established, Chu Chun did not intend to sever ties with him outright. After all, the man stood behind the entire Duke of Yong'an. And with Chu Chen's current strength, he was not ready to provoke such a presence. Brother Chu, to speak candidly, ever since our last encounter at the alchemy competition, I have been quite enchanted by your alchemical skills. I have come today to inquire whether you might be willing to impart your techniques to me. Li Tianxian approached directly, cutting to the chase. Initially, Li Tianxian had looked down upon Chu Chun. Hence, despite his envy of the alchemical techniques Chu Chun possessed, he had never considered asking for them as he did now, with such humility. However, as events unfolded, with Feng Kuan and Zhao Yu suffering successive defeats, even leading to the complete downfall of those two families, he had come to regard Chu Chun with genuine respect. Moreover, having been away from home for over a month, his original intent in coming to Fengshui City was to win over Su Changfeng. With matters resolved, he was now compelled to approach Chu Chun directly as, "Oh, it's this fellow," Chu Chun thought, further solidifying his earlier suspicions. Had Li Tianxian been willing to lower himself and straightforwardly request the techniques from the outset, Chu Chun might have indeed considered sharing the Su Xin Shai Xian technique with him, as he had intended for it to spread throughout this world. However, given that he was merely at the blood qi stage back then and faced with various pressures from Li Tianxian's backing, he had opted for caution. Now, aware of Li Tianxian's underhanded maneuvers and his own enhanced strength, he was no longer someone easily manipulated. Under such circumstances, how could Chu Chun grant him his wish? Young Master Li, we both know that this alchemical skill is akin to one's very life. I am afraid I cannot acquiesce to your request, Chu Chun thought with a smirk, though he maintained a cordial demeanor. Upon hearing Chu Chun's response, Li Tianxian was visibly taken aback. He had anticipated that Chu Chun might refuse, but he did not expect such a decisive rebuttal. After all, with his status, coupled with his humility, even if Chu Chun were to refuse, he ought not to do so bluntly. Brother Chu, won't you reconsider? I can assure you that once I inherit the title of heir, you will not be treated poorly. Li Tianxian stated, suppressing his rising anger for the sake of his family's reputation. In that case, please allow me some time to contemplate your request, Chu Chun replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. What a farce, the notion of you becoming the heir. Setting aside whether he could achieve that status, even if he did, whether he would fulfill his promise was another matter entirely. Furthermore, to be frank, the title of heir of Amir County was hardly something Chu Chun took to heart. Even if Li Tianxian were to become a duke one day, such empty promises held little interest for him. Nevertheless, Chu Chun refrained from tearing the facade. After all, was he not the one who requested time to consider? Very well, he would ponder for 3 to 5 years, and at that time, whether to agree or not would still be his prerogative. Li Tianxian's expression darkened further. He understood Chu Chun's intentions all too well. Yet, being in Fengshui City, and with the formidable force backing him, he truly had no means to coerce Chu Chun. Well then, I shall take my leave, he said after a brief pause, restoring his composure and bowing respectfully. Yes, young Master Li. Safe travels. That I shall not see you off. Chu Chun nodded slightly, indicating his indifference. Humph. In the end, Li Tianxian huffed in frustration, gritting his teeth as he stormed out of the residence. Just outside the main gate, a red-robed elder approached him, named Shuebo. He was a guest elder of the Li family and had previously been summoned by Li Tianxian to help break the formation. Young master, how did it go? Did Chu Chun refuse? Seeing Li Tianxian's disgruntled expression, Shuebo could surmise that matters had not gone well. Humph, ungrateful wretch. Does he truly believe that a mere warrior of the divine courage realm can act with impunity in Fengshui City? Li Tianxian retorted, his determination unwavering. This matter is not over. I must obtain that alchemical technique. Li Tianxian did not directly respond to Shuebo's inquiry, yet his words implicitly confirmed the elder's suspicions. This Li Tianxian was indeed a cunning individual. However, he had better refrain from provoking me again, lest the consequences be beyond his capacity to bear. Returning to the courtyard, observing Li Tianxian's furious departure, Chu Chun murmured to himself, not overly concerned about the incident. Why now? He had concluded that Feng Kuan and Zhao Yu's audacity to provoke him after learning of his promotion to a 4th-grade alchemist was undoubtedly instigated by this man. Chu Chun was hardly intimidated by a mere county noble. He had no reason to fear such a figure. Yet, he marveled at Li Tianxian's composure. Had he not sought assistance in breaking the formation later, Chu Chun might have remained unaware that Li Tianxian was the true mastermind behind the events transpiring in Fengshui City. Of course, this was merely a minor interlude. After Li Tianxian's departure, Chu Chen's life settled into an unexpectedly tranquil routine for a spell. And before long, half a month had passed. Chapter 50. The Duke's Edict. In this half-month, Chu Chen's cultivation reached new heights, having successfully opened all 50 martial apertures that he now stood just a step away from ascending to the immortal realm. In terms of combat prowess, even a peak immortal realm expert would find it difficult to withstand a single strike from him. Indeed, he could even contend with a master of the divine transformation realm. Leaping over two major realms. Of course, while this may seem improbable, it is entirely reasonable. One must remember that the divine demonic body refinement technique is among the most elite of practices, and opening 50 martial apertures is an extraordinary feat, rare even over the span of tens of thousands of years throughout the vast wilderness. Furthermore, as the Liuhua kingdom was merely a small nation with a lagging martial culture, should he truly confront the prodigies of those prominent families and sects, Chu Chen would be unable to kill across two major realms. Chu Yu and Zhou Qiong had both broken through to the muscle transformation realm a few days prior, while Luo Qingwu, with her 10th level of the muscle transformation realm, could now barely be considered a master in her own right. In the past half a month, the number of individuals joining the Radiant Alliance has surged dramatically, reaching a staggering figure of over 10,000. After all, recruiting and nurturing young commoners is a rarity throughout the Liuhua kingdom, not only in Fengshui City, but also in the surrounding cities. More and more people have come to seek refuge in the Alliance. The former Zhao family residence is now overflowing with visitors. It is reasonable to anticipate that in the coming period, the influx of new members into the Radiant Alliance will only continue to grow. Chu Chen is also welcoming of anyone who wishes to join, for he understands that, despite the current crowd, only a small fraction will remain in the long run. This is largely due to his intentional provision of the Su Xian Jai Xian technique and various martial arts that do not demand high qualifications, allowing more individuals to engage in cultivation. Of course, Chu Chen has not been entirely naive. The techniques and alchemical methods he has shared are merely introductory. Those who wish to learn the advanced aspects must officially join the Alliance and contribute to its cause. Chu Chen's ultimate intention is to establish a formidable force to combat the impending darkness. He does not intend to play the role of a caretaker. Ultimately, if these individuals wish to grow stronger, they must rely on their own efforts. Chu Chen cannot support them indefinitely. Furthermore, on this day, Lu Sihai and Lu Furong sent word that the construction of the Radiant Alliance headquarters is nearing completion. In summary, everything is progressing in a positive direction. The only matter that causes Chu Chen some discomfort is that since he and Luo Qingwu have completely cleared their misunderstandings, the two have become inseparable over the past half-month. However, Chu Yu has been persistently clinging to her mother, and Chu Chen has yet to find a suitable opportunity to take the final step. What is even more exasperating is that Luo Qingwu seems to have realized this. Frequently teasing Chu Chen about in moments of solitude, she employs various alluring postures and provocative words, leaving Chu Chen both ecstatic and tormented. At noon, in a courtyard, Chu Chen lazily reclines in a rattan chair. Squinting his eyes with a foolish grin on his face, his gaze falls upon the center of the courtyard, where a graceful woman is performing swordplay. Dressed in a flowing azure gown, her inky black hair cascades over her slender waist, ultimately resting at her delicate hips, a sight to behold. Her ethereal and transcendent beauty casts a shadow over the surroundings. Those enchanting eyes radiate an otherworldly essence, reminiscent of the deepest starry sky, making it impossible for one to look away. This captivating figure is none other than Luo Qingwu, who has made notable advancements in her martial arts training. Her agile form dances amidst a flurry of sword shadows, each movement imbued with formidable power. The seductive twists of her body showcase a variety of fiery poses, visually delightful, leaving Chu Chen utterly exhilarated. "Darling, what do you think of my sword technique just now?" After a considerable time, perhaps feeling fatigued, Luo Qingwu finally sheaths her sword and darts over, her expression brimming with joy as she eagerly inquires, exuding a charming femininity. "Indeed, quite impressive. My dear, your water droplet sword technique is truly impeccable." Having reached a remarkable level of mastery, Chu Chen replies as he rises, gently tidying Luo Qingwu's slightly disheveled hair from her sword practice. Chu Chen is not merely speaking empty words. 3 days prior, upon witnessing Luo Qingwu reach the 10th layer of the Yi Jin realm, he imparted this heavenly tier water droplet sword technique to her. that she has cultivated it to such an extent in merely 3 days exceeds Chu Chen's expectations. In terms of cultivation talent, both his wife and daughter are undoubtedly exceptional, even by Chu Chen's standards. Really, thank you, my husband. Luo Qingwu beams even brighter upon hearing Chu Chen's praise. Master, trouble is at hand. Someone from the Duke's residence has arrived. Observing Luo Qingwu's flushed cheeks from her training, Chu Chen felt a surge of overwhelming desire, almost unable to restrain himself, when suddenly, Zhou Qiong entered with an expressionless demeanor and stated, "The Duke's residence? Could it be that Li Tianxian is still unwilling to give up?" Naturally displeased at having his moment interrupted, Chu Chen furrowed his brows, murmuring to himself, "My dear, what business does the Duke's residence have here? Surely it cannot be anything good." Upon hearing Zhou Qiong's words, Luo Qingwu's expression turned serious as she anxiously asked. She was aware of the circumstances surrounding Li Tianxian's previous visit to seek out Chu Chen, and thus, she immediately sensed that the visitor bore ill intentions. "Rest assured, nothing will happen. You should return to rest. I will go and investigate," Chu Chen reassured her, despite being unaware of the Duke's residence's true motives. "All right, just be careful." Luo Qingwu nodded obediently, her graceful figure departing the scene. Seeing this, Chu Chen promptly followed Zhou Qiong out of the residence. As soon as they exited the courtyard, Chu Chen spotted a golden carriage stationed at the entrance. Surrounded by a throng of people, the forefront stood a middle-aged man in a green robe, his face stern, appearing to be in his 40s. He held a piece of golden silk in his hands. Standing at the entrance with an air of impatience, behind the man in green, a row of over 100 silver-armored guards stood in formation, exuding an ominous aura. Chu Chen noticed that beside the green-robed man, Su Chafeng was hunched over, displaying great deference, casting a glance at Chu Chen that conveyed a hint of apology. "Are you Chu Chen?" Upon seeing Chu Chen, the green-robed man spoke directly, his voice booming as if in interrogation, lacking any semblance of courtesy. "Indeed, that is I. May I inquire as to your purpose?" Chu Chen responded, nodding slightly. He then glanced at the silver-armored guards beside the green-robed man, countering, "I am Chun Mang from the Duke's residence, here to convey the Duke's decree." Chun Mang continued, his demeanor still haughty, as if conversing with Chu Chen sullied his own status. "What instructions does the Duke have?" Chu Chen replied, though he felt a twinge of displeasure. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of politeness, as Feng Shui City is under the jurisdiction of the Duke's residence, and thus, he had to adhere to proper decorum. "The Duke has decreed that upon hearing of your alchemical prowess, you are deemed a great asset to the Li Hua Kingdom. You are hereby summoned to serve as a guest official in the Duke's residence and must comply without fail." Hearing this, Chun Mang wasted no time on pleasantries and delivered the decree directly. While much of what he said was inconsequential, the final 8 words, "must comply without fail," resonated clearly with Chu Chen. Instantly, his expression darkened, while Chun Mang's eyes gleamed with mockery. With the Duke's decree in place, he doubted that Chu Chen would dare defy it. "Chu Chen, are you not going to accept the decree? Do you intend to rebel against the Duke's will?" Chun Mang urged, noticing Chu Chen's stunned silence. Such a clever scheme. However, Chu Chen chose to ignore Chun Mang's provocation. Initially, he had thought that even if Li Tianxian sought the Su Xian Jixian technique, it would merely involve sending someone to negotiate, perhaps through threats or inducements. He still held this belief even as Chun Mang read the Duke's decree. Yet, it was only after Chun Mang finished that he realized he had underestimated their shamelessness. They were clearly intent on acquiring the secret technique without offering any compensation, expecting him to work for the Li family for free. Where in the world could one find such a bargain? The more Chu Chen thought about it, the angrier he became, and how could he possibly accept such a ridiculous decree? "Chu Chen, you have quite a bit of audacity. Even now, you refuse to kneel and accept the decree? Do you wish to instigate rebellion?" Seeing Chu Chen's face filled with rage and his refusal to step forward, Chun Mang's anger also began to rise. In the entire Yong'an County, the Duke's residence was akin to a local emperor. And who would dare show disrespect to the Duke? Having spent years at the Duke's side, Chun Mang had developed a haughty demeanor. In his view, a mere native boy from a border town daring to refuse the Duke's decree was a crime deserving of death. "Return to your Duke and inform him that I cannot comply with this matter." Chu Chen, though seething with anger, still retained a semblance of rationality. Naturally, he would never agree to join the Duke's residence. Now, with his wife and daughter by his side, Chu Chen was leading a life of utmost contentment. Additionally, with the Radiant Alliance having just been established, they could not do without him. thus it was utterly impossible for him to join the Duke's residence. Having made up his mind, he saw no need for further discussion and outright rejected the proposal. You truly believe that having killed 2 initial stage Undying Realm warriors makes you a significant figure? Chen Mang scoffed. Let me tell you, today as 100 silver-armored soldiers are all elite troops of the Duke's residence, each one a master of the Undying Realm, with the Duke's command in play. The decision of whether you go or stay is no longer yours to make. This. A hint of disdain appeared on Chen Mang's face. He signaled with his eyes, and the silver-armored soldiers immediately stepped forward. Their silver spears aimed at Chu Chen, ready to strike at a moment's notice. So, your Duke's residence is indeed intent on making me your enemy. Chu Chen remained unfazed, just half a month prior. He had opened 15 martial apertures, slaughtering peers with ease. Now, having opened 50 martial apertures, his strength had escalated to a terrifying level. Reaching millions of pounds, silver-armored guards of the Undying Realm posed no threat to him whatsoever. What of it? A mere native dares to defy the heavens. Chen Mang retorted disdainfully, unfazed by Chu Chen's icy demeanor, which posed no threat to him. After all, he was merely a warrior of the divine courage realm. It is undeniable that at such a tender age, Chu Chen possesses a remarkable level of strength, which is truly astonishing and quite rare even within the entirety of the Lihua Kingdom. However, what does it matter? He carries with him over 100 masters of the Undying Realm, and coupled with his own prowess as a Huashan realm expert, he does not perceive any threat from Chu Chen. Advance. Remember to capture them alive. With this thought, Chen Mang ceased his idle chatter and, with a wave of his hand, issued a direct command. Understood. The silver-armored battalion, well-trained and seasoned from countless battles, comprised the elite of the Duke's residence. Upon receiving the order, they hesitated not for a moment. They loudly acknowledged the command. Their silver spears whirled, forming a silver canopy in the void, descending like the heavens upon Chu Chen. This was a combined assault formation known as the Dragon Enclosure Formation, reminiscent of the Wanshi seal once employed by the Zhao family. Yet, compared to the Wanshi seal, this Dragon Enclosure Formation was evidently more intricate and executed by 100 masters of the Undying Realm. Creating an imposing spectacle, the thunderous sounds echoed relentlessly, and the ferocious power surged like a vast ocean, arriving in the blink of an eye. Breakthrough. A rare seriousness appeared on Chu Chen's face. A coalition of 100 Undying Realm masters could pose a formidable challenge, even to a Huashan realm expert, who might only be able to temporarily evade their onslaught. Nevertheless, while he was astonished, he was not afraid. As he spoke, every muscle and vein in his body surged to life, awakening like an ancient beast. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he leaped into the air, launching a barrage of punches against the silver canopy. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Chen's power was overwhelming, each punch unleashing a force akin to thunder. The energy contained within each strike was sufficient to effortlessly shatter a mountain. Bang, bang, bang. Such ferocious assaults swiftly obliterated the silver canopy. The 100 Undying Realm masters were sent flying back, many of them severely injured, their fates uncertain. Useless fools. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Mang furrowed his brow as he berated his subordinates. A petite crimson sword, about 3 inches in length, materialized before him. Though the red sword appeared no larger than a finger, it radiated a potent aura of slaughter, sending a chilling sensation even from a distance. What defines the Huashan realm? At this level, a master has reached the pinnacle of corporeal prowess. Upon achieving this realm, essence, energy, and spirit converge into a singularity, transforming into martial spiritual consciousness. The applications of martial spiritual consciousness are boundless. Flying on swords and slaying foes are merely minor feats. It can also extend one's lifespan, manipulate magical artifacts, and exhibit various powers, greatly enhancing combat capabilities. Chen Mang's current weapon, the diminutive sword, is indeed a magical artifact. Driven by spiritual consciousness, the artifact appeared unremarkable, yet the force it harbored was capable of cleaving cities and splitting lakes. Yet, this is merely a digression. Back on the battlefield. As soon as the red sword materialized, it shot toward Chu Chen like a streak of blood light, moving with such speed that the surrounding space distorted. Get away from me. Chu Chen dared not be careless. He swiftly drew his breaking heaven sword, unleashing the mad demon 13 strikes, infused with all his strength, in a fierce downward slash. Clang. The jarring sound of metal clashing erupted, and in that instant, Chu Chen felt a numbing sensation in his arm. Nearly losing grip on the breaking heaven sword, Even more terrifying was the might contained within the 3-inch blood sword. With a single strike, Chu Chun was forced back several feet, barely managing to steady himself. What sent chills down his spine was that after repelling him, the blood sword showed no signs of stopping. As soon as he regained his footing, it once again lunged toward him, relentless in its pursuit. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Chun steeled his resolve, unleashing the mad demon 13 strikes without holding back, delivering a flurry of strikes in rapid succession, each blow stacked upon the last. The sheer magnitude of power contained within was simply unfathomable. Finally, after the last strike was unleashed, the blood sword was repelled, flying back. Did you actually block it? Yet I am curious to see just how many of my attacks you can withstand. Observing Chu Chen's counter, an expression of surprise involuntarily crossed Chen Mang's face. To withstand a Hua Shen realm master with only the prowess of the Shenyong realm is indeed a display of extraordinary talent. Moreover, he was not merely a novice in the Hua Shen realm but a 4th-tier master. Despite this, he did not overly concern himself with Chu Chun, for he had not yet exerted his full strength. It was merely a preliminary test. Even so, it was evident that Chu Chun, utilizing all his might, still found himself at a disadvantage in their exchange. Chapter 52. Ascension to the Undying Realm. Truly a testament to the prowess of a Hua Shen realm master. Indeed formidable. On the other side, Chu Chun felt his blood boiling, his gaze grave. Having been reborn and engaged in countless battles, this was the first time he truly sensed pressure, while he previously claimed to fear no ordinary Hua Shen realm expert. Chen Mang was far from the typical novice. Chu Chen's strength undoubtedly exceeded this, yet he also recognized that his opponent possessed many hidden techniques. A misstep could very well spell danger for him today. Ha ha ha, boy, taste another of my swords. On the other side, having gained the upper hand, Chen Mang laughed heartily. As his words fell, the magical flying sword reversed direction, once more cleaving toward Chu Chen. This time, the 3-inch blood sword expanded infinitely in the void, resembling a cascading river, carrying with it an oppressive weight. Even before the blade arrived, the immense force caused the nearby buildings to tremble, on the verge of collapse. This is bad. Witnessing this scene, Chu Chun inwardly lamented his misfortune. He activated his carefree step, vanishing from his original position in an instant. Boom! Behind him, a chasm several dozen feet long appeared where he once stood, while the distant buildings buckled under the strain. Splitting in two. Flee. Do you think you can escape? Chen Mang's demeanor grew even more arrogant, his subordinates showing no signs of halting. The colossal sword cleaved through the air, redirecting its path toward Chu Chen once more. Old fool, do you truly believe I fear you? Seeing Chen Mang's relentless pursuit, fury surged within Chu Chun. As he spoke, a crystal-clear pill, exuding a fragrant aroma, appeared in his hand. This was a 5th-tier medicinal pill known as the spirit-drawing pill. If one were to liken the 50 martial apertures within the human body to wells, then for a Shenyong realm practitioner, to open martial apertures is akin to lifting the well cover. While this process allows for a minuscule amount of the aperture's essence to wash over the body, the quantity is negligible. To fully draw forth the well's water, one must reach the undying realm. Employing a gradual method alongside spiritual energy to elevate their capabilities, the spirit-drawing pill, with its seemingly ordinary name, accelerates the extraction of the martial aperture's essence. Such a treasure is rare even within the entirety of Fengshui City. And Chu Chen possessed but a single one. Originally, he intended to wait until he reached the late stages of the undying realm, when his cultivation speed would slow, to utilize it as a means to break through the Hua Shen realm. However, now, faced with the formidable Chen Mang, he had no other choice. A wild look crossed his face, and in the next moment, he tilted his head back and swallowed the pill whole. Now, with his 50 martial apertures opened, breaking through to the undying realm was a natural progression. Even without the spirit-drawing pill, he was confident he could achieve this breakthrough within a day or two through his own cultivation. Yet now, aided by the spirit-drawing pill, this process was expedited. There were no obstructions. In a single breath, his cultivation surged into the undying realm. His combat prowess instantaneously multiplied several times over. But the transformation did not cease there. The 5th-tier pill possessed astonishing potency. In his ascent to the undying realm, Chu Chen scarcely utilized a fraction of its power. Within him, his blood and true energy surged with unprecedented vigor and ferocity. Churning like relentless waves, with each surge, vast amounts of martial aperture essence returned, continuously fortifying his organs, muscles, and bones. Undying Realm 2nd tier. Undying Realm 3rd tier. Undying Realm 4th Tier. Chu Chen's foundation was exceedingly profound. And coupled with the effects of the spirit-drawing pill, within a few breaths, his cultivation soared to the 4th tier of the Undying Realm. Thump, thump, thump. His heart beat robustly, with each thump propelling blood throughout his body, allowing him to unleash terrifying power at will. Is this the transformation that comes with opening 50 martial apertures and shedding one's former self? Chu Chen marveled in wonder. This was a true rebirth. His muscles, bones, organs, and tendons underwent an earth-shattering transformation. This level of enhancement far surpassed his previous achievements in the Undying Realm before his rebirth. This momentous event occurred within mere breaths. Boy, sharpening your blade at the last moment is rather late. Isn't it? Back on the battlefield, witnessing Chu Chen's aura surge exponentially, Chun Meng scoffed dismissively. Naturally, while he spoke with bravado, his expression quickly grew serious. Just moments ago, Chu Chen was able to contend against him with only the prowess of the Shenyong realm, crossing 2 major realms without suffering defeat. Now that he had ascended to the Undying Realm, just how much had his power grown? Even Chun Meng felt uncertain. Is it too late? I think not. Hearing Chun Meng's arrogant remarks, Chu Chen smirked. The previous gravity of the situation lifted from his countenance. Now that he had broken through to the Undying Realm, with his already immense strength multiplied several times over, figures like Chen Meng posed no further threat to him. With a crash, as Chu Chen spoke, Chen Meng's blood-red sword once again charged toward him. This time, sensing the surge in Chu Chen's aura, he held nothing back, and the blood-red sword expanded to 100 feet, nearly engulfing the entire estate. Merely a Huashan realm, nothing more. Yet, as he gazed upon the mightier attack than before, Chu Chen regarded it with indifference. The breaking heaven sword was sheathed in an instant, and he extended his hand, welcoming the attack with open arms. In an instant, a vast surge of true energy erupted from his palm, manifesting as a golden handprint. It spanned several miles, resembling the 5 fingers of a Buddha, firmly grasping Chun Meng's blood sword within its grasp. The naked eye. As the colossal heavenly sword was drawn closer, it shrank like a mere ball, ultimately reducing to a mere 3 inches in length. Subsequently, with a mere thought, the golden handprint diminished in size while simultaneously flying back, carrying Chen Meng's blood-colored sword back into his possession. With a sudden pft, the loss of his artifact left Chun Meng severely wounded, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, his demeanor growing despondent. You brat, swiftly return my artifact. Otherwise, the wrath of the Duke's residence is something you cannot bear. Despite his injuries, Chen Meng had no time to dwell on them, for his concern for the artifact far outweighed his physical state. What is an artifact? It is a treasure that transcends ordinary weaponry, capable of being manipulated with one's consciousness, possessing a terrifying lethality that is beyond the realm of common arms. Even as an elder of the Duke's residence, he possessed but this one artifact, underscoring its precious nature. Humph, Chen Meng, is it? Today, out of respect for the Duke's residence, I shall spare your life. However, this artifact, I shall take as a token of your aggression against me. Chu Chen caressed the blood sword in his palm. He was utterly enamored. Now that such a treasure had come into his possession, what reason was there to return it? Nonsense. My actions were under the Duke's decree. Chu Chen, your defiance of authority is a crime deserving of death. If you are wise, return my artifact at once, or you shall face consequences beyond your capacity to endure. Upon hearing Chu Chen's refusal to return the artifact, Chen Meng erupted with fury, nearly beside himself. Oomph, how noisy. Dare to bark again, and I will have your life. Chapter 53. Unifying Fengshui City. Seeing the situation escalate, Chen Meng continued to spew threats. Chu Chen shot him a fierce glare, laden with menace. You, Chen Meng, filled with rage, was about to retaliate with more harsh words. Yet, upon locking eyes with Chu Chen and sensing his ominous demeanor, he dared not utter another word. Just moments prior, he had unleashed his full power only to have his artifact effortlessly seized by Chu Chen. Now, stripped of his weapon, he no longer had the courage to provoke him. Humph, consider yourself formidable. Just wait. The Duke's residence will not let this matter rest. Ultimately, Chen Meng could only leave with a parting remark, cursing under his breath. Well done, leader. You are truly remarkable. One day, I too shall become as powerful as you. As Chen Meng and his entourage departed, those who had recently joined the Radiance Alliance rushed forward, gazing at Chu Chen's figure with admiration and longing. Brother Chu, I sincerely apologize for today's events. Su Changfeng did not follow Chun Meng's departure. Once the latter was a distance away, he approached Chu Chun. Bowing respectfully, his eyes reflected both shock and a hint of trepidation. Here was a man who could face the combined assault of 100 Undying Realm cultivators and a Divine Transformation Realm expert, without a scratch. Though he too belonged to the Undying Realm, Su Changfeng understood that should Chu Chun wish to eliminate him, it would require not even a fraction of his effort. To be frank, Su Changfeng had never anticipated such an outcome. What astonished him even more than Chu Chun's strength was his astonishing rate of growth. Just half a month ago, Chu Chun had been besieged by the Feng and Zhao families, afraid to step outside his residence. Yet, in such a brief span, he had evolved to a level where Su Changfeng felt dwarfed by his presence. Your Excellency, there is no need for such courtesy. I understand that today's events are not your fault. Chu Chun nodded, contemplating for a moment before abruptly shifting the topic. However, I believe you have already perceived that the Duke's residence will not let today's incident slide. I know you are a wise man. So I shall be straightforward. As you are aware, I have established the Radiance Alliance. If you truly do not wish to oppose me, you are more than welcome to join us. Chu Chun feigned displeasure as he spoke. As he had indicated earlier, he knew full well that Su Changfeng's role in the Duke's residence was merely as a guide, with little involvement in the matter at hand. Yet, Chu Chun was acutely aware of his intentions. Su Changfeng merely wished to play both sides, siding with the stronger party while avoiding enmity with either. However, Chu Chun would not allow him such ease, since the headquarters of the Radiance Alliance was established in Fengshua City. He would not permit the existence of any second power apart from his own. Previously, he had refrained from addressing this issue due to his lack of strength, but now, having broken through to the Undying Realm, his combat prowess rivaled that of seasoned Divine Transformation Realm experts, and conquering Fengshua City was no longer a daunting task. Moreover, at the inception of the alliance, Chu Chun needed individuals to assist him. The forces within Fengshua City were naturally the best candidates for his ambitions. I understand Brother Chu's intentions. However, this matter is of great significance, and I must deliberate further. The Lord of a city. Su Changfeng was well aware that Chu Chun was pressuring him to take a side, that he realized that he could no longer feign ignorance in this matter. Indeed, he had to consider the future of the city lord's residence. But such decisions required careful contemplation and were not to be made lightly. Then Lord Su may take his time to ponder, Chu Chun replied, not pressing too hard. He merely sought to convey his intentions. As for how to bring these individuals under his command, he already had his strategies in mind. Though Qin Meng left alone, he left behind the silver-armored guards at the city lord's residence. Chu Chun received news from Lu Sihai in the evening at once. He understood that Qin Meng had likely returned to summon reinforcements. However, given the considerable distance from Yong'an County to Fengshua City, even with full haste, it would take at least 10 days for them to return. Alongside this news came the report that the headquarters of the Radiance Alliance had been officially completed. A piece of good news, Master. I just visited the headquarters during the day, and it is quite magnificent. According to your specifications, it comprises various institutes such as the Martial Arts Institute, Alchemy Institute, and Array Institute. When shall we move there? In the dining hall, having just finished dinner, Lu Piaoshu chattered excitedly. Indeed, my dear husband, the number of people in the residence is growing by the day. We are nearly running out of space. Luo Qingwu chimed in. Among the group, she was the only one aware of Chu Chun's true purpose in establishing the Radiance Alliance and understood his ambitions. Throughout, she had never opposed him and had consistently shown her support. Yet, with her current strength, she found herself unable to contribute much. There's no rush. We can discuss it in a couple of days, Chu Chun replied, shaking his head as he noticed their eagerness to relocate. With the establishment of the Alliance headquarters, he intended to host a feast to celebrate with the major factions of Fengshua City. Before that, however, he had numerous matters to address, particularly concerning how to effectively consolidate the various families under his influence. All right, hearing Chu Chun's words, the others felt a tinge of disappointment but refrained from pressing further. Chu Chun always had his plans in place, and there was no need for them to worry. At the break of dawn the following day, before the sun had risen, Chu Chun rose early and set out towards the outskirts of Fengshua City. He had already briefed Luo Qingwu and the others the day prior, so there was no need to fear their concern. As a small border city, Fengshua City did not cover a vast area. Before long, Chu Chun had exited the city gates. Before him lay an expanse of towering mountains. Majestic and imposing, resembling a dragon coiled upon the earth, in the distance. A resplendent palace of white jade stood prominently in the mountainous terrain, spanning 100 acres, stretching endlessly, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. Brother Chu, you have arrived. As Chu Chun approached the palace, Lu Sihai and Lu Furong appeared simultaneously, beaming with smiles. Old Lu, Head Lu, I appreciate your hard work during this period. Chu Chun politely acknowledged. Brother Chu, you flatter us. It is our honor to serve you. Lu Furong replied. First, by the way, Brother Chu, I have prepared the items you requested. Would you like them delivered now or at a later time? Lu Sihai inquired. Though he and Lu Furong had been overseeing the construction of the alliance, they had already heard of Chu Chen's recent display of power, which made their words exceedingly courteous. Then I shall trouble old Lu to have the items brought forth. Chu Chun replied knowingly he had asked Lu Sihai to assist in gathering spirit stones half a month ago, and now a significant collection had been amassed. Very well, bring the items forth. Lu Sihai promptly instructed his subordinates. Meanwhile, Lu Furong watched with a puzzled expression, unsure of what the two were discussing. However, seeing that Chu Chun remained silent, he refrained from asking. Before long, 3 large chests were brought in. Upon opening them, they revealed a trove of glistening, multicolored spirit stones. Brother Chu, this is 3,000 spirit stones. That if this is insufficient, I can have someone find more, Lu Sihai offered. That would be much appreciated, old Lu. These spirit stones are indeed still a bit short of my requirements. Chu Chun nodded in agreement. By the way, Brother Chu, what do you need so many spirit stones for? Standing nearby, Lu Furong approached with curiosity and inquired. To be honest with you, Lu Pavilion Master, I intend to arrange several formations around the alliance for unforeseen circumstances. Chu Chun disclosed his plans without reservation. The notion of establishing formations at the alliance headquarters had been contemplated by Chu Chun long before he decided to form the alliance. After all, the Radiant Alliance had only recently been established, remaining rather weak and compounded by the troublesome presence of the Duke's residence. Setting up a formation was undoubtedly a matter of urgency. A formation? Is it the kind you initially arranged at the Qianlong Institute? The 2 old men's eyes brightened simultaneously at his words. Indeed, however, the 10 Fiends sword formation could not truly manifest its power due to insufficient spirit stones. Chu Chun nodded and continued. Additionally, apart from offensive and defensive formations, I also plan to set up a spirit gathering formation. What is a spirit gathering formation? Lu Sihai and Lu Furong, seasoned merchants who had roamed far and wide over the years, found themselves perplexed by the concepts Chu Chun spoke of. The longer they spent in his company, the more inscrutable he became. This formation gathers the spiritual energy from the surroundings, allowing individuals within its coverage to exponentially, even dozens of times, accelerate their cultivation speed. Chu Chun explained, carefully choosing his words. Dozens of times acceleration in cultivation speed. Brother Chu, is there truly such a formation in this world? Both Lu Sihai and Lu Furong were taken aback by his revelation. Certainly, however, setting up a formation requires spirit stones as its foundation, and the quantity of spirit stones determines the formation's potency, Chu Chun replied, amused by the astonished expressions of the 2 old men. It is common knowledge that higher-grade spiritual herbs are increasingly precious and rare. Although it may seem that Chu Chun has always relied on elixirs for cultivation, it was merely a phase of his early practice. Not to mention, with his current level of cultivation, relying on 5th-grade elixirs as he had before is becoming increasingly unrealistic. Moreover, considering some of the great holy lands with tens of thousands of disciples, their daily consumption of elixirs would amount to astronomical figures. Their enduring strength is attributed to 2 factors. First, the locations they choose are inherently blessed with abundant spiritual energy, and second, they depend on the spirit gathering formation. As the name suggests, this formation can infinitely concentrate the spiritual energy within its confines, thus accelerating the speed of cultivation. Of course, the ordinary spirit gathering formation has a simple structure and is not considered a secret. However, to arrange a profound formation demands stringent requirements regarding resources and the skills of the formation master. Currently, Chu Chun has 3,000 spirit stones gathered with Lu Sihai's assistance and over 2,000 spirit stones obtained from the previous confiscation of the Zhao and Feng families. He plans to use half of them to construct a spirit gathering formation, confident in his ability to at least enhance the cultivation speed tenfold. Naturally, he would not share these details with others, for they are merely in a cooperative relationship at present. whether successful or not. The results would be evident once the formation is established. Feigning profundity, Chu Chun smiled mysteriously. Well then, we shall wait, with bated breath. The two old men were clearly intrigued by what Chu Chun had said. He ceased speaking, and since he had yet to return the spatial ring borrowed from Lu Sihai, he summoned 3 treasure chests into the ring with a thought. Subsequently, he paid no further attention to the two elders and began to observe the surroundings of the alliance. Chu Chun was not merely wandering aimlessly. Arranging formations must be tailored to the terrain and landscape. Requiring utmost precision, Lu Sihai and Lu Furong, piqued by Chu Chen's curiosity, directly followed in his wake. However, after half a day of watching him survey without taking any action, their patience waned, and they departed one after another. In the ensuing days, Chu Chun worked diligently on the formation. During this time, Luo Qingwu visited him twice with her daughter, but after brief reunions, she was called away by Chu Chun as for Lu Sihai and Lu Furong. Having witnessed Chu Chen's efforts, the two old men eagerly followed him for a while. Yet, seeing no tangible results after observing for some time, their interest dwindled, and they ceased to concern themselves with him. The alliance headquarters was finally completed, and the two old men busied themselves with final touches and procuring daily necessities. Meanwhile, the nearly 10 million taels of gold that Chu Chun had initially confiscated had been largely depleted. 7 days later, as supplies arrived, the disciples of the alliance began to move in gradually, and Luo Qingwu brought her daughter there one morning. The Zhao family mansion had now become an empty abode. At noon, Luo Qingwu expressed her gratitude. During this time, I must thank Pavilion Master Lu and Pavilion Master Lu for your assistance. Miss Luo is too kind. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command us. The two men replied courteously, nodding as they prepared to leave. However, just as they were about to depart, the air before them seemed to distort. Suddenly, a tempest of spiritual energy surged forth from the mountains, flooding into the Radiant Alliance. In an instant, everyone within the alliance felt a profound sense of comfort, experiencing an indescribable change. What is this? Has the spirit gathering formation been completed? Lu Sihai and Lu Furong exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting shock. With their mastery of the undying realm, they could perceive the spiritual energy more acutely than others and sense the surrounding changes with clarity. Brother Chu truly accomplished it, Lu Sihai said, his face alight with joy. It was easy to predict that with this formation in place, the Radiant Alliance would soon shine brilliantly throughout the entire Lihua Kingdom. Yet, just as they collected their tumultuous emotions, a wave of golden sword energy erupted into the sky, forming an unparalleled killing formation that enveloped the entire palace. The deluge of golden swords soared through the air, exuding a chilling, murderous intent, far surpassing the 10 fiend sword formation that Chu Chun had arranged at the Qianlong Institute. Before this formation, the two Undying Realm experts felt as insignificant as ants, utterly devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Gentlemen, my formation has not disappointed you, has it? As the myriad sword shadows gradually faded into nothingness, a voice resonated from behind them. It was none other than Chu Chun. Brother Chu, is this the formation you spoke of? Both Lu Sihai and Lu Furong stepped forward, their faces filled with awe. Although they had observed Chu Chun wandering outside for days without any discernible activity, they had not voiced it, secretly doubting the prowess of the formation he claimed to have created. But now, they realized that this formation was not merely extraordinary. Chu Chun had understated its brilliance. Indeed, this spirit-gathering formation can concentrate the spiritual energy to a level equivalent to 15 times that of the outside world. As for the sword formation, it is called the Gongjin Miesian sword formation. However, due to limited materials, I could only arrange a simplified version. Once I acquire more materials, I can enhance it further. Nevertheless, with the current strength of this formation, even Undying Realm experts entering here would have no hope of survival. It is barely sufficient for now. Chu Chun nodded, expressing a hint of regret. A simplified version of the sword formation? Undying Realm experts entering would be certain to perish. Despite the nonchalance in Chu Chen's tone, even a hint of dissatisfaction, the words struck Lu Sihai and Lu Furong like thunder, leaving them unable to regain their composure for a long time. In the Lihua Kingdom, Undying Realm experts were true martial saints, with no more than 10 in the entire nation. The fact that Chu Chen's formation could guarantee death for a martial saint was astonishing. This meant that as long as one was within the formation, not only the duke's residence, but even the royal family would be powerless against Chu Chun. Furthermore, with the spirit-gathering formation in place, given Chu Chun time, his future accomplishments would be unmatched throughout the entire Lihua kingdom. The two men grew increasingly astonished. Indeed, Chu Chun nodded and continued, "By the way, now that the Radiant Alliance has been officially established, I wish to host a banquet tomorrow, and I sincerely invite both elders to attend. Rest assured, we shall certainly be there." The two old men promised simultaneously upon hearing Chu Chen's words. After exchanging these remarks, they turned to leave, yet their hearts remained in a state of tumult. And my dear, is the formation you mentioned truly that formidable? Once Lu Sihai and Lu Furong had walked away, Luo Qingwu approached, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Compared to the past, Chu Chun had indeed undergone a transformation that left her increasingly unable to fathom him. However, she was unconcerned about this. As long as Chu Chun treated her and her daughter well, that was sufficient for her. Not to mention how exemplary Chu Chun has become. What more could one desire? This is only natural, and should the spirit stones be abundant or suitable materials be found, the power of this formation could potentially increase by hundreds or even thousands of times. Chu Chun nodded in agreement. Today, due to the spirit-gathering array, many disciples of the Alliance have successfully broken through to the spirit body realm, granting them the opportunity to become formal disciples, which has invigorated everyone. As for Chu Yu, perhaps intrigued by the changes in spiritual energy, she too has become earnest and has gone off to cultivate alone. In this rare moment of leisure, Chu Chan engaged in conversation with Luo Qingwu until nightfall, at which point they retired to their respective quarters. A night passed without incident, leading to the dawn of the next day. Early in the morning, at the headquarters of the Radiant Alliance, the sound of drums and gongs resonated, and a throng of people gathered in the vast martial arts arena. Tables adorned with purple silk were laid out, overflowing with an array of exquisite delicacies. Today, Chu Chun has invited many individuals. Regardless of familiarity, nearly everyone of note in Fengshua City has come at his behest. Ordinary citizens, though unable to attend, have nonetheless benefited, as Chu Chun has generously covered all expenses at local taverns and restaurants. This is not merely to flaunt wealth, but to seize this opportunity to announce the official establishment of the Radiant Alliance. From this day forth, this place will be his dominion. Lu Sihai, the head of the Treasure Pavilion, congratulated the formation of the Radiant Alliance, presenting a gift of 10 bottles of 5th-grade elixirs and 100 bottles of 4th-grade elixirs. Yang Tianao, the head of the Yang family, also extended his congratulations, offering a gift of 100 spirit stones. Mayor Su Chongfeng joined in with his own congratulations, presenting 300 spirit stones at the entrance of the alliance. Disciples were designated to record the various gifts. Lu, the old man, the head of the Yang family, and Mayor Su. Among the crowd, Chu Chun greeted them with a beaming smile. "Congratulations, Brother Chu." "No, I should say congratulations." Alliance leader Chu, seeing Chu Chun personally welcome them, the dignitaries of Fengshua City dared not act presumptuously and displayed utmost respect. Strength commands respect. With Chu Chen's prowess, it would be inconceivable to treat him as an ordinary youth. "You gentlemen are too kind. Please, take your seats. The banquet is prepared for all." Chu Chen patiently entertained his guests. Before long, Lu Furong arrived, extravagantly bringing 1,000 spirit stones as a gift. The group then proceeded to the main seat, where they toasted and exchanged pleasantries. The atmosphere pleasantly harmonious. As noon approached, everyone was well-fed and in high spirits. Alliance leader Chu, regarding what you mentioned a few days ago, I have come to a decision. As you know, while Fengshua City falls under the jurisdiction of the Duke's Manor, in reality, we are not bound by their structure beyond our annual tribute. I can agree to join the Radiant Alliance. But Brother Chu, you must clarify what I stand to gain by joining. Or rather, how can you assure us that you can lead us to thrive under the Duke's Manor, or even amidst the wrath of the Li Fire Nation? After the meal, Su Chongfeng suddenly dropped his jovial facade, his expression turning serious as he posed the question. Upon hearing this, the other guests were not surprised, and similarly regarded Chu Chun with tense anticipation. Prior to coming here, Su Chongfeng had already convened with them, and they were aware of Chu Chen's intention to unify Fengshua City. Thus, rather than waiting for Chu Chen to bring it up, they allowed Su Chongfeng to take the lead in questioning, hoping to gain some leverage. They all understood that for powers like theirs, should they refuse to join the Radiant Alliance, there would be no place for them in Fengshui City with Chu Chen's strength. As for seeking refuge with the Duke's manor, it was clear they would not be held in high esteem. Hence, they found themselves with only two options: either join the Radiant Alliance or leave Fengshui City. Leaving behind such a vast foundation was something they could hardly bear if Chu Chan could guarantee their safety and make solemn promises. Joining the Radiant Alliance would undoubtedly be the best choice. Gentlemen, you need not worry about your safety. This has already been conveyed to you by Old Lu and Pavilion Master Liu.as for the benefits. How does the realm beyond the void and the path of greatness sound? Since we have broached the subject, I will not withhold any longer, Chu Chen stated, shocking everyone with his words. Beyond the void, the path of greatness. Are you suggesting that you can lead us to enter the path of greatness? Upon hearing Chu Chen's proclamation, their expressions shifted simultaneously. Living in such a world, they naturally understood that the 10th level of martial arts was not the end, in the eyes of those at the path of greatness. They were no more than ants. Ascending to the path of greatness and seeking eternal life was the ambition of every individual. However, such a realm was something they had never even dared to hope for, let alone consider cultivating. Now, with Chu Chan asserting that he could facilitate their attainment of such a realm, how could they possibly remain unmoved? Indeed, with the current Gungjin Yexin sword array, I am confident it cannot be breached unless the royal family of the Li Fire Nation were to unleash their full might. As for the realm beyond the void and the path of greatness, I assure you that should you choose to join the alliance, within a year at most, you will all reach that level. You may not be aware, but once one breaks through to the path of greatness, their lifespan is extended by a minimum of 300 years. Are you all willing to accept such an opportunity? Chu Chen once again dropped a heavy bombshell. He was not speaking without foundation. Given the resources and cultivation techniques available in Fengshui City, the fact that these individuals could stand out and achieve the status of immortals was indicative of their decent potential. Though they might be a bit older now, with the spirit gathering array in place and with the right teachings, breaking through to the path of greatness would not be an insurmountable challenge. Very well, if what the Alliance leader says is true, we are willing to join the Radiant Alliance. The group, visibly excited, did not hesitate upon receiving Chu Chen's affirmative response. Rest assured, gentlemen, if you follow me, you will be among kin in the future. You will find yourselves grateful for today's decision. Seeing their reaction, Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction, though he was not surprised, while the process was unexpectedly smooth. He had long anticipated this outcome, for in this world, no warrior could resist the allure of becoming a practitioner of the path of greatness and seeking immortality. On the following day, Lu Sihai, Lu Furong, Yang Tianao, and Su Changfeng led their elite clansmen to formally join the Radiant Alliance. Among the four great factions, there were over 100 masters of the Undying Realm and those of the Divine Might Realm. By some means, Su Changfeng had even managed to bring over 100 silver-armored soldiers from Chun Mang's ranks to join the alliance. As for those below the Divine Might Realm, there were nearly 2,000 individuals. Moreover, aside from martial artists, there were numerous alchemists that in addition to Lu Sihai, a 5th-grade alchemist, there were also over a dozen 4th-grade and nearly 100 3rd-grade alchemists in a short span. The power of the Radiant Alliance surged dramatically. That same day, Chu Chan issued commands. Lu Sihai, being the sole 5th-grade alchemist, was naturally appointed as the head of the Alchemy Academy, responsible for leading and guiding others in alchemy. Furthermore, aside from Su Xian's exceptional skills, Chu Chan also imparted a method for cultivating spiritual herbs to artificially grow spiritual medicines, which left everyone in a WAS for Su Changfeng and Yang Tianao. They were tasked with the Martial Arts Academy, which was distinct from the Alchemy Academy. Chu Chan named the two divisions of the Martial Arts Academy as Heaven's Net and Earth's Web. Yang Tianao, known for his forthrightness and fiery temperament, was assigned to Heaven's Net, where he would train martial artists to be brave and relentless. Su Changfeng, being meticulous in thought, was put in charge of Earth's Web, focusing on training members in intelligence gathering and stealth tracking skills. Lu Furong took on the role of president of the Radiant Merchant Association, handling sales and procurement, which was also of significant importance to the alliance. Naturally, Chu Chan did not remain idle during this time. He mostly relied on memory to transcribe the techniques from his previous life. Fortunately, given the current level of his companions, overly complex techniques need not be copied now. They could be supplemented later in their spare time. Nevertheless, he spent nearly half a month transcribing over 1,000 Earth-level techniques and hundreds of Heaven-level techniques. As for the yellow and mysterious-level techniques, they were too rudimentary for his taste. So he opted not to copy them. Additionally, when Lu Sihai and Su Chongfeng arrived, they brought along a considerable number of techniques, making it unnecessary for Chu Chun to undertake such a laborious task. What Chu Chun did not expect was the prolonged absence of emissaries from the Duke's manor. He paid them little mind, as even if they did come, with the Gungjin Myexian sword array in place, they would be unable to touch him. That he chose to calm his mind, spending his free time with his wife and daughter, practicing martial arts, and occasionally writing 1 or 2 techniques to place in the martial arts pavilion for others to study. Thus, time flew by, and before he knew it, a month had passed. During this period, the strength of the entire alliance underwent a dramatic transformation. Lu Sihai, Su Chongfeng, Lu Furong, and Yang Tianao, having adopted the cultivation techniques specifically prepared for them by Chu Chen. Each broke through to the spirit transformation realm within a month to AS for the 100 silver-armored guards. While they did not reach the spirit transformation realm, most achieved the peak of the undying realm. Simultaneously, the spiritual herbs cultivated by Lu Sihai had begun to sprout, which was immensely encouraging. Following a continuous process of selection and integration, the official membership of the alliance has now surpassed 10,000. As for Chu Chen himself, due to a lack of elixirs, his cultivation reached the 7th level of the undying realm. Chu Chen had anticipated this outcome, for despite the god and demon body refinement technique being unmatched at the same level, its cultivation speed lagged slightly behind those of more complex techniques. Furthermore, his martial arts aptitude was rather poor. Had it not been for the uniqueness of the god and demon body refinement technique, he would have never hoped to reach the path of greatness, let alone aspire to be an emperor of heaven. Meanwhile, with the aid of the spirit gathering array, Zhou Qiong's efforts finally bore fruit. As both he and his wife, Luo Qingwu, entered the divine might realm and exhibited astonishing strength, capable of contending against masters of the undying realm. That as for Chu Yu, having been spurred on by the two recently, she had been enthusiastic for a few days, but now had begun to slacken. Certainly, with innate talent firmly established, and having reached the mid-stage of the muscle transformation realm, the Bright Alliance has presented itself in an increasingly formidable manner with each passing day. Everything seems to be progressing in a favorable direction. Today, as usual, Chu Chun was engrossed in diligently transcribing martial techniques, when thunder roared. Suddenly, an ominous clap of thunder echoed from outside. Boom! Boom! Initially, Chu Chen paid little heed. But as the first clap of thunder reverberated, it was swiftly followed by a second and a third. What on earth is happening? Curiosity piqued. Chu Chen stepped out of his chamber, only to be met with an astonishing sight. The heavens and the earth had transformed into a sea of blood red. With lightning snakes dancing wildly amidst a tempestuous wind, the sky was an endless expanse of crimson, painting a picture reminiscent of the apocalypse. Good heavens, what could have transpired? Is this the onset of the end of days? Around him, the crowd was already in an uproar. After all, such a bizarre occurrence in broad daylight was nothing short of eerie. Could it be that the bronze immortal palace is about to open? Yet, unlike the others, Chu Chun, although his expression was complex, felt no fear at the sight of this blood-red phenomenon. His mind sank once more into the depths of reminiscence in his previous life, due to his lack of talent. The bronze immortal palace had only opened 5 years after the tragic demise of his wife and daughter, and the divine body refining technique he now practiced had been obtained from within that very palace. Thus, it was from this that the later emergence of the 3 absolute heavenly emperor had arisen. The heavens wept blood, nourishing all things, and only then did the news of the palace's opening spread from atop the Tsongshan Mountains. The memories lingered vividly in Chu Chen's mind. However, the timing was off now, yet he was all too familiar with this omen. Could it be that his early cultivation of the divine body refining technique triggered the premature opening of the palace? Chu Chan murmured to himself, a look of concern shadowing his face. For if his rebirth had caused the timeline of his previous life to advance, could it not be inferred that the dark invasion would also come sooner, rendering all his current efforts futile? Did this imply that this world, like his past life, was destined to end in decay and tragic victory? This was the true source of Chu Chen's worries. Alas, regardless of the outcome, as long as he toiled diligently now, he would have no regrets in his heart. Unable to arrive at a definitive answer, Chu Chen soon found solace. His gaze became resolute, akin to a sword gleaming with sharpness. As he contemplated the void, suddenly, a deluge of blood rained down from the heavens. Observing this, Chu Chen hastily set aside his tumultuous thoughts and stepped into the rain. Initiating his training amidst the torrential downpour, husband, Luo Qingwu, cradling Chu Yu, sought out Chu Chen, her face etched with worried, "Do not fret. This blood rain is a treasure, immensely beneficial for martial cultivation. Quickly, bring Yuer to train." Chu Chen replied with a smile, reassuring the mother and daughter. After uttering these words, fearing they might not believe him, he immediately demonstrated his practice in the blood rain. Boom! In mere moments, Chu Chen's cultivation experienced a breakthrough, ascending to the 8th stage of the Undying Realm. Witnessing this, Luo Qingwu's heart soared with joy as she promptly set Chu Yu down and began her own training nearby. Indeed, it proved to be effective. After a brief period of cultivation, Luo Qingwu discerned that Chu Chen had not spoken falsely. Training in this blood rain significantly accelerated her progress, surpassing 100-fold compared to her usual pace. Without delay, she focused her mind and immersed herself in cultivation. Although little Chu Yu was reluctant to be drenched, she reluctantly approached under Chu Chen's encouragement. Soon enough, she appeared as though she had discovered a new world. Leader Lu Sihai and Yang Tuneo approached, their faces marked by concern, uncertain of the origin of this celestial blood rain. The answer they received was that it was a divine boon, enabling a substantial enhancement in the speed of cultivation under the rain. Upon receiving this revelation, without needing any instruction from Chu Chen, the two hurriedly departed to instruct everyone to train beneath the rain. In no time, the entire alliance, numbering in the thousands, commenced their training in the martial arena amidst the torrential downpour. Chapter 57. The Transformation of the Alliance. Notably, this blood rain blanketed the entire expanse of the great wilderness. Any martial artist caught in it experienced a surge in their cultivation speed by dozens of times. Furthermore, those within the spirit gathering array enjoyed an enhancement exceeding tenfold, reaching hundreds of times. Chu Chen remained oblivious to the reasons behind the emergence of this blood rain, but he understood that it was a fortuitous blessing specifically for martial artists. This meant that it held no efficacy for those at the Dao realm. It was as if the heavens had conspired to elevate the quality of martial practitioners. Even more astonishing was the fact that the enhancement encompassed not only the spiritual energy required for martial cultivation, but also the comprehension and all necessary elements for practice. Multiplying them by hundreds, such a phenomenon was truly terrifying. Within the spirit gathering array, the cultivation levels of everyone surged rapidly. 8th stage of the Undying Realm, 9th stage of the Undying Realm, 10th stage of the Undying Realm. In just over half an hour, Chu Chen's cultivation reached the 10th stage of the Undying Realm, akin to what he had achieved in the previous month. The next step involved consolidating essence, qi, and spirit, propelling himself to break through the Tao Palace and refine his divine soul. Ordinarily, this would be a monumental endeavor. However, under the influence of the blood rain, it was accomplished effortlessly, devoid of any difficulty. In the next moment, a formidable will was birthed from within Chu Chen, vast and powerful. This was his divine consciousness. The manifestation of his divine consciousness signified that Chu Chen had thoroughly entered the divine transformation realm. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Following the divine transformation realm, there were the 7 realms of communicating with the abyss, the 8 realms of all phenomena, the 9 realms of Dharma form, and finally, the 10th realm of immaculateness. What does it mean to communicate with the abyss? It is widely understood that a person's divine consciousness is inherently ethereal, invisible, and intangible, that a practitioner of the communicating with the abyss realm refines their divine consciousness, breaking through the void to transform the intangible into the tangible. Once the divine consciousness takes form, it can morph into weapons and elements of the world, known as the all phenomena. Subsequently, it involves refining the will of martial arts, navigating through the vast changes to discover the most suitable transformations, thus creating the immaculate martial Dharma form. Finally, with a potent divine consciousness, achieving a state of physical immaculate existence and perfect divine consciousness offers a slim chance for the divine consciousness to transform into the soul. Challenging the Tao realm. Generally speaking, for ordinary martial artists, after entering the divine transformation realm, it resembles crossing a river by feeling the stones, cautiously treading forward. This is because the transformation of divine consciousness is the most obscure and profound. A moment's carelessness can lead to becoming an imbecile, or worse, falling into madness. In severe cases, the loss of divine consciousness could result in death and the cessation of the Tao. However, Chu Chun was different. With the memories of his past life, his cultivation of the physical body and true qi was still constrained by his innate talent. Yet, upon reaching the divine transformation realm, those shackles disappeared, and his cultivation speed accelerated even beyond what it had been before. He was already well-versed in the transformations of divine consciousness. His cultivation speed increased, and all that was left was a familiar process: divine transformation realm, communicating with the abyss realm, all phenomena realm. This blood rain persisted for an entire day. When the sky cleared once more, Chu Chen's cultivation had soared like a rocket, leaping from the 7th stage of the undying realm to become a formidable practitioner at the 1st stage of the all-phenomena realm. Divine consciousness represents the metamorphosis of a person's essence, spirit, and vitality. This suggests that the strength of one's divine consciousness is intrinsically linked to their physical vitality. How formidable is Chu Chen's physical body? Whether it be the body refining, qi blood, or the undying realm, his strength surpassed that of his peers by several times, even nearing 10 times. Thus, his divine consciousness was similarly many times stronger than that of an ordinary practitioner in the all-phenomena realm. Additionally, the awakening of the imperial weapon, the sword of breaking the heavens, had granted him an edge. Chu Chun felt confident that even when facing experts of the Dharma form realm, he possessed the strength to contend. With no flaws to expose, within the Lihua kingdom, no one could threaten him any longer. This blood rain continued unabated for an entire day. On this day, the martial prowess of all practitioners across the great wilderness underwent a revolutionary transformation. The Bright Alliance, due to the existence of the Spirit Gathering Array, experienced the most rapid enhancement. First was Chu Chun, now a master in the all-phenomena realm, who had become a true martial overlord. From this point onward, he no longer needed to tread carefully as before, walking on eggshells. Next was Luo Qingwu, with her extraordinary talent, who directly ascended from the muscle transformation realm to the communicating with the abyss realm. Making progress even greater than Chu Chen's, she was nothing short of a monstrous prodigy. Her combat ability had become the foremost within the entire alliance, second only to Chu Chen.as for Zhou Qiong and Chu Yu. Both had also entered the divine transformation realm, becoming true martial experts. Lu Sihai, Su Changfeng, and other elders, having switched their cultivation methods, similarly entered the communicating with the abyss realm. Even ordinary disciples, including the 100 silver armor guards, almost all broke through to the divine transformation realm. Remarkably, even those who had just joined the alliance mostly surpassed the Qi blood realm in the span of a day. This blood rain had transformed the Bright Alliance entirely. The plan, initially scheduled for implementation 6 months later, now seemed feasible to Chu Chun. The blood rain had finally come to an end. In the resplendent conference hall, his wife Luo Qingwu and several elders were present. "Leader, are you saying you intend to leave?" Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, astonishment spread across everyone's faces. "Indeed, I shall be departing for a time. Now, I officially appoint my wife, Luo Qingwu, as the vice leader of the Bright Alliance. During my absence, all matters of the alliance shall be discussed and managed by her and the rest of you." Chu Chen nodded. With the opening of the Bronze Immortal Palace, he felt compelled to make the journey. In his previous life, the palace was where he had acquired the divine body refining technique. It was also where he obtained a 9-aperture immaculate golden pill, which had enabled him to achieve a truly immaculate physical form, laying the foundation for his future ascendance to emperor. Thus, within the Bronze Immortal Palace, not only were there martial techniques but also elixirs, artifacts, and other treasures. It was a genuine treasure trove of the immortal path. Even though Chu Chun had visited once before, he remained unaware of its origins and the secrets it harbored. Such an opportunity was one that Chu Chun would not let slip away. "Understood, leader." In response, everyone nodded in agreement. Their inquiries stemmed from curiosity. Having joined the Bright Alliance for a month, their strength had remarkably surged from the undying realm to the current communicating with the abyss realm. A transformation they still found hard to believe. Their achievements are inextricably linked to Chu Chun, who has won their heartfelt admiration long ago. Furthermore, they are already aware that the current Luo Qingwu, being on par with them in the Tongyu realm, possesses combat prowess that far surpasses others. making her ascent to the position of Vice League leader entirely reasonable. Additionally, there is another matter at hand. The strength of our Radiant Alliance has surged dramatically, and I believe it is time to disperse our influence and embed ourselves within every city, even throughout the entire Lihua Kingdom. Noticing that there were no objections, Chu Chan continued, "Leader, what do you mean?" The few individuals present, seasoned as they were, seemed to grasp his intent as soon as he spoke, their eyes lighting up with understanding. Indeed, our Radiant Alliance cannot remain confined to just Fengshua City. I do not seek to conquer any particular place. However, in the future, I desire for our Radiant Alliance to have a presence in every corner of the Lihua Kingdom and even across the world. Thus, our immediate priority is to dispatch scouts to various cities to gather intelligence, establish trading firms, and recruit talented individuals. Chu Chun articulated his ambitions with fervor, revealing his aspirations for the first time before the assembly. Except for Luo Qingwu, all present exhibited expressions of yearning. Should the Radiant Alliance achieve what Chu Chin envisioned, their status as elders would lead to unimaginable futures. His declarations ignited a fervent spirit in the elderly members, causing their blood to surge with excitement. Chapter 58. Witnessing Injustice. My dear, be cautious in all things. I await your return with Yuer. The following morning, at the entrance of the Radiant Alliance, Luo Qingwu bid farewell to Chu Chun. Her eyes slightly reddened with reluctance. Surrounding them were several elders, including Lu Piaoxiu and Chu Yu. Everyone, please return. Rest assured, once matters over there are resolved, we shall return swiftly. After a prolonged farewell, Chu Chun waved his hand. Accompanied by Zhou Qiong, as they sauntered away in their carriage, though he appeared nonchalant, his heart felt equally heavy. However, there was no alternative. Having lived once more, there were certain matters he simply had to undertake. Master, on our journey to Tsongshan, we will pass through Yong'an County. Do you think we will be discovered by the Li family? On the road, Zhou Qiong, driving the carriage, suddenly inquired, a look of concern etched upon his youthful face. At the tender age of 12, clad in a blue scholar's outfit, he was still quite short, though not significantly shorter than Chu Cheng. Do not worry. The current Yong'an County is certainly in turmoil, and the Li family should have no time to concern themselves with us as long as we remain vigilant. We should be fine. Chu Chan reassured him confidently. After a simple disguise, he now donned a white robe. Holding a folding fan, appearing as a refined scholar, akin to a downtrodden talent after years of diligent study. Chu Chen's words were not unfounded, as he suspected that the reason the Li family had not yet sought trouble with the Radiant Alliance was due to the impending opening of the Bronze Immortal Hall. According to his recollections from a past life, the location of this hall was situated within the wild, dense forests outside Yong'an County. Before its emergence, it would undoubtedly cause a myriad of phenomena. And presently, Yong'an County would surely be teeming with martial arts experts. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiong nodded, setting aside his worries. After all, as long as his master was present, he simply needed to follow instructions. The two resumed their journey, driving the carriage at a leisurely pace. 7 days later, they found themselves traversing a rugged mountain path surrounded by dense woods. The Lihua Kingdom sprawled across vast territories, with a population not particularly dense, resulting in numerous such mountain trails that in places like these, where banditry was rampant, only merchant caravans with specialized martial experts for protection dared to traverse openly, unlike the two of them who boldly forged ahead. Naturally, they became the focus of attention for these bandits. Master, more bandits are approaching. While driving the carriage, Zhou Qiong remarked impatiently, from now on, you can handle such matters yourself. There's no need to inform me. Chu Chen rolled his eyes. Feeling somewhat exasperated, it was unnecessary to look to know who Zhou Qiong referred to, as this marked the 20-something wave of bandits they had encountered in just 7 days. Initially, it had been a novelty, even somewhat thrilling, but after such an extended period, they had grown accustomed to it. These bandits posed no real threat, mostly being cultivators at the body refinement and blood-chi realms. With a rustle, as soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the thicket ahead stirred, and dozens of individuals burst forth, brandishing steel knives and exuding a fierce demeanor. Kid, if you know what is good for you, hand over your valuables, and I might spare your lives. The leader, a burly man clad in a tiger skin belt, exposed his muscular physique, his hideously scarred face breaking into a boastful grin. Humph, seeking death. Zhou Qiong's expression turned icy. Dropping the reins, he prepared to take care of these ruffians. However, just then, an unusual sound emanated from behind them. Without needing to look, the two could ascertain through their spiritual senses that it was a merchant caravan, laden with goods and accompanied by several martial guards. Chu Chun had previously mentioned that since they were masquerading as a scholar and a servant, it was best to avoid conflict when possible. Thus, Zhou Qiong was momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. As the carriage curtain was lifted, Chu Chen stepped out. "Gentlemen, I am but a scholar and my servant en route to the capital for the examination. It seems we have inadvertently disturbed you all." Producing a 100-tael gold note, he continued, "Consider this a gesture to treat you to a drink, and I hope you will let us pass." Chu Chan presented the note, aware that, with outsiders present, he wished to avoid revealing too much. 100 taels were insignificant to him, but constituted a substantial sum for these mountain bandits. These bandits sometimes spent an entire month without obtaining such a fortune. Although the caravan was wealthy, it was not something these small-time bandits would dare to provoke. "Ha! Who would have thought we'd come across such a plump sheep? It seems the heavens are smiling upon my gold blade camp." Upon seeing the gold note presented by Chu Chen, the scarred leader's face lit up with delight. Chu Chen initially believed he had successfully defused the situation, but the next moment, the man burst into laughter, revealing his greed. After taking the note, he had no intention of letting them go. Clearly, Chu Chen's actions had led him to perceive them as soft targets ripe for the picking, with such a hefty sum in hand. How could they easily let the two escape? "Kid, leave the carriage and the gold note behind, and you may go." Realizing this, the scarred leader's tone grew even more brazen. Truly insatiable greed. Chu Chun sighed in exasperation. Since they were so unyielding, there was nothing more to say. "Let us make our move," he declared to Zhou Qiong. "Stop." Just as Zhou Qiong nodded and prepared to strike, a powerful voice resonated from behind them. As the words fell, a young man clad in a brocade robe, wielding a long sword, rode forward on a majestic white steed, his expression brimming with arrogance. "Brother, we are all here seeking fortune. Are you obstructing my path to wealth?" The scarred leader's brows furrowed at once, and even the bandits nearby became tense, sensing the shift in the situation. The young man had ridden up to stand alongside Chu Chen's carriage, seemingly intent on protecting him and Zhou Qiong. However, despite his noble intentions, the disdain in his gaze towards Chu Chun and Zhou Qiong suggested he viewed them as beneath him. What does this nonsense come from? If it weren't for Xiao Man's mercy, allowing you to live, you wouldn't even be worthy of conversing with me. That if you are wise, clear off. Otherwise, the consequences are beyond your capacity to endure. The young man spoke, idly toying with the jade pendant at his waist. Showing not a shred of concern for the fierce bandits, Chu Chen stood aside, intrigued by the young man's bravado. With someone stepping up, he was more than happy to remain uninvolved. Humph, such arrogance. "Brothers, charge." On the other hand, the scarred leader, unable to swallow his pride, barked orders at his men. Yes, the bandits, upon hearing this, promptly armed themselves with steel knives and charged at the young man fearlessly. Witnessing the imminent attack, the youth remained unfazed. Yet, just as the bandits closed in, blades mere inches from him, he suddenly sprang into action. Clang! As his sword was drawn, a brilliant azure glow burst forth, and before the bandits could react, their throats were cut open. Within mere breaths, over a dozen lives were extinguished they inexpert in the beyond death realm. The scarred leader's face turned ashen, and the remaining bandits, having narrowly escaped, instinctively distanced themselves from him. "Now that you understand my capabilities, why not retreat?" The young man beamed with pride, and with a wave, he commanded, "Let us go." These bandits, fierce in appearance but cowardly at heart, were utterly terrified by the youth's display of might. With a single call, they fled in disarray, swiftly vanishing into the dense forest. "Thank you, kind sir." Although Chu Chun found the young man's haughty demeanor unappealing, he felt compelled to express gratitude for the assistance rendered. Cupping his fists in salute, "No need. I have no interest in your affairs. It is merely a matter of fulfilling a request." Upon hearing this, the young man cast not even a glance at Chu Chun and boldly rode back, his demeanor suggesting a disdain for Chu Chun, as if he were unwilling to exchange even a single word with him. Chapter 59. The initial whispers of the Celestial Palace. "Master, this arrogant fellow is insufferable. Should I teach him a lesson?" Observing the impudent attitude of the youth in green, Chu Chun remained unfazed, while Zhou Qiong, with a face full of indignation, spoke up. "Enough, we are outside. and you should refrain from causing trouble. Noticing the situation, Chu Chun hastily intervened. Like an elephant indifferent to the insolence of an ant, the stance of the youth in green elicited little emotional reaction from Chu Chun, who regarded him as merely ignorant of his own limitations. Meanwhile, the merchant caravan passed by their carriage. Moving ahead as they brushed past Chu Chun, one of the carriage's side curtains was drawn back slightly, revealing the delicate visage of a lady, who nodded gently in acknowledgement towards Chu Chun. He reciprocated with a nod, realizing that the earlier outburst from the youth had been instigated by this very woman. Let us proceed. After the merchant caravan had advanced a certain distance, Chu Chun instructed Zhou Qiong. The two resumed their journey. Coincidentally, neither Chu Chun nor Zhou Qiong was in haste, and the caravan, perhaps hindered by the weight of their cargo, moved at a slow pace. Thus, for the time being, the two trailed behind the caravan without any intention of overtaking them or falling too far behind. Half a day later, within the caravan, Xiaoman, the two scholars we saved this morning are still following us. Do you want me to teach them a lesson? The youth in green rode forward alongside the carriage and inquired of the occupants within. His expression one of displeasure. No need, young Master Lei. They are merely two scholars. It is not easy for them to be out here. If they wish to follow, let them do so. This way, ordinary bandits will think twice before targeting them. A voice from within the carriage responded, melodious and devoid of emotional fluctuation. It turned out that the lady was Li Xiaoman, the eldest daughter of the Tianbao Merchants Association in Yong'an County. As for the youth in green, he was named Lei Lai, the heir of the Lei family in Yong'an County. In pursuit of Li Xiaoman, upon learning of her shopping trip, he had volunteered to act as her protector. In truth, Li Xiaoman had intended for the guards of the Tianbao Merchants Association to intervene during the earlier incident with Chu Qin. However, in an effort to impress the fair maiden, Lei Lai had taken it upon himself, resulting in the earlier confrontation. Originally, rescuing a scholar was a trivial matter, but upon seeing Chu Qin's handsome features, Lei Lai felt an inexplicable surge of displeasure. Now, upon discovering that Chu Chun and Zhou Qiong continued to follow them, his resentment only deepened. Xiaoman, you are a kind soul in every regard, but your excessive kindness might lead to trouble. Furthermore, what we carry this time is of great significance, and many forces are keeping a watchful eye. We must remain vigilant. Though he felt displeased, in order to maintain a favorable impression before the lady, Lei Lai suppressed his frustration. Yet, his words were laced with warnings for Li Xiaoman to be wary of Chu Qin and Zhou Qiong. Thank you for your concern, young Master Lei, but as I have mentioned before, you should address me as Miss Liu or by my full name, just like everyone else. Upon hearing Lei Lai's address, Li Xiaoman's cool voice resonated from within the carriage, tinged with irritation. Xiaoman, what you say is unfounded. How can I treat you like anyone else? Lei Lai remained unfazed by her words, and a silence enveloped the carriage. If someone were present within the carriage, they would notice that Li Xiaoman, dressed in a white gown, was frowning, her expression tinged with a hint of distaste. However, as the heir of the Lei family, Lei Lai's standing surpassed that of the Tianbao Merchants Association, and how he was addressed was not within her control. Thus, she chose to disregard him. Seeing Li Xiaoman fall silent, Lei Lai assumed she had acquiesced to his manner of address, and his countenance brightened as he proudly strode ahead of the caravan. Chu Chun, oblivious to the earlier exchanges, would not have cared even if he had been aware. To him, Lei Lai was merely a fool. The caravan continued to follow the merchant group until nightfall. That on a level expanse of grassland, they set up camp for the night. Let us rest here tonight. Inside the carriage, Chu Chun instructed Zhou Qiong. Yes, master. Zhou Qiong naturally complied without question. Chu Chun had no other thoughts on the matter. As warriors, fatigue was not a concern for them. However, the horses would tire, and he recalled that the Bronze Celestial Palace would open for an extended period. So there was no rush. Have you heard? It is said that on Tsongshan Mountain, divine light descends, and countless wonders manifest, heralding the emergence of a celestial treasure. Is that true? Such a thing exists. Surely it cannot be false. It is said that martial experts from various nations are converging on our Yong'an County. One wonders to whom the celestial treasure will ultimately belong. Chu Chun had been feigning sleep within the carriage, but the conversations of several guards piqued his interest. It seems my suspicions were correct. The Bronze Celestial Palace is indeed on the verge of emerging. Chu Chun murmured to himself, troubled by the timing of the Celestial Palace's appearance. As he felt it was tied to the potential advance of the Dark Invasion, and no longer wishing to rest, he descended from the carriage. Observing that a fire had been lit ahead, he noticed dozens of guards gathered around the bonfire, cooking rice porridge. "Brothers, here is some dried meat. Please give it a try." Chu Chun approached with a package of dried meat, attempting to strike up a conversation as he wished to inquire about the current situation regarding the bronze celestial palace. "Oh, it's you. You were quite startled today, weren't you?" Upon seeing the dried meat offered by Chu Chun, the guard's eyes brightened. This was the meat of ferocious beasts, renowned for its exquisite flavor, and they seldom had the opportunity to savor such delicacies. As they were in the wilderness, they had been subsisting solely on rice porridge, which had become rather bland. Thus, some accepted the dried meat with cheerful expressions. The package of dried meat was substantial. And although it would not satiate everyone, each person could still receive a generous portion. Chu Chun took his time, sitting by the fire. Once everyone had received their share, he casually inquired, "By the way, I overheard some brothers mention the emergence of a celestial treasure. Has anyone already set off for there?" Chu Chun feigned nonchalance as he posed the question. Naturally, the guards, emboldened by the dried meat and Chu Chin's scholar-like appearance, readily responded. Indeed, many influential factions have already dispatched individuals to that location. However, there are currently protective barriers in place, making entry impossible. What? A mere scholar like you, instead of focusing on your studies and preparing for the imperial examination, is also interested in this celestial treasure? Someone even jested, clearly perceiving Chu Chen as no threat, which led them to lower their guard. Indeed, De Zhuang makes a valid point. Best for you to concentrate on your studies. Celestial treasures are not within the reach of someone like us. Another chimed in, their tone tinged with a hint of disappointment that I was merely inquiring. I am but a humble scholar. How could I dare covet a celestial treasure? Chu Chun replied with a smile, his expression unchanged. Although the sentiment conveyed was not particularly flattering, their expressions revealed genuine concern for his welfare. After all, what they said was true. If he were truly a scholar, a place like the Bronze Celestial Palace would be far beyond his grasp. Humph, at least you have some self-awareness. Knowing your own limitations, it is wise to refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you, lest you inadvertently invite disaster. The world of martial arts is not something an ordinary person like you can easily inquire about. Just as Chu Chun finished speaking, before the guards could respond, a sharply piercing voice suddenly emerged from behind. Following that, a figure in green slowly approached. Chapter 60. An ambush on the road. Young Master Lei. The newcomer was, of course, Lei Lai, who had rescued Chu Chun and Zhou Qiong earlier that day. Upon his arrival, the surrounding guards immediately straightened their postures, appearing somewhat tense. Chu Chun, however, felt little concern, casting only a casual glance at him before turning back, ignoring him entirely. Unbeknownst to Chu Chun, this dismissal only served to exacerbate Lei Lai's already frosty demeanor. You are utterly disgraceful. How can you so casually consume the food of strangers when outside? And you, I advise you to return to your carriage. I do not wish to see you again. Consumed by anger, Lei Lai made no attempt to conceal his disdain, striding forward with an air of authority. Hearing his words, the guards hastily set down the dried meat, albeit reluctantly, knowing full well that the individual before them was not someone they could afford to offend. However, while the guards were intimidated by Lei Lai, Chu Chun felt no fear. Initially, out of respect for Lei Lai's earlier assistance, he had chosen not to hold a grudge against his rudeness. Yet, after repeated provocations, a flicker of anger began to kindle within Chu Chun. An elephant may disregard an ant, but who has ever witnessed an ant daring to bare its fangs before an elephant? With this thought in mind, Chu Chun resolved to teach this fellow a lesson, for he did not consider himself a person prone to enduring slights, especially not from someone merely at the peak of the mortal realm. Young Master Lei, you must not be rude. Unfortunately, just as Chu Chun was preparing to take action, a woman's voice resonated from behind him. The newcomer, clad in a white gown and adorned with a jade hairpin, appeared exquisitely refined. Her lips were painted a deep crimson, her figure graceful and elegant, complemented by her fair, oval face. She was indeed a rare beauty. Xiao Man, why have you come down? Upon seeing the woman, Lei Lai immediately diverted his attention from Chu Chun and the guards, eagerly approaching her. Young Master Lei, as I have mentioned before, it is not easy for anyone when traveling, since they are willing to stay. Let them enter the city alongside the merchant caravan, Li Xiao Man said, her expression devoid of emotion and exuding an air of indifference. Very well, since you have spoken, I shall heed your words. Lei Lai replied, clearly a sycophant, his previous displeasure dissipating in an instant. It was as if Li Xiaoman's mere willingness to converse with him was a divine blessing bestowed upon him. I am Chu Chan, and this is my attendant, Zhou Qiong. I am grateful for your assistance during the events of the day. Zhou Qiong had appeared behind Chu Chun without anyone noticing, since Lei Lai did not require thanks. Chu Chun felt it necessary to express his gratitude upon meeting the main party. Oh, it is young Master Chu. I am Li Xiaoman from the Tian Bao Merchant Association. Are you heading to Yong'an County? If you wish, you may travel with our caravan, she offered. True to her merchant lineage, her manner of speaking and conducting affairs was measured, creating a most agreeable atmosphere. In that case, I thank you, Miss Li. Chu Chin replied. Not one to shy away from convenience, he preferred to avoid complications, knowing that throughout the day, thanks to following the merchant caravan, they had encountered no bandits. Now that Li Xiaoman had personally extended the invitation, he found no reason to refuse. As for Lei Lai, remaining behind would seem displeasing to him, and perhaps it would be even more tormenting than a direct confrontation. In his 2 lifetimes, Lei Lai was merely a pretentious wolf, seeking to make a name for himself before the woman he admired. Chu Chan understood his motivations all too well. That moment, Li Xiaoman joined him by the campfire, perhaps sensing Lei Lai's intentions. She deliberately engaged in conversation with Chu Chan, inciting a storm of frustration in Lei Lai. Yet, with Li Xiaoman at his side, Lei Lai could not lash out, leaving him in a state of suppressed agitation. Chu Chan and Li Xiaoman conversed amiably, aside from her deliberate provocation of Lei Lai. Were he merely a scholar, after parting ways, Lei Lai's temperament would likely bring him much trouble, which mildly displeased Chu Chan. Overall, Li Xiaoman did not exude an air of superiority. Her words were polite, leaving a favorable impression on Chu Chan. Soon after, the two departed, returning to their carriage to rest. As for Zhou Qiong, he had already retreated to a secluded forest to practice alone. This fellow had developed an almost obsessive dedication to martial arts, unwilling to squander even a moment of training. The following morning, the group set out once more. With the caravan's presence, they indeed encountered no further bandits along the way. Only Lei Lai appeared to suffer, his countenance as grim as if he had swallowed a dead rat, radiating malice as he gazed at Chu Chen's carriage. Inside, Chu Chun sat cross-legged. During these days of travel, he had also taken time to meditate, and now he had reached the 3rd level of the Wanxiang realm. His cultivation of divine awareness revealed little to remain hidden from him. There were approximately 5 days remaining until they reached Yong'an County. In the ensuing days, nothing of significance transpired. Furthermore, after several days of interaction, both Chu Chun and Li Xiaoman, along with the guards, had grown familiar with one another. Only Lei Lai, throughout the journey, had failed to make his mark, and now it appeared he had become an outsider, which only fueled his anger. Until one fateful night, deep into the darkness, the caravan had set up camp for the night. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion jolted Chu Chun from his slumber. Enemy attack! Outside the carriage, everyone awoke in confusion. Chu Chun lifted the curtain and beheld the remnants of what had once been Li Xiaoman's carriage, now shattered, with even the horses lying motionless on the ground. As for Li Xiaoman, blood stained the corners of her lips, indicating she had been injured. Before her stood a dozen men clad in black, their faces obscured by dark cloth. 10 were at the Undying Realm, and one at the Divine Transformation Realm. What a grand scheme! You are no mere bandits. Speak, who sent you? Although injured, Li Xiaoman maintained a facade of calm, coldly interrogating them. Around her, the guards wore expressions of tension, blades drawn as they confronted the assailants. Hearing Li Xiaoman's words, panic and despair flickered in their eyes. Most of the group possessed only Qi blood realm cultivation, with a few at the bone transformation realm. Li Xiaoman, who had reached the pinnacle of the Undying Realm, was the strongest among them. Unfortunately, having sustained injuries from the sudden ambush by the 10 Undying Realm assassins, her strength had significantly waned. Even if she had not been injured, facing 10 at the Undying Realm and 1 at the Divine Transformation Realm would be insurmountable for them. Throughout the journey, Lei Lai had incessantly boasted of bandits being cowardly and timid. Yet now he appeared pale and trembling. Miss Xiaoman, you jest. You must know the rules of our profession. Payment for service, and never inquiring about the employer's information. I shan't waste words. Hand over the Bailing fruit, and I will allow you to leave. The leader of the assassins sneered. Impossible. That Bailing fruit is a medicinal herb for my father's treatment. Unless I die, I will never hand it over to you. Li Xiaoman resolutely rejected that. In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. Brothers, attack. The leader of the assassins was decisive, commanding his subordinates to strike upon her refusal. Wait. Just as everyone prepared to fight for their lives, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Turning to look, they saw the previously terrified Lei Lai, mustering his courage to intervene. Chapter 61. The reason, to their surprise, despite his usual frivolous demeanor, Lei Lai was willing to take the lead in this moment of peril. He was not as inept as rumors suggested. Hearing his words, a trace of admiration blossomed in the hearts of nearly all the guards of the Tianbao Merchant Association. Perhaps I had been too harsh before. This young Master Lei is indeed a man of responsibility. Even Li Xiaoman harbored a similar thought, feeling a twinge of guilt towards Lei Lai, her gaze softening as she regarded his back. However, the next moment, the slap in the face was swift. Just as everyone was forming such thoughts, Lei Lai suddenly fell to his knees. Gentlemen, I am the young master of the Lei family from Yong'an County. I beg you, do not kill me. How much did your employer pay you? The Lei family is willing to offer double, no, 10 times the amount. Just spare my life. Lei Lai, having lost all composure, now knelt on the ground. His head bowing repeatedly, tears and snot streaming down his face, and even a puddle of yellow liquid dripped from beneath him, the stench overwhelming. Young Master Lei, our Blood Moon Pavilion's rule is that we cannot take other jobs before completing the employer's task. Rather than plead for mercy, why not have Miss Li hand over the Bailing fruit? We would prefer to avoid unnecessary conflict, the leading assassin said, waving his hand dismissively as he took note of the foul odor in the air. Their mission was to retrieve the Bailing fruit, and if Li Xiaoman willingly surrendered it, they would have far less trouble. Miss Xiaoman, did you hear that? What are you hesitating for? Hand over the Bailing fruit, and we will find another way regarding your father's matter, Lei Lai urged, rushing to Li Xiaoman's side. Seeing the man approaching her, she quickly retreated a few steps. Her brow furrowed in distaste. The yellow liquid continued to drip from his ornate robe. Yet, in this life-and-death situation, Lei Lai, despite feeling humiliated, found little room for pride. What beauty, what dignity, in the face of death. Such concerns were trivial. Humph, that Bailing fruit is a 9th-grade spiritual herb. My family spent half a year searching for it. How long do you think my father can wait? Li Xiaoman asserted. Stepping back from Lei Lai, her expression now one of icy determination. Humph, that is not my concern. How can your father's life compare to the lives of all those present? Yet in his desperation to survive, Lei Lai cast aside pretense, openly tearing his relationship with Li Xiaoman. Humph, regardless, I value my life above all else. I have already sent someone to bring the spiritual herb back to Yong'an County. If you don't believe me, feel free to act. Lu Piaoshu no longer paid any heed to Lei Lai, instead turning to the assassins, her demeanor resolute as she spoke. Initially, feeling somewhat guilty for involving Lei Lai, Li Xiaoman's sense of remorse evaporated upon hearing the assassin's words. She no longer cared for his fate. Master, are you all right? The commotion had caught the attention of Zhou Qiong, who had been practicing at a distance. Upon discovering the situation, he rushed back, concern etched on his face. That I am fine, but they are in a bit of trouble. You should go handle it, Chu Chen replied. Chu Chen shook his head, pursing his lips as he turned to Li Xiaoman and the others, saying, Captain, there are still 2 people over there. Should we go and bring them here? Their conversation naturally drew the attention of the assassins nearby. Those 2 individuals were merely traveling companions, not members of our merchant association, and thus this matter had no bearing on them. Upon seeing Chu Chun and Zhou Qiong, the assassin leader remained silent, but Li Xiaoman quickly interjected to explain. However, what everyone did not expect was that, without needing to capture them, Zhou Qiong, upon hearing Chu Chen's words, unexpectedly walked over to, oh dear, this fellow, why isn't he fleeing? What is he coming over here for? He doesn't seem foolish on ordinary days, so what is the difference between this and courting death? The guards of the Tianbao Merchant Association sighed inwardly at the sight. Alas, I have implicated them. Had I known this would happen, I should not have allowed them to accompany us. Li Xiaoman felt a pang of guilt, regretting her decision to let Chu Chun and Zhou Qiong join her. Yet she had not lied. 6 months prior, her father had been afflicted by a rare poison, and a renowned physician claimed that only the Bailing fruit, combined with auxiliary herbs, could concoct the Bailing pill to cure him. Thus, her journey appeared to be for procurement, but in reality, It was to venture deep into the great wasteland to gather spiritual herbs. For any high-grade spiritual herb was invariably guarded by fierce beasts. It was for this reason she led the guards there and successfully obtained the Bailing fruit. However, to protect the fruit, she had sent it back with someone as soon as they exited the great wasteland. As for herself, she merely aimed to divert attention. Many in Yong'an County did not wish for her father to recover from the poison, and it was clear that those present were also individuals sent by other factions to ensure her father's demise. This was also why they had not been in a hurry to travel these past few days, hoping to buy time for the Merchant Association to find someone capable of refining the pill to eliminate the poison from her father's body. Of course, all this is merely background. Back on the scene, just as despair settled in everyone's hearts for Zhou Qiong, he unexpectedly spoke up. "Everyone, my master said that Miss Li and these individuals are friends of my master, and you cannot harm them." Zhou Qiong's words were almost audacious or laughable, yet he delivered them with utmost seriousness, failing to sense any impropriety. "Ha! Where did this little brat come from? You haven't even fully matured. And you think you can meddle in our affairs?" Such naivete amused even the assassin leader, while those surrounding him erupted into exaggerated laughter. "Humph, regardless, I have conveyed my master's words. Whether you heed them is your own affair. My master also said to depart swiftly and not bring ruin upon yourselves." Zhou Qiong scratched his head, contemplating Chu Qin's instructions before continuing. However, despite Zhou Qiong's fierce tone, his simple and honest demeanor rendered him devoid of any intimidation. The assassins laughed even harder at his expense. "Enough of this foolishness. Since there is no Bailing fruit, then kill them all." At last, the assassin leader spoke, silencing his subordinates. Yes, the individuals before them were ruthless men who thrived on bloodshed. And upon hearing the command, the deadly aura re-emerged as they struck simultaneously. What terror did 10 undead realm experts wield when united? Witnessing this, Li Xiaoman and her guards closed their eyes in resignation, unwilling to engage in futile resistance. "Alas, I told you, but you did not listen. If it comes to this, you can only blame yourselves." Only Zhou Qiong, noticing these individuals dismissing his master's words, flashed a glimmer of anger on his face. Chapter 62. The fierce Zhou Qiong. "I told you, but you did not listen. If it comes to this, you can only blame yourselves." In the moment Zhou Qiong spoke, the 10 undead realm masters had already taken action. In the void, a multitude of energy palm prints coalesced into a tangible form, descending upon Li Xiaoman and her group. Currently, Li Xiaoman was heavily injured, and Lei Lai was too terrified to act, merely watching helplessly as the palm prints descended. As for the others, despite their numbers, they were no match for 10 undead realm experts working together. Despair enveloped them all. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would soon meet their demise, becoming mere flesh and blood. The 10 assassins, seeing that Li Xiaoman and her group had abandoned any thought of resistance, revealed a fierce glint in their eyes and increased their strength, aiming for a swift kill. However, just as confidence surged among them, a blood-red sword suddenly appeared in the void. The sword was only 3 inches in length, entirely crimson, and was the artifact that Chu Chun had originally acquired from Qin Mang. With the Poshianshan sword in hand, Chu Chun had gifted this artifact to Zhou Qiong before their departure, and it had long been refined by him. Although it was merely a rudimentary artifact, in Zhou Qiong's hands, its power surpassed that of its previous wielder, Qin Mang. "Be careful, it's an artifact." The assassin leader discerned the anomaly immediately and hurriedly warned his comrades, yet it was already too late. The moment the blood-red sword manifested, it surged forth unimpeded, shattering the myriad palm prints in an instant and darting toward the 10 undead realm experts like a streak of blood, even before they could comprehend what had transpired. It had accurately pierced through their throats. "Kid, who exactly are you?" The assassin leader could only watch in horror as his companions fell before him, turning to Zhou Qiong with a fierce expression. "I have already stated, I am my master's book boy," Zhou Qiong replied, his expression unchanged, speaking in a deep, resonant voice. This juncture, he had not even considered that his cultivation had been exposed. Still adhering to Chu Chan's directive to proclaim himself as merely a book boy, his words, imbued with a sense of sincerity and simplicity, compelled others to believe him. Yet at that moment, the assassin leader no longer dared to underestimate him. Upon witnessing his demeanor, "We aren't dead, it's this book boy who saved us." On the other hand, Li Xiaoman and her guards, who had surrendered to despair, awaited death's arrival. However, after a long wait without the palm print descending, they gradually opened their eyes upon hearing the exchange between the assassin leader and Zhou Qiong. What they beheld stirred a tempest of astonishment within them. They had initially thought that Chu Chun and Zhou Qiong were merely ordinary scholars traveling to take the imperial examination. Li Xiaoman had chosen to save Chu Chen on a whim, never imagining that her seemingly insignificant act of kindness would ultimately save her life. Indeed, it was a serendipitous turn of fate. Gazing at the 10 motionless, undead realm masters on the ground and the blood sword hovering beside Zhou Qiong, they could hardly comprehend how they had misjudged the situation. Kid, I don't care who you are. Offending my Blood Moon Tower means that there will be no place for you and your master to stand. Whether in heaven or earth, that if you know what's good for you, scram. I can pretend this never happened and let bygones be bygones. The assassin leader growled menacingly at Zhou Qiong. He had already discerned that this seemingly simple and youthful boy was, like him, a master of the divine transformation realm. To be frank, he had no confidence in defeating Zhou Qiong, thus resorting to invoking the power of his organization, attempting to intimidate Zhou Qiong. Leave. I'm sorry. But my master said that if you insist on making a move, it would expose our identities, so I cannot allow any of you to leave that you're still alive, hence I cannot depart. Yet the assassin leader was oblivious to the fact that Zhou Qiong had never heard of the Blood Moon Tower. Even if he had, he would follow Chu Chen's orders without question. Ever since Chu Chen had entrusted him with the 100,000 taels of gold, Zhou Qiong had resolved to live solely for Chu Chen, not to mention that Chu Chen had taken him as a disciple. Imparting cultivation methods and treating him as family, his gratitude was immeasurable. By now, Zhou Qiong had firmly recognized Chu Chen as his master, a bond unshakable by mere words from others. Humph, feigning ignorance. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? The assassin leader's anger flared at Zhou Qiong's words. In his view, Zhou Qiong was merely playing the fool. He had lived a life of bloodshed in the realm of divine transformation. The victor would only be known through combat. With this thought, a fierce glint crossed the assassin leader's face, and in the next moment, a golden artifact rose leisurely from his dantian. This golden artifact, resembling a fist-sized top, radiated an overwhelming pressure. The moment the golden artifact appeared, it rapidly expanded, akin to a hill, with unmatched might. No one doubted that under the impact of this golden artifact, even city walls would be easily pulverized into dust. Be careful, Li Xiaoman and her guards cried out in alarm at the sight. Humph. However, unlike the tension felt by others, Zhou Qiong's expression remained unchanged in the face of the assassin leader's deadly strike. He let out a cold huff, his eyes even revealing a hint of disdain. In the next moment, the blood-red sword beside Zhou Qiong surged forth, evading the golden artifact and directly targeting the assassin leader for a lethal strike. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Qiong clenched his fist and hurled it forward to meet the golden artifact. A thunderous roar erupted. In an instant, thick smoke billowed from the ground, and the entire mountain range trembled violently. As the dust settled, it became evident that the assassin captain's formidable golden armor had been shattered by a single punch from Zhou Qiong, while he himself had been pierced through the throat by a blood-red dagger. Dead? Is he truly dead? Witnessing this scene, Li Xiaoman and the accompanying guards struggled to swallow, barely able to believe their own eyes that a master of the transformation realm, even in Yong'an County, he was a figure of significance. Yet he had been slain by the young man before them with a mere punch. How profound must the cultivation of this unassuming youth be? A tempest of disbelief surged within the hearts of all present, leaving them in turmoil for an extended period. Meanwhile, having accomplished this feat, Zhou Qiong appeared unfazed, as if he had merely performed a trivial task, his expression unchanged. After inspecting to confirm there were no survivors, he disregarded the others and returned to the carriage to report to Chu Chen. This was the first task assigned to him by his master, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. Fearing Chu Chen might be displeased, Zhou Qiong, well done. Upon hearing Zhou Qiong's report that the matter had been resolved, Chu Chen offered his praise without reservation. Naturally, this outcome fell within his expectations. His disciple, in his previous life, had been a figure of equal renown. The cultivation technique he practiced, the celestial star arts, was on par with the divine demon body refinement technique when it came to combat prowess among the same rank. As fellow masters of the transformation realm, the assassin captain could hardly have been Zhou Qiong's match. Aware of this, Chu Chen had thus entrusted the task to Zhou Qiong, while he himself returned to the carriage. Receiving Chu Chen's commendation, Zhou Qiong, who usually bore a serious demeanor, rarely allowed a smile to grace his lips at this moment. Chapter 63. Entering the city. Thank you, young Master Chu, for saving my life. Shortly thereafter, Li Xiaoman approached the carriage with her guards, speaking with utmost respect. There is no need for such formality. Miss Li, you saved me before, and now I have saved you. Let us consider it even. Chu Chun replied casually as he stepped out of the carriage. With his refined features and slender physique, he appeared every bit the scholar. Truth be told, even now, Li Xiaoman could not fathom why a master like Zhou Qiong would heed Chu Chen's commands and display such reverence. I apologize for deceiving everyone earlier. Our journey was indeed for the sake of a celestial treasure, and our disguise was merely to avoid unnecessary complications, Chu Chen stated, now that their ruse had been exposed. So, young Master Chu, you are also a martial arts master? However, Li Xiaoman seemed more intrigued by the implications of Chu Chen's words than by the deception itself. If Chu Chen truly was a martial arts master, and his cultivation surpassed that of Zhou Qiong, then Zhou Qiong's deference and obedience would indeed make sense. That I suppose one might say that. Allow me to formally introduce this young man. Zhou Qiong, my disciple. Chu Chen nodded, neither affirming nor denying. His reason for concealing his true strength and posing as a scholar was merely to avoid attracting the attention of the county lord's estate. He thought it reasonable to request that everyone refrain from spreading word of the incident, considering he had just saved them, a modest request that he believed would not be refused. By the way, I heard you mention going to Tsongshan for the celestial treasure, Li Xiaoman inquired. However, the treasure has yet to appear, and the Tianbao Merchant Association still holds some influence in Yong'an County, if you do not mind. I would like to invite you to our merchant association, where you will receive news as soon as the treasure is unveiled. Noticing Chu Chen's reluctance to elaborate, Li Xiaoman wisely refrained from pressing further. However, with Zhou Qiong possessing the cultivation of the transformation realm, one could only imagine how formidable Chu Chen's abilities must be. Of course, Li Xiaoman was simply astonished by the prowess of the two men and had no ulterior motives in inviting them to her merchant association. After all, while Chu Chun had claimed they were even, she understood that with the strength of this master-disciple pair, they would have emerged unscathed even without her intervention. In essence, she owed Chu Chen a debt of gratitude. And while this matter was not up for debate, it did not prevent her from repaying the two with tangible actions. In that case, we shall not impose further, Chu Chen acknowledged, not declining the invitation. With the Tianbao Merchant Association as a cover, the pair could avoid exposure. After all, given his current strength, without the protection of the Gungjin extermination sword array, he was not keen on confronting the county lord's estate. Visiting the Tianbao Merchant Association would spare them many unnecessary troubles. The following 2 days unfolded with a significantly more amicable atmosphere, as Li Xiaoman and her guards grew increasingly respectful towards Chu Chun. As for Lei Lai, he had long since taken advantage of the chaos during Zhou Qiong's attack to flee, and no one paid him any mind. Particularly for Li Xiaoman, it seemed her mood improved markedly following Lei Lai's departure. 2 days later, at sunset, young Master Lei, look, this is the county city of Yong'an, a guard informed Chu Chen beside the carriage. This. Chu Chen lifted the carriage curtain and saw that they had indeed emerged from the mountains. Before them stood an ancient city, imposing and entirely black, far grander than Fengshui City, at least 10 times its size. Above the city gate, the characters for Yong'an County were inscribed with ancient seal script and adorned with silver hooks. Young Master Chu, my father has been afflicted by a peculiar poison. I wish to return home to check on him first. Shall we not return to the Merchant Association, and I will accompany you two to explore tomorrow? Li Xiaoman's voice rang from the carriage, aware that it was the first visit for the master and disciple. Generally, upon visiting a new place, one would naturally wish to explore, hence her inquiry was framed as a suggestion. Yes, such matters are best arranged by Miss Liu, Chu Chun replied, showing no objection. He was no stranger to the world. In his previous life as the Celestial Emperor, he had witnessed architectural marvels 1,000-fold more magnificent than this. His thoughts of leisure were non-existent. Moreover, his mention of this being their first visit was only in reference to this lifetime, that in his previous life, Yong'an County had been the place of his rise, leaving him with vivid memories of the location. As for Zhou Qiong, a martial arts enthusiast, it would be strange for him to desire a leisurely stroll. Thus, the group proceeded into the city. The journey was remarkably smooth. With Li Xiaoman, the heiress of the Tianbao Merchant Association, present, the city guards did not even approach for routine checks. They were allowed to pass freely. Once inside the city, a different scene unfolded. Majestic palaces rose and fell, and the streets bustled with people, showcasing a vibrant prosperity. Soon, before an ancient structure, a voice called out, "Young miss, you have returned." As they reached the entrance, a guard approached respectfully, revealing a hint of surprise upon seeing Chu Chun and Zhou Qiong beside her. It was well known that although Miss Li Xiaoman appeared gentle, she possessed a fiercely proud heart, rarely bringing friends home, let alone male companions. Have the items I requested been delivered? Li Xiaoman discerned the servant's confusion but chose not to explain, instead expressing her concern. Replying to the young miss, "The Bailan fruit has been brought back, and all the necessary herbs for the Piao pill have been gathered. However, there is a slight issue." The guard's expression brightened as he answered, but his words trailed off hesitantly. "What is it? Speak quickly," Li Xiaoman urged, sensing that something was amiss, since her father's life was at stake, and he was the pillar of their family. There was no room for error. "The herbs are ready, but Master Shuiqing is unwilling to assist. You know he is the only 9th-grade alchemist in Yong'an County, and now we are at a loss." The guard replied swiftly, "Understood. I will go check on my father." Li Xiaoman's expression darkened, but she maintained her composure. The group began to enter the estate. The Tianbao Merchant Association was indeed a major force in a place like Yong'an County, with its magnificent and grand architecture teeming with experts. Along the way, many young disciples practiced in the training grounds, among whom were several masters of the Undying Realm. Upon seeing Chu Chun and Zhou Qiong walking beside Li Xiaoman, they began to murmur among themselves, some displaying openly hostile expressions. Chu Chun paid them no mind. Given Li Xiaoman's beauty and talent, it was reasonable to assume she had many admirers in Yong'an County. It stood to reason that others might feel displeased at seeing him by her side. Such matters were clear to him. "Father, I have returned." Ignoring the onlookers, Chu Chun soon followed Li Xiaoman to the entrance of an exceptionally tall palace, where the words Council Hall were inscribed. Before they could enter, Li Xiaoman could not help but call out loudly. Chapter 64. Li Qinghe, Xiaoman has returned. As Li Xiaoman's voice echoed, a frail voice responded from within. "Father, how are you feeling? Is your health improving?" Upon entering the council hall, Chu Chun beheld a middle-aged man seated at the central seat, clad in a purple gold robe, with a square face that once radiated authority. He appeared pale and weak, diminishing his imposing presence. "Do not worry. I am feeling much better," the middle-aged man replied, slowly nodding. "By the way, are these two young friends of yours?" He turned his gaze towards Chu Chun and Zhou Qiong, urging his daughter not to fret over his condition. "Indeed, my dear father, the fact that I am able to return this time is entirely due to their timely intervention. They are truly my saviors." At this moment, Li Xiaoman succinctly recounted the incident involving the Blood Moon Tower assassination and Zhou Qiong's involvement. "Is that so? As the president of the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, I, Li Qinghe, would like to express my gratitude to both young friends." Having understood the sequence of events, Li Qinghe quickly clasped his fists in acknowledgement. "President Li, you are being too courteous. It was merely a small act of kindness, hardly worth mentioning." Recognizing Li Qinghe's politeness, Chu Chun naturally did not adopt any airs. "By the way, father, I heard from the servants that Master Shuiqing has been indecisive and refused to concoct medicine for you. Is that true?" Now that Chu Chun and his father had formally been introduced, Li Xiaoman shifted the conversation to this pressing matter. "This situation is not entirely the fault of Master Shuiqing. Much like your assassination, there are not many in Yong'an County who genuinely wish for your recovery. It is likely that Master Shuiqing has been coerced by others, which explains his actions." Li Qinghe replied, nodding thoughtfully. Despite his feeble appearance, a glimmer of wisdom sparkled in his eyes. "Coerced? But Master Shuiqing is a 9th-tier alchemist. Who in the county could possibly threaten him?" Li Xiaoman furrowed her brows, incredulously questioning. Who else could it be? In Yong'an County, aside from the county lord's decree, who else could alter Master Shuiqing's decision? Li Qinghe spoke bitterly. This man, though seemingly frail, possessed a keen insight, having deduced the identity of the puppet master behind the scenes from Master Shuiqing's single action. "Then, father, if Master Shuiqing is unwilling to act, what shall we do about the poison within you?" Li Xiaoman exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. At this juncture, We can only leave it to fate. You should make arrangements for our clan to discreetly liquidate assets and retain our strength. Preparing to leave the county if necessary. As for the poison in my body, it appears there is little hope for a cure now. Li Qinghe sighed, resigned to his fate. Despite his wisdom, he found himself powerless against the might of the county lord's residents. Such is the nature of strength. In the face of absolute power, even those who have discerned the underlying truth are rendered impotent. No. Father, please give me the medicinal herbs. I shall head to the imperial capital immediately to seek someone to concoct the breaking calamity pill for you. While they may dominate Yong'an County, they cannot reach the imperial capital, Li Xiaoman protested vehemently, nearly in tears at the thought of her father's potential demise. My dear Xiaoman, your father has indeed considered such possibilities. However, the journey to the imperial capital from Yong'an County is no less than a fortnight's travel. Given that ninth-tier alchemists are not easily found, I fear I cannot wait that long, Li Qinghe replied, his expression darkening. Hearing her father's words, Li Xiaoman could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her fair cheeks, rendering her a picture of sorrow, although she was reluctant to accept it. She understood her father's words were true. Given his current condition, he could hardly last more than a month. Suddenly, amidst Li Xiaoman's despair and Li Qinghe's melancholy, an incongruous cough resonated through the air. Initially, Chu Chun had remained silent, quietly observing the reunion between father and daughter. However, sensing the need to interject, he felt compelled to speak. "Do you have something to say, young friend?" The inquiry came from Li Qinghe as he quickly lifted his gaze. Even Li Xiaoman turned to look at Chu Chun, puzzled. "Allow me to be candid. I am also an alchemist. If you trust me, I would be willing to attempt to concoct the breaking calamity pill for you. Furthermore, I must confess that I hail from the Radiant Alliance in Fengshui City, which has its own grievances with the county lord's residents, and I am currently seeking to establish influence in Fengshui City." Chu Qin replied, considering his words carefully. "Is that true, young Master Chu? Can you truly concoct ninth-tier pills?" Li Xiaoman exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she stepped forward, her gaze intense. Seeing her enthusiasm, Chu Chun merely nodded confidently, choosing not to elaborate further. With his affirmation, Li Xiaoman grew even more animated. Meanwhile, Li Qinghe did not share in their optimism. Instead, he frowned in skepticism. Given Chu Chen's age, he found it implausible that this youth could be a ninth-tier alchemist. What concerned him most was Chu Chen's last statement. The Radiant Alliance intends to establish influence in the county. While this statement might not seem significant or directly related to him, it was clear that Chu Chun had intentions of courting his Chamber of Commerce. The idea of an unheard-of faction seeking to incorporate the Li family was, without a doubt, a cause for concern. "Master Chu, I appreciate your efforts, but if my family seeks to ally with anyone, it would be the county lord's residence," Li Qinghe replied, maintaining an air of caution. He did not wish to appear ungrateful, especially given that Chu Chun had saved his daughter's life. Yet his meaning was unmistakable. If he were the type to jeopardize his entire family for personal gain, he would have already aligned himself with the county lord's residents instead of considering an unknown faction like the Radiant Alliance. "Presently, there is no need to rush your decision. That I am not one to take advantage of your misfortune. That if you place your trust in me, I can first assist with your ailment. And you may decide whether to join the Radiant Alliance once you truly understand our intentions," Chu Chun reassured, unfazed by Li Qinghe's skepticism. After all, the Radiant Alliance was still in its infancy, and it was only natural for someone unfamiliar with it to harbor doubts. Moreover, he had only recently considered the idea of incorporating the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce into the alliance, recognizing the strategic advantage of gaining a local faction in Yong'an County. "Do you truly possess the ability to concoct ninth-tier pills?" Li Qinghe's expression softened slightly at Chu Chen's words. However, he remained skeptical, as the title of ninth-tier alchemist was not one to be taken lightly. There were no more than 10 such individuals in the entirety of Lihua Nation, each a master in their own right. Coupled with Chu Chen's youth, it was difficult for him to believe that this young man could rival those esteemed figures. "Father, young Master Chu is not the sort to boast without merit. That I believe in his abilities. Why not let us give it a try? After all, we have no better options at this point." Li Xiaoman interjected eagerly. Her belief stemmed primarily from Zhou Qiong, who had reached the God transformation realm at merely 12 or 13 years of age. N.A.S. Chu Chen's disciple, despite his unassuming demeanor. She trusted that he possessed exceptional talents. "If that is the case, then let us proceed," Li Qinghe conceded with a dismissive wave of his hand. At this stage, they had little choice but to grasp at straws. However, in his heart, he harbored little hope. Wonderful. Young Master Chu, my father has agreed. When can we begin the alchemical process? Li Xiaoman asked, her previously placid demeanor now tinged with impatience. There's no time like the present. Since Miss Li is so eager, let us commence immediately. Chu Chun replied calmly, fully aware of Li Qinghe's doubts regarding his capabilities. Nevertheless, he was curious to see the expression on the man's face once he successfully concocted the pill. Chapter 65. Ninth Tier Exceptional Breaking Calamity Pill. With that, Li Xiaoman hurriedly led Chu Chun to their family's alchemical chamber. Miss. In the alchemical chamber, several individuals were engaged in the process of concocting pills. And upon seeing Li Xiaoman, they quickly approached to greet her. Everyone, please carry on with your work. I have brought young Master Chu to concoct the Breaking Calamity Pill for my father. You need not concern yourselves with us. Li Xiaoman quickly interjected, attempting to quell the commotion. What she had said casually, however, caused the others to stir with disbelief. Miss, you cannot be serious. Are you implying that this youth is a ninth-tier alchemist? Indeed, but he is so young, is it truly possible? Within the Li family's alchemical chamber, numerous alchemists of varying skill levels were present, far surpassing the capabilities of the former Baidao Pavilion. As soon as Li Xiaoman's words fell, several individuals voiced their skepticism. Xiaoman, we have only one set of materials for the Breaking Calamity Pill, and it is a matter of your brother's life or death. You must not act recklessly. Just as Li Xiaoman contemplated how to clarify the situation, a man emerged from the crowd. The visage of this individual bore a resemblance to Li Qinghe, and as he strode forward, the surrounding alchemists instinctively parted to grant him passage. Furthermore, when he spoke, the alchemists nearby hastily fell silent, clearly indicating his esteemed position within this realm. This was Li Qinghe's younger brother, named Li Qifeng, a seventh-tier alchemist and the true authority within the Li family. Uncle, I am aware that this endeavor is perilous. However, given that Master Shuiqing is unwilling to intervene, we find ourselves with no alternative, Li Xiaoman said, bowing respectfully upon hearing her uncle's voice. You foolish girl. You are being excessively reckless. Do you not understand that if the alchemical process fails, your father's life will be forfeit? Li Qingfeng interjected, disregarding Li Xiaoman's explanation and waving his hand to halt her from continuing. Clearly resolute in his decision to prevent Chu Chun from wasting precious spiritual herbs. Much like Li Qinghe, he too judged at a glance that Chu Chun could not possibly be a ninth-tier alchemist. Humph. Then what do you propose, uncle? Shall you withhold the spiritual herbs and watch helplessly as our father perishes? Moreover, this matter has received father's consent. Do you intend to defy his orders? The urgency in Li Xiaoman's heart was exacerbated by the continual obstructions, leading her to become incensed. The typically gentle and virtuous young woman now expressed her frustration openly. What? Brother consented. That is impossible. You all stay here. I shall consult brother. Until I return, no one is permitted to act. Upon hearing that it was Li Qinghe who had given his approval, Li Qingfeng remained skeptical. The Li family was generally harmonious, devoid of the treachery common to many families. Li Qingfeng was unwilling to allow Chu Chun to concoct the Breaking Calamity Pill, fearing it would squander the spiritual herbs and rob his brother of a hard-won chance at survival. With that, Li Qingfeng exited the alchemical chamber in haste, undoubtedly on his way to find Li Qinghe. Young Master Chu, I apologize for the inconvenience you have faced, Li Xiaoman said apologetically as her uncle departed. It is of no consequence. Merely a trivial matter. Chu Chun replied nonchalantly. He understood profoundly what it meant to be a ninth-tier alchemist in the kingdom of Lihua. Had it not been for his memories from a previous life, achieving such a status at his age would have been inconceivable. Thus, the disbelief of others was entirely reasonable. Ironically, it was Li Xiaoman's unwavering faith in him that felt somewhat unusual. Noticing that Chu Chun bore no resentment, she finally felt at ease. The two began to wait in place. As Li Qingfeng was responsible for the family's alchemical affairs, and the Bailan fruit along with other spiritual herbs required to craft the Breaking Calamity Pill were in his possession. Approximately half an hour later, Li Qingfeng returned. His expression was grim, and he carried a tray covered with a piece of purple satin. Young Master Chu, my brother has informed me of the situation. Thank you for saving Xiaoman. Additionally, here are the spiritual herbs for the Breaking Calamity Pill. Rest assured, even in the event of failure, we shall not hold you accountable, Li Qingfeng stated, his demeanor appearing somewhat dejected. For he had just been informed by his brother that, should he perish, Li Qingfeng would take over as the president of the Merchant Association, clarifying why he had acquiesced to Chu Chen's alchemical endeavors. Knowing his brother had relinquished all hope of survival, very well. Let us commence. Chu Chen accepted the tray, examined the spiritual herbs, and found no issues before exchanging a greeting with Li Xiaoman and proceeding deeper into the alchemical chamber. There, he would utilize the family heirloom, an 8th-tier alchemical furnace. In truth, Chu Chen did not place excessive importance on the furnace, but the higher the tier, the greater the probability of success in alchemical production. For the sake of prudence, Li Xiaoman had insisted on using this 8th-tier furnace. The furnace, a silver 3-legged construct standing taller than a person, was undeniably valuable. Now that Chu Chen had reached the Wanxiang realm and his alchemical fire had been established, he no longer needed to rely on charcoal fire as he had previously. With a mere thought, his true energy surged, and in the next moment, a blood-red flame ignited at his fingertips. The attributes of true energy are inherently linked to one's physique and the flow of true energy within the body. This means that the trajectory of spiritual energy in an individual at the I Ching realm directly determines their future true energy and magical attributes. However, this notion does not apply to body cultivators, whose robust physiques can endure various pathways and attribute impacts of true energy within them. Thus, body cultivators can freely switch true energy attributes. Presently, the flame technique Chu Chen employed was one he had imparted to Lu Piaoxiu, known as the Zhuke fire control technique, one of the hottest flames in existence. Although the flame at his fingertips was only the size of a palm, it significantly increased the temperature within the entire alchemical chamber. Why do I suddenly feel the temperature rising? Look, that fellow's flame is extraordinary. I can feel the heat from such a distance. As Chu Chen summoned his flames, those around him immediately became aware of the transformation. Could it be that this individual truly had the ability to concoct 9th-tier pills? This change in Chu Chen prompted onlookers to involuntarily speculate. Initially, everyone had been preoccupied with their own tasks, not believing Chu Chen would succeed, thus paying him no mind. However, with the emergence of the Zhuke sacred fire, they hastily ceased their activities, curiously observing him. Unfazed by the spectators, Chu Chen, having lived 2 lives, had encountered far more formidable spectacles. With a single thought, the flames in his hands surged dramatically, enveloping the furnace. Almost instantly, the furnace glowed a fiery red in the next moment. He cast all the spiritual herbs into the furnace, and they melted away in an instant. What followed was the purification of the medicinal liquid, condensing it into a pill. A master at work reveals their skill with a single move. Observing Chu Chen's confident demeanor and adept techniques, it was now impossible for anyone to underestimate him, for, if nothing else, his flames alone surpassed everyone present, proving he was no mere novice in alchemy. Time passed swiftly, and within a brief interval, an enticing aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the alchemical chamber, refreshing the senses. Now, at that moment, before anyone could react, Chu Chen's gaze sharpened, and the flames in his hand extinguished in an instant. With a commanding shout, a verdant pill the size of a thumb, adorned with 4 golden streaks, soared from the furnace. This is a success? Everyone, look, it truly is a 9th-tier supreme breaking calamity pill. Among the crowd, people rubbed their eyes, convinced they must be mistaken. Even Li Xiaoman, who had always believed in Chu Chen's potential, now stood with her mouth agape, utterly bewildered. Though she had suspected Chu Chen might succeed, she never imagined he would do so with such speed. It is well known that the higher the tier of the pill, the more time and effort it typically requires to concoct. Generally, an ordinary alchemist would need at least 10 days to half a month to produce a 9th-tier pill. Hence, Li Xiaoman had been so eager to bring Chu Chen here, fearing her father would not have the luxury of time. Yet now, in the span of a mere tea break, not only had Chu Chen successfully crafted the breaking calamity pill, but it was also of the 9th-tier supreme quality. This outcome was beyond anyone's wildest expectations, including Li Xiaoman's. Chapter 66. The invitation. What are you all doing gathered here? Are you not supposed to be working? Just as the crowd stood in shock, Li Qingfeng, who had previously provided Chu Chen with the spiritual herbs, returned. Seeing everyone frozen in a stupor, he immediately admonished them with a stern expression. Elder, it succeeded. One individual stammered as he attempted to explain to Li Qingfeng. What succeeded? Still reeling from his brother's meager chances of survival, Li Qingfeng's mood remained somewhat somber as he frowned in confusion. The breaking calamity pill. The breaking calamity pill has been successfully concocted. Noticing Li Qingfeng's apparent annoyance, the alchemist who had initially spoken quickly organized his thoughts and continued. What? Li Qingfeng, bewildered, felt as if he were losing his grasp on the situation. Elder, look over there. Without further explanation, the individual pointed toward Chu Chun. Li Qingfeng immediately raised his gaze in the direction indicated. What he saw rendered him unable to look away, his breathing quickening to the end of his line of sight. Chu Chun held a radiant, verdant pill in the palm of his hand, brilliantly eye-catching. This is the breaking calamity pill, a 9th-tier supreme quality. Like the previous alchemists, the sight before him left Li Qingfeng speechless in shock. Had he truly only been gone for a brief moment, merely to relieve himself, and yet a 9th-tier pill had already been successfully concocted? This was too fantastical, bordering on the surreal. Enough. There is no need for doubt. This is indeed a 9th-tier breaking calamity pill. Observing the incredulous expressions on their faces, Chu Chun first provided them with a definitive answer before handing the pill to Li Xiaoman. Miss Liu, your father's health is paramount. Please take the pill to him at once. If all is well, I shall take my leave to rest. With that, Chu Chun exited the alchemical chamber without another word. Due to the peculiar expressions of those around him, although he had encountered numerous similar scenes in his memory, Chu Chun still felt somewhat unaccustomed. To be frank, concocting a mere 9th-grade elixir was truly a trivial task for him. He did not perceive it as anything extraordinary, nor did he experience a significant sense of achievement. Furthermore, after waiting for Chu Chun to walk away, the others in the alchemy room finally seemed to awaken from their daze. Gazing at the elixir in her hand, Li Xiaoman felt as if she had just emerged from a dream. How unfortunate. She had lost her composure earlier and completely forgot to express her gratitude to young Master Chiu. However, a man of his caliber would likely not hold it against her. Once Li Xiaoman regained her senses, her mind was flooded with myriad thoughts. Nonetheless, she could not dwell on them for long. Having obtained the elixir, she hurriedly rushed out of the alchemy room to find her father. The thought of her father, who had been gravely ill for several months, finally being able to recover filled her with overwhelming excitement. Of course, these matters were now of no concern to Chu Chun. Long before the alchemy session, arrangements had been made for Chu Chun and Zhou Qiong to reside in a separate courtyard belonging to the Li family. Chu Chun arrived here under the guidance of a servant from the Li household. Upon reaching the entrance, the servant respectfully withdrew. Chu Chun then entered the courtyard directly. Though not particularly large, this courtyard was quite exquisite. Adorned with flowers and flowing water, everything was in harmony. As he stepped into the courtyard, he noticed Zhou Qiong meditating in the center, a blood-red longsword swirling around him, exuding an intimidating aura. Master, you have returned. Upon seeing Chu Chun, Zhou Qiong stood up as if he had found his anchor, joy radiating from his face. How goes your cultivation? Chu Chun nodded and inquired. In response to Master, I have reached the 4th level of the transformation realm. And the Thunder Fist and artifact manipulation techniques you taught me a few days ago have also been mastered, Zhou Qiong replied, a hint of happiness in his voice. Chu Chun understood that Zhou Qiong tended to be more reserved in front of strangers. However, he often revealed his youthful spirit in the presence of familiar faces such as his wife and daughter. Well then, continue your practice, but remember to rest and avoid overexerting yourself, Chu Chun advised with a nod. Without a doubt, his disciple was the kind that brought him the least worry. Not only could he be trusted to avoid laziness, but there was also the concern that he might overwork himself. Yes, Master, I will be mindful, Zhou Qiong affirmed, then turned to resume his cultivation. Chu Chun returned to his room, not idle himself. He sat cross-legged and entered a meditative state in the past half-month, due to the inconvenience of cultivating in a carriage. His progress had lagged somewhat, yet he had still reached the 3rd level of the myriad phenomena realm. As for his strength, at this level, it became increasingly difficult to measure in mere weights. Chu Chun knew that if he were to unleash his full power, a single punch could reduce this courtyard to ruins. Even when facing a warrior of the Dharma aspect realm, he believed he possessed the capability to contend. After a night of cultivation, his prowess increased significantly, though he still had some distance to cover before reaching the 4th level of the myriad phenomena realm, having not experienced such a comfortable sleep in a long time. Combined with his late-night practice, Chu Chun awoke quite late the next morning. Pulling back the covers, he noticed that the servant had already placed the toiletries beside him. After a hasty wash, he opened the door, only to be startled. Standing at the entrance were Li Qinghe, Li Qingfeng, Li Xiaoman, and several elder members of the Li family, all arranged in an orderly manner, bowing slightly in a display of great respect. "President Li, what brings you here?" Chu Qin's attention was immediately drawn to Li Qinghe. At this moment, he had shed the weariness of the previous day. His eyes sparkled with vitality. Upon seeing Chu Qin open the door, he promptly stepped forward with utmost reverence. "Master Chu, I have come to express my gratitude for your life-saving grace. Master Chu has consecutively saved both my life and that of my daughter. I am truly grateful beyond words." Li Qingfeng added that it was evident that he had consumed the breaking calamity pill, and the poison that had afflicted him was now resolved. "President Li, you are too kind. As I mentioned before, these were merely trivial efforts on my part," Chu Qin replied modestly. "If you insist on showing your gratitude, then once this matter is settled, accompany me back to Maple Snow City, and we shall seriously consider my previous proposal." Chu Qin had not forgotten his intention of inviting the Li family to join the Radiant Alliance. He was confident that once Li Qinghe set foot in the headquarters of the Radiant Alliance, they would find it difficult to resist the allure of joining. After all, it was a place not only home to spirit-gathering arrays, but also abundant in martial arts scriptures and even Taoist techniques. Such treasures were likely scarce even within the royal family of the Lihua Kingdom, and few warriors could withstand such temptation. "Since Master Chu has spoken, then I shall humbly comply," Li Qinghe responded readily. In his view, Chu Qin did not seem to be a deceitful individual. Most importantly, his life had been saved by this man, and it would be utterly unreasonable not to agree to such a straightforward condition. "By the way, you may refer to me by my name, or, like Miss Liu, simply call me young Master Chu. The title of master feels somewhat unfamiliar to me," Chu Qin added as he noted Li Qinghe's agreement. "Understood. Everything shall be as you wish, young Master Chu." Li Qinghe nodded in affirmation, then continued, "By the way, I have already prepared a banquet to express my gratitude. I hope young Master Chu will grace us with your presence." "In that case, let us proceed." Chu Qin was not one to be pretentious, and he nodded in agreement. With that, under the guidance of Li Qinghe and the gathered elders, they made their way to a more opulent and expansive courtyard. At this point, nearly all the younger members of the Li family had gathered here, numbering over 10,000, creating a lively atmosphere. Tables and chairs laden with delectable dishes were already set up, awaiting Chu Qin's arrival. Unsurprisingly, he was assigned the main seat at a table alongside Li Qingfeng. "Fellow members of the Li family, the recovery of your president today is entirely thanks to young Master Chu's benevolent intervention. Come, let us raise our glasses in a toast to young Master Chu." As soon as he took his seat, Li Qinghe filled a cup for both Chu Qin and himself, proclaiming loudly, thereby bestowing great honor upon Chu Qin. "To young Master Chu," with the president's words, the younger members of the Li family readily complied, raising their cups in unison. Initially, upon witnessing Chu Qin return with Li Xiaoman the previous day, many of the young Li family members felt displeased and contemplated finding an opportunity to teach him a lesson. However, upon learning that Chu Qin was not only a ninth-grade alchemist but had also healed the president, all such notions swiftly evaporated. The gazes directed at Chu Qin were now filled with admiration and respect. "Young Master Chu, Xiaoman also offers you a toast, in gratitude for saving both my father and me." After everyone had finished their drinks, Li Xiaoman approached with a filled cup in hand. "Miss Xiaoman, you are too kind," Chu Qin replied, lifting his cup to drink. Just then, a voice interrupted, "I am Lei Lai from the Lei family, and I have come on my father's orders to propose marriage to the Li family." Chapter 67, A Stroll. As this voice resonated amidst the lively gathering, an extraordinary silence fell over the crowd. "Lei Lai, what brings him here?" Chu Qin's gaze sharpened, while Li Xiaoman's brow furrowed in immediate discontent. The mere thought of the disgraceful sight of him kneeling and begging for mercy caused her stomach to churn. Moments later, a youth clad in green, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, strode into view, none other than Lei Lai himself. Behind him trailed several servants, carrying large wooden boxes bound with red silk. "Young Master Lei, I heard you mention a proposal to the Li family. May I inquire as to whom you wish to marry?" Although Li Xiaoman was displeased, she steeled herself and approached him. "Xiaoman, how can you say such a thing? Aside from you, who in the Li family is worthy of my attention?" Lei Lai retorted with arrogance, "My father has stated that should you marry me, After your father passes, the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce will be managed by you, he continued. Moreover, if we were to unite as husband and wife, the combined strength of our Lei and Li families would surely give even the Duke's manor pause. Lei Lai spoke exuberantly, entirely oblivious to the frosty demeanor of Li Xiaoman. Today, he was particularly full of himself. For early that morning, his father, Lei Hong, had summoned him, instructing him to propose to the Li family and providing specific talking points. Lei Lai had harbored feelings for Li Xiaoman for quite some time and was ecstatic to seize this opportunity. Young Master Lei, we are at best mere acquaintances, hardly even friends. That on what grounds do you assume I would agree to marry you? Li Xiaoman's frown deepened, her words becoming increasingly blunt. Xiaoman, I am doing this for your own good. He replied, have you not considered that your father is afflicted by a rare poison and may not have long to live? Without the assistance of my Lei family, your Li family would struggle to overcome this crisis. If you do not think of yourself, should you not consider the Li family? Lei Lai pressed on. These were the very words his father, Lei Hong, had instructed him to use, claiming that if he followed this script, Li Xiaoman would likely agree to marry him, which delighted him. Humph, you speak of your father's impending demise, yet my father is perfectly healthy and requires no concern from you. Hearing such outrageous claims about her father's fate, Li Xiaoman retorted fiercely, tell your father that the poison within Li Qinghe has been resolved, and he need not worry about my daughter. As for the marriage proposal, my Li family, being mere merchants, likely cannot aspire to the likes of your Lei family. After observing for a while, Li Qinghe could no longer remain seated. He had already discerned that Lei Hong's true intent in sending his son to propose was not to seek a marriage alliance, but to ascertain whether he had indeed recovered. After all, within the confines of Yong'an County, which faction has not infiltrated the other's domains with a few spies? Lei Hong must have caught wind of my recovery, prompting him to send his son to probe. However, Lei Lai is indeed a fool. Before setting off, Lei Hong repeatedly urged him to confirm that Li Qinghe had not yet healed before uttering those previous words. Yet, thinking of the beauty he was about to embrace, he promptly cast his father's admonitions to the winds upon entering, leading to the current predicament of Li. Uncle Li, you are healed. Upon seeing Li Qinghe striding towards him with vigor and confidence, Lei Lai suddenly recalled his father's earlier warnings. Given Li Qinghe's radiant demeanor, he appeared far from a dying man. He was evidently fully recovered. He couldn't help but inwardly lament the unfortunate turn of events. This individual before him is someone even his father, Lei Hong, regards with trepidation. Should he unleash his wrath, Lei Lai feared he would not withstand it. What? I am healed, and you, young Master Lei, are displeased? Li Qinghe inquired with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery. He could easily discern that Lei Lai had bungled his father's instructions. With a fool such as him, the notion of marrying his daughter was nothing short of a pipe dream. Delighted, of course. Uncle Li, you all carry on with your business. I shall return to convey your earlier words. Upon hearing this, Lei Lai dared not utter a single dissenting word. He could only feign composure and hurriedly retreat with his subordinates. As for the marriage proposal, now that Li Qinghe had fully recovered, he wouldn't dare bring it up again. Meanwhile, Chu Chen could only shake his head in quiet disbelief. He paid little heed to the incident, seeing it merely as a trivial interlude, akin to watching a performance. Nonetheless, he found himself somewhat admiring Lei Lai's audacity. After such an incident, he still had the gall to show his face. It was indeed a display of remarkable shamelessness. Young Master Chu, forgive my intrusion. Let us continue. With Lei Lai now a distant figure, Li Qinghe turned, raising his cup with a cheerful smile directed at Chu Chun. The atmosphere once again became harmonious. Within the Li household, Li Qinghe was undeniably the pillar of strength. With his recovery, the family's previously lurking crises would surely dissipate like mist, and all of this was thanks to Chu Chun. Reflecting on this, the members of the Li family grew increasingly courteous towards Chu Chun. After a hearty meal and drinks, the gathering gradually dispersed, with nothing pressing to attend to. At Li Xiaoman's suggestion, they took Chu Chen out in a horse-drawn carriage to stroll through the county town. Young Master Chu, see that any sign bearing a crescent moon indicates the properties of my Li family. Ranging from elixirs and artifacts to everyday necessities. As they traversed a street, Li Xiaoman pointed to a signboard, explaining to Chu Chen. Earlier, she had gifted him a black wooden token, claiming that only core members of the Merchant Association were permitted to bear it. In that case, I am most grateful, Miss Li. Chu Chen nodded at this moment. He finally comprehended why the Li family, despite being a household, referred to themselves as a merchant association, unlike the Baibauj and Wangxiang. Their family's enterprises truly encompassed a myriad of offerings, aptly deserving the title of a thriving marketplace. Indeed, not only did you save me, but you also rescued my father. Thus, we can consider ourselves friends. If you don't mind, you may address me as Xiaoman, or Manner, like my father does. Noticing that Chu Chen continued to refer to her as Miss Lu, Li Xiaoman bit her lip and summoned her courage to speak. After uttering those words, she suddenly turned away, unable to meet Chu Chen's gaze. Her face flushed as if she could produce water from it, which maiden does not harbor tender feelings. It is undeniable that, in the presence of such an outstanding, gentle, and upright young man as Chu Chen, even Li Xiaoman, who typically dismissed men, found herself stirred by unusual emotions. Very well. If that is the case, I shall henceforth call you Xiaoman. Chu Chen harbored no ulterior motives. It is undeniable that Li Xiaoman was a striking beauty, flawless in figure and features, exuding an air of grace befitting a lady of noble birth. However, Chu Chen was a man of commitment. He merely admired her beauty without allowing any other thoughts to arise. Giddy up, make way, do not obstruct the path. Just as Li Xiaoman blushed, pondering how to respond to Chu Chen, a synchronized clatter of hooves echoed from afar, cutting through the noise of the bustling street with startling clarity. Chu Chen turned to see a golden-armored youth galloping furiously on horseback, closely followed by a dozen silver-armored cavalry, their imposing presence radiating a chilling aura of martial prowess. Is that someone from the prince's residence? Chu Chen frowned upon witnessing the scene. While he did not recognize the youth, he was well acquainted with the silver-armored guards. Within the Bright Alliance, numerous silver-armored soldiers were present, and at this moment, he wished to avoid any encounters with those from the princess residence. Alas, what one fears often comes to pass. Just as Chu Chen silently hoped these individuals would vacate the area, the youth suddenly reined in his horse, coming to an abrupt halt. Sister Xiaoman, what brings you here? Upon spotting Li Xiaoman, the youth dismounted with enthusiasm, striding towards her with delight. Li Tianmu, is that you? I was merely accompanying a friend on a leisurely stroll. When did you return? Li Xiaoman responded with a radiant smile as she hurried forward to greet him. Oh, I just returned today. I heard that the celestial treasures were about to emerge, so my father summoned me back on short notice. The golden-armored youth replied without hesitation. However, Sister Xiaoman, there are not many who can enjoy your company in Yong'an County. Why not introduce me to this young man? But the next moment, the expression on the golden-armored youth's face shifted. A knowing smile gracing his lips. It appeared he shared an amiable relationship with Li Xiaoman. This is Chu Chen. He is not only my lifesaver but also my friend. Li Xiaoman rolled her eyes at Li Tianmu's peculiar expression before continuing. Greetings, I am Li Tianmu from the prince's residence. Sister Xiaoman's friend is also my friend. Should you encounter any trouble in the future, do not hesitate to invoke my name. Surprisingly, upon hearing Chu Chen's name, Li Tianmu displayed no discernible reaction. Instead, he patted his chest with a hearty laugh. By the way, Tianmu, you seem to be in quite a rush. Where are you headed? With the two now formally acquainted, Li Xiaoman deftly shifted the conversation. Don't mention it. You are aware of the current situation in Yong'an County. It is truly a gathering of talents, not only from nearby cities, but even from other nations. Many experts have come forth to Li Tianmu spoke passionately. Some idle fellow decided to host a tea gathering at Hongfeng Pavilion, which is essentially a competition among martial artists. I heard that a master from the Purple Gold Kingdom has arrived, having already defeated all the experts from my Lihua Kingdom, and even boasted that there are no competent youths left in our realm. That I simply cannot endure such a provocation and intend to confront him. I see, Li Xiaoman replied, but the Purple Gold Kingdom is renowned for its martial prowess. Among the Five Elements Empire, they are indeed the most combative. You must exercise caution and refrain from overestimating your abilities to avoid injury. Also, riding like that, what if you harm an innocent bystander? Sister Xiaoman, you know my equestrian skills well. How could I possibly harm anyone? As for the martial artists from the Purple Gold Kingdom, they are mere strong dragons that cannot suppress the local snakes. No matter how formidable they are, once they step into my Lihua Kingdom, they cannot act with impunity. Li Tianmu dismissed Li Xiaoman's concerns with a wave of his hand. By the way, Sister Xiaoman, if you are free, why not accompany me to join the excitement and witness how I deal with that Purple Gold Kingdom martial artist? Suddenly, an idea struck Li Tianmu, and his eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. I would like to see that, but Li Xiaoman hesitated, casting a glance at Chu Chen. clearly seeking his opinion. If you wish to go, then let us go and see. Chu Chen did not object. To be honest, he held little interest in this tea gathering. However, recognizing that Li Tianmu was not only from the prince's residence, but also unfamiliar with him, he was inclined to follow and glean insights into the prince's plans and their strategies against the Bright Alliance. Thus, upon meeting Li Xiaoman's inquiring gaze, he readily agreed. That is splendid. Let us not delay. We shall set off immediately. With Chu Chen's consent, Li Tianmu exclaimed with joy. Chu Chen and Li Xiaoman had arrived in a horse-drawn carriage, which was parked not far from the street. Without further ado, they approached the carriage and set off towards Hongfeng Pavilion. Xiaoman, who exactly is this Li Tianmu? Are you well acquainted with him? Once inside the carriage, Chu Chen seized the opportunity to inquire. Given the absence of onlookers regarding Tianmu, he is quite a pitiable child. He is the son of the prince, but born of a maid, thus holds little standing within the royal residence. During our childhood, while studying at a private school, he was often bullied, and I helped him a few times. Consequently, we have maintained a good relationship, Li Xiaoman recounted earnestly. Soon after, through her words, Chu Chen gained a clearer understanding of this individual. Born of a servant, he was not held in high regard by the prince, yet possessed an extraordinary talent for martial arts. Over the years, he had been stationed at the borders, leading troops into battle, embodying the essence of a true soldier. Due to Li Xiaoman's frequent assistance in the past, he had treated her like an elder sister. Displaying a sense of gratitude and loyalty, it seemed that the prince's household was not an impenetrable fortress. After listening to Li Xiaoman's words, Chu Chen nodded to himself. Indeed, this young man was the most esteemed and powerful among the three sons of the prince. However, his lowly origins rendered his chances of inheriting the title virtually non-existent. Li Xiaoman remarked with a hint of regret. 3 sons. Since there's nothing pressing, why don't you tell me more about the prince's 3 sons, Xiaoman? Chu Chen feigned nonchalance as he spoke. Actually, it's no secret. The prince has 3 sons. The eldest, Li Tiangang, is deeply devoted to martial arts and is said to have joined a celestial sect, showing little interest in the title of prince. The second son, Li Tianxian, is known for his treachery and cunning but has garnered the prince's trust. As for the youngest, he is the one you just encountered, Li Tianmu. Li Xiaoman continued. So, if there are no unforeseen circumstances, it seems the title of prince will ultimately belong to Li Tianxian. Chu Chen squinted, pondering. Indeed, that is widely acknowledged. Thus, Li Tianmu has been stationed at the borders these years, allowing the second prince, Li Tianxian, to gradually consolidate power within the prince's household. By the way, why are you so interested in the prince's household? Is there some enmity between you? Li Xiaoman, being quite perceptive, pondered as she noticed Chu Chen's keen interest. Indeed, Li Tianxian once visited my Fengshui city, and we have a slight grievance. Moreover, the prince even sent men to besiege Fengshui city because of this. Chu Chen admitted candidly he understood that the prince's household had long desired to annex the Tianbao Trading Association. Revealing this information posed no harm. Tio put it broadly. They shared a common enemy. Miss, we have arrived. The coachman's voice echoed from outside the carriage. The two exited the carriage, and what first caught their eyes was a vast, deep blue lake. Surrounding the lake were sprawling maple forests, ablaze in crimson hues, hence the name Red Maple Pavilion. In front of the maple forest lay a grand square, already teeming with people, their cheers resonating through the air. Li Tianmu had already taken his leave, evidently eager to teach that warrior from the Purple Gold Kingdom a lesson. The Purple Gold Kingdom was a nation even more formidable than the Lihua Kingdom, often mentioned alongside the Tianfeng Kingdom, the Shenmu Kingdom, and the Ho-Tu Kingdom as one of the 5 element empires. Chu Chen and Li Xiaoman made their way to the square. They discovered Li Tianmu already engaged in combat with a robust young man clad in a red robe, his hair a striking crimson. The youth wielded an 8-foot-long spear, unleashing it with tremendous force. The spear shadows whistling through the air, impenetrable. Meanwhile, Li Tianmu wielded a pair of golden curved blades, sharp and agile, skillfully deflecting the red-haired youth's assaults. Well done, third young master. Show this fellow the might of our Lihua Kingdom. Onlookers rallied behind Li Tianmu, as the spectators predominantly comprised warriors from the Lihua Kingdom. Young man, I'm no longer playing around, and it's time for this prince to get serious, the purple gold warrior declared coldly as he withdrew his spear. Sensing the stalemate. As he spoke, a formidable celestial blade suddenly erupted from his Dao Palace, swiftly descending upon Li Tianmu. Humph, that's precisely what I had in mind. Unfazed, Li Tianmu responded, swapping his blades for a green square seal. These were two magical artifacts, and despite both young men appearing to be in their 20s, they possessed the cultivation of the transformation god realm. The green seal expanded rapidly, intercepting the purple gold warrior's lethal strike. If that is all your strength, then prepare to meet your demise, Li Tianmu taunted as the celestial blade rebounded, his expression one of mockery. In an instant, 9 short swords materialized around him, forming a deadly array aimed at the purple gold warrior. While the green seal loomed overhead like a mountain, pressing down upon him, alarmed by the intensity of Li Tianmu's assault, the purple gold warrior's expression changed dramatically. At this moment, he realized that Li Tianmu had been concealing his strength, biding his time for this very opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Panic surged within him, and without a moment's hesitation, he channeled all his energy into his legs, retreating swiftly. Yet, he was too slow. Li Tianmu's onslaught was even swifter. Just as the purple gold warrior had covered several paces, the green seal and sword array struck simultaneously. Without a doubt, the next moment would see him crushed into a pulp. Such audacity! Just as the green seal neared the purple gold warrior, a commanding voice rang out, halting the impending doom. With a booming sound, a golden shield materialized before the purple gold warrior, meeting the green seal head-on. The crowd gasped in astonishment as the collision caused the green seal to explode, echoing with a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, the golden shield continued its relentless advance, bearing down upon Li Tianmu with overwhelming force. "Watch out," Li Xiaoman exclaimed, her face etched with concern. "Third young master, quickly move aside." The crowd echoed her warning, but at that moment, Li Tianmu was consumed by a surge of vitality, spitting blood as he struggled to breathe. Unable to move, the golden shield bore down. Its capacity to shatter the green seal suggested that, should it strike true, Li Tianmu would surely perish. The situation had taken a dire turn. The once advantageous Li Tianmu now found himself in a life-and-death crisis. The crowd felt a collective anxiety, powerless to intervene. Suddenly, amidst the tension, a slender jade finger materialized before Li Tianmu, piercing through the air toward the golden shield. In an instant, the seemingly indestructible golden shield shattered like glass beneath the delicate touch of the jade finger, plunging the scene into an unexpected silence. Who dares to thwart my plans? Step forward if you wish to live." The crowd parted as a gray-robed elder, around 60, approached the crimson-haired youth, indignation etched across his face. It was clear that this man had been the one to save the youth and nearly obliterate Li Tianmu. The crowd fell silent, no one daring to respond to him. The elder's anger only intensified at the lack of reply. "Cowardly rats hiding in the shadows, since you won't reveal yourselves, then this young man's life shall be mine," the gray-robed elder sneered, looking down upon Li Tianmu, regardless of his status as a prince's son. The elder cared little. After all, the crimson-haired youth was a prince of the purple gold kingdom, representing the entirety of that powerful nation. Killing a prince's son was of little consequence, with the might of the purple gold kingdom behind him. Even if he were to slay the prince, the Lihua royal family would not dare hold him accountable. For years, the Lihua royal family had sought peace with the purple gold kingdom, which had continuously sought to incite war, yet lacked a valid pretext. Thus, the elder felt emboldened to act with impunity in this foreign land. With no response to his taunts, the gray-robed elder ceased his rhetoric. His eyes glinting with malice, in an instant, a massive palm print materialized before him, descending upon Li Tianmu once more. This technique bore similarities to the condensation of qi into a form for attack. Yet Chu Chun discerned that it was something far more profound. This was divine consciousness manifesting. Both the offensive power and the solidity of the palm print far surpassed mere qi manifestations. In other words, the elder before them possessed at least the cultivation of the manifestation realm. Old dog, bullying the weak is no feat of strength. Do you truly think you can claim that the younger generation of the Lihua kingdom is without merit? Regaining his composure after a fleeting moment of shock, Li Tianmu had come to his senses. Though unaware of who had rescued him, he cared little. With no one stepping forward, he was certain that today would be his last. Yet, rather than fear, his gaze was filled with disdain for the elder. The earlier brash youth cowered behind the elder, too frightened to utter a word. In truth, Li Tianmu believed he had already won this contest. Even in death, he resolved to demonstrate to the purple gold warriors that the Lihua kingdom was not without its champions. He was prepared to sacrifice his life for this cause. Just as he steeled his resolve, a palm print manifested before him, mirroring the elder's, and charged toward the elder's massive palm. With a resounding clash, the two palm prints collided, dissolving into nothingness in the void. Who? Who is it that dares to intervene? Show yourself. With each failed attack, the elder's fury escalated. He understood that there must be a formidable expert concealed behind Li Tianmu, thwarting his relentless assaults. Otherwise, with Li Tianmu's cultivation, it would be utterly impossible for him to withstand any of my attacks. Humph. I initially intended to make you retreat in the face of difficulty, yet I did not expect you to be so aggressive. Are you truly so eager to meet your demise? At that moment, someone finally responded to the words of the old man in gray robes. The next instant, as the voice fell, a graceful and elegant young man in white, holding a folding fan, stepped forward from the crowd. Who else could it be but Chu Chen? Is it really him? Upon seeing Chu Chen approach, everyone felt a sense of disbelief. Who is Li Tianmu? The undisputed champion of the younger generation in Yong'an County. Yet, even he, faced with this elder, showed no sign of resistance. However, Chu Chen revealed to everyone that he was the one who had thwarted the repeated attacks of the gray-robed elder. A mere youth in his 20s? Of course, not only the outsiders were taken aback, even Li Xiaoman, who had been with Chu Chen just moments ago, was momentarily stunned. Throughout it all, he had not noticed when Chu Chen had made his move. Chapter 70. A Gathering of Talents. Humph, you whelp. Were you the one who intervened to obstruct me? Upon seeing Chu Chen, the gray-robed elder was slightly taken aback. Chu Chen was far too young, given his age. The elder found it difficult to believe he possessed the strength to impede him. Indeed, it was I. Chu Chen replied, his demeanor calm and composed. Since humph, you old scoundrel, spewing outrageous claims, do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? Chapter 71. Slaying the Law Avatar Realm. Humph, you old scoundrel, spewing outrageous claims, do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? Yet, just when everyone had lost faith in Chu Chen, convinced he was on the brink of downfall, he defiantly lifted his head and coldly declared, "Buzz." More terrifyingly, as Chu Chen's voice echoed, a somewhat rusted iron sword materialized above his head. The sword appeared rather decayed, likely so unremarkable that it might be overlooked if discarded by the roadside. Yet, astonishingly, this seemingly rotting iron sword now erupted with a blinding radiance under the pressure of the gray-robed elder's domain. This was the Breaking Heaven Sword. How could a weapon that had accompanied Chu Chen throughout his previous life be an ordinary object? With the appearance of the Breaking Heaven Sword, Chu Chen felt an immediate alleviation of the pressure weighing upon him, and amidst the burgeoning light, the elder's law avatar began to crack. How could this be? Everyone displayed expressions of disbelief. Masters of the Law Avatar realm were true martial overlords within the Five Elements Empire, unmatched and unrivaled. Who could contend with them? Such beings were genuine grandmasters, and among the younger generation, none had ever been heard of reaching such heights. Yet, at this moment, the gray-robed elder, a Law Avatar realm expert, found his domain shattered by Chu Chen. This was utterly unfathomable, rendering them unable to trust their own eyes. Crack! Finally, under the might of the Breaking Heaven Sword, the elder's law avatar was utterly obliterated, shattering with a resounding crash. The destruction of the law avatar signified that his martial achievements had come to an abrupt halt. You little thief, I shall fight you to the bitter end. The elder, witnessing this, was filled with fury. Once the law avatar was destroyed, it could never be reformed. This was the seed of martial arts, and its destruction meant the severance of the martial path. Consumed by overwhelming hatred, he disregarded everything else, charging forward in a frenzy, intent on ending Chu Chen's life with a single strike. Humph. Do you truly believe you still possess the qualifications to act so arrogantly against me? Chu Chen scoffed disdainfully. With the Breaking Heaven Sword restored to his Dao Palace and the threat of the Law Avatar eliminated, the old man posed no danger to him. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight, as if teleporting, unleashing a flurry of punches in rapid succession. Bang! 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 The scene was engulfed in dust and chaos, the surrounding maple forest suffering extensive damage. Spectators felt this journey was worthwhile. Battles between Law Avatar realm experts were not spectacles one could witness at any time. Especially with Chu Chen, regardless of victory or defeat today, his name would undoubtedly spread throughout the Lihua Kingdom and even the entire Five Elements Empire. Boom! At last, the battlefield fell into an unusual silence, signaling the conclusion of this fierce clash. He mustn't be harmed. 1,000 meters away, Li Xiaoman clenched her delicate fist, murmuring to herself, her face etched with concern. In her eyes, Chu Chen's actions were undoubtedly prompted by her presence. Rest assured, Sister Xiaoman, I believe young Master Chu will come to no harm. Li Tianmu quickly reassured her that of course, this was merely a consolation. As he too felt uncertain, given that Chu Chen's opponent was a Law Avatar Realm Master. Who do you think ultimately emerged victorious? One among the 20 or so gathered talents inquired. Humph, what is the rush? The answer shall soon be revealed, another responded. Everyone awaited with bated breath. Finally, as the dust settled, they focused their gaze, only to see Chu Chun standing tall and steady in the forefront, the gray-robed elder. However, lay motionless on the ground, riddled with countless wounds that had been brutally inflicted by Chu Chen's fists. He lay there, devoid of breath. Wonderful. Young Master Chu has triumphed. Young Master Chu is magnificent. The surrounding martial artists from the Li Hua Kingdom erupted in excitement, cheering loudly. Though they had not known Chu Chen prior, someone had divulged his name from conversations between Li Xiaoman and Li Tianmu, and it had now spread throughout the crowd. A youth, capable of annihilating a Law Avatar Realm Overlord. With such a young man around, who could still regard princes and princesses, or even lesser martial kings, with any significance, who would dare claim that the younger generation of the Li Hua Kingdom lacked true experts? The more they pondered, the more their excitement grew, as if they themselves had vanquished the Law Avatar Realm Master. Their astonishment was not merely due to a lack of experience in the Five Elements Empire. Chu Chun was undeniably the first to challenge and defeat a Law Avatar Realm Overlord at such a youthful age. Young Master Chu, are you unharmed? I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Young Master Chu.as the crowd continued to cheer. Li Xiaoman and Li Tianmu approached Chu Chun, speaking in turn. The former wore a worried expression, while the latter radiated gratitude. After all, had it not been for Chu Chun, it might have been Li Tianmu lying lifelessly now. I am fine. Do not worry, Chu Chen replied, shaking his head at Li Xiaoman's anxious demeanor. His choice to save Li Tianmu was certainly influenced by Li Xiaoman. But more importantly, he recognized Li Tianmu's admirable spirit and his capacity for gratitude, rather than allowing him to perish, enabling Li Tianmu to smoothly inherit the title of Duke and subsequently confront the Bright Alliance. It was far better to save him, or even recruit him, to support him in ascending to the position of Duke. This way, the Bright Alliance would face no obstacles in Yong'an County, for the Duke's mansion belonged to a powerful faction within the Li Hua Kingdom. Not only were there experts aplenty, but the royal family also stood firmly behind it. Should conflict arise, even if he emerged victorious, the royal family would not simply let it go. Chu Chen did not believe he possessed the strength to engage in war with a nation. Nor did he wish to see the suffering of the common folk as a result. The reason he established the Bright Alliance was to consolidate resources and cultivate experts to confront impending calamities, not to unify the world. Thus, he was unwilling to forge enmity with such a nation unless absolutely necessary. Of course, Chu Chen understood that he had merely established a favorable connection. Formally recruiting Li Tianmu and aiding him in ascending to the Duke's position would require careful deliberation and should not be rushed. However, he could not disclose his thoughts to the two of them. Young Master Chu, you honor me, Li Tianjiao said. Deeply moved, Li Xiaoman and Li Tianmu were touched by his words, just as they were about to speak. A woman's voice interrupted them. Your Highness the Princess. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Tianmu promptly knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing her as a soldier. He was compelled to pay his respects to the royal princess. Is there something you need? Aware of her identity, Chu Chun did not overly concern himself as the heavenly emperor. A mere princess from a mortal realm held no terror for him. Actually, it is nothing of great significance. The celestial treasure is about to emerge, and we wish to invite young Master Chu to join us. Might you have any interest? Li Tianjia responded with composed grace, gesturing toward the distant figure of Ji Ran, who appeared ethereal in her snowy attire. Her intentions were clear, to invite Chu Chun to join their party in seizing the celestial treasure. I apologize, but I am accustomed to acting alone and am not inclined to collaborate. Chu Chun replied rather bluntly, refusing without pretense. That it was not that he looked down upon the two. Rather, he understood that such cooperation would prove futile once they entered the bronze celestial palace. Very well, in that case, we shall not impose any further. Should young Master Chu reconsider, you may find me at any time. Li Tianjiao demonstrated remarkable composure, not pressing the matter further, and turned to depart alongside Ji Ran. As for the others, seeing that there was no longer any spectacle to witness, they gradually dispersed. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling Maple Pavilion was left with only Chu Chun, Li Xiaoman, and Li Tianmu. Chapter 72. The opening of the bronze celestial palace. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed since Chu Chun slayed the gray-robed elder, since returning from the Maple Pavilion. Chu Chun had taken refuge within the Li family, refraining from venturing outside. Yet, in this brief span, the name of Chu Chun resonated throughout the entirety of the Lihua kingdom, even spreading to neighboring nations. His fame unparalleled. During these few days, Zhou Qiong remained unchanged, spending his time eating, sleeping, and training. Throughout this period, Li Tianmu also sought out Chu Chen several times. The more they interacted, the more Chu Chen found him commendable, solidifying his intention to recruit him into the alliance. The two had come to consider each other as friends, yet the means of recruitment still awaited a suitable opportunity. Meanwhile, within the Duke's mansion, Li Tianxian had been in a foul mood these days. His brother had returned from the border, instilling a sense of crisis within him. Although his brother had always been of humble birth and had never won their father's favor, he remained a nominal son of the Duke, possessing the same qualifications to inherit the title. Naturally, Li Tianxian's troubles did not end there. Recently, rumors had spread throughout Yong'an County, claiming that the boy heralded as the greatest genius in a millennium within the Five Elements Empire had acted on behalf of his brother. Coincidentally, the person who took action bore the same name, Chu Chen. Upon receiving this news, Li Tianxian immediately dispatched someone to investigate Chu Chen's background. Second young master, it has been confirmed, the much-discussed Chu Chen, who defeated a Law Avatar realm expert, is indeed the very person with whom you have a grudge from Fengshua City. Hearing this report from his subordinate, Li Tianxian's mood soured even further. In truth, given his status as the Duke's son, he had not paid much heed to Chu Chen's formidable strength. After all, the Duke's mansion was not only home to Law Avatar realm experts, but also boasted a father who was a legendary figure in the Wuxiao realm. Yet, one matter gnawed at him, leaving him restless and uneasy. It was he who initially dispatched Chen Meng to besiege Chu Chun in Fengshua City, under the guise of a forged imperial decree from his father, complete with the unauthorized seal of a princely title. Upon learning of Chen Meng's failure and the impending request for his father's military intervention, he, in an effort to conceal the truth, arranged for Chen Meng to be ambushed and killed before he could reach the estate. Li Tianxian harbored no fear of Chu Chen, yet he dreaded the prospect of this matter reaching his father's ears. Beside Li Tianxian stood a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe, known as Xiao Han's Han, a newly recruited aide of Li Tianxian. That he had been fully apprised of the recent machinations of Li Tianxian. Young master, there is no need for haste, if what you say is true. Chu Chun has been in Yong'an County for several days and is acquainted with the third young master. Despite this passage of time, he is yet to make an appearance, and there have been no anomalies reported from the third young master's side, which suggests he has not uncovered the forgery of the decree. Xiao Hanzhan remarked with a calm demeanor. Nevertheless, even if he is unaware now, his existence remains in uncertainty, and I cannot permit anyone who poses a potential threat to my safety to exist. Upon hearing this, Li Tianxian's expression darkened, as he understood the grave implications of forging an imperial decree. Should his father discover this transgression, the consequences would be unbearable. You speak with reason, but considering this individual's prowess, it may prove challenging to eliminate him quietly within the county. Furthermore, did you not mention that he has come in search of the celestial treasures of Tsongshan? We could orchestrate an ambush there, ensuring a permanent resolution. Xiao Hanzhan continued, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest, Mr. Han Shan. I shall contact Shuiyue Tower at once, and I sincerely hope they will not disappoint us this time. Li Tianxian's eyes brightened at these words, and he hastily departed, presumably to reach out to Shuiyue Tower. This clandestine organization was reputed for its assassins, boasting numerous skilled individuals, with its leader being a master of unparalleled prowess. It was rumored that as long as the payment was sufficient, they would carry out an assassination for any target without questioning the motive. Unbeknownst to Chu Chen, a crisis was silently encroaching upon him. At this moment, he was at the Li residence, having received fortuitous news. Today, atop Songshan, the anticipated celestial treasure had not manifested. Instead, a mysterious bronze palace had appeared. This news was brought to him by Li Xiaoman, who had not yet departed. Young Master Chu, many formidable experts have already journeyed to Lihua Nation, including a number of masters of unparalleled might. Are you certain you still wish to go? Li Xiaoman inquired with a worried expression. Naturally, my purpose here is to seek the bronze celestial palace. How could I possibly refrain from going? Chu Chun replied resolutely. he was acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead in this celestial palace expedition, particularly following the recent blood rain that had given rise to numerous new martial arts masters across the vast wilderness. Although the journey would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, Chu Chen felt no trepidation. Rather, he was exhilarated and eager to embark. He sought out Zhou Qiong in the courtyard, and under Li Xiaoman's watchful gaze, they transformed into two streaks of light, speeding towards Songshan, located less than 100 miles outside Yong'an County. Songshan, though named a mountain, was actually an expansive mountain range stretching for thousands of miles. With their swift pace, Chu Chen and Shou Qiong arrived at their destination in just over an hour. At that moment, the area was teeming with people. From a distance, one could see the mountain shrouded in mist, with the bronze palace floating amidst the sea of clouds. Many were already making the ascent. Yet even these martial arts experts appeared to struggle, as if an unseen, formidable force was impeding their progress at long last. The bronze celestial palace, Chu Chen remarked with a hint of nostalgia. He recognized that the path to the summit served as the first trial for entry into the Dao Palace, where the criteria were not based on cultivation level, but rather on the bloodline and strength of those of the same tier. Even the most ordinary practitioner, one who had opened 10 martial apertures, would find it impossible to ascend, regardless of their mastery. This was merely the initial assessment, and Chu Chen understood that it was only the beginning of the rigorous selection process for admission into the Dao Palace. What awaits us within the Dao Palace will be even more brutal and perilous, he mused. Let us proceed. We must climb the mountain, he instructed Zhou Qiong, leading the way towards the summit. Chapter 73. The Ascent. Everyone, look, someone else is attempting to climb. At the foot of Songshan, many had gathered, some of whom had previously failed in their attempts, while others were merely spectators, hesitant to take risks so soon after the Bronze Palace's recent unveiling. Although the crowd was large, few dared to ascend, making the appearance of Chu Chen and Shou Qiong instantly notable. These two are quite young. How far do you suppose they can ascend? Someone remarked with curiosity. Songshan's height reached nearly 1,000 zhang from base to peak. Many had made attempts to scale it, with the least successful being flung back by the mountain's gravitational laws before even entering the range. The best performers had only managed a distance of 300 to 400 zhang. Given their youth, especially Zhou Qiong, who still bore the innocence of youth, most believed the duo was merely there to spectate, and thus their prospects were not taken seriously. I wager they can barely make it 100 zhang, surely no more than that. One person chimed in, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Chu Chen was well aware of the chatter surrounding him, and there were countless bets being placed, all of which dismissed him and his disciple as insignificant. Yet, he paid them no mind. Success or failure was not determined by mere words, but rather by action. Those who lacked the courage to take risks had already lost the martial spirit required for advancement. Such individuals were destined for mediocrity, and Chu Chen had no desire to engage with them. As the spectators continued their discussions, Chu Chen and Shou Qiong had already begun their ascent. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths. Before long, 10 breaths had passed, and the duo showed no signs of faltering. Perhaps I underestimated them. Yet, given their age, I refuse to believe they can surpass 100 zhang, muttered one of the skeptics, who had previously wagered they would only last 10 breaths. As he spoke, Chu Chen and Zhou Qiong had already covered a considerable distance. 100 zhang, 200 zhang. In no time, they had both traversed a distance of over 50 zhang. Goodness, could it be that these two really might reach 100 zhang? Exclaimed the onlookers in astonishment. However, even as they began to acknowledge the duo's capabilities, they still regarded the 100 zhang mark as an overestimation, especially since less than 1 in 10 of those who had previously attempted the climb had reached that distance. Yet, as if to challenge their disbelief, the duo soon surpassed the 100 zhang mark. How is this possible? Is there an issue with the restrictions? Someone exclaimed in disbelief, following after Chu Chen and Zhou Qiong. Unfortunately, after traversing just a few zhang, they felt as though their bodies would burst, prompting them to retreat in fear. The restrictions are functioning properly. The pressure remains, came the reply. Hearing this, the crowd was left even more astonished. As the individual who had attempted to follow them retreated, Chu Chen and Zhou Qiong had already moved beyond the 100 zhang mark. Over 200 zhang. This exceeded everyone's expectations. However, what was most astonishing was that even after covering this distance, the two maintained a steady pace, showing no signs of exertion. This left the onlookers utterly astounded. Wait a moment. I remember now. ISNT that Chu Chen, someone exclaimed, their eyes lighting up with recognition. After all, Many had witnessed him during the battle at Hongfeng Pavilion, albeit from a distance, and had retained his image in their memories. The revelation stirred a commotion among the crowd. Chu Chen, the one hailed as the greatest genius of the Five Elements Empire in a millennium? The one who, despite his mastery of the myriad forms realm, managed to slay a figure of the Dharma realm? At present, people are increasingly astonished. Chu Chen, though rarely seen in person, is a name that resonates with everyone. Almost as if it were thunderous. No wonder, if it were he, then it would not be surprising. Upon receiving this answer, a sense of relief washed over the crowd. After all, if even someone of Chu Chen's caliber could not reach the pinnacle, then who among the surrounding nations could? Yet, who is the youth at his side? Remarkably, he keeps pace with Chu Chen. Soon, someone voiced their confusion, pondering about Zhou Qiong. How could a youth, significantly younger than Chu Chen, manage to keep up with him? Who knows? But certainly, those who associate with prodigies are prodigies themselves. The crowd ceased their deliberations, feeling somewhat defeated. Indeed, it is said that comparisons can be utterly disheartening. Meanwhile, Chu Chen pressed on relentlessly. Swiftly surpassing everyone else, he galloped ahead, standing at the forefront of the figures on the mountainside. In the span of a few moments, the two, master and disciple, had traversed half the distance of 1,000 zha. At this point, even Chu Chen and Zhou Qiong began to sense a slight pressure. The vast mountains above were now shrouded in restrictions, with an invisible force constraining their movements. Moreover, the further they advanced, the greater the pressure became. Particularly for Zhou Qiong, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Zhou Qiong, how are you holding up? Do you need to take a break? Chu Chen inquired, glancing back. Master, I'm fine. Let us continue. Zhou Qiong replied stubbornly, shaking his head. Chu Chen chose not to press further. With Zhou Qiong's martial arts foundation, ascending the vast mountains was certainly within reach in his previous life. Chu Chen had opened 36 martial apertures in the Yijin realm, relying on his unwavering spirit to reach the summit. After Chu Chen's restoration and refinement of Zhou Qiong's Zhou Tian star technique, he too had opened 49 martial apertures, nearly reaching the pinnacle. There is indeed a distinction between 49 and 50. If the former could be deemed as a rare pinnacle, then Chu Chen's 50 martial apertures represented true perfection, unrivaled in existence. However, the disparities between the two would only gradually manifest in the future. For now, if they were at the same level, Chu Chen would not necessarily surpass Zhou Qiong by much. Yet, the pressure exerted by the mountain's restrictions varied significantly based on one's realm. Chu Chen himself had only just begun to feel it, while Zhou Qiong had yet to reach his limit. With this thought, Chu Chen ceased his worries and devoted himself entirely to the ascent toward the mountain's peak. 700 zhang, 800 zhang, 900 zhang. In the blink of an eye, the duo reached a distance of 900 zhang. The entire process took merely over half an hour at this juncture. Despite their formidable strength, both were already drenched in sweat. Each step seemed to demand their utmost effort, as if they bore the weight of an ancient divine mountain. Their bodies were bent under the strain, blood and spiritual energies surged within, and they held nothing back in their strength. How peculiar! I distinctly remember that in my past life, the ascent did not entail such immense pressure. Could it be that the intensity of the pressure is related to the speed of the ascent? Chu Chen murmured to himself, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Now, even someone as powerful as he had reached his physical limits. He realized that had he encountered such pressure in his previous life, he would have been unable to reach the summit. The only difference in this ascent compared to the last was that he had taken 3 days to reach the peak before, while now it was less than an hour. Hence, his confusion. Lost in thought, Chu Chen did not halt in his steps. Upon reaching 900 zhang, the pressure would not increase further. It merely required him to traverse the final 100 zhang under extreme duress, serving as a test of one's perseverance. For Chu Chen, as the celestial emperor, his martial will was unwavering, and this posed no challenge to him. What surprised Chu Chen was Zhou Qiong. His disciple, though slightly lagging, was equally resolute, his face a portrait of determination and tenacity. The last 100 zhang appeared deceptively short, yet each step taken by both required nearly all their strength to last. After another half hour, under the watchful gaze of the multitude, the master and disciple finally reached the summit in succession. They made it? Witnessing this scene, the crowd felt invigorated, for throughout the ordeal, no danger had arisen to this moment. Those who had chosen to observe could no longer remain seated. hastily opting to ascend the mountain. Chapter 74. Within the Celestial Palace, 3 stone doors. Naturally, Chu Chun held no concern for whether others would ascend. At this moment, with the master and disciple having reached the peak, their view opened up dramatically. Before them lay an endless expanse of ancient white jade palaces. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, billowing like smoke into the heavens. As for the spot where the master and disciple stood, it was a white jade plaza before the palaces. At the end of the plaza stood 3 gray stone doors, etched with ancient inscriptions whose meanings were unknown. Chu Chun understood that behind these 3 doors lay 3 distinct legacies. While they appeared to connect to the same palace, in truth, they harbored separate realms, and Chu Chun even speculated that they might not exist within the same space. This was precisely why he had previously declined to accompany Li Tianjiao and Ji Ran. For once one arrived here, all opportunities and fortunes depended solely on oneself. Outsiders could offer no assistance. "Master, where should we go now?" Zhou Qiong asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation to enter. "That I only know that behind the 3 stone doors are different legacies. The left door contains a body refinement technique, while the right door is said to hold an unparalleled celestial ART.AS for the middle door. I have no idea what lies within." Chu Chun replied that in his past life, he had entered the left door and acquired the divine demon body refinement technique. The legacy behind the right door was an unparalleled celestial scripture known as the 9 Transformations Dao Canon. At that time, this celestial scripture had been obtained by Yan Qingxian, who had risen to prominence through it. Standing alongside Chu Qin and Shou Qiong, the 3 of them collectively known as the 3 sovereigns of the Great Wilderness, the mention of this technique inevitably brought to mind that woman. "I wonder if she will come this time," Chu Chun murmured to himself, a hint of bitterness in his eyes. That in those days, the 3 sovereigns of the Great Wilderness were embroiled in endless conflict, with countless battles fought. Yet, in the end, there was a sense of mutual admiration. Yan Qingxian had once declared that she would marry no one but Chu Chun in this life. However, in his past life, Chu Chun had continuously evaded her affections due to his guilt towards his wife and daughter, until the invasion of darkness. For the continuation of the Great Wilderness, Yan Qingxian was forced to marry far away in Zhongzhou. It is said that she perished on the battlefield of the starry sky, and they never had the chance to meet again. After becoming the emperor and quelling the chaos, Chu Chun found that his beloved was no longer there. If his wife and daughter were the greatest regrets of Chu Chen's past life, then the matter of Yan Qingxian undoubtedly ranked as his second greatest regret. "Master, I already have the Zhou Tian star technique, so I do not wish to choose either of the left or right doors. That I want to select the middle stone door." While Chu Chen reminisced, Zhou Qiong had already made his choice. "Very well, proceed with caution." Chu Chun nodded in acknowledgement. "Master, are you not coming with me?" Zhou Qiong asked, a hint of unease in his voice. "No, I wish to enter the right stone door. Remember, always act within your limits and never overreach. Prioritizing your safety is paramount." Chu Chun advised earnestly. He wished to accompany Zhou Qiong to ensure his safety. However, Chu Chun understood that the path to immortality was long, and he could not remain by his side forever. Some challenges were destined for him to face alone. Moreover, given Zhou Qiong's past life as one of the 3 sovereigns, he naturally possessed great fortune, and with his cautious nature, he should be able to navigate safely. "Take care of yourself, Master." "I will enter now," Zhou Qiong replied, nodding. Having spent much time alongside Chu Chen recently, the prospect of separation felt somewhat unsettling. Yet, as he had stated, he had no desire to choose either of the side doors, and he could not waste his pursuit of martial arts due to personal emotions. With that, Zhou Qiong strode confidently towards the middle stone door, his gaze resolute, and soon vanished from Chu Chen's sight. As for Chu Chen himself, he did not hesitate further and walked toward the right stone door. His choice was not made on a whim. In his previous life, after ascending to emperor, he found his physical body remarkably powerful. Yet he could not take the final step to transcend and ascend to immortality. Chu Chun believed that fundamentally, it was due to a deficiency in his soul. The martial path primarily cultivates the physical body, with the soul as a supplementary aspect. Conversely, the path to immortality places even greater emphasis on the soul. There exists a notion in the realm of immortality that the physical body is akin to a sea of suffering, and the essence of cultivation is to transcend this sea and reach the other shore, liberating oneself from the physical form. In other words, in the eyes of powerful immortal practitioners, the physical body is not a support, but rather a shackle that restricts the soul. Chu Chan was uncertain which perspective was correct. He only knew that, whether in body refinement or in seeking immortality, there had been no precedence of anyone achieving immortality in the world for the past several 100,000 years. Thus, when Chu Chan sensed that his soul was lacking, he conceived the idea of cultivating both immortality and martial arts that in fact, this notion had been attempted by many in the past, all of whom had met with failure. Nevertheless, Chu Chan was determined to give it a try. Armed with the memories of the Celestial Emperor, he had mentally simulated this possibility numerous times, believing there might be hope for achieving immortality. Therefore, having been reborn, Chu Chan naturally wished to explore this avenue. However, before doing so, he needed to find a celestial technique that was no weaker than the divine demon body refinement technique to achieve a balance between the two. Now, the 9 Transformations Emperor Canon presented itself as the best choice for Chu Chan, which was why he opted for the right stone door. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Chan stepped forward, resolutely entering the door. Unbeknownst to him, at the precise moment he vanished through the stone gate, a dozen figures simultaneously descended upon the white jade plaza. "This is terrible. That brat has entered. Master, shall we follow him in?" In unison, the group, clad in blood-red robes adorned with a golden crescent moon emblem on their chests, stood ready. This was the insignia of the Blood Moon Tower. Since they had no clear direction, they decided to venture in. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man, referred to as the Master, spoke. Their original intent was to seize a celestial treasure. However, upon learning that someone had offered a hefty sum for the life of Chu Chan, and with Chu Chan conveniently present, they resolved to take matters into their own hands. The few before them were not to be underestimated. 12 at the Law Manifestation Realm and 1 at the Flawless Realm. A formidable assembly indeed. One that even the royal family would treat with caution. Yet now, they were gathered with the intent to kill a mere youth. Little did Chu Chan know that an enormous crisis was approaching him. At this moment, upon passing through the stone gate, he found himself in a primordial forest. This place existed in its own space, with intertwining vines and towering shrubs. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered overhead. Lightning slashed through the sky, the electric arcs tearing through the heavens with an unsettling ferocity. Nearby, golden-hued unicorn rhinoceroses roamed the forest, their massive bodies towering several meters high, their muscular legs resembling solid gold, effortlessly trampling the surrounding underbrush. Not far off, a blood-red centipede, over 10 feet long, slithered past, causing nearby plants to wilt at its mere presence. Further away, a green python rose upright, its length stretching to 100 feet, letting out a thunderous roar, seemingly expressing its disdain for the inclement weather. Such was the legacy of the Celestial Palace. Indeed, acquiring the 9 Revolutions Emperor Scripture was no simple task. One could not help but wonder how that girl, Yin Qingxian, had managed to obtain it years ago. Chu Chan murmured to himself, aware that the true crisis and trials had now officially begun. Chapter 75. Ascending Cultivation, Heart of Earth Stone Milk. Suddenly, the sky turned pitch black, and a torrential downpour ensued. Chu Chan stood in a daze, momentarily taken aback. Even though he had suspected that the 3 stone gates led to different small worlds, he was still startled by the sight before him. Whoosh! Abruptly, within the deluge, a chill ran down Chu Chan's spine as he sensed an impending danger. Turning to look, he saw a silvery crescent-shaped blade slicing through the air towards him. The blade was exceptionally sharp, effortlessly cleaving even the thickest underbrush. The cut was smooth and razor-sharp. "This is the Howling Moon Sky Wolf." A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Chan's eyes. Indeed, the Howling Moon Sky Wolf was not particularly powerful, equivalent to a human at the Transformation Realm. Such an attack could easily be extinguished with a wave of his hand. What astonished Chu Chan was that this Howling Moon Sky Wolf had been extinct for thousands of years. Yet here it was. Nevertheless, despite his surprise, Chu Chan was not idle. With a single gesture, he conjured a sword of vital energy, shattering the silvery crescent while simultaneously piercing through the wolf's head in the distance. To Chu Chan's further astonishment, upon slaying the Howling Moon Sky Wolf, its body began to fade into nothingness. From the spot where it had vanished, a tiny point of light, reminiscent of a firefly, floated upward. It seemed as though they were not living creatures, but rather manifestations of some soul energy. The light was no larger than a grain of rice, and as it drifted towards Chu Chan, it ultimately settled upon his brow, swiftly dissolving away. Even more incredibly, as this ethereal light entered his being, Chu Chun felt a slight enhancement to his soul. Although the increase was modest, it was akin to an hour of arduous meditation. Could it be that in this world, slaying these native beasts could elevate one's soul? Chu Chun suddenly comprehended. In his previous life, upon entering the left stone gate, he had encountered a similar primal mountain, where slaying beasts had bolstered his physical vitality. Thus, he reached this conclusion. Roar, roar, just as Chu Chun was lost in thought, an unusual commotion erupted around him. In the distance, ghostly white figures darted through the forest. They were howling moon sky wolves. Preliminary estimates suggested there were no fewer than 1,000. Well then, let us deal with you first, Chu Chun remarked, not surprised but rather pleased with his current strength. Even standing still, these howling moon sky wolves would struggle to inflict any significant harm upon him. In his eyes, they were not threats, but rather delightful creatures to be hunted, with the bronze celestial palace still set to open for a considerable time. He could not afford to miss this opportunity to enhance his strength. Furthermore, he had no clear leads on how to locate the 9 revolutions Emperor scripture. Rather than waste time, it was far more crucial to focus on augmenting his prowess. With this thought in mind, Chu Chun wasted no time. The vital energy in his hands transformed into arrows, shooting forth in all directions, claiming the lives of several howling moon sky wolves on the spot. In a short while, as the number of slain wolves increased, his strength surged once more. Prior to his departure the previous night, Chu Chun had just reached the 5th level of the manifestation realm. However, the demise of several wolves allowed him to leap forward, significantly reducing the time required to reach the 6th level. Indeed, he had arrived at the right place within the bronze celestial palace. Compared to grueling cultivation, the ease of gaining power here was unparalleled. Around him, the 1,000 howling moon sky wolves remained blissfully unaware that they had become mere fodder in Chu Chun's eyes. Upon witnessing their companions being slain, their ferocity intensified, and they promptly launched a simultaneous attack. In an instant, 1,000 silver crescent blades descended like a siege weaponry barrage, overwhelming Chu Chun. Yet, he did not choose to withstand it head-on. While he was confident in his physical resilience to endure such strikes, no one relished the experience of being hit without cause. Thus, he deployed his agility, moving like a swimming dragon, effortlessly evading the onslaught. The vital energy then re-emerged, relentlessly reaping the lives of the wolves. In the ensuing time, Chu Chun became engulfed in a killing frenzy. As the howling moon sky wolves dwindled in number, his cultivation soared. 6th level of the manifestation realm, 7th level, 10th level, and when the last of the howling moon sky wolves fell to his blade, Chu Chun's prowess peaked at the summit of the manifestation realm. However, it was still not enough. Chu Chun was not one to be easily satisfied. He understood that within the 5-element empire, few could truly enter this realm. Soon, as news spread, the entirety of the Great Wastes, from sects and families to sacred lands and celestial dynasties, would dispatch their disciples to this place. At that time, the bronze celestial palace would truly become a bustling arena. In the face of the prodigies and sovereigns from those celestial dynasties, his previously esteemed combat prowess among his peers, while impressive, would pale in comparison to the exaggerated abilities of the martial artists from the 5-element empire. Therefore, he must ascend to the flawless realm before their arrival, to wield influence over the situation and secure an invulnerable position. Naturally, this was the ideal scenario, and whether he could achieve it remained uncertain. After all, he discovered that having slain around 1,000 howling moon sky wolves, his body had become immune to the luminous orbs. And to enhance further would require alternative methods. The primordial forest was vast, and Chu Chun was relieved that his commotion had not stirred the powerful beasts lurking within he had previously seen. Creatures like the golden rhinoceros and green python would likely compel even a flawless realm expert to retreat. Naturally, Chu Chun was far from their match. Contemplating this, he proceeded cautiously. In truth, with his current strength, he could attempt to manifest the ink law form, advancing to the genuine law manifestation realm. However, Chu Chun refrained from making such a choice. The law form of an individual was the seed of martial path, crucial for ascending the Tao realm, and it significantly influenced future cultivation routes, requiring utmost caution. In his previous life, someone had obtained a law form here known as the chaotic seed green lotus. That law form was astoundingly powerful. Unfortunately, that individual perished too early, leaving no legacy behind, and thus the transmission of that law form was irrevocably lost. This was the advantage of being reborn. One could weigh the gains and losses in every endeavor, avoiding the aimless floundering of a headless fly. For instance, had an ordinary person reached Chu Chen's current stage, they would have eagerly chosen to solidify their law form early on, even if they later encountered something superior. They could only lament their lost opportunity. Yet, Chu Chen, having lived again, would never fall into such a fundamental error. His journey, while seemingly rapid, was marked by nearly perfect strides, although he was unaware of the whereabouts of the chaotic seed green lotus at this moment, nor how to obtain it. This did not prevent him from suppressing his cultivation in search of the most suitable path for himself. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Chen began to wander through the forest. During his exploration, he did his utmost to avoid encounters with fierce beasts. When unavoidable, he resolved them with thunderous force. Now that his power had once again ascended, even peak experts at the law manifestation realm would struggle to pose a threat to him. Moreover, within this space, there were no existences surpassing the flawless realm. As long as he remained cautious and avoided those formidable beasts, Chu Chen would be safe. He traversed the landscape without incident. A day later, he stumbled upon a cave. From a distance, he could already detect a fragrant aroma wafting from within, tantalizing his senses. Thud, thud. Upon entering, he immediately noticed droplets of milky white liquid cascading down the stone walls above, pooling into a stone basin below. The delightful scent emanated from this milky liquid. "This is the heart of earth stone milk?" Chu Chen exclaimed, unable to contain himself. "Who? Oh, you are Chu Chen. Ha! What a serendipitous encounter, having come across you without any effort." To Chu Chen's astonishment, he had been so captivated by the heart of the earth stone that he had failed to notice a middle-aged man clad in a moon robe standing beside the stone trough. Even more unexpectedly, the man recognized him immediately and regarded him with a decidedly unfriendly gaze. Chapter 76. Encounter with the Wuxiang Realm, a Great Escape. "Who are you, and how do you know me?" Chu Chen furrowed his brow at once. For some reason, he felt that the old man's gaze was akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey, a sensation that made him quite uncomfortable. "Hee. I am Nangong Ao. It is understandable that you have not heard of my name, but it is only natural that I know of you. Chu Gongzi, for your reputation precedes you," Nangong Ao replied with a sinister smile. Chu Chen nodded slightly, acknowledging that since his return from Hongfeng Pavilion, his notoriety had indeed spread widely. However, that thought was quickly dismissed in his mind. While many might have heard of him, few had actually laid eyes upon him. Furthermore, this Nangong Ao had proclaimed his identity with such certainty, and combined with his earlier words, what did he mean by searching high and low? It was evident that he had been actively seeking Chu Chen. "Oh, have you noticed a flaw so soon? You truly possess a keen mind. Chu Gongzi, I will not keep it from you. I, Nangong Ao, am the master of the Blood Moon Tower. Someone has paid for your life. So it should be clear why I recognize you." Observing the subtle shift in Chu Chen's expression, Nangong Ao continued without a hint of concern, revealing his identity as a master of the Wuxiang realm. He had no intention of resorting to deceit against someone like Chu Chen. His hesitation to reveal himself earlier was merely to toy with Chu Chen. The Blood Moon Tower, the foremost assassination organization in the Lihua Kingdom? Chu Chen exclaimed in surprise. He had heard of this organization when they attempted to assassinate Li Xiaoman. Indeed, it seems that Chu Gongzi is well informed about the infamous reputation of my Blood Moon Tower. "In that case, you may prepare for your journey to the afterlife," Nangong Ao replied with a sardonic smile. He had no intention of ambushing Chu Chen, exuding an air of certainty that he had already secured his victory. "Wait, I have another question," Chu Chen said, striving to maintain his composure. He could sense Nangong Ao's formidable prowess as a Wuxiang realm master, far from a novice. Despite Chu Chen's rapid advancement, he understood that his chances against a Wuxiang master were slim. "Speak. What parting words do you wish to convey? Given your cooperation, I shall grant you an opportunity to voice them. However, I cannot guarantee that your conditions will be met." Hearing this, Nangong Ao, who had been poised to strike, paused, his expression turning. "I see why. It is quite simple. I merely wish to know who commissioned the Blood Moon Tower to kill me." With Nangong Ao's sudden halt, Chu Chen articulated the question that had been troubling him. Apart from his conflicts with the Zhao and Li families of Fengshua City, he had a grudge against Li Tianxian, The Zhao and Feng families had long since fallen from grace, and Chu Chun doubted they could afford the services of an assassin organization like the Blood Moon Tower. Especially not with the master himself involved at AS for Li Tianxian. Although he bore a grudge against Chu Chun and possessed the means to hire someone to kill him, he had been preoccupied with obtaining the Su Xian Jiexi in hand. Logically, he should not have sought Chu Chun's life unless the latter posed an unforeseen threat that prompted him to abandon his ambition. In truth, Chu Chun had already formed a theory in his mind. He merely sought confirmation of his suspicions. I apologize, but the Blood Moon Tower has a strict policy against revealing the identities of our clients. If you do not, Nangong Ao began, but he had no intention of answering Chu Chun's inquiry. He had intended to convey that if there were no further parting words, then it was time for Chu Chun to meet his demise. However, before he could finish, Chu Chun had already darted towards the cave's exit. Flee, do you think you can escape? Nangong Ao, unfazed, stepped forward leisurely, and in the blink of an eye, appeared outside the cave. What does it mean to be Wuxiang? A master of this realm has reached the pinnacle in terms of physicality, true energy, and spirit. A martial saint. These three words alone suffice to convey the status of such a warrior in the realm of mortals. Such incredible speed. Ahead, Chu Chun fled with all his might. Wholly focused on escape. A hasty glance over his shoulder revealed Nangong Ao in pursuit, prompting an involuntary gasp of astonishment. In open ground, I may indeed be no match for you, but this is the forest. Speed alone will not suffice to capture me. Of course. Although surprised, Chu Chun felt no fear. As he spoke to himself, his true energy surged, and the Yulong step unfolded, propelling him forward at several times his previous speed. The Yulong step, a celestial-level technique, is renowned for its agility and swiftness. In a place like the Lihua Kingdom, it is among the most elite methods. Boy, stand still. Seeing the distance between them widen as Chu Chun entered the forest. Nangong Ao's frustration boiled over, and he shouted angrily. At this point, he began to regret having underestimated Chu Chun. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. After all, how could Nangong Ao have anticipated that a mere Wuxiang realm warrior would possess such terrifying speed? Regret would come too late. With gritted teeth, he resolved to give chase. In truth, despite Chu Chun's current speed, there remained a slight gap between them. However, within the dense forest, Chu Chun's agility was remarkable. He leaped onto branches and utilized the treetops and cliffs to continuously alter his trajectory. In contrast, Nangong Ao appeared clumsy in comparison. Just as he attempted to accelerate, Chu Chun abruptly changed direction, moving with a grace that far surpassed that of a monkey. To make matters worse, even while fleeing, Chu Chun did not neglect to sever branches or pick up stones, hurling them behind him. These haphazard attacks were unlikely to harm Nangong Ao, but certainly rendered him quite flustered. Infuriated, Nangong Ao found himself at a loss. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have wasted a single word on Chu Chun and would have simply slain him outright. Alas, there was no remedy for regret in this world. Keep running like this, and I refuse to believe you won't tire. With my Wuxiang realm strength, I can easily deplete your energy. Why now? Nangong Ao's resentment towards Chu Chun had reached a boiling point. At this juncture, nothing mattered more than eliminating Chu Chun, a desire fueled by the need to relieve his pent-up anger. Chu Chun remained silent, acutely aware of the need for vigilance against the relentless pursuit of a Wuxiang master. While fleeing, he also had to be mindful of the ferocious beasts lurking in the mountains, necessitating unwavering concentration. This escape persisted from morning until dusk. By the end of the day, Nangong Ao found himself once more disheartened. For he realized that the seemingly tireless Chu Chun remained full of vitality, while he himself was already panting from exhaustion. Old man, it's time to accept your age, if your body can no longer keep up. I advise you to cease the chase. Chu Chun called out mockingly ahead. By this point, he had grown considerably more relaxed, as Nangong Ao's speed had notably diminished over time. Meanwhile, having trained in the divine devil body refinement technique, Chu Chun could endure this level of exertion for several more days. Boy, if I catch you, I will surely flay you alive. Nangong Ao's face turned ashen. This was not the first time Chu Chun had insulted him with his words. From the afternoon until now, the boy had seemingly not ceased his barrage of derision, but a dignified Wuxiang master had never before been subjected to such humiliation. You call me old, yet you take offense? If you have the capability, then come and catch me, Chu Chun retorted with a grin. deliberately provoking Nangong Ao. In truth, Nangong Ao was merely in his early 40s, which, in the lifespan of a martial artist, marked the peak of his strength. Thus, hearing Chu Chun label him old and incapable incited his fury. "You infuriate me. Boy, keep reveling in your verbal jabs. Once we escape, your friends, family, and influence will all perish because of you." Suddenly, Nangong Ao came to a halt, realizing that further pursuit would yield no results, and he decided to temporarily relent. However, his hatred for Chu Chun had escalated to a new level that as he stopped. He shouted loudly at Chu Chun's retreating figure, "You seek death." Upon hearing this, Chu Chun felt an overwhelming surge of malevolence. This Nangong Ao had sought to kill him without provocation, and though he had refrained from retaliating, now he dared to threaten his family and friends. Nevertheless, Chu Chun did not stop. There would be ample opportunities to deal with Nangong Ao, while he could risk everything in this moment, leveraging various means to secure a chance. Such a course of action was far too perilous. For the sake of prudence, he chose to distance himself from the situation for now. However, in his heart, Nangong Ao had already secured a place on Chu Chin's list of those to be eliminated. Chapter 77. The Qingdi Mansion, the Enlightenment Lotus Seed. Chu Chun did not pause to evade Nangong Ao's pursuit. He ran for another hour or so. "What is that?" Suddenly, Chu Chun halted mid-stride, gazing into the distance in a daze. Before him lay a wasteland of ruins, remnants of walls stretching for miles. Naturally, he approached with curiosity. The first thing he noticed were two lifelike stone statues of true dragons flanking the entrance, soaring to heights of several dozen zhong. Each scale and armor piece is meticulously crafted. Regrettably, under the ravages of time, they have long since weathered and now lie fragmented upon the ground. It is evident that, countless eons ago, this place once basked in unparalleled splendor. The entrance. A stone plaque reveals the inscription Qingdi, the Azure Emperor, the chaotic seed of the Azure Lotus. Chu Chin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In his previous life, although the one who obtained the chaotic seed of the Azure Lotus met an early demise, leaving no legacy behind, there were speculations in later generations that the Dharma form was a bequest from the ancient Azure Emperor. Upon seeing this plaque, albeit incomplete, Chu Chin felt that it likely bore the three characters of the Azure Emperor's residence. After all, this palace exudes magnificence, constructed entirely from rare metals, a scale of grandeur not typical for mere mortals. Of course, in other locales, Chu Chin might not have been so resolute, but this was indeed the place where that person had acquired the chaotic seed of the Azure Lotus. Various factors converged, leading him to this conclusion: in the annals of time, who among mortals could claim to be an immortal? Only I, the Azure Emperor, a solitary leaf in the heavens. This is how later generations appraised the Azure Emperor, lauding him as the closest being to immortality of the eternal epics. Ancient legends spoke of the Azure Emperor as a manifestation of an Azure Lotus. Throughout the ages, countless emperors have graced this realm. Yet the name of the Azure Emperor has endured, a testament to his extraordinary nature. Chu Chin's heart surged with excitement. If he could attain the Dharma form of the chaotic seed of the Azure Lotus, it would render his journey worthwhile. He commenced his careful exploration of the ruins, determined not to overlook a single artifact. During his exploration, Chu Chun traversed a medicinal field, where he discovered numerous spiritual herbs, far exceeding the mundane ninth-grade varieties. Alas, under the relentless passage of time, they had withered away, their divine essence lost, crumbling to ashes with the slightest touch. What a pity! Chu Chun felt a pang of regret. Among these divine herbs, several were treasures that even the great sects could not procure. Suddenly, he spotted something with the Enlightenment Lotus. His eyes lit up once more. The Enlightenment Lotus, Enlightenment Tea, and the Bodhi Tree. These three entities could significantly enhance one's comprehension of the Tao, proving invaluable to practitioners of the Tao realm. Truly legendary elixirs. Regrettably, they too had succumbed to withering. Chu Chin approached and gently touched one. Indeed, much like the previous divine herbs, it disintegrated into ash upon contact. Despite the heartache, he pressed on. If such legendary elixirs had already withered, it was evident that his prospects for further gains here were dim. As he pondered this, ready to depart, he suddenly noticed the seeds of the Enlightenment Lotus. Just as Chu Chun was about to rise, his body froze momentarily. Before him, amidst the recently fallen ashes of the Enlightenment Lotus, a thumb-sized, jade-green oval object caught his eye. Chu Chen's breath quickened. He hurried forward and brushed aside the ashes. Before long, he found himself holding 9 lotus seeds. To his astonishment, this unexpected find exhilarated him. These were seeds of divine herbs, each worth a fortune, rivaling the value of the Dharma form and the imperial scriptures he sought. Moreover, if he could cultivate them, their property of accelerating enlightenment would render them invaluable to any faction. With the lotus seeds still intact, he mused whether other spiritual herbs might also yield seeds. This revelation completely altered Chu Chen's intention to leave. He began scouring the scattered ashes for more treasures and was met with further discoveries. Half an hour later, he had unearthed seeds from over a dozen varieties of spiritual herbs. While their worth paled in comparison to the Enlightenment lotus, each was undeniably rare, enough to tempt the great sections. Even more astonishingly, he discovered a blood-red vine that had not yet perished completely, its roots still pulsating with a hint of vitality. This was the longevity vine, another divine herb, highly beneficial for body refinement practitioners. If properly nurtured, it might even revive. With this thought in mind, Chu Chen carefully uprooted it, planning to bring it back to the Alliance for cultivation. Thus, he thoroughly scoured the entire medicinal field. After a final, fruitless check, he reluctantly left, still yearning for more. Not long into his journey, he encountered a plethora of shattered porcelain vials strewn across the ground. He surmised that this must have once been an alchemical chamber, with these vials serving to contain potions. Unfortunately, unlike earlier, luck was not on his side this time, and he found nothing of value. It was clear that after the Azure Emperor's mansion had fallen into ruin, the spiritual herbs had endured for many years, allowing some seeds to survive. That in contrast, any divine pills or miraculous medicines could hardly withstand the test of time. After wandering for a considerable while, he found himself in an open expanse. This appeared to be the best preserved site within the entire wreckage, an arena forged from a special metal. At its center stood a stone statue, remarkably well preserved and intact. Chu Chen approached it. The statue was imposing. Although not short himself, he found himself only level with its knee. The statue was entirely black, intricately engraved with numerous meridians and acupoints. A complex and dense network. This a diagram of the circulation of true energy and blood within the body. Chu Chen mused aloud. A martial artist, he was well acquainted with the human meridians. However, some of the acupoints depicted before him were unfamiliar even to him. This must be a method of filtering potential successors. Chu Chen quickly deduced, for many great sects possessed the custom of presenting profound and intricate martial arts as an entry point, allowing all to comprehend. Those who could grasp the fundamentals would then be singled out for focused training. With this thought in mind, he began to circulate his spiritual energy and blood according to the depicted meridian pathways. Boom! In an instant, his body felt as if it were awakening from chaos, with his true energy and blood becoming more vibrant than ever. Indeed, it was effective. Elated, Chu Chen devoted himself to the cultivation method outlined before him. He believed that anything manifesting in such a place could not be trivial. Perhaps it was indeed a means of selecting a worthy heir to the Azure Emperor's legacy. Thoughts flooded his mind. Chu Chen became increasingly immersed in his training. Chapter 78. The Dharma form achieved, the chaotic seed of the Azure Lotus. This represented a unique transformation, no longer merely a metamorphosis of body and consciousness, but rather a transformation of martial will, utilizing blood and spirit to ink the realm of martial arts, condensing the Dharma form. This was the transition from myriad forms to the Dharma form. Time flowed steadily, and before he knew it, Chu Chen had entered a state of rapt concentration. His gaze was fixed on the various shifting patterns of the statue's meridians, tirelessly propelling his energy and circulating his true essence. Within his sight, the diagram of meridians seemed to warp and undulate, unbeknownst to him, forming a void-like realm. Within it, a single azure lotus thrived, verdant and solitary in existence. In this surrounding world, no other life force could be found. The azure lotus stood alone in chaos, eternal and unyielding. In the cosmos, only I am free, and only the true me exists. Chu Chen murmured in a daze, as if awakened from a deep slumber. He realized that the statue before him recorded the Dharma form he had long yearned for, the chaotic seed of the Azure Lotus. Boom! At that moment, unbeknownst to him, as his words fell, a void of chaotic energy erupted from above his head. Spilling forth from within him, a sacred radiance descended, enveloping the area, even causing the stone slabs beneath him to crack under its inscrutable power. What constitutes martial arts? To strive valiantly, pursuing ultimate power, is martial. To suppress injustice, to fortify oneself, is also martial. In heaven and earth, only I endure. That too is martial. Chu Chen pondered the essence of martial arts. As thought surged within him, a single azure lotus began to sprout in the void above. This was Chu Chen's seed of the Tao. When the seed of the Tao blossoms, he could coalesce the fruit of the Tao, stepping into a realm that might take an ordinary person a lifetime to attain. Yet, this was not the end. A myriad of phenomena unfolded in the void, and within the chaotic realm, the azure lotus transitioned from a mere sprout to 3 glistening, verdant leaves. Throughout this process, Chu Chen's strength naturally surged. Almost instantaneously, as the chaotic realm took shape, his cultivation reached the Dharma form realm. First layer of the Dharma form realm, second layer of the Dharma form realm, third layer of the Dharma form realm. The speed of this ascent was nothing short of astonishing. Now, deep in the night, Chu Chen remained lost in enlightenment, rapidly increasing his cultivation. If left undisturbed, he believed that at this rate, he could reach the flawless realm in no more than 2 days. As dawn broke, the first light of day emerged, and in the span of a single night, Chu Chen's cultivation had soared from the pinnacle of myriad forms to the 4th layer of the Dharma form realm. Coupled with his prior accumulations and the potency of the Dharma form, his strength underwent a qualitative transformation. This was a rare state, a millennium frequent occurrence. If possible, Chu Chen would gladly continue cultivating in this manner indefinitely. However, unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, atop a distant mountain outside the Azure Emperor's mansion, a middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe gazed at the ruins ahead, his expression brimming with excitement. Having discovered this place, this individual was none other than Nangong Ao. It is said that the previous night, after failing to capture Chu Chen, Nangong Ao had been seething with frustration, forced to rest in place throughout the night. Early this morning, with nothing else to occupy his time, he aimlessly wandered the mountains as fate would have it. While passing over a peak, he stumbled upon this very sight. That it seems that fortune is truly smiling upon me. Nangong Ao grinned broadly, reminiscing about the substantial amount of earth core stone milk he had acquired yesterday, and now he had stumbled upon another discovery. Instantly, the gloomy feelings brought on by Chu Chen dissipated significantly. He felt invigorated, but as he drew nearer, he noticed peculiar phenomena emerging from the depths of the ruins. Initially, he had assumed there to be some treasure hidden there, only to find a figure standing amidst the debris. Ha ha ha, I never expected it to be you. Truly, when fate decrees your demise, there is no escape. This time, I wonder where you can flee. Beneath the strange occurrences, Nangong Ao realized that the silhouette before him was none other than the Chu Chen he had been obsessing over. Observing Chu Chen seemingly engrossed in a profound level of cultivation, Nangong Ao was elated, feeling more thrilled than he would at the discovery of a priceless artifact. However, having learned from his previous experience, he wisely chose to remain silent this time, his gaze cold and his thoughts resolute. Without any hesitation, a black figure emerged from his Tao palace, surrounded by 9 floating golden swords, intent on claiming Chu Chen's life with a single strike. A master of the flawless realm, with both spirit and body reaching their zenith, the embodiment of his law manifested in overwhelming power. In an instant, the 9 swords soared through the air, seemingly poised to tear apart space itself as they descended upon Chu Chen. Yet, unbeknownst to Nangong Ao, Chu Chen was in an extraordinarily unique state. Despite his eyes being closed, his senses were sharpened to an inconceivable degree. Even before Nangong Ao had stepped into the ruins, he had already sensed his presence. Truly a lingering specter, Chu Chen mused. However, having ascended to the realm of the law embodiment, he felt no fear towards his adversary. With a flicker of thought, in the chaotic void, a single tender green leaf from the 3-leafed blue lotus quivered slightly. In that moment, a peculiar law descended, enveloping a radius of 100 meters around Chu Chen. How swift was Nangong Ao's attack! Almost simultaneously with the descent of the law, he found himself right before Chu Chen. Unfortunately, before he could unleash his might, he was ensnared in the void, and the essence of his own spirit form let out a cry of terror, as if confronted with unspeakable horror. Indeed, this was Chu Chen's martial law embodiment. 3 tender leaves represented 3 distinct powers of domain: the prohibition, gravity, and decay. At that moment, Chu Chun wielded the first domain's ability, the prohibition of movement. With remarkable efficacy, within his domain, Nangong Ao's embodiment appeared to be ensnared by an invisible net, utterly unable to move an inch. What sorcery are you employing? From afar, Nangong Ao was struck with astonishment. Realizing that Chu Chun had already detected him, and he immediately demanded an explanation. Humph, if you wish to fight, then let us fight. There is no need for such superfluous chatter. Chu Chun, intent on testing his cultivation achievements, chose not to immediately annihilate Nangong Ao's embodiment, for if that were to happen, Nangong Ao might very well attempt to flee. Such a prime target for testing, Chu Chun would not let him escape. After all, his embodiment was currently restrained. Unless he were to abandon his years of martial achievements, Chu Chun knew that his opponent would not take such a course of action. Indeed, upon witnessing his embodiment trapped in the void, Nangong Ao was filled with dread, feeling as if he were witnessing a ghost. He had entertained thoughts of fleeing, yet seeing his martial law embodiment shackled in the void, he realized he was not in immediate peril. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he gritted his teeth and charged towards Chu Chun, radiating an aura of tremendous killing intent. A master of the flawless realm, his physical form was equally perfected. And even without his embodiment, it did not signify he lacked combat capability. Humph, old man, savor the taste of death. Observing Nangong Ao's advance, Chu Chun smiled with delight, a cunning grin spreading across his face as he replied coldly. In truth, with the divine demon body refining technique he had cultivated, he had no fear of a mere physical contest with his opponent. However, he did not wish to engage in that manner that moment. Within the chaotic realm, all three leaves began to sway in unison. In an instant, the once lightning-fast Nangong Ao felt his body come to a halt, as if the entire sky had descended upon his shoulders, rendering him utterly immobile. This was the gravity domain. Moreover, as his movements were hindered, he felt the surrounding vital energy receding like a tidal wave, his vitality dimming, his breath shifting from robust to frail. What ensued next was a scene that plunged Nangong Ao into greater terror. His vitality waned. His once jet-black hair turned shockingly white, and his skin became wrinkled as if he had aged decades within mere breaths. This was decay, the decay of all things, a siphoning of life force. Within mere moments, Nangong Ao had transitioned from a robust youth to a frail elder. His strength plummeted with each passing breath. Old man, dare to harbor ill thoughts against my family and friends. If so, prepare to meet your demise. At this juncture, Nangong Ao resembled a feeble, elderly man, so vulnerable that even an ordinary person could easily take his life. Recognizing that victory was assured, Chu Chun spoke coldly, for it was the moment Nangong Ao had uttered threats against his loved ones that Chu Chun had resolved to eliminate him. Young Master Chu, I beg you, do not kill me. You wish to know who sought your death, did you not? I shall tell you. It is Li Tianxian from the Duke's residence. I beseech you, spare my life. Witnessing Chu Chun approach with a look of disdain, Nangong Ao was genuinely terrified. Humph, regrettably, I have vowed to kill you, and I shall not go back on my word. Nevertheless, as Nangong Ao pleaded for mercy, Chu Chun remained unmoved, since the adversary had harbored ill intentions towards his family. He was fated to die. This was Chu Chun's line in the sand. He would not allow any unforeseen events to occur. With that thought, Chu Chun advanced step by step until he stood before Nangong Ao, a sovereign of the heavens, his gaze devoid of any emotion, as he delivered a punch that pierced through Nangong Ao's chest. Chapter 79. The Spirit Stone Vein, a gathering of experts, with a single blow. He obliterated Nangong Ao, shattering his spirit. As he gazed upon Nangong Ao sprawled in a pool of blood, a ring on his finger caught Chu Chun's attention. It was a spatial ring, an object with which Chu Chun was quite familiar. Previously, Lu Sihai had lent him one, which proved to be immensely convenient, though he had returned it before his journey to Yong'an County. Heavens, I never anticipated this old man's possessions to be so plentiful. Taking the spatial ring, Chu Chun probed within and was overjoyed. This spatial ring was evidently much larger than the one Lu Sihai had lent him, possessing a space of several dozen zhang, capable of holding a significant amount of items. Most importantly, it was already filled with a multitude of treasures, techniques, elixirs, spirit stones, each type stacked in small piles. What is that? Earth core stone milk. Suddenly, Chu Chun's eyes lit up as he spotted a stone trough in a corner of the spatial ring. Precisely the one he had encountered when facing Nangong Ao in the cave yesterday. It was unexpected that Nangong Ao had brought the trough along, filled to the brim with a milky white liquid exuding a fragrant aroma. Indeed, it was none other than earth core stone milk. This was a remarkable treasure, a true gift from heaven and earth, capable of enhancing one's martial aptitude and replenishing innate deficiencies. The disciples within the alliance would be fortunate indeed. Chu Chen's heart swelled with delight. However, such a treasure held little value for him personally. It would merely be taken back for others to utilize. Following this, Chu Chen resumed his search through the ruins, yet regrettably found no further treasures and ultimately had to depart. In the days that followed, Chu Chen began to wander freely through the primordial forest. With his current martial prowess, he was unlikely to encounter any significant dangers. Before long, another 2 days passed. During this time, Chu Chen discovered numerous abandoned structures. Although the area was now a primordial forest, he speculated that it had once been a magnificent city, now reduced to its current state by the passage of time. Alas, apart from the substantial gains he had made at the Qingdi mansion, he had little else to show for his explorations over the past 2 days. After all, the materials at the Qingdi mansion were unique, allowing them to remain relatively intact, while other locations had long since crumbled to dust. Concurrently, due to his delay over the past 2 days, others had begun to arrive in the area. Have you heard? A spirit stone vein has been discovered in the east, though it is unfortunately guarded by fierce beasts. Presently, everyone was recruiting experts, seeking to unite their strengths to slay the beasts before dividing the spirit stones among themselves. Today, as Chu Chen roamed the mountains as usual, he was suddenly captivated by the conversation of 2 martial artists, a spirit stone vein. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's interest was piqued. Such a vein was an invaluable treasure, even for those within the Taoist sections. Moreover, with spirit stones, he could once again enhance the gathering spirit array and the annihilating immortal sword array, achieving multiple objectives with a single effort. I must follow them. Chu Chen made his decision in an instant. With this thought, he began to discreetly trail behind the 2 individuals. The 2 conversing were both masters of the transformation realm, and naturally, they would not detect Chu Chen's presence. After more than an hour, having traversed several mountains, they arrived at a valley. At that moment, a multitude of martial artists had congregated there, each of whom, if placed in the outside world, would be considered a top-tier expert. Among them, the auras of 7 individuals were particularly formidable. Seated at the center point, 7 masters of the flawless realm. Chu Chen's heart stirred slightly. Indeed, finding such an assembly of flawless realm experts would be a near impossible feat throughout the entire Lihua kingdom. Additionally, beside these individuals, Chu Chen spotted several familiar figures. Among them were Li Tianjiao and Ji Ran, both of whom were considered the most outstanding talents in the entire Lihua kingdom, and even in this gathering of experts, they stood out remarkably. Secondly, there was Li Tianmu and the formidable master from the Zijin kingdom who had battled him that very day. At this moment, perhaps due to the presence of a master from the Wuxia realm, the 2 did not engage in conflict. Esteemed guests, ahead lies the spirit stone vein. Once we have vanquished the golden sacred ape, those who partake in the battle shall receive a distribution of the spirit stones according to their prowess. However, let me speak candidly. The golden sacred ape within is a being that transcends the Wuxia realm, and should any mishap occur, we shall not be held accountable. Suddenly, an elderly man in a white robe spoke up from the center. He was the eldest and most powerful among the group. Beside him, even the other masters of the Wuxia realm displayed a degree of deference. He was likely a master from the Zijin kingdom. As the man who had fought Li Tianmu that day stood haughtily beside him, Elder Jintao, you flatter us. In this endeavor for treasure, life and death are left to fate. We would not dare to hold you accountable. Spoke the surrounding warriors from the lower realms of the 5 elements empires, eager to make a good impression in the presence of Wuxia masters. Very well, since that is the case, we shall wait until nightfall to proceed. Jintao nodded in satisfaction at this response. Young Master Chu, what brings you here? At that moment, Li Tianxuan's eyes brightened as he spotted Chu Chen. In the preceding days, in expressing gratitude, he had frequented the Li family and had become well acquainted with Chu Chen. I heard news of the spirit stone vein's emergence, so I came to join in the excitement, replied Chu Chen, maintaining a calm demeanor. As Li Tianmu approached him, the crowd naturally turned their attention to Chu Chen. Young Master Chu, I did not expect to see you again. Li Tianjiao and Ji Ran also hurried forward to greet him. Though they were not intimately familiar with Chu Chen, they had crossed paths before. and they genuinely admired his strength. "Your Highness, Princess, young Master Li," Chu Chun responded with measured respect, acknowledging them. "You, young man, I did not expect you to dare come here. Grandfather, this is the one who killed General Nanfeng Li at Hongfeng Pavilion. I implore you to take revenge for us." Many in the crowd were still curious about who young Master Chu was, but the Zijin Kingdom Prince, Jinling, who had been frightened by Chu Chun on that day, pointed at him with a face full of anger. "Hongfeng Pavilion, slaying General Nanfeng Li? Could it be that this youth is Chu Chun?" The crowd suddenly came to a realization. The incident at Hongfeng Pavilion had long since spread throughout the Five Elements empires. On that day, the Zijin Kingdom Prince Jinling had publicly set up a challenge, only to be severely humiliated by Chu Chun, who even killed one of his accompanying generals. These events were no longer a secret. The name Chu Chun had become almost ubiquitous in conversation over the past few days, and now they finally encountered the man himself. "Jinling, cease your impudence, since we are all here for the treasure. Let your matters be discussed after we exit," Jin Tao interjected, halting his grandson's words that it was not out of kindness, but rather because he had noticed that in just a few days, Chu Chun's cultivation had ascended to the law manifestation realm. It was widely known that Chu Chun had faced off against Nanfeng Li, defeating the law manifestation expert while still in the myriad forms realm. Now, having risen to the law manifestation realm, who could say whether he might reverse the odds and slay a wuxia expert? Moreover, Jin Tao could indeed sense a faint yet palpable pressure emanating from Chu Chun. Though reluctant to admit it, he realized that this youth was formidable, perhaps even beyond his ability to suppress. However, Jinling was about to say something more when he was silenced by a fierce glare from Jin Tao. "Ha ha, Elder Jin is quite right. Past grievances are best left to be resolved later," remarked several other wuxia masters beside Jin Tao. Chuckling, they were not oblivious to Jin Tao's apprehension regarding Chu Chun. The pressure felt even more pronounced among those of lesser cultivation than Jin Tao. "Young Master Chu, I am Li Tianchong, the Prince of Yong'an. It is an honor to meet you. I am Tai from the Hutik Kingdom. I am Feng Jing from the Shinkong Kingdom." At once, many stepped forth to salute Chu Chun, introducing themselves with great enthusiasm. Chapter 80. The Ancient Species, the Golden Sacred Ape. Observing the scene, Chu Chun quickly returned the salutes. Though he exhibited no outward change, he was inwardly intrigued. He noticed that Li Tianchong did not display any sign of recognition upon hearing his name. This was odd. Li Tianchong's expression did not appear to be feigned. Could it be that he truly had not heard of me before? Chu Chun sensed something was amiss. "You are too kind. Your Highness, speaking of which, I have known your son, Li Tianxian, since we were in Fengshua City. I wonder how he has been lately." Sensing the anomaly, Chu Chun immediately attempted to probe with his words. "Ha ha, is that so? My son is fortunate to garner your concern, young Master Chu. He has been well of late. Once we leave here, should you have time, I shall certainly host a banquet to allow our friends to gather and reminisce." Li Tianchong replied with hearty laughter. Addressing Chu Chun, he did not adopt any airs of superiority. The first reason was that Chu Chun was indeed powerful, and the aura he naturally exuded instilled a sense of caution. The second reason was Chu Chun's youth. His future potential was unpredictable. Furthermore, as Chu Chun hailed from Yong'an, Li Tianchong was eager to cultivate a good rapport, hoping to forge a favorable connection rather than seeking subservience. "Your Highness, you are too kind. After we exit, I shall surely pay a visit," Chu Chun replied with a double entendre. By this point, he had begun to grasp why Li Tianxian was willing to spend lavish sums to enlist the assistance of the Blood Moon Tower to eliminate him. It was evident that Li Tianchong was unaware of the royal edict conveyed by Qin Mang, for otherwise, given a warrior's memory, it was unlikely he would forget Chu Chun in such a short span of time. Understanding this, Chu Chun chose not to expose it. After all, once they exited, he would have ample opportunities to settle accounts with Li Tianxian. Unbeknownst to Li Tianchong, who was entirely oblivious to the past grievances between his son and Chu Chun, he appeared exceedingly cordial. Chu Chun's arrival undoubtedly became the focal point of the gathering. Not only the onlookers, but even the wuxia masters regarded him with newfound respect, placing him on equal footing. Though they were soon to venture forth to slay the golden sacred ape and seize the spirit stones, the atmosphere remained amicable. After a brief introduction to the elderly figures, Chu Chun bid them farewell and joined Li Tianmu, Li Tianjiao, and Ji Ran, all of whom were promising young talents with whom he found camaraderie. Thus, as time stretched onward, The evening soon approached. Esteemed guests, the time is nigh. We shall set forth to slay the golden sacred ape and claim the spirit stones. With that, Jintao rose, his spirits high as he spoke. Slay the sacred ape, seize the spirit stones. Upon hearing Jintao's words, the warriors around him instantly became invigorated. The group commenced their journey. Ahead, Li Tianchong and others had intended to invite Chu Chun to lead with them. But he declined, opting instead to remain with the younger cohort. He preferred their company, as the elderly figures seemed overly solemn, a demeanor he found unappealing. In contrast, he felt more at ease among Li Tianmu and the others, who were vibrant and full of life. Clearly, the valley was some distance from the site where they had discovered the spirit stone vein, and Chu Chun, unhurried, followed along with the group for half an hour. Roar! Approximately half an hour later, a resounding roar emanated from the forest ahead. Everyone, look, that is the golden sacred ape. Be cautious not to disturb it, Jintao warned, lowering his voice. Of course, without his admonition, the group had already sensed something amiss. Before them, atop a hill, vibrant colors swirled in the night, particularly striking. There, a towering ape with golden fur stood, basking in the moonlight as it cultivated beneath its glow. Their astonishment. It was indeed the golden sacred ape. A look of surprise flickered in Chu Chen's eyes. Though he had heard Jintao mention that the mine was guarded by a golden sacred ape, he had not taken it to heart. After all, the golden sacred ape was a true ancient species, a member of the warrior sacred clan, thought to have been extinct for over 10,000 years. Such a creature, once matured, was almost guaranteed to become a sacred being. Previously, Chu Chun had suspected that Jintao and the others had mistaken another ape for the golden sacred ape, but the reality was evidently otherwise. The group advanced cautiously, their hearts racing, for they suspected that the creature before them had reached the Dao realm. After all, when Jintao had encountered it during the day, he had engaged in a fierce battle, and as a master at the pinnacle of the Wuxiao realm, even he had been forced to flee in disgrace. It was only natural for them to assume that this was a being of the Dao realm. Roar, regrettably, as an extraordinary beast, the golden sacred ape possessed exceptionally keen senses. Upon noticing the intruders in its territory, it let out a thunderous roar, its golden hand reaching out to seize several stones the size of millstones, hurling them toward the group. The golden sacred ape's strength was immense. In its throw, the stones flew faster than arrows. Engage. With their cover blown, the group wasted no time in concealing their intentions. 7 masters of the Wuxiao realm soared into the air, each summoning their manifestations as they charged toward the golden sacred ape. Hasten, gather as many spirit stones as possible, and then regroup in the valley. Given the strength of the golden sacred ape, the other participants could hardly offer much assistance aside from the 7 Wuxiao masters. A few individuals grasped this principle. Thus, the reason for bringing others along was premeditated. 7 experts in the Wuxi realm were to hold back the golden sacred ape, while the others were tasked with transporting the spirit stones. Alas, it is regrettable that everyone clearly underestimated this golden sacred ape. Upon witnessing the stones he had thrown being shattered, the golden sacred ape let out another furious roar. In the next moment, it stomped its legs upon the ground, propelling its body into the air like a cannonball. Then, it swung its golden fists toward the manifestation hovering above its head. Crack! In an instant, the manifestations of Jintao and Li Qianchong's 7 companions began to fissure, teetering on the brink of shattering. How could it be so powerful? The 7 Wuxi realm masters gasped in horror. Without hesitation, they quickly retracted their manifestations, attempting to engage with their physical bodies. However, the golden sacred ape was a beast renowned for its physical prowess, and within a single exchange, it repelled all 7, causing them to simultaneously spew forth blood. Flee! Observing this, the 7 dared not linger for a moment longer. Their fighting spirit extinguished, they turned and fled. The might of the golden sacred ape far exceeded their expectations. It was simply beyond their capacity to confront. Even if all 7 Wuxi realm experts attacked simultaneously, they could not suppress it. Brother Chu, quickly leave. Nearby, Li Tianmu and Li Tianjiao urged Chu Chun, retreating in haste. You all go on ahead. Do not concern yourselves with me. In response to their well-meaning advice, Chu Chun shook his head, harboring no intention of fleeing. As for the others, upon witnessing the golden sacred ape charging towards them, they scarcely considered the precious spirit stones and vanished in an instant. What had initially appeared to be an imposing force, seemingly filled with experts, was, in truth, merely a disorganized rabble, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. Rendering them a mere joke in the blink of an eye. Only Chu Chun remained on the scene. Roar. Seeing that Chu Chun had no intention of fleeing, the golden sacred ape seemed to perceive its dignity as challenged. It pounded its chest with its fists and let out a furious roar. Then, with a leap, it soared 100 feet into the air, its fists plummeting towards Chu Chun like two falling meteors. Humph! You have arrived at the perfect moment. I shall use you to test the fruits of my training. However, as the golden sacred ape charged towards him, Chu Chun made no move to evade, but murmured to himself. 2 days prior, although he had fought against Nangong Ao, he had wished to gauge his current strength. Yet, in retrospect, he found his opponent's prowess insufficient to measure his true combat ability, and this golden sacred ape, which had caused 7 experts in the Wuxi realm to flee in just a few exchanges, was the ideal target for battle. With this thought in mind, Chu Chen's fighting spirit surged forth. He unleashed the Mad Demon 13 strikes, transforming his fists into blades, and charged towards the golden sacred ape. Chapter 81. The Great Battle with the Sacred Ape, all techniques unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Chen's strength had surged to an unimaginable level. Both his power and speed had reached extraordinary heights. The moment of collision with the golden sacred ape, 13 shadowy fists descended without a moment's pause, striking almost simultaneously. The Mad Demon 13 strikes, each punch stacked with formidable force, were unleashed together, resulting in an overwhelming power. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Yet, to Chu Chen's astonishment, beneath his incessant barrage, the golden sacred ape merely raised a fist. In an instant, Chu Chun found himself involuntarily staggering backward several steps. What tremendous power! It is indeed worthy of the Fighting Saint clan. Chu Chun marveled internally, yet felt no fear. Having condensed his manifestation, his combat prowess now surpassed that of the martial sages from the Five Elements Empire. A single failed strike made it clear to Chu Chun that he could gain no advantage through sheer strength alone. Harnessing the force of the golden sacred ape's punch, he created distance between them. Come forth, my manifestation. In the next moment, Chu Chen's expression turned solemn as he whispered, with a single thought, his martial will surge from within his Tao Palace, coalescing into a chaotic realm in the void, where a single green lotus stood proudly at its center. Buzz, as the first leaf swayed, invisible chains seemed to manifest in the void, binding the golden sacred ape's movements. This was the void restriction domain. Even an ordinary Wuxi realm expert would find it impossible to move within this domain. However, the golden sacred ape was far too powerful. Such a formidable martial domain merely slowed its movements marginally, failing to fully imprison it. Humph. Then let us try this. A cold snort escaped Chu Chen's heart as he drew upon the chaotic realm, summoning countless stars to fall, pressing down upon the void. In an instant, even the mighty golden sacred ape found its form hunched beneath the weight. Roar! It was evident that the continuous invisible force not only imposed pressure upon the golden sacred ape, but also ignited its true fury. As it roared, 2 beams of golden light shot forth from its eyes. As the master of the domain, Chu Chen easily sensed that the domain's power was diminishing. The golden sacred ape had regained its mobility. Of course, while those golden beams were formidable, they could only weaken the domain's power and could not truly break it. Now is the moment. Seeing this, Chu Chen felt invigorated and clenched his fists once more. As the master of the domain, he could not be constrained by its effects. Utilizing the same Mad Demon 13 strikes, combined with the carefree steps of his movement technique, Chu Chen's speed was truly akin to lightning. In a flash, he appeared before the golden sacred ape, delivering a punch directly to its chest. Stomp, stomp, stomp. A similar scene unfolded once more, yet this time, it was the golden sacred ape that was forced to retreat. Under the domain's suppression, it could not muster sufficient strength to contend with Chu Chun. However, as a primordial relic of a beast renowned for its strength and physicality, it had roamed the world effortlessly. Although Chu Chen's attacks struck true, they did not inflict any significant harm. Instead, they awakened its primal instincts. It bared its fangs, conjuring a golden staff that resembled a celestial pillar, sweeping towards Chu Chun. This golden staff was extraordinary, adorned with dragon patterns, and as it swung, even Chu Chen's manifestation showed signs of disintegration, truly troublesome. Chu Chen's expression turned to one of surprise, uncertain of the staff's origin. In an instant, he summoned the Breaking Heaven Sword from within his Tao Palace. The Breaking Heaven Sword was a genuine imperial weapon, even surpassing typical imperial weapons in might, for even after becoming the Heavenly Emperor, Chu Chun had been unable to fully unleash its power. Yet, upon sensing the pressure from the golden staff, the Breaking Heaven Sword radiated with holy light, its sharp aura soaring into the heavens. In response, the golden staff did not yield, exuding an overwhelming presence that seemed to devour the landscape. For a moment, the two artifacts broke free from Chu Chun and the golden sacred ape's control. Soaring into the depths of the heavens, that day would become an indelible memory for the inhabitants of this small world. In the depths of the sky, azure and golden light surged for miles, visibly drawing the stars into a spiral descent. As the heavens trembled, resembling the end of the world, the breath of destruction surged forth, and even a mere trace of its aura instilled a sense of dread and soul-wrenching terror. Meanwhile, the battle between Chu Chun and the golden sacred ape did not cease with the departure of the Breaking Heaven Sword and the golden staff. The golden and white figures intertwined, each embodying tremendous power through their techniques. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their clash erupted in the air. Chu Chun grew increasingly astonished as he fought. This golden sacred ape was truly extraordinary. Throughout the night, he had unleashed not only the Mad Demon 13 strikes and the carefree steps, but also numerous high-level combat techniques he had never before revealed. Alas, against his relentless onslaught, the golden sacred ape effortlessly countered every attack. This battle raged on for an entire night. On the following day, as dawn broke, the two continued their fierce confrontation. Am I seeing things? Young Master Chu is actually battling the golden sacred ape alone for an entire night. What Chu Chun did not know was that, after a night had passed, Jin Tao and the martial artists of the Five Elements Empire had returned. They were aware that Chu Chun had not returned the previous night and wished to see how he fared. If they could seize an opportunity for gain, that would be all the better. However, upon arriving, they were stunned to witness Chu Chun still locked in combat with the golden sacred ape, prompting exclamations of shock. How fortunate we did not intervene yesterday. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Jin Tao felt a surge of trepidation, casting a glare at his grandson. Jin Ling, meanwhile, the latter's face had turned ashen, rendered speechless by fear. We pride ourselves on being geniuses. Yet, in comparison to him, we are truly worlds apart. Ji Ran, Li Tianjiao, and a group of foreign princes and prodigies also stood in awe, feeling an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Do not belittle yourselves, Li Qianchong reassured them. Young Master Chu's strength likely has no equal within the entire Five Elements Empire. His prowess cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the clash between Chu Chun and the golden sacred ape had reached a fever pitch. After a night of combat, both had unleashed their full range of abilities, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Were it any ordinary martial artist, they would have long since exhausted their energy after such a prolonged battle. However, both combatants remained unfazed, their endurance and recovery capabilities astonishingly formidable. Withering, at last, Chu Chun unleashed the third tier of his domain's power. He understood that if they continued to fight in this manner, it would be difficult to determine a victor. The withering domain possessed the ability to accelerate and reverse the flow of time, serving as Chu Chen's ultimate weapon. Roar. Yet, to Chu Chen's utter astonishment, under the domain's enhancement, the golden sacred ape appeared to have its vitality bolstered. With a single strike, Chu Chun felt its punch grow stronger than ever before, sending him flying back at once. It dawned upon him. This golden sacred ape was but a young beast with a long lifespan. Increasing the flow of time would only render it even more powerful in the short term. Chu Chun instantly comprehended. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Chu Chun began to reverse the process of decay. As the flow of time itself seemed to regress, as anticipated, the aura of the golden sacred ape, shrouded by the power of the realm, gradually weakened. Even its very realm of existence began to diminish. What an opportune moment. Observing this, a surge of joy filled Chu Chen's heart, and he prepared to advance and bring the battle to a definitive close. However, at that very instant, an unforeseen scene unfolded before him. Chapter 82. A reunion with darkness. The origin of the sacred ape. As the river of time flowed backward, not only did the golden sacred ape's realm decline, but its body also began to shrink. In a brief span, the once towering golden sacred ape was transformed into a diminutive golden-haired monkey. scarcely larger than a palm, collapsing onto the ground. Simultaneously, an astonishing spectacle emerged. As the golden sacred ape lost consciousness, a low hum resonated from above its head, projecting a spectral image into the void. The first scene depicted an expansive, primordial world, teeming with myriad races in the heavens above. Divine phoenixes soared, Kuanping soared through the skies, and various sacred beasts like the true dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger roamed freely. It was a true era of great contention, where countless races vied for supremacy. And the human race thrived. Adhering to the principle of survival of the fittest, the scene shifted. This time, a small golden monkey, no larger than a palm, appeared on the screen. Chu Chun recognized this as the form of the golden sacred ape upon its birth. The newborn golden sacred ape was devoid of parents, for it was a spiritual entity birthed by the heavens and the earth, emerging from a stone womb. In its early days, the golden sacred ape was frail and timid, seeking refuge among the myriad races, often trembling and shedding tears in the shadows, even at night, until one fateful day, deep within the ocean, the golden sacred ape stumbled upon an iron rod. From that moment forth, it began a transformative journey, becoming a deity through countless battles. Amidst bloodshed and flames, even the true dragon would have to prostrate itself before it, achieving eternal respect. Then, one day, a yellowish eye appeared from the vast expanse of the sky. All things began to wither, and every form of life succumbed. Before that yellow eye, all living beings appeared tragically fragile. In a critical moment, the golden sacred ape, wielding the iron rod, engaged in a titanic battle against the yellow eye for countless epochs, until the mountains and rivers were ravaged and all life decayed. Ultimately, it was defeated. Wounded and aware that its life was drawing to a close, the yellow eye vanished, leaving behind only the solitary golden figure. Aimlessly wandering through desolation. As countless ages passed, life and vegetation re-emerged in the world. At last, that majestic golden figure arrived at the end of its existence. In the fleeting moment before death, it unleashed a formidable power. In an instant, the entire realm was grasped within its hand, vanishing completely from sight. Thus, the vision shattered into oblivion. I believe I now comprehend the origin of this bronze celestial palace, Chu Chen mused. His eyes clouded with sorrow. The world lay desolate, the mountains and rivers in ruins. Having experienced such despair, he could profoundly understand the golden sacred ape's loneliness and emptiness during its time. Yet again, darkness encroaches. Chu Chan realized that, akin to his own memories, this was yet another instance of an even more devastating invasion of darkness. Moreover, it was evident that this occurrence was far more terrifying than his past experiences. What was that yellow eye? Chu Chen pondered, but found no answers. Though he had quelled the chaos in the past, he had never encountered that eye, nor did he know the source of the darkness. He only understood that while he had briefly suppressed the darkness, it had not been eradicated. This was also the reason behind Chu Chen's establishment of the Radiant Alliance. In this lifetime, he sought to unravel all mysteries and bring everything to a definitive conclusion. With the murderous intent within him extinguished, Chu Chen stepped forward, only to find to his dismay that despite retracting his realm, the golden sacred ape remained sprawled on the ground, showing no signs of awakening. Gently cradling it in his palms, he placed it within his embrace. Chu Chen harbored no ulterior motives, merely considering that in this desolate wilderness, leaving it behind could lead to unforeseen consequences. In the void, the broken sky sword and the golden iron rod returned sequentially, the former sinking into Chu Chen's Dao Palace, while the latter embedded itself into the head of the golden sacred ape. Congratulations, young Master Chu, on subduing the golden sacred ape and acquiring this vein of spirit stones, came the respectful words from Jin Tao and Li Qianchong, who had approached from behind. In a world where strength reigned supreme, given the prowess Chu Chun had previously displayed, none found it inappropriate. Yet, upon hearing their words, Chu Chun did not exhibit excessive joy that moment. He felt a sense of ennui, as if he were in a twilight of despondency. The earlier vision had been too distant for everyone else to discern clearly. Even if they had, they would be unable to comprehend the turmoil that churned within Chu Chen's heart. What spirit stones? What treasures? In the face of true calamity, all else seemed trivial, inconsequential. Does young Master Chu have something on your mind? Have we intruded upon your thoughts? Li Qianchong approached cautiously, concern etched upon his face. He understood that in Chu Chen's presence, Titles of nobility meant nothing. They feared provoking Chu Chen's ire, inviting his wrath upon them. I am fine. Chu Chen shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to divert his thoughts from such matters. Though the other things were illusory, emotions and cultivation were undeniably authentic. Life must go on, for he had things to protect. Young Master Chu feeling downcast. All for the sake of mining this mountain? Rest assured, if that is the case, we are willing to assist young Master Chu in extracting the spirit stones, and we shall not charge any fees. Jin Tao chimed in, eager to please, with Chu Chen's strength. Once they emerged from here, the fate of the entire Five Elements Empire could very well rest upon his whims. Now was not the time to neglect him. Indeed, we are also willing to aid young Master Chu in extracting the spirit stones. The others chimed in eagerly. Let us discuss the benefits later. For now, why don't we go inspect this mine? Chu Chen nodded, a flicker of interest igniting within him. If this truly was a primordial vein, then extracting it would indeed be a troubling endeavor. For mining spirit stones was no simple task. It required meticulous care, extracting them one by one to prevent the loss of spiritual energy. Not something that could be resolved through brute force. Very well. Everything shall be arranged according to young Master Chu's wishes. The group naturally had no objections as they began their descent towards the cave at the base of the mountain. This was the dwelling place of the golden sacred ape, where they could directly observe the condition of the vein. The cave was vast, spacious enough to comfortably accommodate hundreds of people, especially around the stone walls. Vibrant colors danced as spirit stones sparkled, embedded within the rocky surface. Indeed, it was a vein of spirit stones. Seeing this, Chu Chen's heart soared with delight. Although it was merely a small vein, it was conservatively estimated that extracting 100,000 spirit stones would pose no problem. Esteemed guests, I must trouble you all, he declared. Fear not. I shall not take advantage of you. 10% of the spirit stones extracted will be allocated as compensation for everyone. Chu Chen spoke plainly. Without pretense. After all, without him, these individuals would be fortunate to retain their lives, let alone acquire spirit stones, and a 10% reward was undeniably generous, considering that those who typically mined spirit stones relied on slaves and prisoners, making it a low-cost endeavor, requiring only time and patience. Since young Master Chu is so magnanimous, what are we waiting for? Let us begin mining, Li Qianchong exclaimed, equally elated. Each spirit stone held immense value. And how could he not be tempted? Not to mention the other ordinary martial artists present. At once, everyone set about their tasks, the sound of clinking resonating throughout the cave. Mining spirit stones was not a task that could be completed in a day. While others busied themselves with extraction, Chu Chun took the golden sacred ape and exited the cave, embarking upon his own cultivation. The proximity to the vein provided ample spiritual energy, making it an excellent place for training. Chu Chen had not forgotten his objective, to achieve a breakthrough to the flawless realm before the arrival of the Taoist disciples. Only then could he ensure his life was free from worry. Chapter 83. A Bountiful Harvest. Arrival of the Taoist disciples. In the days following the demise of Nangong Ao, Chu Chun had successfully advanced a small realm, attaining the 5th level of the Law Manifestation realm. The cultivation of the Law Manifestation involves the fusion of vital energy and spiritual consciousness, embodying the true essence of martial arts. Now, with his Law Manifestation fully formed, the next step was to strengthen and consolidate it. Until the Law Manifestation reached perfection, harmonizing essence, energy, and spirit, rendering him flawless, he would remain in the flawless realm. Above the vein, Chu Chen cultivated with peace of mind, while the others exerted themselves to mine spirit stones. Unbeknownst to them, an entire night passed. After a full day of training, although Chu Chun did not achieve a breakthrough, the chaotic world felt increasingly tangible, yielding substantial gains. That evening, all the martial artists surrendered the spirit stones they had gathered. Totaling over 10,000, true to his word, Chu Chun allocated 10% as compensation, while he himself directly received over 9,000 spirit stones. The sense of satisfaction washed over Chu Chun. At this rate, it would not be long before he could amass enough spirit stones to upgrade the Alliance's formation. Why should that be? These spirit stones are treasures of the heavens and the earth. Why should we relinquish the fruits of our labor without recompense? Naturally, some voiced their dissatisfaction, grumbling and unwilling to comply. Among them were a dozen or so individuals. You are aware these are treasures of the heavens and the earth. Then have you heard of the principle that those who are capable shall possess them? Chu Chun retorted simply to my strength surpasses yours, and the golden sacred ape was subdued through my arduous battle last night. Now you question my entitlement. Ultimately, with decisive action, he subdued the more than 10 individuals, confiscating all the spirit stones they possessed and sending them away in disgrace. Not even a reward was granted to them. Since these people aspired to be the first to rebel, Chu Qin naturally intended to set an example, but he noticed that, spurred by their words, many others nearby were also stirring, harboring thoughts of joining in their defiance. However, after witnessing Chu Qin's methods, these individuals wisely chose to remain silent, their gazes filled with mockery and derision as they watched the departing troublemakers. With their cultivation levels, they could extract over 100 spirit stones daily. A mere 10% reward amounted to several stones each day. Although spirit stones are said to be worth a fortune, they are, in fact, scarce and hard to come by. For instance, when Chu Chun had sufficient gold to enlist Lu Sihai's help in acquiring them, he could only manage to sell a little over 3,000, thanks to Lu Sihai's unique channels. For an ordinary person, procuring even a few stones for cultivation would be an arduous task. Highlighting their rarity, observing that the provocateurs had lost their chance to mine, the onlookers reveled in their misfortune, cherishing this hard-won opportunity even more in the ensuing time. Chu Chun immersed himself in relentless cultivation. And each evening, a substantial number of spirit stones would arrive, providing him with great satisfaction. That a month swiftly passed, during which everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. It must be said that the quantity of spirit stones in this mine far exceeded Chu Chin's expectations. After a month of tireless extraction, he amassed over 400,000 spirit stones. When combined with the rewards paid to everyone, the total likely exceeded 500,000. Even more delightful for Chu Chun was the fact that among these ores, he discovered 10 high-grade and 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones come in 4 grades: low, mid, high, and supreme, with an alarming exchange ratio reaching 1,000 to 1. This means that a single high-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 1,000 mid-grade stones or 1 million low-grade stones. Of course, for Chu Chun, they were priceless treasures. The higher-tier spirit stones not only contained spiritual energy thousands or even tens of thousands of times more potent than their lower counterparts, but also harbored the power of elemental laws. Utilizing them to form arrays could serve as focal points, making their value impossible to gauge by low-grade stones alone. In summary, there is no doubt that this past month has been extraordinarily fruitful for Chu Chun. Such a vast quantity of spirit stones, even in the 5 Elements Empire, would represent a significant sum, let alone in those esteemed sections. Naturally. During this month, Chu Chin's cultivation progressed from the 5th level of the Law Manifestation realm to its peak. Although he had yet to break into the Flawless realm, he was not far from it. Meanwhile, sensing Chu Chin's increasingly formidable aura, those around him found it increasingly difficult to fathom his true strength. Even Jin Tao and Li Qianchong felt constrained in his presence, wary of offending him in any way. Everyone, I appreciate your hard work during this time. Once we exit, feel free to seek me out in Fengshui City, where I will be sure to host you splendidly as a token of my gratitude, Chu Chun declared, his voice resonating beside what was once the mine, now a deep pit in truth, had it not been for these individuals. Even if he had discovered the mine, he would not have been able to acquire such a bounty of spirit stones all at once. His gratitude was heartfelt and genuine. Young Master Chu, you are too kind. Once we leave this place, we will certainly seek you out in Fengshui City. We only hope you won't find us a nuisance, came a reply filled with sincerity. Indeed, Jin Lao speaks wisely. Others chimed in, nodding in agreement, eager to flatter him. Despite having toiled day and night for over a month to extract spirit stones, they felt their efforts were worthwhile, not only due to their considerable rewards, but also because of Chu Chin's gracious words. There's no need for such formalities. We are all friends here. If you truly make it to Fengshui City, you will be most warmly welcomed, Chu Chun responded with a smile, intentionally fostering camaraderie, despite their relatively low cultivation levels. Each of these individuals held significant potential outside, being figures in their own right, perhaps even geniuses, especially the few who had reached the Flawless realm. They were formidable warriors, given their accomplishments in the declining 5 Elements Empire. If they could be won over and nurtured, it would be nearly guaranteed that they would ascend to greatness in the realms of martial arts. Ha! Well said, young Master Chu. You are now the foremost expert in our 5 Elements Empire. And to receive your invitation is a true honor for us, Li Qiancheng remarked with a grin. At that moment, he adopted a humble demeanor, casting aside any semblance of princely arrogance, with Chu Qin's overtures and their own eagerness to flatter. The atmosphere was undoubtedly amicable. Indeed, young Master Chu's prodigious talent is unparalleled. I dare say that there is no one in the world who could match you in combat, one of the onlookers boasted. Eager to extol Chu Qin's virtues, having spent over a month together, they were well aware of his level and the true extent of his terrifying combat prowess. Such words are excessive. While I may be a master of the law manifestation realm, it is likely that even those at the flawless realm or the legendary Dao realm would find themselves at a disadvantage against young Master Chu. Another chimed in, further inflating Chu Qin's reputation. Indeed, a talent like young Master Chu is truly a rarity in the ages. Others echoed, their praises growing increasingly extravagant. Chu Qian waved his hand in modesty at their flattery, while the initial comments were acceptable. The subsequent praise bordered on excessive. Just as he was about to interject and temper their enthusiasm, an arrogant voice suddenly rang out from the void. Who dares to boast so brazenly, claiming invincibility among their peers and rarity through the ages? It seems merely a group of unsophisticated natives. At this, the crowd looked up in shock, spotting several figures descending from above, their presence commanding attention. 3 individuals clad in azure robes, appearing to be in their 20s, landed before Chu Qian and his companions. Each wielded a long sword, exuding an overwhelming aura, akin to blazing furnaces that sent shivers down one's spine. Who are you? What we say is of no concern to you. One of Chu Qin's companions retorted angrily, unable to contain their indignation at such blatant mockery. Although they sensed the strength of the newcomers, with their numbers and the presence of the formidable Chu Qian, they did not feel intimidated. Humph, we are disciples of the Tianjin sect from the Dahuang continent. What you say indeed has no bearing on us, but we are curious to see what extraordinary traits belong to the so-called invincible genius you speak of. One of the Tianjin sect disciples replied dismissively, and how do you wish to assess that? Chu Qin finally spoke up, unfazed by their presence. The Tianjin sect was a well-known faction within the Greater Dahuang. Yet with 2 of the newcomers at the 3rd level of the flawless realm and one at the 6th, Chu Qin was not unnerved. Very simply, if one of you can withstand a single strike from me today, we shall consider this matter a mere jest and let it go, the leader of the Tianjin sect declared, his tone dripping with arrogance as he barely glanced at Chu Qin's group. Humph, such arrogance. Just because you are here, you think you can look down upon us. A figure from behind stepped forward, unable to tolerate the insolence. This is Antai of the Hooded Kingdom, he proclaimed, towering at 8 feet tall. Muscles rippling, with a beard that accentuated his fierce demeanor, a fellow flawless realm cultivator. He found it intolerable that these 3, with lesser cultivation, would dare claim they could not withstand his strike. Without hesitation, Antai swung his wolf-toothed club toward the 3 Tianjin sect disciples. His innate strength was formidable. A strike from him could easily shatter a mountain. Humph, an ant shaking a tree, utterly deluded. However, as Antai charged forward, the leader of the Tianjin sect merely pursed his lips, slowly raising a finger. With a casual flick, a fierce sword aura erupted from his fingertip, meeting Antai's club with a resounding clash. The overwhelming sword intent sent Antai flying backward uncontrollably, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Wenlao, are you all right? Despite feeling embarrassed, the martial artists from the 5 Elements Empire rushed to help Antai, their eyes filled with hostility toward the Tianjin sect disciples. Natives are indeed weak and unworthy of a second glance. The Tianjin sect disciples continued to taunt, unfazed by the animosity directed at them. Enough, I will show you what true strength is, Jin Tao interjected. Unable to restrain himself any longer, a peak flawless realm expert, he was the strongest among the group aside from Chu Qian. With a swift motion, he unleashed his martial arts manifestation, summoning a golden tornado that spiraled toward the 3 Tianjin sect disciples. This is the national manifestation of the Zijin Kingdom, the Zijin Spiral Cone, capable of effortlessly piercing through mountains and cities. Impressive, but still insufficient. The leader of the Tianjin sect finally displayed a hint of seriousness on his face. Though it was still merely a flicker, with a swift gesture, he drew his sword, which began to whirl around him, conjuring a tempestuous vortex of AI, it is evident that what he witnessed with the purple-gold spiral cone was merely a mimicry, not a deliberate display of profound skill. Yet, In that fleeting moment of inspiration, as he encountered the purple-gold spiral cone, it unexpectedly seemed to open a vast maw, completely engulfing Jintao's assault. Moments later, as the storm subsided, the young man's longsword returned to its sheath. Meanwhile, in the void, the once proud purple-gold spiral cone that Jintao had boasted about had vanished without a trace. "Brother Jianxin, well done," exclaimed the two disciples behind the leading youth in unison upon witnessing the scene. It turned out that this young man was named Jianxin. "Huh. Defeating a few natives is hardly worth mentioning," Jianxin responded nonchalantly, waving his hand, though his expression revealed that he relished the praise from the two. In stark contrast, the consecutive defeats of Antai and Jintao darkened the faces of those around them. Although this disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect was merely at the 6th level of the Wuxia realm, even Jintao had failed to land a single strike against him. Throughout the encounter, the opponent had displayed an alarming ease, clearly not exerting his full strength at this juncture. The onlookers could only turn their gaze towards Chuchen, for they understood that if anyone stood a chance of defeating Jianxin, it would be him, Chuchen, the so-called unparalleled genius of his realm. Jianxin had naturally noticed that among these natives, the one who stood out was the young man of similar stature. He taunted with a mocking tone, "With my series of victories, I have thoroughly discerned the strength of these individuals before me. I in the same realm. Their combat prowess is astoundingly feeble. The genius they speak of is merely a tall tale among the short." "Indeed, that is ID. Oh, you have any objections?" Chuchen's expression darkened in response. These individuals strutted before him, attempting to assert their significance. Why would he grant them any semblance of courtesy? "Humph, spare me the chatter. I am eager to see what you are capable of. Here's the deal. I shall remain here, motionless. If you can force me back even a single step, then you shall be deemed the victor." Jianshan was disinclined to engage in further dialogue with Chuchen. Honestly, witnessing the native's furious yet impotent expressions brought him a sense of satisfaction. Although he was well regarded within the Heavenly Sword sect and hailed as a genius, many disciples were stronger than him. Opportunities to flaunt oneself were scarce within the sect. At this moment, intoxicated by victory, he merely yearned to display his superiority and bask in the thrill of triumph. Choosing to disregard Chuchen's challenge entirely. "Are you certain?" Chuchen replied, a peculiar smile gracing his features. This scene felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of Zhao Yu. On that day, outside the Wanxiang Pavilion, Zhao Yu had similarly behaved with an air of arrogance akin to Jianxin's. Yet, the outcome had been devastatingly tragic. Jianxin's actions involuntarily conjured memories of that encounter. "Humph, why all the unnecessary talk? If Brother Jianxin chooses not to move, then he shall remain steadfast. Indeed, are you perhaps frightened?" The two disciples of Jianxin chimed in, their expressions suggesting that unless he took action, they would not relent. "Very well. Since everyone insists, I shall indulge in a test," Chuchen replied, deliberately emphasizing the word test. With a resounding hum, he summoned his manifestation, unleashing both the gravity domain and the void domain simultaneously, striking towards Jianxin with a sweeping motion. As for Jianxin, the moment Chuchen made his move, he was taken aback. He felt as though his body were bound by chains. Utterly immobile, an unseen pressure bore down upon him, akin to carrying a mountain upon his back. At that moment, it was no longer a matter of desire, but rather an impossibility to even shift, let alone evade Chuchen's impending strike. As Chuchen's palm approached, the fierce gust of wind it generated already stung his cheeks painfully. His eyes widened in desperation, but he found himself bereft of any means to defend himself. How formidable was Chuchen's strength! Though it was merely a casual strike, the power contained within it surpassed even the full-force assaults of Antai and Jintao. Truly impressive. Brother Jianxin remain unperturbed even as a mountain collapses before you. Such composure is beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Indeed, just wait. In my estimation, this native is in for a rude awakening. One of Jianxin's disciples, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to make light of it. At this moment, Chuchen's palm was merely a foot away from Jianxin. Yet he remained stagnant, devoid of any means to retaliate. The exhilaration of turning the tables from crisis was the pinnacle of self-aggrandizement. As disciples of the sect, they were well aware of such intricacies, believing Jianxin to share their understanding. However, to their utter astonishment, as their words fell, Chuchen's hand landed squarely against Jianxin's face. The immense force, though Jianshan possessed a remarkably resilient physique, left a distinct five-fingered imprint upon his cheek. Yet, due to the constraints of the void and gravity domains, he was rendered completely immobile. Coincidentally, at the moment Chuchen struck, his two disciples had wisely distanced themselves from Jianshan, standing 2 paces behind him. Unaware of the transformation in his expression or the look of panic and humiliation etched upon his face, brother is indeed formidable, bearing the brunt of this native's attack upon his face without so much as flinching. Indeed, a native daring to claim invincibility within the same realm? It is laughable. Upon hearing the crisp sound of impact, the 2 disciples momentarily froze. However, seeing their brother remain unscathed, they assumed he was entirely unharmed and resumed boasting. Yet, had they faced Jianshan at that moment, they would have discovered that he was now pale, his expression a storm of fury. Such is the might of a master of the heavenly sword sect, truly exceptional. In that case, allow me to return the favor with another strike. Upon hearing the words of Jianshan's disciples, Chuchen was similarly taken aback, realizing that they were unaware of Jianshan's inability to evade due to his immobilization. Finding this amusing, Chuchen feigned seriousness as he proclaimed, "Slap." With that, he delivered another resounding slap to Jianshan's other cheek. The latter remained unyielding. Of course, my brother's strength is beyond the comprehension of a mere native. Do not speak of a single slap. Even if you were to land 10 or 100, what could you possibly do to my brother? As Jianshan's disciples observed their brother's continued inaction, their enthusiasm only grew. They were unaware that Jianshan was currently cursing their ancestors in his heart. The 2 slaps from Chuchen had already left him dazed. Should there be 10 or 100 more? He dared not imagine the consequences. Could they not silence themselves? Unfortunately, Jianshan was unable to move. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a slap to each of his 2 disciples himself. Meanwhile, the 5 Elements Empire's side, facing Jianshan, could clearly observe his panicked expression and the swelling on his cheek. Seeing Jianshan's 2 disciples still bragging about their brother, the onlookers exchanged knowing smiles. Is that so? Since you 2 are so confident, I shall put your claims to the test and see if your brother is truly as formidable as you assert. That Chuchen's words further plunged Jianshan into despair. With a series of resounding slaps, Chuchen unleashed several strikes against Jianshan. Since these individuals had chosen to flaunt their superiority before him, they ought to be prepared for the repercussions. Chuchen bore no psychological burden regarding this. By now, even the dullest of Jianshan's disciples would have sensed the precariousness of the situation. After all, no matter how high one's cultivation, it was implausible for Jianshan to simply stand by and allow himself to be struck repeatedly without retaliating. Was he intending to showcase his thick skin? Such a notion was clearly absurd, especially given the looks of derision cast upon them by the natives. "Brother, are you all right?" The 2, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, drew their swords and charged towards Chuchen. Although their strength paled in comparison to Jianshan's, they were nonetheless adept practitioners within the wuxia realm. Their strikes were fierce and skillful, likely surpassing even Jintao. Finally realizing the peril, Chuchen remarked, feeling a sense of disinterest. He then retracted the powers of his domains. While the 2 might be formidable to the average person, in Chuchen's eyes, they were utterly trivial. He could not be bothered to employ his domain manifestation, opting instead to advance with his fists, delivering several blows to their sword strikes. After a few breaths, Chuchen withdrew, surveying the 2 previously aggressive disciples now sprawled on the ground. Their swords discarded, their bodies curled up, blood trickling from their lips, indicating they had sustained considerable injuries. I say, were you not eager to witness my prowess? Are you satisfied with this outcome? Having swiftly incapacitated the 2, Chuchen returned to his original position. Jianshan, still reeling from the shock of recent events, only grasped the situation upon hearing Chuchen's words. "You brat, I will not let this go," Jianshan declared, disregarding the disparity in their strengths. As hundreds of magical swords materialized above him, forming a lethal array, brimming with murderous intent, as he prepared to confront Chuchen with all his might. "Humph, today I shall impart a lesson upon you." Upon witnessing this, Chuchen scoffed dismissively, leaping high into the air, his fist once again striking forth. His physical form was extraordinarily formidable, having cultivated the divine demon body refinement technique, while strength was secondary. The intensity of his physique utterly crushed ordinary magical artifacts. As his fist descended, the myriad of magical swords wielded by Jianshan were instantly shattered, scattering to the ground like refuse. In that moment, All present were rendered speechless, including even the warriors of the Five Elements Empire. They were aware that Chu Chun was immensely powerful, surpassing any among them. Yet, they lacked a clear understanding of just how much stronger he was. It was only when Chu Chun unleashed his thunderous might, obliterating the multitude of magical artifacts, that the disparity became painfully evident. In just a few breaths, he defeated 3 disciples from the sect, shattering over 100 magical weapons with his bare hands. They could not fathom how such a seemingly slender frame could harbor such overwhelming strength. Indeed, his physique and power were akin to that of a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Excessively potent. In the future, should one wish to show off, they had to choose their opponents wisely and hone their skills. Otherwise, they would only invite their own suffering. As the crowd marveled, Chu Chun descended gracefully from the void, a faint smile gracing his lips as he addressed the still-stunned Jian Chun, continuing his unfinished words from before. With that, Chu Chun delivered a resounding slap, sending Jian Chun crashing to the ground alongside his 2 fellow disciples. It was only at this moment that the 2 junior disciples clearly saw Jian Chun's swollen cheek and realized what had just transpired. Who would dare to insult the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect? Did they truly believe we were without defenders? Having dealt with the 3, Chu Chun initially intended to depart. After all, despite their lofty demeanor and incessant insults, they had not taken any lives, and their crimes did not warrant death. However, before he could turn away, a voice resonated through the void once more. Chapter 86. Reunion with an old friend, the glazed fairy. Is this never-ending? Upon hearing this, Chu Chun rolled his eyes, looking up again. He quickly furrowed his brow, for the newcomers, regardless of their aura or flamboyant entrance, far surpassed Jian Chun and his companions. Leading them was yet another youth, clad in a flowing white robe, though he too rode a flying sword. He reclined languidly atop it. This young man possessed striking features, holding a jade gourd from which he was leisurely sipping a fine brew. The moment his words fell, he flicked a drop of wine from the corner of his lips. Instantly, that drop morphed into a fierce flying sword, shooting towards Chu Chun with astonishing speed. What exquisite swordsmanship! Chu Chun could not help but exclaim in awe. He, celebrated as the emperor of the 3 absolutes, possessed unparalleled sword skills, and his comprehension of the sword path was undoubtedly leagues beyond that of the youth before him. Nevertheless, to be fair, considering the young man's age and cultivation, achieving such an understanding of swordsmanship was indeed remarkable. Swordsmanship is categorized into realms: entry, mastery, subtlety, unity, and transcendence, which are merely variations of sword techniques and represent the most rudimentary levels. Yet, this young man had already surpassed unity, attaining the legendary sword heart, the sword heart. With a sword in one's heart, all things within the universe may become a sword. Of course, while Chu Chun marveled at the youth's ability to transform wine into a sword, he did not remain idle. Humph! With a cold snort, he unleashed a torrent of true energy that surged forth like a dragon. This dragon of true energy appeared ethereal, lacking a defined sword form. Yet the sharpness it exuded was several times more potent than the wine droplet sword of the newcomer. Simultaneously, a domineering will, as if intent on cleaving the heavens, emerged alongside the dragon of true energy, sword heart, sword domain, sword path. What Chu Chun now wielded was a technique that transcended the sword heart. The sword domain. As the sword domain appeared, the youth's sword-shaped wine droplet seemed to encounter its nemesis, vanishing into nothingness within 3 feet of Chu Chun's chest. Ha ha ha, sword mad. It seems you have provoked a formidable foe this time. In the distance, a hearty laugh echoed, laced with malice. The void rumbled. A golden war chariot approached from the horizon. The 3rd prince of the Daiqian dynasty, Feng Ao, I never expected you to arrive as well. Sword Mad alighted before Jian Chun and his companions, refraining from attacking Chu Chun again. Instead, he gazed at the golden war chariot with deep apprehension. The chariot, moving at lightning speed, descended before the group in the blink of an eye. From within emerged a tall, young man clad in resplendent robes. The young man's countenance was resolute, his gaze profound, and upon glancing at Chu Chun, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. Greetings, everyone. Is it truly this lively? He proclaimed that I, Peng Zhan, have come to partake in the festivities. From the same direction, a colossal golden rock with wings spanning 100 feet soared into view, its talons forged of gold and iron, its feathers shimmering with divine brilliance, unmistakably not an ordinary creature. As it landed, it transformed into human form, adorned in golden hair, golden eyes, and golden ropes, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. The ancient divine mountain. Peng Zhan, sword mad, spoke again, his expression darkening. His strength was not inferior to that of the others, yet having been subdued by Chu Chun, a mere native, he felt a sense of humiliation. Everyone, the Tao Mountain inheritance is about to commence. Is it necessary for us to waste time here, troubling a few martial artists from mundane realms? Not far away, ethereal melodies wafted through the air, auspicious colors shimmering in the void as a sage delivered teachings. A divine phoenix danced, and blossoms fell like rain. From within, a stunning woman clad in a white gown, treading upon a seven-colored lotus, gracefully approached through the skies. This woman was so extraordinary that the surrounding scenery seemed to morph in response to her presence. She appeared as a favored child of heaven, and wherever she went, the sound of the Tao resonated, and extraordinary phenomena followed her. Her skin was as flawless as jade, her hair flowing like silk, and she bore no trace of imperfection. To think that the glazed fairy has also arrived. Since you personally intercede on their behalf, I naturally would not dare to refuse, Sword Mad replied hastily, clasping his fists in respectful acknowledgement that it is an honor to meet you, glazed fairy. Indeed, not only he, but even Fang Ao and Peng Zhan hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects. Clearly, this woman held a prominent position in the hearts of all present. It is she, unbeknownst to others, as everyone regarded the newcomer with reverence. Chu Chun, upon recognizing her visage, felt a tempest of emotions swell within him, for this woman was none other than Yin Qingxian, one of the three revered ones of the Great Wilderness. In later times, people would come to know the three revered ones of the Great Wilderness, yet they would be oblivious to the fact that before the rise of Chu Chun and Zhou Qiong, Yin Qingxian was revered as the Glazed Fairy due to her possession of the Glazed Fairy Body. The Glazed Fairy Body, unparalleled in beauty, the saintess of the Linglong sacred land, was a figure of the utmost excellence in both status and power. While the individuals before her were remarkable, the disparity between them and Yin Qingxian was not trivial. Indeed, my master once mentioned that the Tao Mountain will soon open. Everyone should avoid unnecessary conflicts. Yin Qingxian spoke coldly, her expression devoid of warmth, exuding an air of detachment that only enhanced her ethereal presence. The fairy speaks wisely. We shall take our leave. Sword Mad nodded vigorously, though he cast a sidelong glance at Chu Chun. While Chu Chun was impressive, he was merely at the peak of the Dharma aspect realm. Although he had managed to fend off one of Sword Mad's casual attacks earlier, he did not believe that the other would prove a worthy opponent. Of course, not only he, but even Fang Ao and Peng Zhan, as well as Yin Qingyan, harbored similar thoughts. In comparison to the Taoists, the martial arts of these mundane realms were far too languid. Not to mention that Chu Chen's realm was inferior to Sword Mad's. Even in a contest between equals, the means of martial artists from mundane realms appeared utterly inadequate in their eyes. Thus, in their minds, Yin Qingxian's words were essentially a plea for Chu Chen's leniency. As the group departed, they came and went rapidly. The others paid little heed to Chu Chun, save for Sword Mad, who shot him a warning glance before leaving. Reunion with an old friend. Though Chu Chun felt a surge of excitement within, he remained composed, harboring no intention of revealing his identity. After all, not only was the notion of his rebirth exceedingly fantastical, but it was also impossible to simply declare his identity. Moreover, even following the trajectory of his past life, the two of them were now complete strangers. Such matters need not be rushed. One should let fate take its course. Everyone, as you have witnessed, the Taoists have arrived, and the opportunities here are beyond our reach. For safety's sake, I believe it prudent for us to depart. As Yin Qingxian and her companions moved further away, Chu Chen finally addressed the others. His words were not mere alarmism, nor did he harbor any disdain for them. Rather, the Taoists, with the lowest cultivation being the immaculate realm, possessed combat prowess that overwhelmed all present. Furthermore, in the time to come, the number of Taoists would only increase, and it was clear that none would gain anything from remaining. Chu Chen's words were, indeed, for the sake of everyone's safety. Indeed, what young Master Chu says is correct. We should all return. However, we old fellows have lived for so long. If death is to come, we might as well take a gamble. Nearby, Jin Tao, Li Qianchong, and Entai, a few elderly Immaculate Realm practitioners, voiced their agreement. After all, for the others at the Transformation and Communication realms, staying here would yield no gains. As for the seven of them, with their Immaculate Realm strength, They still had a chance to vie for something that in the end, all departed, leaving only Chu Chun and the 7 Immaculate Realm Masters behind. Where shall we go now, young Master Chu? As the others left, Li Qiancheng inquired. Hearing this, the other individuals turned their gazes towards Chu Chen, clearly considering him their cornerstone of support. Where to? Naturally, we shall follow those individuals. Upon hearing these words, Chu Chen spoke without a moment's hesitation. Originally, after the matter at the mine was resolved, he had no idea where to go next. However, the appearance of Yen Qingxian provided him with a sense of direction that in his previous life, she had been the one to inherit the greatest legacy in this realm. Following her could only lead to fortune. Upon hearing his remarks, no one objected, and they all hurried after the direction taken by Yen Qingxian and her companions. Chapter 87. The Nethersword Prison. Suppressing the sword madman, the few prominent figures of the Taoist sect were particularly ostentatious, especially Peng Zhan, whose golden war chariot soared across the sky, making it conspicuous even from dozens of miles away. Chu Chan led 7 individuals of the Wuxiao realm, maintaining a respectful distance behind them. Eventually, as night fell, the group stopped at the foot of a great mountain that at you. You actually dare to follow us? Chu Chen made no effort to conceal his presence. Since they were destined to vie for fortune, encountering others was unavoidable. There was no need to hide. Upon seeing Chu Chen, the sword madman immediately spoke with a hostile expression. Yen Qingxian furrowed her brows. Feeling that this native was rather ungrateful, Daiti was already a rare kindness for her to speak on Chu Chen's behalf that morning, that if he had any sense, he would have taken the initiative to leave. Even if Chu Chen had no intention of departing from the Bronze Immortal Palace, he should not have appeared here to avoid an encounter with everyone. As for Peng Zhan and Fang Ao, they reveled in the potential spectacle, eager to see whether the sword madman would take action, while also deeming Chu Chen and his companions to be recklessly oblivious to danger. After all, the sword madman's cultivation was unparalleled among the younger generation of the vast wilderness, truly a figure of extraordinary talent. The Nethersword body had once opened 26 martial apertures in the Yijin realm, boasting astonishing combat power at the same level that a mundane cultivator like Chu Chen could at most open 10 apertures. They had witnessed far too much along the way. Moreover, given Chu Chen's cultivation at the Dharma aspect realm, his audacious presence here was nearly tantamount to courting death at least. That was what everyone believed. What? In this vast world, I can go wherever I please. What business is it of yours? However, an even more astonishing event unfolded. In response to the sword madman's inquiry, everyone expected Chu Chen to lower his stance, yet his reply caused all to frown in unison. Impudent, especially the sword madman, who felt utterly slighted by Chu Chen's words. What was even more intolerable was that this youth, whom he regarded as nothing more than an insignificant insect, was merely a native of the Dharma aspect realm. This was unacceptable. With a furious rebuke, the sword madman wasted no time. A shadowy world of swordsmanship loomed above him. This was his Dharma aspect, the Nethersword prison. Within the murky, boundless realm, 3,000 spectral swords floated, and even a mere hint of their aura sent shivers down one's spine, as if one's body might explode from the pressure. Boy, taste the essence of my Nethersword prison. True to his name, the sword madman was exceedingly arrogant, intolerant of provocation that in truth, he would not have bothered employing his Dharma aspect against someone like Chu Chen. In his view, he could crush him with a mere gesture. Yet, the disdain in Chu Chen's words compelled him to unleash his ultimate move, determined to subdue Chu Chen in a single blow and teach him the consequences of underestimating him. It must be said, as a prodigy of the Taoist sect, the sword madman was indeed extraordinary. As his words fell, the 3,000 flying swords within the nether realm coalesced into a dragon of swordsmanship, sweeping relentlessly towards Chu Chen. Humph, is this your lofty foundation? Meanwhile, Yen Qingxian contemplated whether to shield Chu Chen from the sword madman's attack. She was an individual of cold exterior, yet warm heart, inherently kind and unwilling to witness Chu Chen perish in vain. However, one of Chu Chen's remarks extinguished her intentions. This native was far too arrogant, truly believing that her earlier assistance would guarantee her perpetual protection. Yen Qingxian was convinced that Chu Chen must have seen her preparing to intervene, prompting his audacious words. Such a lack of gratitude warranted a lesson in humility, she thought. With this in mind, she retracted the defensive energy she had been gathering. Yet, unbeknownst to Yen Qingxian, Chu Chun had never relied on anyone. The reason he held the sword madman in contempt was that he possessed the means to do so. Be restrained. As the sword madman's dragon of swordsmanship surged forth, Chu Chen's gaze sharpened, and he spoke coldly. In an instant, a chaotic realm materialized above him. If the sword madman's nether sword prison evoked feelings of darkness and sharpness, then Chu Chen's world exuded vastness and weightiness. This substantial chaotic realm dwarfed the sword prison by more than tenfold. Simultaneously, as Chu Chen's words resonated, the field of restraint took effect. The sword madman was formidable. Possessing wuxia realm cultivation, the field of restraint could not completely confine the trajectory of the sword flow. However, it was sufficient to significantly reduce its speed and diminish its power. What a powerful native! Seeing the sword madman's assault hindered, both Peng Zhan and Feng Ao exchanged astonished glances. They understood that even they would find it troublesome to counter such an attack, requiring considerable effort. Yet, they could not forget that Chu Chun was merely at the Dharma aspect realm. Even Yin Qingxian wore a surprised expression, realizing she might have underestimated Chu Chun. Of course, this was not the end. While each pondered their thoughts, Chu Chun had already taken action. He clenched his fist and initiated an assault. The gravity field pressing down on the sword madman as he delivered a punch aimed squarely at the latter's chest. Humph, I wondered why you were so arrogant. It turns out you possess some genuine strength. Feeling the pressure on his body and observing the sword flow as if trapped in a quagmire, the sword madman frowned, but felt no fear. A wuxia realm expert and a naturally gifted Taoist body. He remained confident that even in a contest of physical strength, he would not be inferior to this native. At this moment, the sword madman merely regarded Chu Chun with slight concern, not fully considering him a threat. With this thought in mind, he stomped down on the ground, seemingly unaffected by the heavy gravity field. In the next moment, he soared through the void with unmatched grace, aiming to stomp down on Chu Chen's head with his foot. Seeking death, Chu Chen's anger flared. The sword madman's actions were an open insult, completely disregarding him. Seething with rage, he unleashed all his strength, striking upward against the sword madman's descending foot. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. The fierce wind sweeping through 100 zhang radius, the surrounding sands whirled, and even the mountain shrubs could not withstand the force, exploding in all directions. The sword madman himself was sent flying backward by Chu Chen's punch. His body soaring uncontrollably into the air. With a fierce expression, Chu Chun leaped into action, arriving above the sword madman in a heartbeat and delivering a powerful stomp that sent the latter plummeting toward the ground with increased speed. As he fell, Chu Chun unleashed a barrage of strikes, shredding the sword madman's robes, leaving him disheveled and in utter disarray. Boom! Ultimately, the sword madman crashed violently into the ground, creating a massive human-shaped crater in the solid wilderness. Almost simultaneously, Chu Chun followed closely behind, landing with one foot forcefully upon the sword madman's cheek. Is this the foundation of your arrogance? Nothing more. In a moment of psychological warfare, Chu Chen's words left the sword madman in a state of utter humiliation and rage. Feeling utterly exposed, originally he had intended to crush this native underfoot with an air of superiority. Yet now, the roles had completely reversed. Experiencing the burning pain on his face, the sword madman felt a desire to die. He truly a mere native, with a cultivation at the Dharma aspect realm, suppressing a wuxia realm prodigy in the blink of an eye. This tale is long, yet it transpired in no more than a dozen breaths. As the dust settled, gazing upon the sword madman beneath Chu Chen's foot, the astonishment in Yin Qingxian, Feng Ao, and Peng Zhan was beyond words. The visual shock of this outcome was something none of them could have anticipated. Chapter 88. The Secrets of Dao Mountain, Pursuing Perfection. Senior brother, are you all right? Nearby, Jianxun and his two junior brothers rubbed their eyes in disbelief at the sight before them. Their senior brother was the true prodigy of the Heavenly Sword sect. A candidate worthy of inheriting the leadership, in terms of strength and status. He was beyond their reach. They wanted to assist their senior brother, but upon meeting Chu Chen's cold gaze, they hesitated, too fearful to approach. Caught in a dilemma, they could only cast their pleading looks toward Yin Qingxian, as she had previously aided this native. This young master, may I inquire your name? Yin Qingxian understood their intentions. To be honest, the sword madman's defeat had a degree of it being his own fault, and she had been unable to tolerate his demeanor. Otherwise, she would not have intervened to prevent him from attacking Chu Chen earlier. However, regardless of circumstances, they were acquainted, and she intended to plead for the sword madman. I am Chu Chen. Naturally, Chu Chen had no intention of concealing his identity. As he spoke, he lifted his foot from the sword madman's face. After all, the latter had received his due punishment. He presumed this incident would prevent any future arrogance directed at him. So it is young Master Chu. This humble girl is Yin Qingxian of the Linglong sacred land. Seeing that Chu Chen did not harbor any intention of relentless pursuit, Yin Qingxian secretly sighed in relief as she introduced herself. It'd be why now. She had placed Chu Chen on equal footing with herself. Defeating a Wuxiao realm prodigy with Dharma aspect cultivation, truthfully, even with her own Liuli immortal body allowing her to defy the odds, she could not achieve such effortless success as Chu Chen had. This young man's combat prowess was among the very best across the vast wilderness, and he could not be regarded as an ordinary warrior from a mundane realm. Indeed, Chu Chen nodded, and thus, they were formally introduced. He bore no resentment towards Yin Qingshan for her shifting attitudes. Such is the nature of this world. The strong command respect. Only those endowed with formidable power earn the deference of others. Conversely, even if words are unspoken, disdain brews in their hearts for the weak. I am Fong Ao of the great Qin dynasty, and I have had the honor of meeting young Master Chu Chen. At the ancient divine mountain, Pingzhan, not only Yin Qishan, but even the nearby Pingzhan and Fong Ao stepped forward to pay their respects. However, Chu Chen merely cast a casual glance at the two, choosing to ignore them. These two had previously displayed a demeanor of spectatorship, likely relishing the notion of witnessing his defeat at the hands of the sword madman. Their sentiments were not unfounded. After all, Chu Chen was in a foul mood and had little inclination to engage them. Observing Chu Chen's rudeness, the two felt displeased, yet refrained from voicing their thoughts, having learned from past experiences. They recognized that their strength was at best on par with that of the sword madman, and they glanced at the latter, who had just risen from the ground, his face marred by the imprint of a shoe. If not absolutely necessary, they had no desire to provoke Chu Chen. By the way, Miss Yin, I noticed you all came here with purpose today. Could it be that there is some significance to this place? Having grown somewhat acquainted with the group, Chu Chen had no intention of departing and directly shifted the conversation. To his eyes, the stone mountain before him appeared rather ordinary, devoid of any remarkable features. Uncertain if they had discovered something noteworthy, he posed his question. Indeed, it is well known that the Bronze Immortal Palace opens once every century, with each occurrence at a different location to as disciples of esteemed sects and families. We possess maps detailing the 3 minor realms within the Immortal Palace. This place is known as Daoshan, and it is said to harbor the legacy of celestial scriptures, considering the proximity to the palace's opening. The manifestation of Daoshan should occur in the coming days. Yin Qingshan did not withhold this information, responding candidly. Such matters were hardly secrets. They were widely known within her sect and family. Of course, Yin Qingshan discerned Chu Chen's exceptional nature, which prompted her to share this insight. Were he an ordinary martial artist from a mundane realm, she likely would have deemed him unworthy of her attention, let alone a response. This is also why tales of the Immortal Palace circulate widely among the great sects, while accounts are virtually absent in mortal realms like the Lihua Kingdom. I see, Chu Chen nodded, enlightenment dawning upon him. In his past life, before entering the Bronze Immortal Palace, he had been an earnest mortal martial artist. His acquisition of the divine demonic body refinement technique was purely a stroke of luck. In his previous existence, he had been exceedingly cautious. Even after becoming an emperor, no one had known that his cultivation method stemmed from the Bronze Immortal Palace. Furthermore, he had never sought to learn more about the palace. And initially, to avoid exposing the technique, he had deliberately steered clear of it. Thus, it was only at this moment that he became aware of these legends surrounding the Immortal Palace. The night was serene, with stars twinkling like scattered jewels. It was deep into the night. That evening, the group decided to rest in place. Due to Chu Chen's presence, Fong Ao and the others, despite their disdain for Jin Tao and the other ordinary martial artists from the Five Elements Empire, chose not to voice their opinions, engaging with them only sparingly. As for Chu Chen, after a brief conversation with Yin Qingshan, he had already selected a secluded spot to cultivate alone. Unlike the others, he had reached the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm, just a step away from ascension to the flawless state. He aimed to achieve this elevation at the true opening of Daoshan. Regrettably, fate had other plans. Over the subsequent 3 days, the group remained stationary while Chu Chan immersed himself in his training. However, he did not ascend to the flawless state that it was not due to an inability. Rather, Chu Chan felt that his Dharma aspect was not yet complete and was unwilling to force a breakthrough. Throughout his journey, he adhered to the principle that one must be fully prepared before attempting to ascend. Believing that the path of cultivation is akin to scaling a peak. Once missed, the opportunity is lost forever, with no chance to return to rectify prior stages. Understanding this truth, Chu Chun was determined not to leave any regrets. In the skies above, his Dharma aspect continuously gathered and dispersed as he repeatedly poured ink to form it, only to shatter it again and reconstitute it. His Dharma aspect was profound and weighty, truly resembling an undivided, chaotic primordial world. This Chu Chun was indeed formidable. Among his peers, it seemed there were scarcely a few who could rival him in the vast wilderness. After several days, even Yin Qingshan and Feng Ao, who witnessed Chu Chen's repeated manifestations and calculations of his Dharma aspect, found their astonishment undiminished. To their eyes, Chu Chen's Dharma aspect appeared even more powerful than their own flawless states, yet he remained unsatisfied. Striving for greater strength, it was Feng Ao, the third prince of the great Qian dynasty, who spoke first. Indeed, this fellow is already so powerful, yet remains discontented. Truly, one cannot satiate the insatiable, Peng Zhan added. Somewhat disheartened that he prided himself on being a genius, yet in the presence of this youth, whom many referred to as a native, he felt a sense of inadequacy. This child harbors immense ambition. If he can endure the solitude until he solidifies his desired Dharma aspect, his future achievements may well surpass mine, Yin Qingshan remarked softly. However, her seemingly indifferent words ignited a tempest of emotions in the hearts of the others, rendering them momentarily speechless. Who was Yin Qingshan? The saintess of the Linglong sacred land, endowed with the glazed immortal body. Barring any unforeseen calamities, her ascension to sainthood seemed a foregone conclusion. Yet now she suggested that Chu Chen's future accomplishments might eclipse her own. They acknowledged that Chu Chen was indeed extraordinary, but they could scarcely fathom Yin Qingshan bestowing such high praise upon him. Nearby, even Jin Kuang, who had feigned disdain and made a concerted effort to ignore Chu Chen, now bore an expression of astonishment at Yin Qingshan's words. Suddenly, a long, sonorous bell tolled from the void, reverberating through the air. Upon hearing this sound, Jin Tao and Li Qianchong exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of its origin. Yet, upon hearing the chime, Feng Ao and the others simultaneously displayed expressions of delight. The great bell of the Tao resounded, heralding the official opening of Daoshan. Even the serene and cool-headed Yin Qingshan struggled to maintain her composure. Softly exclaiming, "The 9th chapter, Yin Qingshan's secret," the bell tolled 3 times, resonant and profound, reaching the ears of every individual present. Even Chu Chen, who had been diligently cultivating, paused in his efforts. He lifted his gaze and beheld the once ordinary stone mountain now enveloped in a golden radiance. No, this golden glow was not merely a color. It was composed of intricate Tao patterns. As Chu Chen approached, he realized that the golden light was not a simple hue, but a myriad of ancient golden inscriptions intertwined like a dense tapestry. The golden characters first formed luminous rings, which then coalesced into a vast golden shield that enveloped the mountain, continuously rotating and intertwining. Daoshan has been opened. Everyone, charge. In the days leading up to this moment, countless individuals had arrived, primarily Taoist cultivators. Without hesitation, they surged towards the Tao mountain cloaked in golden light. Even Feng Ao and Jian Kuang, the proud youths, could no longer remain still and hastened to depart. Leaving no time to regard others, the origins of Daoshan remained a mystery, yet it was said to contain celestial scriptures and numerous supreme arts that no one could resist. The mountain's peak. 81 lotus platforms floated in the void, said to enhance one's comprehension of celestial scriptures and techniques. Young Master Chu, nearby, Jin Tao and Li Qianchong's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, seeing that Chu Chun remained unmoved, they hesitated to abandon him. "You may go, do not concern yourselves with me." Observing their eager expressions, Chu Chun waved his hand, granting them permission to proceed. Upon hearing his words, they did not hesitate, joining the throng as they rushed towards the mountain's summit. The number of arrivals was overwhelming. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, thousands had gathered. Moreover, the sound of rushing air echoed as more individuals continued to arrive. Soon after, a cacophony erupted from the mountain as a fierce battle broke out over the 81 Lotus platforms. That I hope they remain safe. Chu Chun glanced at the figures that had vanished into the crowd. A hint of concern in his voice out of course. His words were somewhat casual. His bond with them was merely fleeting, and while they had forged a semblance of camaraderie over the past few days, it was not sufficient for him to forsake his own opportunities for their sake. Each path is a choice, and having chosen to stay, they must bear the consequences. Why do you not join the others? With your cultivation, securing a lotus platform should be a trivial matter. Yan Qingshan, who had only glanced at Dao Shan upon the bell's toll, remained in a state of feigned slumber until she sensed that everyone had departed. Upon seeing that Chu Chen showed no intention of leaving, she could not help but voice her curiosity. But you have not moved either, Chu Chun replied with a knowing smile, concealing his true thoughts. Unbeknownst to all, from the moment he first laid eyes on Yan Qingshan in the mining area, he had resolved to follow her. After all, she was the one who had attained the greatest fortune in his previous life. Coupled with her apparent lack of eagerness to enter the mountain, Chu Chun surmised that she must be privy to some undisclosed secret. The foot of the mountain quickly became desolate, with only the occasional latecomer casting a bewildered glance at the two individuals before hastily disappearing into the depths of the mountain in pursuit of fortune. After all, in the face of great opportunity, people had little time to concern themselves with two strangers, regardless of whether one of them was as beautiful as a celestial being at a time gradually flowed by.